Chapter 117 Fierce Battle. The two SUVs approaching from behind put Lu Meng on high alert. He gave his man a signal, who understood, rolled down the window and shouted into the back car. "I'm doing business here. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Don't blame me for not warning you. I'm not someone you can mess with." Upon hearing this, the cars behind began to reverse, and Lu Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before he could feel smug, the cars behind suddenly accelerated and rushed towards him. This sudden turn of events stunned the people inside. However, being seasoned criminals, they quickly recovered from their initial panic and opened fire. The loud gunfire terrified the survivors searching for supplies in the ruins. Seeing the danger, they didn't dare linger and, pale-faced, fled the ruins in other directions, keeping a safe distance. Those searching for supplies in these ruins were mostly weaklings. They couldn't find much elsewhere and could only pin their hopes on these ruins, hoping to dig out some undamaged food. Their strength was weak, so as soon as Lu Meng appeared, some chose to leave. Those who hesitated to leave dared not stay any longer after the gunfire and fled for their lives. Meanwhile, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang, who had already entered the ruins, changed their expressions upon hearing the gunfire. They realized something was wrong and dared not linger, immediately turning their car around and rushing out. As they emerged, they witnessed a miraculous scene. The bullets fired by Lu Meng and his men stopped in midair, paused for a moment, and then suddenly shot back at high speed. At the same time, another round of gunfire rang out, this time from the people in the SUV. The gunfire was accompanied by the cracking of glass. The car windows were covered with spiderweb-like cracks and bullet holes. Upon closer inspection, one could see red and white splattered on the windows. Most of the people in the car were dead or wounded. The moment the gunfire rang out, Lu Meng bent down and grabbed one of his men to shield himself from the bullets. Li Fugui, because he was sitting on a blanket, was fortunate enough to avoid the bullets. But his condition was bad. His face was pale, his body hunched over, trembling uncontrollably. A foul stench emanated from beneath him, quickly spreading throughout the car, mingling with the metallic scent of blood to create an eerie smell. Lu Meng tossed aside his dead subordinate, the splattered blood and brains splashing onto his face, making him look like a demon from hell, or a bloodthirsty beast, combined with his stunning expression. His eyes were bloodshot, a red light flashing in his pupils, making him appear even more bizarre and terrifying. Li Fugui screamed, kicking his legs and trying to hide behind him, but Lu Meng grabbed him. Lu Meng gripped his thin neck, his fingers tightening. Ignoring Li Fugui's wide eyes, he lifted him up and threw his body behind the seat, blocking the rear window, then grabbed a submachine gun and held it to Li Fugui's body. Pointing the gun at the SUV behind, he frantically pulled the trigger. A barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets flying incessantly, yet none of them struck the SUV behind them. Instead, they were all controlled and fired back at Li Fugui. The returning bullets struck Li Fugui with a series of thuds. Lu Meng roared at his men. "Stop playing dead. Shoot me if you don't want to die." Though he said this, he knew firing was futile. The enemy clearly possessed supernatural abilities, and these abilities were incredibly strange. Their bullets not only missed, but became weapons used to take their lives. Since awakening his powers, Lu Meng had never felt so frustrated. If he had known this would happen, he would never have come out. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. Lu Meng desperately wished time could turn back. If he had, he would never have come out. But this was impossible. He had awakened a fire-based power, not the most mysterious time-based power. Thinking of his power, Lu Meng narrowed his eyes, clenched his fist, and punched forward with all his might. A burst of scorching flames instantly formed a gigantic fist, hurtling towards the oncoming SUV. Just as the massive fiery fist was about to reach the SUV, a circular metal barrier suddenly appeared in front of it. Like a shield, it blocked the attack. The gigantic fiery fist struck the metal shield, dissipating in less than a second, returning to its scorching heat and vanishing into the distance. Lu Meng was shocked that his attack had been so easily blocked. His face grew paler, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Besides him, two other people in the car were still alive but seriously injured. Lu Meng's words forced them to fire. This time, their bullets weren't blocked by the strange force. However, before they could even rejoice, The oncoming car fired, hitting their own bullets squarely. Holy crap! Where did this freak come from? This marksmanship is insane. The two couldn't help but curse inwardly. To survive, they had no choice but to continue firing. This time they fired even more frantically, but soon they discovered something even more terrifying. A soft click sound, unlike the resounding crack of a bullet being fired, filled them with utter despair. They were out of bullets. Lu Meng was also out of bullets. He had fired too quickly and run out of ammunition. Panicked, Lu Meng shouted, "We surrender! We surrender! Stop shooting!" The gunfire immediately ceased. By this time, Lu Meng's SUV was riddled with bullet holes. Looking at his dead men and the bullet-riddled vehicle, he felt as if he were about to vomit blood. He gave his two surviving men a wink, signaling them to quickly reload, and then loudly proclaimed, "What happened just now was a complete misunderstanding. I am willing to offer 100 crystal cores as an apology. Please forgive me." Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang had witnessed the gunfight after emerging from the ruins, but since it wasn't their concern, they didn't intervene or approach, choosing instead to stand by and observe. Hearing Lu Meng's words, the brother and sister couldn't help but laugh. Fang Yuxin whispered, "Brother, who is this Lu Meng? Only offering 100 crystal cores? Isn't that a bit stingy?" Fang Yuxiang said disdainfully, "His energy fluctuations are quite strong, but I didn't expect him to be so useless." Fang Yuxin shook her head with a smile. This guy must have been involved in the underworld before. Judging from his energy fluctuations, his superpower has already reached the peak of the initial stage, and is about to break through. But you're right, this guy is really useless. He's probably been hiding in the safe zone cultivating, and hasn't come out to hunt zombies much. Fang Yuxiang was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He had only noticed that Lu Meng's energy fluctuations were quite strong and thought his strength should be decent, but he hadn't expected that he had already reached the peak of the initial stage. He felt that Fang Yuxin was right. This guy's actual combat skills were completely lacking. It was obvious that he had been busy cultivating and hadn't trained his superpower combat skills much, otherwise, how could he have fallen to this state? There weren't many people in this ruin, so it was quite suspicious that this guy would come here. He asked, "Xinxin, why do you think he came here?" Fang Yuxin narrowed her eyes. She used her spiritual sense to check the situation inside the car, and found someone inside who looked very familiar. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, she remembered him after seeing him again. Her face darkened and she said in a low voice, "Brother, this person is probably coming for us. There's someone in the car we've met before." Fang Yuxiang had actually guessed that Lu Meng was after them, but upon hearing Fang Yuxin's words, he was still greatly surprised. "Who is it?" As he spoke, he quickly tried to recall. Fang Yuxin thought he probably couldn't remember, because they had only brushed past the man, who hadn't shown anything unusual. How could Fang Yuxiang possibly guess it was him? She said, "Brother, do you remember? When we came from the front, there was a skinny guy with shifty eyes standing on the roadside, and we just passed by him." Fang Yuxiang remembered this person, but it was just a fleeting moment, and the man hadn't shown anything unusual, so he hadn't paid much attention. Fang Yuxin's words made him remember. So it was him. Just as they were talking, things changed again. The people in the SUV also complained that 100 crystal cores weren't enough and demanded 1,000. This number severely provoked Lu Meng. Where would he get so many crystal cores? They had just changed their magazines, so he fired again. This action was undoubtedly a provocation to the people in the SUV. A hail of bullets erupted, only to halt midair as before hurtling back. Screams erupted from inside the vehicle. Lu Meng had narrowly escaped, but both of his men had been shot. One was blown out of the head, and the other, though not dead, was severely wounded and collapsed, too weak to fire again. Lu Meng hadn't expected his men to be so useless. He cursed and shouted at the other side again. Wait! Wait! I'll give you 1,000 crystal cores. Spare me." This time the people in the SUV didn't try to bargain further. Instead they said, "Get out now if you don't want to die." Lu Meng hesitated. He could at least find cover inside the vehicle. If he got out, he'd be a sitting duck. He asked cautiously, "If you guarantee you won't kill me, I'll get off the car immediately." The person inside, however, was enraged by his hesitation and said disdainfully, "Do you think you have a choice? Either get off now or die in there." Hearing this, Fang Yuxiang suddenly frowned and turned to Fang Yuxin, asking, "Xin, why does that voice sound so familiar?" Chapter 118 Unlucky Lu Meng. Fang Yuxin glanced at Fang Yuxiang silently and said helplessly, "Brother, you've seen him before." Fang Yuxiang thought back and suddenly a name popped into his mind. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be him? That bastard surnamed by. Fang Yuxin nodded and reminded Fang Yuxiang, "Brother, this guy is quite strong." The person who had just stopped the bullet was obviously Fang Yuxiang. Among those people, no one else had that kind of strength. Bai Yi possessed dual elemental abilities of metal and lightning, and Fang Yuxin hadn't expected him to be so strong. Not only had he stopped the bullet, but he had also made it bounce back. Moreover, judging from the energy fluctuations on his body, he had actually reached the peak of the initial stage and was about to break through to the first level of his ability. Seeing the admiration on her face, Fang Yuxiang's alarm bells went off immediately. He quickly said, "Xin, this guy surnamed Bai has an unknown background. We'd better be careful." Fang Yuxin replied, "Brother, I think he might be from the Bai family in Bay City." She had attended university in Bay City, and the pharmaceutical company where she volunteered was also located there. She had asked Chan before and learned that he had always lived in Bay City. Bai Ye's strength was clearly extraordinary, so she felt that he was likely from the Bai family. Fang Yuxiang became even more vigilant. "If he's from the Bai family, we need to be even more wary of him. I've heard that the Bai family's internal relationships are very complicated, and getting involved will do us no good." He felt that Bai Yi was not a good match for Fang Yuxin and was afraid that she might have taken a liking to him. He thought for a moment and then said, "Xin, do you remember? Qiu Yiming's aunt married into the Bai family. Qiu Yiming and Fang Yuxin had been engaged, and in his opinion, if Fang Yuxin got entangled with Bai Yi, things would become very complicated." Fang Yuxin glanced at him helplessly. "Brother, what are you thinking? I have nothing to do with him." Fang Yuxiang wanted to say something more, but after opening his mouth, he gave up. He looked at Fang Yuxin carefully and seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, suddenly felt that it would be better to mention Bai Yi less in front of her in the future, otherwise it would backfire. Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief. Although Bai Yi was Bai Qianqian's father, she had never felt that there was any special relationship between her and Bai Yi. Fang Yuxiang's caution made her extremely embarrassed. On the other side, Lu Meng couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. After hesitating, he finally got out of the car. The opponent's strength was so powerful that he was afraid. He regretted being so foolish as to come to this place, but he was even more afraid of dying. He hadn't even enjoyed life yet, hadn't built his own empire. How could he die like this? He was unwilling. Absolutely unwilling. He wanted to skin Li Fuguei alive for causing him to end up in this situation. Unfortunately, Li Fuguei was already dead. Even if he wanted revenge, he couldn't. The most important thing now was to get through this life or death crisis. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. He had to live. So after getting out of the car, he cautiously walked towards the SUV opposite, tentatively approaching. He wouldn't give up until the very last moment. He had fire-type abilities. Getting closer meant there was hope. However, his wishful thinking was quickly shattered by the other side. A gunshot rang out. The bullet hit the ground in front of him. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have hit his foot. Lu Meng, who had been pampered and used to his high position these past few days, couldn't help but turn pale and glare angrily at the SUV opposite. The dark muzzle of a gun protruded from the window, mercilessly pointing at him. Looking at that gun muzzle, the anger in his heart instantly collapsed, leaving only boundless fear. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. At this moment, the person in the car spoke. The voice was the same as before, clearly the same person speaking. The man's voice was cold, its chill seemingly carrying a sharp, piercing edge. He asked, "You just said you're here on business?" Lu Meng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this voice. Unsure of the other man's intentions, he cautiously replied, "Yes, what would you like to ask?" As he spoke, his mind raced, trying to guess whether these two groups were working together. Because of this suspicion, He dared not reveal his true intentions, planning instead to play it by ear. Unfortunately, while he was cunning, the other man was even more difficult to deal with. His voice grew even colder, carrying a clear warning. I want the truth. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Lu Meng felt even more regretful. He was now almost certain that these two groups were indeed working together. He hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth, saying, I was misled. Someone told me there was a robbery, and he thought it was true, so he brought people here to investigate. He meant no harm. Is that so? Bai Yi sneered disdainfully, saying, Do you think I look easy to fool? As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, the bullet grazing Lu Meng's cheek, leaving a gruesome bloody mark on his face. In fact, the bullet was aimed at Lu Meng's head. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it wouldn't have just been a graze on his cheek, but a blow to the head. He was even more terrified, but dared not use his supernatural abilities to fight back. His opponent was stronger than him. If a fight broke out, he would definitely die. He had this premonition, and it was very strong. Therefore, he wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. The bullet nearly terrified him. He dared not hide anything any longer and had to honestly confess his plan. I heard their car is nice, so I came to find them, wanting to steal it. Just steal the car? What else? The voice held a hint of amusement and danger. Lu Meng was even more terrified, almost crying as he said, I also heard there's a girl here. A really pretty girl, and I want to take her back. He subconsciously said girl. A habit he'd always had, but realized it was wrong afterward. His voice choked, and he quickly changed his words. He waited anxiously for the reaction from the people in the car, but this time, instead of a reply, someone nearby angrily said, You dare to lay a finger on my sister? I'll kill you. He quickly turned around, then his eyes widened instantly. He had seen the people nearby earlier, but because of the distance and the fact that Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang had concealed their energy fluctuations, they looked like ordinary people without awakened superpowers. Lu Meng, arrogant and proud, hadn't taken them seriously. So when he heard Fang Yuxiang's voice, he was still quite disdainful. But when he subconsciously turned his head, he realized he was wrong. Terribly wrong. A huge crescent-shaped wind blade roared and swept towards him, its terrifying aura instantly locking onto him, giving him a terrifying feeling of being enveloped by death. Almost instinctively, he unleashed the energy within his body. With a boom, scorching flames rose from his body, enveloping him entirely, forming a huge fireball, or rather a fiery cocoon. The huge wind blade struck the fireball, deforming it from the impact. The wind blade and flames collided, then gradually melted away. Fang Yuxiang's outburst this time was extremely powerful due to his anger, and Lu Meng, under the threat of death, also unleashed powerful energy. The energy fluctuations on his body grew stronger and stronger, and his aura also rose simultaneously, showing faint signs of a breakthrough. Fang Yuxiang saw this, and his expression became even more grim. He simply gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands and shouted loudly, Whirlwind Slash. This was a skill he had comprehended to deal with that mental zombie, and it was incredibly powerful. However, although he had grasped the essence of the skill, he hadn't fully mastered it and couldn't use it normally. This time, fueled by anger, he once again seized upon that spark of inspiration, not only completely mastering the mysteries of Gale Slash but also unleashing it. It can only be said that Lu Meng was truly unlucky. He had only come out to clear his head after hitting a bottleneck, only to kick a hornet's nest. He had luckily found an opportunity for a breakthrough, but unfortunately this was not a good place for one. As soon as Gale Slash was unleashed, a massive wind blade instantly formed, rushing towards Lu Meng with unstoppable force and colliding with the fireball in the blink of an eye. This time, most of the flames on the fireball were instantly extinguished, leaving only a few scattered embers, which quickly died out as well. The fireball was cleaved in two, but the massive wind blade was only slightly damaged, and then continued its relentless charge towards Lu Meng. Lu Meng was undergoing a breakthrough, and the energy within his body was already unstable. The threat of death forced him to snap out of his breakthrough, but instead of protecting him from the wind blades, he suffered a severe backlash. The wind blades pierced directly into his body, and Lu Meng's eyes widened, his face filled with terror. The next moment he exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Everyone who witnessed this scene stared wide-eyed. Bai Qianqian's eyes were blocked by Chu Qianhe in time, preventing him from seeing this scene firsthand. However, the spiritual power he released allowed him to see even more clearly. His breathing gradually became rapid, not out of fear but out of excitement. If he were as powerful as his uncle, he could help his mother kill that bad guy. Right. And his stupid father. Thinking of Bai Yi, he twisted his body and broke free from Chu Qianhe's embrace, then quickly opened the car door, jumped out, and ran towards Bai Ye's direction. Seeing him, Bai Yi also opened the car door and got out, striding towards Bai Qianqian. The burst of blood mist, carried by the wind, coalesced again, forming a pool of blood on the ground. Bai Yi ignored the blood, picked up Bai Qianqian, kissed him hard on the cheek and asked with a smile, "Son, did you miss Daddy?" Bai Qianqian's bright smile froze instantly, pricked by the stubble on Bai Ye's chin. He turned his head away in dissatisfaction, grabbed Bai Ye's handsome face with both hands, rubbed it hard and muttered under his breath, "I didn't miss you, you're so stupid." Chapter 119. We meet again. Bai Yi glared at Bai Qianqian with displeasure, lowering his voice to say, "How dare you talk like that? I'm your father. You think I won't beat you up?" He even deliberately brandished his fist in a show of force. Bai Qianqian glared back defiantly, muttering, "I'm not afraid of you, mommy will protect me." Bai Yi was so angry he wanted to punch him. This kid was difficult before, and now he'd gotten even worse. Thinking of this, he glanced at Fang Yuxin with a dark look, wanting to tell her that spoiled children are a sign of a doting mother, and if she continued to pamper him like this, the little rascal would become unruly. Fang Yuxin noticed his gaze, frowning and looking at him with displeasure, her eyes full of wariness. "Why are you here?" Looking at the vast ruins, Fang Yuxin instinctively felt that Bai Yi was after the Yuan stone, and suddenly regretted telling him about it. Bai Yi smiled, looking at the ruins, and said, "This is a good place." The meaning couldn't be clearer. With her suspicions confirmed, Fang Yuxin's gaze towards Bai Yi became even more displeased. She squinted at Bai Qianqian, deciding she couldn't let him stay with Bai Yi, so she beckoned, "Qianqian, come here." Bai Qianqian hugged Bai Ye's neck, looked at Bai Yi, then at Fang Yuxin, hesitated for a moment, and decided it was better to stay with Bai Yi. He had so much to say to Bai Yi. They'd finally met, and he couldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. So he tightened his arms slightly and shook his head at Fang Yuxin. "Mommy, I want to stay with Daddy for a while." Seeing Fang Yuxin's obvious displeasure, Bai Yi suddenly found it somewhat amusing. He glanced at Bai Qianqian, noticing his shifty eyes, clearly plotting something. He smiled at Fang Yuxin. "There's no one else here, so let Qianqian stay with me. I'll protect him." Seeing Fang Yuxin still hesitating, he added, "After all, Qianqian is my son. It's okay for me to talk to him, right?" Fang Yuxin couldn't refuse. She gave Bai Qianqian a somewhat disapproving look. A sour feeling welled up inside her. At that moment, the car doors opened one after another, and Chu Qianhe, Fang Jintang, and the other mercenaries got out. Similarly, Bai Ye's men also got out. The two groups looked at each other warily, seemingly on the verge of a fight. However, seeing Bai Qianqian in Bai Ye's arms, they hesitated. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe scrutinized Bai Yi, their gazes filled with scrutiny and criticism, as if they were looking at a future son-in-law. Fortunately, neither of them spoke, preventing Fang Yuxin from feeling too awkward. Similarly, Bai Ye's men were also observing Fang Yuxin. That person was none other than Chen Si, whom she had rescued yesterday. Chen Si had woken up yesterday evening, his awakening complete, and he had even luckily awakened a powerful ice-type ability. After he woke up, Bai Yi led his men away from the school hospital and into the old city area. However, their purpose was different from Fang Yuxin's. They were mainly here to find someone. Upon arriving, they discovered several ruins. This presented a perfect opportunity to search for Yuan stones. Their search for the missing person had stalled, so they decided to seize the chance to find Yuan stones. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuxin had also brought Bai Qianqian here. They had originally planned to go to another ruin, but after detecting Bai Qianqian's signal, Bai Yi changed his mind. However, following the signal, they encountered a robbery. Bai Yi didn't know if Fang Yuxin was in the car, but the signal clearly showed that Bai Qianqian was on board. How could he not be angry? It could only be said that Lu Meng was incredibly unlucky. Not only did he encounter the overprotective Bai Yi, but he also ran into his sister-obsessed brother, Fang Yuxiang. To make matters worse, both of these people he encountered were incredibly powerful, far surpassing any other ability users he had ever met. Chen Si observed carefully, not only because Fang Yuxin had saved him, but also because Fang Yuxin was Bai Qianqian's mother. He was like a strategist under Bai Yi, and also a good friend of Bai Yi, so he naturally scrutinized Bai Qianqian's mother more. Whether from a friend's or subordinate's perspective, he hoped Fang Yuxin was outstanding enough to be a match for Bai Yi. Although the two currently had no relationship other than being Bai Qianqian's parents, Bai Qianqian's existence was a strong bond, and it was almost impossible for them not to have some kind of relationship. If Fang Yuxin was a bad person, he would definitely feel sorry for Bai Yi. But as it stands, Fang Yuxin is quite good. Whether it's looks, family background, or ability, Fang Yuxin is outstanding enough. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was that Fang Yuxin was Qiu Yiming's fiancé, and it seemed that the two had a good relationship. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have the same thought as Ho San'er back then. Why not have the boss just snatch her away from Qiu Yiming? That would definitely infuriate that kid. Chen Si thought maliciously, completely unaware that Fang Yuxin and Qiu Yiming had already broken up this morning. Besides him, Shen Shi was also watching Fang Yuxin. He was actually quite good-looking but thin and frail, looking as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Yet, this seemingly weak and harmless person had awakened a mysterious psychic ability, and his strength was considerable. While observing Fang Yuxin, he had actually released his mental tentacles, unceremoniously probing the energy fluctuations of Fang Yuxin and those around her. Fang Yuxin's energy fluctuations were very weak, even weaker than Chen Si's, who had only recently awakened his ability. However, he had a nagging feeling that Fang Yuxin was not as simple as she appeared. He quickly glanced at Chen Si, remembering how this man had been seriously injured and unconscious, his life force dwindling, seemingly on the verge of death. Yet Fang Yuxin had not only healed his injuries but also helped him successfully awaken his ability. Shen Shi had the same thought as Zhang Tianhe. She possessed the miraculous ability to awaken abilities in ordinary people. Since Chen Si woke up, his interest in Fang Yuxin had only grown stronger. Fang Yuxin noticed Chen Si and Shen Shi's gazes. Their scrutinizing looks made her uncomfortable, and she glared at them, recognizing them instantly. Chen Si met her gaze, nodded in greeting and said with a slight smile, "I heard Miss Fong saved me, thank you." Fang Yuxin smiled politely. "You're lucky. It's rare to find someone with ice-type abilities among superhumans." As she said this, she couldn't help but think of Angela, who had also awakened ice-type abilities, and her smile brightened. Chen Si was somewhat confused by her smile, but he could tell Fang Yuxin meant no harm, so he was only slightly surprised. He hadn't used any abilities, yet Fang Yuxin had immediately recognized his ice-type abilities. This woman was indeed extraordinary. He couldn't help but recall the women who had been interested in Bai Yi over the years, and suddenly felt that none of them could compare to Fang Yuxin. If he really had to compare, it would probably only be her. He couldn't help but look at Bai Yi, suddenly wanting to ask him what he thought. At this moment, Shen Shi said to Fang Yuxin, "Beautiful lady, we meet again." He had a gentle appearance and a warm smile, making him easy to like. However, Fang Yuxin was wary of him. She remembered that when she treated Chen Si, it was this very man who had used his mental power to spy on her. She smiled perfunctorily, not bothering to speak. Fang Yuxiang, however, glared at Shen Shi without hesitation, equally wary of him. Fang Yuxin whispered to him, "This man is a mental power user, brother, be careful." Fang Yuxiang could tell this man was no ordinary person, but he hadn't expected him to be a psychic. The only psychic he knew of besides Bai Qianqian were Zhang Tianhe. He could ignore Bai Qianqian. The thought of Zhang Tianhe threatening them made him dislike Shen Shi. This feeling, though displaced anger, also stemmed from a beast-like intuition. Fang Yuxiang instinctively felt that this seemingly gentle Shen Shi was dangerous. He saw Zhang Tianhe's shadow in this man. Both were equally mad. He nodded, watching Shen Shi warily. She touched his nose, his expression somewhat innocent. I haven't offended this gentleman, have I? Fang Yuxin wasn't buying it, warning. Don't look at my sister like that again. Shi's face stiffened, his smile vanished, and he didn't speak further, looking at Fang Yuxin suspiciously. He couldn't understand how Fang Yuxin had seen through him despite his caution. Wait, had Fang Yuxin really seen through him? Fang Yuxin didn't want to continue entangled with Bai Ye's people, so she waved her hand and told her own people to leave. She had already searched the entire ruins with her spiritual sense, and knew the location and distribution of the elemental stones quite well, so there was no need to waste any more time here. Seeing them leave, Bai Yi and his group didn't stop them, but instead chose another direction to enter the ruins and begin searching for elemental stones. Bai Yi knew that Bai Qianqian had deliberately stayed behind to say something to him, so he deliberately distanced himself from his men, put him on the ground, crossed his arms, looked down at him and asked, "What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it, Daddy is in a hurry." Bai Qianqian crossed his arms in the same posture as Bai Yi, tilted his little head, and asked like a little adult, "Why aren't you with Mommy?" Bai Yi sighed helplessly. "You deliberately stayed behind just to ask this?" Bai Qianqian retorted. "Who told you not to tell me? If you had told me, of course I wouldn't have asked you." Looking at his self-righteous appearance, Bai Yi was exasperated. This brat. Chapter 120, The Eccentric Father and Son. Bai Qianqian's words left Bai Yi feeling helpless. After all, Bai Qianqian's background was special, and he had no relation to Fang Yuxin. They had only known each other for a short time and had barely met. If anything, he felt some gratitude towards Fang Yuxin. If it weren't for her, Chun-Si probably wouldn't have survived, let alone awakened his abilities. When Chun-Si was seriously injured and unconscious, he hadn't thought much of it. He was just grateful that Chun-Si recovered. He hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to be so capable, not only healing Chun-Si's injuries but also helping him awaken his abilities. Chun-Si was his good brother, and Fang Yuxin had saved him. She was Bai Ye's benefactor. Although he had paid a considerable reward, those spirit stones were nothing compared to Chun-Si's. He felt grateful to Fang Yuxin with a touch of admiration because this woman was strong, had a good personality, and was beautiful, a truly outstanding woman. But when he thought that Fang Yuxin was Qiu Yiming's fiancé, all other thoughts vanished. He didn't consider himself a gentleman, but he would never do something like stealing someone else's wife, not even his fiancé. He didn't like Qiu Yiming, and he found him extremely displeasing. If Fang Yuxin disliked Qiu Yiming and wanted to break up with him, he would absolutely agree. In his opinion, Qiu Yiming was no good, and certainly not a suitable match for a lifetime commitment. But Fang Yuxin liked him, and he would never do anything to ruin their relationship. That would be too despicable. Now that Bai Qianqian was still bringing up this matter, Bai Yi was extremely embarrassed, and he couldn't help but think of Fang Yuxin. He couldn't help but ask, "Son, Dad has a question for you. How are you and your mother doing in the safe zone? Has anyone bullied you?" He asked this, actually hoping to shut Bai Qianqian up so that he wouldn't keep pestering him and wouldn't know how to answer. But upon hearing his question, Bai Qianqian smiled slyly and said excitedly, "Dad, are you worried that someone is bullying Mom?" He squinted his eyes as he spoke. His little eyes were fixed on Bai Yi, his expression saying, "Just admit it, I knew that's what you were thinking." Bai Yi was annoyed. What was this brat thinking all day? He wasn't thinking that at all. He was just worried that the brat was being bullied. Look at what he was thinking. But he knew that arguing with Bai Qianqian was useless. This brat, despite his young age, was very cunning and stubborn. If he didn't go along with what he wanted, the brat would definitely keep pestering him endlessly. So he said, "Tell me, did anyone bully you?" Yesterday, Fang Yuxin was there, so he couldn't ask many questions, lest Fang Yuxin misunderstand and think he was worried that she wasn't taking good care of the child. Now it was just the two of them, father and son. Bai Yi planned to take this opportunity to ask, and also shut Bai Qianqian up, so he wouldn't keep asking random questions. Bai Qianqian glanced at him sideways, his eyes seemingly shining. He grinned smugly. "Dad, don't try to hide it. I knew you were worried about Mom. Let me tell you, there are so many annoying people in that safe zone. They all bully Mom, and it's a shame you're not here, humph." Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. He was curious. Wasn't Fang Yuxin Qiu Yiming's fiancé? Given the Qiu family's status in the military, who would be so blind as to bully her? Shouldn't be like that. So he looked at Bai Qianqian suspiciously, thinking that this brat was definitely making things up. Don't try to fool me. How could anyone bully Fong? Your mother. Bai Qianqian saw his suspicious look, snorted unhappily and argued. Yes, there is. There's an annoying uncle who keeps bothering mommy. And a nasty old man in white clothes who says mommy has some kind of ability and wants her to cooperate in research. And an annoying aunt who barged into the house and asked mommy for help. It's so annoying. When Bai Yi heard that someone was bothering Fang Yuxin, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He thought to himself, what kind of bastard is this? Is he even a man? How dare he bother a woman? He's a disgrace to men. But as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wasn't Fang Yuxin Qiu Yiming's fiancé? What man would dare to bother her? But before he could figure it out, he heard Bai Qianqian mention the nasty old man and aunt in white clothes. He became even angrier. Although Bai Qianqian didn't say it very clearly, it was obvious that someone wanted to kidnap Fang Yuxin for experiments. He couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, no matter the time, there were always these madmen who disregarded human life. He wasn't particularly concerned about the last woman, but he still couldn't help asking, what kind of help? Bai Yi was also curious when he asked. Bai Qianqian was a very sensible child. If it were just ordinary help, he wouldn't be so angry. Could there be some other hidden reason? Bai Qianqian's mention of someone wanting to capture Fang Yuxin for experiments also worried him greatly. Before Bai Qianqian could answer, he asked again. Qianqian, you just said, what abilities does your mother have? Why did that bad old man in the white clothes make her cooperate in the research? Explain yourself. Out of intense disgust for that man, Bai Yi completely forgot about respecting elders and directly used Bai Qianqian's way of addressing him. Bai Qianqian recalled the events of the past 2 days, and his anger boiled over. His little chest heaved violently with anger. He clenched his little fists and said indignantly, Humph, you don't know. They said mommy can awaken superpowers in ordinary people, and they all need mommy's help. I hate it. He had secretly learned about Zheng Tianhe's matter from Chan Xiao and others. None of the Fong family members told him, but he was clever and found an opportunity to find out the whole story from Chan Xiao and the others. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately thought of Chan Si. But how could the others know about this? He quickly realized the problem and asked Bai Qianqian. Qianqian, tell Dad, did your mom heal someone's injuries? And that person even awakened a superpower. Bai Qianqian obediently nodded. Yes. And a lot of people said that mom can awaken superpowers in ordinary people. This morning some people even came to our house, asking mom for help. Mom didn't agree, and they even tried to hit her. They were so fierce. As he said this, he secretly looked at Bai Ye's reaction and saw that Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze deep and unfathomable, clearly angry. Bai Qianqian was overjoyed. He knew that Dad really loved mom. He deliberately didn't mention that the troublemakers were severely punished by Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang, just to make Bai Yi angry. Perhaps encouraged by Bai Ye's reaction, Bai Qianqian's little brain worked quickly, and soon he had another idea. He said even more angrily, Dad, you don't know, this morning some nasty uncle forced mom to marry him. Mom refused and he even tried to hit her. What did you say? Bai Ye's face turned extremely ugly, but unfortunately, he didn't realize that he was completely shocked and furious this time. What era is this? There are still people forcing marriage? They're worse than animals. Thinking of Fang Yuxin and Qiu Yiming's relationship, he couldn't help but ask, Qianqian, is the bad uncle you mentioned surnamed Qiu? Bai Qianqian tilted his head, biting his finger and thinking for a moment. It seems so. Mom even calls him Qiu Yiming. Bai Yi found things very strange. Fang Yuxin was Qiu Yiming's fiancé, and their relationship was very good. Wasn't it? Why would Qiu Yiming force her to marry him? He looked at Bai Qianqian with a subtle expression, feeling that he must have been influenced by this brat to feel uncomfortable about Fang Yuxin and Qiu Yiming's relationship. Just then Bai Qianqian was also secretly watching Bai Ye's expression, and his little expression looked smug, like he had succeeded in his scheme. Seeing his expression, Bai Ye's feelings suddenly became complicated. He had just heard that Qiu Yiming was forcing Fang Yuxin into marriage, and he had actually had a somewhat unlikely guess in his mind. Because of that guess, while he was angry, he also felt a little bit of inexplicable joy. But seeing Bai Qianqian's expression, he realized he'd probably been fooled. In other words, his earlier guess was completely wrong. That fleeting, inexplicable joy vanished instantly, replaced by a growing unease. He couldn't help but grab Bai Qianqian by the back of his collar and lift him up, glaring at him and saying, "You little rascal, confess! Did you deliberately lie to your old man just now?" Bai Qianqian, suspended in midair, kicked his legs and yelled, "I didn't. Put me down. I told the truth." His tone was perfectly rational and confident, showing no sign of guilt. Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. He really wasn't lying? Why did he feel a little happy? Wow, he was such a good father. He was actually worried about his brat going astray. There weren't many parents in the world as conscientious as him. Seeing Bai Qianqian still kicking his legs, his chubby face flushed red, he seemed uncomfortable. He hesitated for a moment, then simply pulled Bai Qianqian's soft body into his arms and asked, "Then tell Daddy what happened? Tell me in detail." Bai Qianqian crossed his arms, turned his face away and ignored him. "I'm very angry right now, I don't want to talk to you." Bai Yi was a little anxious. "Tell me quickly. Don't you want to avenge your mother?" Bai Qianqian immediately took the bait, turned his face, and looked at him excitedly with a pair of bright eyes. "You're willing to avenge Mommy?" He didn't give Bai Yi a chance to back out after he finished speaking, and immediately added, "If you don't tell me, it means you agree. You can't back out." Bai Yi glared at him. Did this child even give him a chance to speak? But he didn't object and instead urged, "I said stop talking nonsense and get to the point." "Oh," Bai Qianqian subconsciously responded, and then squinted his eyes and said, "The thing is." Chapter 121, Bai Ye's Decision. Bai Qianqian first recounted Qiu Yiming's story, then, after a moment's thought, told the story of Lin Feiyin. Despite his young age, his account was vivid and detailed. He embellished his descriptions, portraying Qiu Yiming and Lin Feiyin as utterly vile. In short, the kind of evil villains often depicted in TV dramas, deserving of human extermination. As Bai Yi listened, his face darkened, and his aura intensified. He clenched his fist and couldn't help but unleash a powerful punch towards the ruins in front of him. A surge of violent energy erupted from his body. This seemingly simple punch was far more terrifying than any of his previous attacks. Boom! A deafening roar followed, and dust billowed as the ruins shattered into fragments. Bai Yi instinctively erected an energy shield, protecting Bai Qianqian inside. The falling debris struck the transparent energy shield, but was completely blocked, causing no harm to the father and son. Bai Qianqian clung tightly to Bai Ye's neck, his eyes wide with surprise, his body trembling slightly. Good heavens! This was the first time he'd ever seen his foolish father so angry. Bai Yi, realizing his fear, instinctively patted his back, his gaze complex as he looked at the spot where the punch had just blasted open. Bai Qianqian followed his gaze and saw 2 spirit stones lying there. "Ah! Spirit stones!" Bai Qianqian exclaimed softly, then looked at Bai Yi and flattered him. "Dad, you're so amazing." Bai Ye's angry appearance frightened him, so he instinctively tried to please him. Bai Yi, seeing his cautious manner, knew he was being flattering. He'd heard countless compliments since childhood, but Bai Qianqian's were the most pleasing. He glanced at Bai Qianqian smugly. "Of course. I'm your father." He was very happy, not only because of Bai Qianqian's flattery, but also because just now, he had discovered that the barrier in front of him had broken, and his supernatural ability had reached a new level. Because the apocalypse had just begun and superpowers had only recently emerged, there wasn't a clear hierarchy of superpowers. Therefore, Bai Yi didn't know he had just entered level 1. Even if he didn't understand the specific levels, he knew his strength had reached a new height. This couldn't help but make him happy. He hadn't entered the safe zone before because he was wary of Qiu Yiming's power. Bai Qianqian's words had infuriated him, but also made him consider entering the safe zone. The increase in strength undoubtedly gave him greater confidence, making his decision possible. Bai Qianqian didn't know what he was thinking, but he could see Bai Yi was happy, so he cautiously said, "Dad, You said you'd help Mom get revenge, right? You can't go back on your word. Bai Yi found it amusing. He rarely saw Bai Qianqian so cautious. He was in a good mood and didn't bother with Bai Qianqian's pettiness, simply saying, "Don't worry, Dad will definitely keep his word." Fang Yuxin was, after all, Bai Qianqian's mother, and even if there was nothing between them, he didn't want Fang Yuxin to be hurt. Of course, he felt his thoughts were entirely due to Bai Qianqian. If Fang Yuxin were harmed, his foolish son would surely be heartbroken. Therefore, to make his son happy, Bai Yi felt he should do something, such as entering the safe zone. He wasn't entirely clear about the situation inside the safe zone. However, judging from Bai Qianqian's account, Qiu Yiming's arrogance suggested considerable backing, and the Qiu family's strength in the safe zone was not to be underestimated. In the past, he might have been wary and avoided Qiu Yiming, but after listening to Bai Qianqian's account and with his increased strength, Bai Yi changed his initial thoughts and felt more confident about entering the safe zone. He was unaware that although the Qiu family did indeed wield considerable power in the military, due to the news about Yuan Jing, General Song and General Li had chosen to join forces, and the Qiu family's power would soon be weakened. Bai Qianqian was still worried and couldn't help but ask, "So how do you plan to get revenge?" To reassure him, Bai Yi told him his decision. "Dad will go back to the safe zone with you today. With Dad here, I definitely won't let anyone bully your mom." Bai Qianqian's eyes lit up instantly. He clutched his heart, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. He looked at Bai Yi and asked, "Dad, are you serious? You're not lying to me." Bai Yi, seeing his suspicious look, felt a little annoyed. "When have I ever lied to you? If I say I'm going, I definitely will. Don't worry about it." Only then did Bai Qianqian realize Bai Yi wasn't lying. He grinned foolishly, his mouth almost reaching his ears. Bai Yi looked at his silly face and couldn't bear to look at him. This silly son. TSK. Then he couldn't help but think of Fang Yuxin. He had said things were strange. Fang Yuxin was Qiu Yiming's fiancé. Now that it was so dangerous, why would Qiu Yiming let her come out alone? Why didn't he take her with him to protect her? It turned out the two of them had broken up. From Bai Qianqian's account, Bai Yi understood that Fang Yuxin clearly didn't intend to continue with Qiu Yiming, and had even proposed breaking off the engagement. Although he didn't know the reason, he instinctively felt it was Qiu Yiming's fault. Perhaps Fang Yuxin had discovered Qiu Yiming's true colors, which was why she wanted to break up with him. Of course, Bai Qianqian might also be a factor. During his account, Bai Qianqian had mentioned Qiu Yiming's bad side quite a bit, such as how Qiu Yiming glared at him and how much he disliked him. Bai Yi could understand Qiu Yiming's feelings. If the woman he loved had a child with another man, he certainly wouldn't be able to accept it. But as the child's father, Bai Yi felt intensely dissatisfied with Qiu Yiming. "How old are you? Why are you picking on a child? Aren't you ashamed? Are you even a man?" Bai Yi had been annoyed with Qiu Yiming for a long time, always thinking he was a despicable person, the kind who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Back when Qiu Yiming sent people to kidnap Bai Qianqian, intending to use him to blackmail him, Bai Yi harbored a deep resentment towards Qiu Yiming. Qiu Yiming targeting him wasn't a problem, but Bai Qianqian was only 5 years old. What could he possibly know? Qiu Yiming's methods were utterly despicable. If Qiu Yiming had known at the time that Bai Qianqian was Fang Yuxin's son, he could understand, but given the circumstances, Qiu Yiming clearly didn't. How could he so easily harm a 5-year-old child with whom he had no grudge? Didn't he have a conscience? But now, thinking about it, it was fortunate that Qiu Yiming didn't know Bai Qianqian was Fang Yuxin's son when he kidnapped him. He only wanted to capture him alive to blackmail him. Otherwise, Bai Qianqian might already be. The thought of this possibility filled Bai Yi with dread. Recalling that incident, he suddenly felt that heaven had been kind to him. Bai Qianqian was being chased by Qiu Yiming's men when she happened to run into Fang Yuxin. With Fang Yuxin present, Qiu Yiming hesitated to harm Bai Qianqian, and Bai Qianqian also found the mother she had always longed for. Thinking about this, Bai Yi realized he absolutely had to go to the safe zone in the suburbs. Qiu Yiming was clearly not satisfied this time, and who knew what he might do in the future. Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian were in too much danger. This thought instantly filled him with a strong sense of responsibility. He felt that as Bai Qianqian's father, it was his duty to protect Bai Qianqian's mother. This was his responsibility as a man. At that moment, he completely forgot that Fang Yuxin was actually unrelated to him. Having made up his mind, Bai Yi asked Bai Qianqian many questions about the safe zone. But unfortunately, Bai Qianqian didn't know much either. He mostly mentioned Qiu Yiming, Lin Feiyin and Fong Mingyao. Bai Yi had Ho San'er investigate the Fong family's situation, learning of Fong Mingyao's existence and her subsequent sale of the house and departure to another city. However, he hadn't paid much attention to Fong Mingyao at the time. Now, after hearing Bai Qianqian's words, he realized that Fong Mingyao was far from simple. He had found Fong Mingyao's house sale strange from the start. The house was excellent in a prime location and neighborhood, with significant appreciation potential. There was absolutely no need to sell it. Unless Fong Mingyao was in urgent need of money. But why would she be in such a hurry? The Fong family were all kind. They wouldn't have cheated her. Otherwise they wouldn't have bought her such a nice house. They could have easily given her some money to get rid of her. Bai Qianqian said a lot. When Fong Mingyao came to the Fong family that day, although Bai Qianqian had returned to his room, he possessed psychic abilities and Fong Mingyao spoke loudly so he heard everything. When Bai Yi asked, he told him everything. Bai Yi was speechless. In his opinion, Fong Mingyao's thinking was quite bizarre. Coming from a respectable background, he knew very well how aristocratic families treated their illegitimate children. The Fong family had already been very kind to Fong Mingyao, but Fong Mingyao was clearly not satisfied. She actually dared to compare herself to Fang Yuxin? How greedy! The more he listened, the more he felt he should indeed enter the safe zone to protect Fang Yuxin. She had far too many troublesome people around her. Meanwhile, Fang Yuxin was searching for spirit stones. She was moving very quickly, digging while trying to guess what Bai Qianqian would say to Bai Yi. She believed Bai Qianqian wouldn't mention the Azurewood spirit mansion. But she couldn't help her curiosity. She felt that the father and son's relationship was rather strange. She had no idea that in Bai Qianqian's narration, she had become a soft, bullied weakling in dire need of protection. And yet Bai Qianqian was spouting nonsense, and her foolish father Bai Yi believed it all, now thinking about how to protect her and avenge her. Fang Yuxin was digging for spirit stones when she suddenly sneezed several times. She rubbed her nose, looking around suspiciously. Could someone be talking badly about her? Chapter 122 Comparison is the thief of joy. Fang Yuxin suspected someone was talking behind her back. She thought about it and wondered if Bai Qianqian had spoken ill of her to Bai Yi. But that child was always so sensible. He probably wouldn't do that. So who could it be? Could it be Chan Si? That guy seemed quite cunning. She wondered if he'd figured something out. And that frail-looking man, I think his surname was Chan or something, he looked at her like she was an experimental subject. He wasn't a good person either. And that hot woman, she was also full of hostility towards her. Maybe she was talking about her behind her back too. Fang Yuxin thought about it and realized there were quite a few suspicious people. But she just thought about it casually and didn't care much. There were definitely many people in the world who disliked her. Caring about what others said behind her back was just asking for trouble. If someone dared to scheme against her, she'd just face it. There was really nothing to worry about. Rubbing her itchy nose again, Fang Yuxin stopped thinking about it and focused all her attention on digging for yuan stones. Now that the military knows about the yuan stones, they'll definitely be secretly sending people to search and excavate them. She has to seize this opportunity to dig up as many as possible. While searching for yuan stones, she also found some usable supplies. If she found anything useful while digging for yuan stones, she would collect it. She didn't bother to pick up the rest that was buried under the rubble. Anyway, they already had plenty of supplies. There was no need to go too far and leave the other survivors with nothing. As they gathered here to search for supplies, zombies would occasionally follow the scent and come over. Most of them were low-level zombies, and occasionally 1 or 2 level 1 zombies would appear, but they were all ordinary zombies. Mutant zombies didn't appear anymore. Level 1 zombies were more difficult to deal with than low-level zombies. Although they hadn't mutated, after advancing, their agility, speed, intelligence, defense, and strength had all improved, making them quite troublesome for ordinary ability users. However, these ordinary level 1 zombies were no match for Fang Yuxin. The blade imbued with wood elemental spiritual energy easily broke through their defenses. Fang Yuxin didn't exert much effort. They dealt with the zombies. Busy as they were, time flew by, and it was noon in the blink of an eye. Their haul was good, and everyone wore a smile. They seemed quite satisfied with their gains. Although being out in the wild wasn't convenient, Fang Yuxin was in a good mood, so she led her group to a nearby house as their lodging. She took out a simple gas stove and started cooking meat soup. She had all the seasonings and ingredients she needed. The soup contained not only fresh slices of meat, but also some fresh vegetables and mountain delicacies. As more ingredients were added, the soup became increasingly fragrant and delicious. In this post-apocalyptic world where many survivors could only afford instant noodles and biscuits, it was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Bai Yi and his group, to avoid suspicion, had originally chosen a house not too far away. Their conditions were already quite good compared to many other survivors. They had plenty of food. Instant noodles, biscuits, vacuum-packed cooked food, canned meat, bread, and even a simple gas stove and pot. They could cook. But compared to Fang Yuxin's group, their conditions were incredibly poor. Bai Yi's subordinates were all quite familiar with Bai Qianqian, especially Meng Qingluo, who had feelings for Bai Yi and had often gone to great lengths to win his favor. This time, with Bai Qianqian by Bai Yi's side and Fang Yuxin out of her way, she planned to take the opportunity to ingratiate herself with Bai Qianqian, hoping he would stay with them and not go back to Fang Yuxin. She knew that Bai Yi and Fang Yuxin originally had no connection, and didn't even know each other before, but if Bai Qianqian stayed with Fang Yuxin, Bai Yi would definitely treat her differently, and perhaps develop feelings over time. She was quite confident in her skills and, having witnessed the tragic conditions of many survivors, knew their circumstances were relatively good. She figured Fang Yuxin's conditions must not be much better, and Bai Qianqian must have suffered a lot following Fang Yuxin. She planned to show off her skills this time. Bai Qianqian was young and couldn't endure hardship, so she was sure she could win his heart. So focused on pleasing Bai Qianqian, she forgot that the Fong family had secretly acquired a lot of supplies, and Fang Yuxin was a wood-type ability user, making it incredibly easy for her to get fresh vegetables and fruits. She was cooking instant noodles with canned meat, and the taste was decent, but just as the aroma started to emerge, an unusually fresh and delicious smell wafted in from outside. Conditions had become harsh after the apocalypse, making it very difficult to obtain fresh vegetables unless one searched in vegetable gardens, where they might find some untouched produce. After the apocalypse, Chen Si was severely injured and unconscious. With Chen Si in tow, how could they possibly have the opportunity to go to large-scale agricultural bases to find food? Suddenly smelling this long-lost fresh aroma was irresistible to anyone. Not to mention others, even Meng Qingluo herself suddenly felt disgusted with the instant noodles in the pot. Bai Qianqian wrinkled his little nose, glanced disdainfully at the pot not far away, and winked at Bai Yi. "Daddy, I miss Mommy." Bai Yi hesitated for a second, then stood up with Bai Qianqian in his arms and said to his teammates very naturally, "Qianqian misses his mommy. I'll take him there, you guys eat first." The group exchanged glances, their eyes full of reproach as they looked at Bai Yi. "Boss, you're not loyal. How could you abandon your brothers to freeload?" Bai Yi wasn't guilty at all, looking back confidently. "You're overthinking it, I'm just taking Qianqian there." The group silently looked away. "Sha! Who believes that?" Watching Bai Yi leave with Bai Qianqian, Meng Qingluo, who was turning off the stove, completely lost her appetite. Her cooking skills were good. She had been in charge of the team's meals for some time now, and everyone used to compliment her every time they ate, both as praise and gratitude. Unfortunately, everything is relative. Smelling that delicious aroma, and then eating this instant noodles cooked with canned meat, everyone lost their appetite. The group exchanged glances. Seeing Meng Qingluo's low spirits, the ever-kind Su Wu said, "Although Qingluo is a good cook, don't fight over it. Take turns." His words sparked a lively discussion among the others. Meng Qingluo forced a smile, but her mind had already wandered far away with Bai Yi. The enticing aroma was irresistible. She suddenly remembered that the Fong family had secretly acquired a lot of supplies before the apocalypse, and Fang Yuxin was a wood-type ability user. Getting fresh vegetables would be easy for him. Bai Qianqian's meals these past few days had been incredibly good. She had been worrying for nothing. Bai Yi led Bai Qianqian, following the scent, to the temporary shelter where Fang Yuxin and the others were. The closer they got, the stronger the aroma became. Inside, a folding table held a lavish spread of food. Besides a pot of meat soup, there were also containers of poached chicken, braised duck, beef jerky, and spicy tripe slices, all in generous portions. These were all cold dishes, prepared by Fang Yuxin early in the morning, so they wouldn't arouse suspicion. The rice was also prepared early, ready to eat after being soaked in hot soup. The rice grains absorbed the savory flavor of the soup, becoming even softer, stickier, and more fragrant. Bai Qianqian, being a child, was already hungry, and his eyes lit up at the sight of the abundant food. Fang Yuxin was happy to see him return and quickly invited him to sit down and eat. Folding stools were placed around the table, showing that they were quite well prepared. Fang Yuxin glanced at Bai Yi and casually said, "Mr. Bai, if you don't mind, please join us for dinner." Bai Yi readily sat down next to Bai Qianqian, skipping all formalities, and said quite readily, "Then I'll have to bother you." Fang Yuxiang gritted his teeth, still disliking Bai Yi, but since he was a guest, he couldn't just give him a cold shoulder, as that would make the Fong family seem ill-mannered. He forced a smile, exchanged a few simple greetings, and then ignored Bai Yi. Bai Yi didn't mind, took the bowl and chopsticks Bai Qianqian handed him, and quickly started eating. Because zombies or survivors could come at any moment outside, they were very fast, finishing their lunch in less than 10 minutes. During this time, Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian kept on alert using their spiritual senses. Perhaps because of Lu Meng, the survivors who had left earlier hadn't returned, instead attracting quite a few zombies. Since the zombies were still some distance away, the two ignored them, and by the time they got closer, they had already finished their lunch. Everyone had a large appetite, finishing all the food completely, even the broth. The harsh conditions of the apocalypse forced people to grow. Things once taken for granted now seemed incredibly precious. In the face of hunger and death, no one would be sentimental. Hearing the roars of the zombies, Bai Yi offered to clear them out as a way of thanking them. Unfortunately, no one appreciated his offer. As soon as he brought it up, Fang Yuxiang said, "I'll go with you." At his words, Chan Xiao and the others stood up and said in unison, "We'll go too." Unless they encountered mutated zombies, ordinary zombies were practically free crystal cores for them. No one wanted to give them away for free and let Bai Yi profit from them. Bai Yi paused, thinking of the survivors who viewed zombies as a monstrous threat, and suddenly found them quite interesting. He raised an eyebrow at Fang Yuxiang, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "How about a competition?" Hearing this, Fang Yuxiang felt a surge of fighting spirit. "All right, let's have a competition." With that, the two walked out almost simultaneously. Chan Xiao and the others exchanged glances and followed closely behind, wondering if they could still pick up any leftovers with these two formidable figures. Fang Yuxin didn't go out with them. She quickly packed her things and stored them in her spatial storage. Just as she was about to call the others to go out together, she discovered that some survivors had entered the ruins. Judging from the situation, these people seemed to be after them. Chapter 123 Three Forces. Fang Yuxin, wary, didn't linger in the room and quickly left. Chu Qianhe noticed her expression and immediately realized something was wrong. So she lowered her voice and asked, "Yuxin, what's wrong?" Fang Yuxin said, "Survivors have entered the ruins. I suspect they're after us. Let's go check it out." Chu Qianhe and Fang Jintong's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and they instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Bai Qianqian pursed his lips, determined to teach anyone who came looking for trouble a lesson. The four of them quickly went outside and soon saw Bai Yi and Fang Yuxiang's group. All the zombies had been killed, and the two were efficiently collecting crystal cores. Chan Xiao and the other four stood blankly to the side, completely stunned by Fang Yuxiang and Bai Ye's methods, with no chance to intervene. Fang Yuxin glanced over and saw survivors walking towards them from a distance. They were all armed, their eyes fixed on Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi, filled with terror, clearly intimidated by their strength. These survivors were divided into 3 teams, each with about 20 people, totaling 70 or 80. However, they didn't seem to be from the same group but rather from 3 different factions. They approached slowly, their expressions showing a deep apprehension towards Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi. It was unclear what their purpose was. Fang Yuxin was vigilant but not afraid. She was confident in her own strength. These people were no match for her. Chan Xiao and the others were equally wary, But Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi, with their formidable strength, weren't particularly worried. As the three teams drew closer, stopping when they were about 5 meters apart, the three leaders clasped their hands in a fist salute, a gesture of greeting. This was an ancient custom, though not as formal as in the past, it still expressed respect. The three were all men, one appearing to be around 27 or 28, another around 30, and the third around 35 or 36. Their ages were similar. Judging from their physical condition, they were both in their prime. Such people not only possess abundant physical strength but also considerable social experience. No wonder they were chosen as team leaders. After exchanging greetings, the steady-looking man, who appeared to be in his mid-30s, proactively explained their purpose. "We can see that you two are quite capable. We've come here to discuss a deal with you. We wonder if you two are interested." Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi exchanged a glance, completely taken aback. These people had actually come to discuss a deal. Judging from their demeanor, they had thought they were there to cause trouble. Fang Yuxiang thought for a moment and asked, "What kind of deal?" Seeing his interest, the man immediately said, "It's like this, there's a food trading city nearby with a lot of supplies, but for some reason it's now occupied by a group of zombies. We've been trying to break in but haven't been able to. So we'd like to invite you two and your friends to join us. What do you two think?" Hearing this, Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi immediately had an idea and thought they could give it a try. However, their thoughts changed. Fang Yuxiang thought they could dump the supplies inside the Greenwood Spirit Mansion without anyone noticing. Bai Yi, on the other hand, thought that with only 2 vehicles they wouldn't earn much. If they went, they'd need to find a way to get a large truck, otherwise they'd suffer a huge loss. Having come up with an idea, the two asked almost simultaneously, "Okay, how do you plan to divide it?" The three exchanged glances and finally the eldest said, "How about we each take a quarter?" Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi laughed coldly. "A quarter? How dare this guy ask for that?" Although there were many of them, they were still no match for them. Without them, these people wouldn't have been able to get into that place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically come to invite them. And yet, they were only willing to give up a quarter of the profits. Their ambition was too great. Fang Yuxin stood behind them, but her mind was on another matter. She remembered that in her dream, the food trading city in the old city was indeed overrun by zombies, and countless survivors had died there. Later, it was Qiu Yiming and Fang Mengyao who led people to clear the zombies and retrieve the supplies. Now, Qiu Yiming and Fang Mengyao probably wouldn't have that opportunity. She stepped forward, walked to Fang Yuxiang's side and said loudly, "Cooperation is possible, but how much supplies we get depends on our own abilities." Her words enraged everyone. The young man in his late 20s shouted, "Who are you? You have no right to speak here." He sensed that Fang Yuxin's energy fluctuations were weak, and assumed she wasn't strong enough, so he didn't take her seriously. On the other hand, Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi, whom they had witnessed hunting zombies, knew that the two were very strong, which was why they extended the invitation. In reality, they were just trying their luck here. They had received intelligence that Lu Meng had been killed, which surprised them greatly. They knew Lu Meng's strength. Anyone who could kill him was obviously powerful. At that time, they had the idea of cooperation in mind, but hadn't decided yet. After lunch, they planned to come here to try their luck, to see if they could encounter anyone and whether those people were worth cooperating with. Having witnessed Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi's strength firsthand, their resolve solidified. They had a premonition that with these two joining them, they might actually be able to break into the food trading city. At this moment, their only thought was to fight their way in, grab some loot and run. They had no intention of killing all the zombies there. There were simply too many zombies there, at least tens of thousands, and they didn't know how they had gathered together. It was incredibly bizarre. The man had barely finished speaking when he sensed something was wrong. Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi's expressions turned grim, and even the surrounding air seemed to tense up, freezing in place. He instantly had a bad feeling, his gaze sweeping over the group, trying to guess their relationships. Fang Yuxiang smiled coldly, his chilling gaze fixed on him like a wolf eyeing its prey, ready to tear him to pieces at any moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Remember, she's my sister." The young man's face instantly turned pale. He was quite capable. Since the apocalypse, he had become a minor leader, commanding a group of men and considered relatively powerful among the survivors. In this old city, no one dared to be so disrespectful to him anymore. Even the leaders of other safe zones treated him with respect. But these people were simply too despicable. Seeing the situation was turning against him, Bai Yi immediately said, "If you have no objections, let's do it this way. We'll go back and prepare today, and meet you there at 8 o'clock tomorrow. We'll act together then, how about that?" The three hesitated for a moment, then, as if remembering something, their faces paled, and they nodded in agreement. After that, they didn't linger and quickly left the place. It seemed they also planned to go back and prepare properly. Fang Yuxin, recalling the expressions on the three men's faces, analyzed. Their expressions were very unpleasant. That place must be very dangerous, otherwise they wouldn't have agreed so easily. Bai Yi seemed nonchalant. "Anyway, it's an opportunity. We'll see what happens after we go." Fang Yuxin nodded, agreeing with Bai Yi's assessment. Then, his expression suddenly stiffened, as if he had suddenly remembered something. He glanced at Bai Yi unhappily and said coldly, "All right, since they're gone, let's each go our own way. I won't keep you company any longer." After he finished speaking, he pulled Fang Yuxin and turned to leave. Bai Yi watched him carefully shield Fang Yuxin by his side, treating him like a monster, and shook his head helplessly. "TSK. A sister complex is an illness, it needs treatment." Seeing that Fang Yuxin and the others had left, Chen Si and the others approached Bai Yi. Meng Qingluo asked worriedly, "Big brother, isn't this too hasty? Are you sure you're confident?" "Like that Mr. Fong said, that food trading city is definitely dangerous. And those three groups, they obviously have their own ulterior motives. Isn't cooperating with them too risky? Moreover, Fang Yuxin is Qiu Yiming's fiancé. If she tells Qiu Yiming about this, not only will they not get any benefits, but they might even face death." Bai Yi glanced at her, knowing what she was worried about. But he didn't want to tell her that Fang Yuxin had decided to break off her engagement with Qiu Yiming. So he simply said, "I know what I'm doing, nothing will happen." After thinking for a moment, he decided to take this opportunity to tell her his plans, saying, "I'm planning to go to the safe zone outside the city today. You should be prepared." "What?" Meng Qingluo exclaimed, looking at Bai Yi in disbelief. She subconsciously felt that this matter must be related to Fang Yuxin, and her gaze towards Bai Yi was filled with disappointment and sadness. "Big brother, you're taking too much of a risk." Bai Yi didn't say anything but turned to Chen Si and said, "Chen Si, come with me." Chen Si smiled at Meng Qingluo and followed Bai Yi away. Meng Qingluo frowned, intending to follow and continue arguing with Bai Yi. But Su Wu grabbed her arm. Su Wu shook his head at her and said in a low voice, "Qingluo, the boss knows what he's doing. You shouldn't get involved in his affairs." After he finished speaking, he felt a little sorry for Meng Qingluo's disappointed look. His last words were actually advice to Meng Qingluo to stop interfering in Bai Yi and Fang Yuxin's affairs. He knew Meng Qingluo liked Bai Yi, but feelings couldn't be forced. Regardless of Bai Yi's current feelings for Fang Yuxin, he was at least uninterested in Meng Qingluo. Given Bai Yi's temper, Meng Qingluo's interference would only lead to trouble. Meng Qingluo took a deep breath. Her eyes flickered, and she whispered thank you to Su Wu. Fang Yuxin was unaware of what was happening. She extended her spiritual sense, intending to check for any survivors approaching, but instead witnessed a scene that enraged her. Chapter 124 Run. Shang Jinxiu sped through the alleyways on her motorcycle, pursued by a car. Crescent-shaped wind blades shot at her relentlessly, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. She dodged the blades frantically, and for those she couldn't avoid, she could only take the hits with her body. She had several cuts, none deep or fatal, but blood flowed continuously, emitting a strong pungent stench. This blood loss not only weakened her body, but also attracted zombies with the strong smell of blood. To make matters worse, her motorcycle was running low on fuel and wouldn't last much longer. Looking at the ruins so close at hand, her eyes gleamed with determination and a hint of triumph. She had heard from other survivors that a powerful group had come to these ruins and killed Lu Meng. She didn't know if those people were still here, but this was her last chance. Behind her, the car drew ever closer, its occupants laughing lewdly, watching Shang Jinxiu's disheveled state with smug satisfaction, like toying with their prey. Someone said, "Shang, don't push your luck. It's your good fortune that Master Wei has taken a liking to you. Just obediently submit to Master Wei. Serve him well, and you'll definitely live a life of luxury. What's wrong with that? Shang Jinxiu didn't answer. She gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed intently ahead. Almost there. Almost there. But just then, a zombie lunged out from the side, baring its fangs and claws, lunging at her. The zombie's black fingernails seemed to gleam, incredibly sharp, easily tearing through a person's body. The motorcycle crashed into the zombie, and Shang Jinxiu, thrown off balance by the momentum, avoided the zombie's attack. Her body landed heavily on the ground. Many places were scraped and bleeding profusely, making her look like a blood-soaked figure. Ignoring the excruciating pain all over her body, she struggled to her feet and limped forward. A voice inside her seemed to urge her, "Run. Run. There will be salvation there." The zombie quickly caught up, and just as it was about to grab her, the car behind her accelerated suddenly and slammed into it. Shang Jinxiu fell to the ground from the impact, rolling several times. She barely avoided the car's pounding, but this only worsened her injuries, leaving her too weak to get up. Her scraped hands braced against the ground, her soft palms pressed against the rough earth, the wounds pricking her with sharp pain, causing tears to uncontrollably well up in her eyes, clinging to her curled eyelashes. She looked disheveled and pitiful, yet strangely alluring. This caused the people in the car to burst into unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha, run. You think you're so fast? Why did you stop? Keep running. You shameless bitch. Brother Wei, why waste your breath on her? I'll go get her for you right now." "Exactly. This chick's got some kicks. Take her back and train her a bit. She'll definitely have something special." The two men's words were met with unrestrained laughter from the passengers, who were extremely smug. "Ha ha ha." Only one young man frowned deeply, disapprovingly, saying, "Brother Wei, this woman is still bleeding. We should take her away as soon as possible. Otherwise it might attract more zombies. And I heard that Master Meng had his accident up ahead. I don't know if those people are gone or not. We shouldn't stay here any longer." The man called Brother Wei was a gloomy man in his early 30s, with a face full of scars, looking very intimidating. His eyes were fierce like a wild beast, flashing with cruel light. He had a cigar dangling from his mouth, his gaze dark as he looked at Shang Jinxiu, who was sprawled on the ground, trying to get up for what seemed like the umpteenth time. He chuckled coldly. "Little 3, little 4, get her in the car. We're leaving this hellhole right now." As soon as he finished speaking, two lewd young men grinned and got out of the car, walking towards Shang Jinxiu. Shang Jinxiu was still trying to get up, but she failed every time. Her whole body ached as if she had been run over, and she couldn't muster any strength. The abrasions on her palms, caused by constant friction, were becoming more severe and burning painful. Watching the two lewd young men approach, her heart sank lower and lower, filled with increasing despair. But then she suddenly heard the roar of an engine. The sound wasn't loud, but it vibrated in her ears like a heavy hammer. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the motorcycle approaching from afar, her beautiful eyes instantly shining brightly. It was a very stylish and luxurious black motorcycle, and the woman on it was very beautiful. Her stylish short hair added a touch of wildness to her beauty, and her form-fitting clothes accentuated her perfect curves. Even her posture while riding the motorcycle was exceptionally beautiful and full of power. Shang Jinxiu suddenly had a feeling that this was a very formidable woman. The two young men who were almost beside Shang Jinxiu couldn't help but stop when they saw this scene, and even started whistling loudly. "Hey! Another pretty girl. Boss Wei. This chick's hot." Boss Wei, cigar in hand, stared intently at Fang Yuxin riding on the bicycle, exhaling a smoke ring with a look of ecstasy. He then said to his men in the car, Xiao Lu, you two get out and grab her too." Xiao Lu was the young man who had been frowning earlier. He had a gut feeling that this person was no ordinary individual, so he advised, "Boss Wei, let's just forget about it. This woman came from the ruins. She's probably with those people." His words enraged Boss Wei, who glared at him fiercely and snapped, "What are you afraid of? If she had accomplices, how could she have come alone? Get out of the car now." Xiao Lu's brow furrowed instantly. He knew this man was quite capable, ruthless, and had only one flaw. He was prone to losing his mind over women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately injured Shang Jinxiu with his wind blade to vent his anger, completely disregarding whether it would attract zombies. Despite his unease, he dared not disobey Boss Wei's orders and had no choice but to get out of the car with his companions. As he got off the motorcycle, he immediately reached for the pistol in his pocket, determined to act immediately if anything went wrong. At that moment, Fang Yuxin was already in front of them. The motorcycle made a stylish U-turn and stopped at the roadside. With a swift movement of her long legs, Fang Yuxin dismounted gracefully, drawing her meow knife from her waist as she did so. The two sleazy young men, seeing her stop, were whistling arrogantly, but the next moment, they only saw a flash of movement, a black blade flashing like lightning, followed by a chill on their necks, and then a torrent of scalding liquid. They had no time to react. Their bodies had already fallen backward. They instinctively clutched their necks, the scalding liquid instantly staining their hands and seeping through their fingers. They heard the sound of wind in their ears, like the wailing of the unjustly killed. They strained to open their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, but they couldn't stop the loss of life. The change happened in an instant. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu watched helplessly as Xiao San and Xiao Si had their throats slit, their faces instantly turning pale. Xiao Wu panicked, and in his panic, he lost his composure. Xiao Lu, however, reacted quickly. Perhaps he had a premonition. He wasn't surprised, but rather felt it was inevitable. He pulled out the gun he had been holding and fired at Fang Yuxin. Then, to his horror, he saw Fang Yuxin rushing towards him at incredible speed. Her movements were so fast that he could only see afterimages. Just when he thought the bullet had hit her, he found Fang Yuxin was already inches away. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips, and then in a flash she disappeared before his eyes. Xiao Lu felt no relief whatsoever. Alarm bells rang in his mind, a strong sense of crisis accompanied by the chilling feeling of impending death. Then the next moment he felt a chill on his neck. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, only to see the afterimages of the bullet hitting Fang Yuxin, the afterimages disappearing one by one in a bizarre way. Then his legs buckled, and his body fell backward uncontrollably. He heard the eerie sound of wind, knowing it was the sound of blood flowing from the wound. He grabbed his neck with both hands, desperately trying to plug the wound, but it was no use. Blood quickly stained his hands, seeping through his fingers. His eyes widened, and he saw those he had killed and tortured. Faces flashed before him, their faces filled with pleading, begging for his life. But then their faces turned ferocious, and they pounced on him. They were not human. They were vengeful ghosts. Xiao Lu's eyes widened further, his body trembling violently. Then gradually, the trembling subsided. Xiao Wu also escaped death. He didn't even have time to draw his gun before Fang Yuxin slit his throat. Then came Wei Yi in the car. He was in an SUV sitting in the middle seat. After his men got out, he was the only one left in the car. The turn of events happened too fast. He had no time to react. Seeing Fang Yuxin kill his men one by one in the blink of an eye, his immediate thought wasn't to kill her, but to escape. Escape. He had to escape. He didn't dare get out of the car and climbed directly into the driver's seat. But just as he gripped the steering wheel, Fang Yuxin had already rushed to the side of the car. Realizing the danger, he grabbed a submachine gun and prepared to shoot Fang Yuxin. His index finger had just pulled the trigger when Fang Yuxin's hand was already faster, grabbing the gun. Then she twisted it forcefully, and with a crisp crack, Wei Ye's index finger was snapped off. He let out a piercing scream, instinctively wanting to beg for mercy. Before he could utter a single word, the cold blade pierced his neck, pinning him to the chair. His eyes widened, the initial terror giving way to a venomous glare at Fang Yuxin, his strength surging instantly. He smirked wildly, only to see Fang Yuxin smile slightly, then forcefully slap his forehead. Crack! Chapter 125 New Team Members. Are you alright? A clear voice came from above. Shang Jinxiu looked up, meeting Fang Yuxin's gaze, which held a hint of concern beneath its cool tone. She said, Thank you. Her voice was a little hoarse. After speaking, she tried to sit up again. Perhaps because the threat was gone, she finally managed to get up this time. But just as she stood up, Before she could even straighten her body, she suddenly swayed, about to fall again. Shang Jinxiu couldn't help but gasp, but then felt a pull on her arm. Using that pull, she managed to stand up straight and thanked Fang Yuxin again. "Thank you for saving me." Seeing that she was steady, Fang Yuxin released her hand. She didn't ask who Shang Jinxiu was, just nodded and then turned to leave. Her reason for rescuing her this time, besides pity, was mostly anger and a momentary impulse. In her dream, she hadn't awakened her supernatural abilities and remained an ordinary person. Her beautiful appearance hadn't brought her luck, only endless trouble. After separating from Qiu Yiming, she had been targeted by various people, and she had encountered situations like today many times before. Sometimes she and Fang Yuxiang could easily kill their opponents, while other times they had to risk serious injury to kill them. So upon discovering the situation here, she felt a surge of intense anger and rushed over on her motorcycle without thinking. However, after killing those people, she discovered that this poor woman possessed energy fluctuations. She was a superhuman, not an ordinary person. This discovery disappointed Fang Yuxin. She had always believed that the most important thing for survivors in danger was to actively seek ways to save themselves, rather than hoping for luck and passively waiting for others to rescue them. So, even though she hadn't awakened her superhuman abilities, she still diligently practiced her swordsmanship to improve her strength and didn't give up on herself. She comfortably became a burden to Fang Yuxiang. But this person, who had clearly awakened her superhuman abilities, couldn't even release them when in danger, which greatly disappointed Fang Yuxin. So she didn't intend to get entangled with this person any longer, and didn't even ask their name, preparing to leave directly. However, just as she turned to get into the car, Shang Jinxiu spoke up. Her voice sounded very uneasy. What she said surprised Fang Yuxin greatly. Please let me follow you, I'm a space ability user." Fang Yuxin turned around abruptly, her gaze fixed on Shang Jinxiu. Shang Jinxiu was very nervous, but she forced herself to calm down. She opened her palm and in the blink of an eye, a can of meat appeared in her previously empty hand. Fang Yuxin looked at her in surprise, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Why did you tell me?" Space ability users are so special that many carefully conceal their abilities. She hadn't expected Shang Jinxiu to say it so directly. This person trusted her far too much. Fang Yuxin instinctively said, "Spatial abilities are too special. You shouldn't have told me. If I had any ill intentions towards you, you'd be finished." Unexpectedly, Shang Jinxiu said, "Actually, I know it's best not to tell others about such abilities, but you're different. You just saved me. Without you, I can't even imagine what would have happened to me. So I think it's okay to tell you. I believe you're not that kind of person." Fang Yuxin smiled, her gaze towards Shang Jinxiu becoming more serious. She had thought this person was just too naive. Now she realized she had misjudged her. However, this person's thinking was indeed pure of heart. She asked, "You just said you wanted to come with me?" Shang Jinxiu quickly nodded. "Yes. You're very capable, it'll definitely be safer with you. But don't worry, I'll try my best not to be a burden. My space is about 100 square meters, and I've already packed some supplies inside. If you want them, I can give them to you." Fang Yuxin could see that she had hesitated for a moment, but her words came from the heart. This person had been quite frank, saying so much already, and offering to give her supplies was something most people wouldn't have the guts to do. Although this person might only be acting in self-preservation, perhaps because her gaze was so sincere, Fang Yuxin hesitated for a moment before saying, "You can come with me. As for your supplies, keep them for yourself. You don't need to give them to me. I don't keep useless people around me. Since you said you work hard, I'll give you this opportunity. Do you have weapons?" Shang Jinxiu was very surprised. Her offer to give Fang Yuxin the supplies was indeed sincere, but it was a difficult decision she had made. She was currently covered in injuries and lacked strength. If separated from Fang Yuxin, she wouldn't survive long, unless she found another powerful person to rely on. But in her opinion, it was better to directly rely on Fang Yuxin than to search again. This person had saved her, indicating good strength and character, and when she learned she was a space ability user, she showed no greed or covetousness beyond surprise, which made her feel even more favorably towards Fang Yuxin. Shang Jinxiu had a gut feeling that following Fang Yuxin was definitely the right choice. At the same time, she knew that although she possessed spatial abilities, her strength was insufficient, and her space was only useful for storing supplies. So, after some hesitation, she decided to offer the supplies inside in exchange for the chance to stay by Fang Yuxin's side. However, to her surprise, Fang Yuxin refused. Fang Yuxin didn't even ask how many supplies she had before rejecting her without hesitation. After her initial surprise, she quickly guessed a possibility. Fang Yuxin simply didn't care about the supplies she had. Having experienced the apocalypse firsthand, Shang Jinxiu had seen a lot, so she quickly deduced the truth. Fang Yuxin likely had far more supplies, which was why she looked down on what she had. This guess overjoyed her. She felt it must be her parents' blessings that allowed her to meet Fang Yuxin. Thinking of Fang Yuxin's earlier question, she quickly took out 2 daggers. The daggers were very sharp, and judging from the marks on the blades, they had been used to kill zombies. Fang Yuxin nodded and said, "Those who follow me must swear a blood oath of never betraying me. Are you willing?" A blood oath. Shang Jinxiu found it all very fantastical. She had only ever seen such things in novels. But after hesitating for a moment, she nodded firmly. "I'm willing." Shang Jinxiu smiled, quickly swore the blood oath, then took Wei Ji's submachine gun and tossed it to her, saying, "Your 2 daggers are useless. Take this first, be careful not to fire it accidentally. I'll teach you how to use it later." She paused, then added, "Let me heal your wounds first." Shang Jinxiu was stunned for a moment, then saw Fang Yuxin flick several beams of green light from her fingers, shooting them onto her body. Because she had already sworn the blood oath, she felt no fear. Nor did she think Fang Yuxin would harm her. Sure enough, as soon as the green light entered her body, she felt an extremely comfortable coolness. Then she saw her wounds healing at a visible speed. Soon, all the wounds disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. She suddenly remembered something she had heard before. Some survivors said that wood-type ability users possessed healing abilities. However, wood-type ability users were rare. She had never encountered one, let alone witnessed such a miraculous ability firsthand. Now experiencing it firsthand, she was astonished and admired Fang Yuxin even more. Because she herself had awakened spatial abilities, she hadn't thought they were anything special. But after witnessing Fang Yuxin's abilities, she actually envied her, finding her truly remarkable. Shang Jinxiu cautiously asked, "Sister Yuxin, you're a wood-type ability user, right?" When they swore their blood oath, they had already exchanged names and ages. Fang Yuxin was 2 months older than Shang Jinxiu, so Shang Jinxiu called her Sister Yuxin. This address was affectionate, but more importantly, it expressed her respect for Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin didn't deny it, simply nodding, and then asked her, "How much space do you have left?" Upon hearing this, Shang Jinxiu instantly felt a sense of mission, feeling that she finally had a place to use her talents. She excitedly said, "I used 20 square meters to store supplies, and there are still 80 square meters left, which can hold quite a lot." Fang Yuxin nodded. "Okay, then you can put this car away." Wei Ye's SUV was quite nice, and Fang Yuxin felt it was a shame to waste it. Since Shang Jinxiu had spatial abilities, she let her keep it. Actually, she had wanted to take Shang Jinxiu in as soon as she learned that Shang Jinxiu was a spatial ability user. Her own Greenwood spiritual mansion couldn't be exposed, and with Shang Jinxiu, a spatial ability user, she could help her cover it up. Chapter 125, New Team Members. "Are you alright?" A clear voice came from above. Shang Jinxiu looked up, meeting Fang Yuxin's gaze, which held a hint of concern beneath its cool tone. She said, Thank you." Her voice was a little hoarse. After speaking, she tried to sit up again. Perhaps because the threat was gone, she finally managed to get up this time. But just as she stood up, before she could even straighten her body, she suddenly swayed, about to fall again. Shang Jinxiu couldn't help but gasp, but then felt a pull on her arm. Using that pull, she managed to stand up straight and thanked Fang Yuxin again. "Thank you for saving me." Seeing that she was steady, Fang Yuxin released her hand. She didn't ask who Shang Jinxiu was, just nodded and then turned to leave. Her reason for rescuing her this time, besides pity, was mostly anger and a momentary impulse. In her dream, she hadn't awakened her supernatural abilities, and remained an ordinary person. Her beautiful appearance hadn't brought her luck, only endless trouble. After separating from Cho Yiming, she had been targeted by various people, and she had encountered situations like today many times before. Sometimes she and Fang Yuxiang could easily kill their opponents, while other times they had to risk serious injury to kill them. So upon discovering the situation here, she felt a surge of intense anger and rushed over on her motorcycle without thinking. However, after killing those people, she discovered that this poor woman possessed energy fluctuations. She was a superhuman, not an ordinary person. This discovery disappointed Fang Yuxin. She had always believed that the most important thing for survivors in danger was to actively seek ways to save themselves, rather than hoping for luck and passively waiting for others to rescue them. So, even though she hadn't awakened her superhuman abilities, she still diligently practiced her swordsmanship to improve her strength and didn't give up on herself. She comfortably became a burden to Fang Yuxiang. But this person who had clearly awakened her superhuman abilities couldn't even release them when in danger, which greatly disappointed Fang Yuxin. So she didn't intend to get entangled with this person any longer, and didn't even ask their name, preparing to leave directly. However, just as she turned to get into the car, Shang Jinxiu spoke up. Her voice sounded very uneasy. What she said surprised Fang Yuxin greatly. Please let me follow you. I'm a space ability user. Fang Yuxin turned around abruptly, her gaze fixed on Shang Jinxiu. Shang Jinxiu was very nervous, but she forced herself to calm down. She opened her palm, and in the blink of an eye, a can of meat appeared in her previously empty hand. Fang Yuxin looked at her in surprise, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Why did you tell me?" Space ability users are so special that many carefully conceal their abilities. She hadn't expected Shang Jinxiu to say it so directly. This person trusted her far too much. Fang Yuxin instinctively said, "Spatial abilities are too special. You shouldn't have told me. If I had any ill intentions towards you, you'd be finished." Unexpectedly, Shang Jinxiu said, "Actually, I know it's best not to tell others about such abilities, but you're different. You just saved me. Without you, I can't even imagine what would have happened to me. So I think it's okay to tell you. I believe you're not that kind of person." Fang Yuxin smiled, her gaze towards Shang Jinxiu becoming more serious. She had thought this person was just too naive. Now she realized she had misjudged her. However, this person's thinking was indeed pure of heart. She asked, "You just said you wanted to come with me?" Shang Jinxiu quickly nodded. "Yes. You're very capable, it'll definitely be safer with you. But don't worry, I'll try my best not to be a burden. My space is about 100 square meters, and I've already packed some supplies inside. If you want them, I can give them to you." Fang Yuxin could see that she had hesitated for a moment, but her words came from the heart. This person had been quite frank, saying so much already, and offering to give her supplies was something most people wouldn't have the guts to do. Although this person might only be acting in self-preservation, perhaps because her gaze was so sincere, Fang Yuxin hesitated for a moment before saying, "You can come with me. As for your supplies, keep them for yourself. You don't need to give them to me. I don't keep useless people around me. Since you said you work hard, I'll give you this opportunity. Do you have weapons?" Shang Jinxiu was very surprised. Her offer to give Fang Yuxin the supplies was indeed sincere, but it was a difficult decision she had made. She was currently covered in injuries and lacked strength. If separated from Fang Yuxin, she wouldn't survive long, unless she found another powerful person to rely on. But in her opinion, it was better to directly rely on Fang Yuxin than to search again. This person had saved her, indicating good strength and character, and when she learned she was a space ability user, she showed no greed or covetousness beyond surprise, which made her feel even more favorably towards Fang Yuxin. Shang Jinxiu had a gut feeling that following Fang Yuxin was definitely the right choice. At the same time, she knew that although she possessed spatial abilities, her strength was insufficient, and her space was only useful for storing supplies. So, after some hesitation, she decided to offer the supplies inside in exchange for the chance to stay by Fang Yuxin's side. However, to her surprise, Fang Yuxin refused. Fang Yuxin didn't even ask how many supplies she had before rejecting her without hesitation. After her initial surprise, she quickly guessed a possibility. Fang Yuxin simply didn't care about the supplies she had. Having experienced the apocalypse firsthand, Shang Jinxiu had seen a lot, so she quickly deduced the truth. Fang Yuxin likely had far more supplies, which was why she looked down on what she had. This guess overjoyed her. She felt it must be her parents' blessings that allowed her to meet Fang Yuxin. Thinking of Fang Yuxin's earlier question, she quickly took out 2 daggers. The daggers were very sharp, and judging from the marks on the blades, they had been used to kill zombies. Fang Yuxin nodded and said, "Those who follow me must swear a blood oath of never betraying me. Are you willing?" A blood oath. Shang Jinxiu found it all very fantastical. She had only ever seen such things in novels. But after hesitating for a moment, she nodded firmly. "I'm willing." Shang Jinxiu smiled, quickly swore the blood oath, then took Wei Ji's submachine gun and tossed it to her, saying, "Your 2 daggers are useless. Take this first, be careful not to fire it accidentally. I'll teach you how to use it later." She paused, then added, "Let me heal your wounds first." Shang Jinxiu was stunned for a moment, then saw Fang Yuxin flick several beams of green light from her fingers, shooting them onto her body. Because she had already sworn the blood oath, she felt no fear. Nor did she think Fang Yuxin would harm her. Sure enough, as soon as the green light entered her body, she felt an extremely comfortable coolness. Then she saw her wounds healing at a visible speed. Soon, all the wounds disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. She suddenly remembered something she had heard before. Some survivors said that wood-type ability users possessed healing abilities. However, wood-type ability users were rare. She had never encountered one, let alone witnessed such a miraculous ability firsthand. Now experiencing it firsthand, she was astonished and admired Fang Yuxin even more. Because she herself had awakened spatial abilities, she hadn't thought they were anything special. But after witnessing Fang Yuxin's abilities, she actually envied her, finding her truly remarkable. Shang Jinxiu cautiously asked, "Sister Yuxin, you're a wood-type ability user, right?" When they swore their blood oath, they had already exchanged names and ages. Fang Yuxin was 2 months older than Shang Jinxiu, so Shang Jinxiu called her Sister Yuxin. This address was affectionate, but more importantly, it expressed her respect for Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin didn't deny it, simply nodding, and then asked her, "How much space do you have left?" Upon hearing this, Shang Jinxiu instantly felt a sense of mission, feeling that she finally had a place to use her talents. She excitedly said, "I used 20 square meters to store supplies, and there are still 80 square meters left, which can hold quite a lot." Fang Yuxin nodded. "Okay, then you can put this car away." Wei Ye's SUV was quite nice, and Fang Yuxin felt it was a shame to waste it. Since Shang Jinxiu had spatial abilities, she let her keep it. Actually, she had wanted to take Shang Jinxiu in as soon as she learned that Shang Jinxiu was a spatial ability user. Her own Greenwood spiritual mansion couldn't be exposed, and with Shang Jinxiu, a spatial ability user, she could help her cover it up. Chapter 126. Mutant Crystal Orchid. Back at the ruins, Fang Yuxin introduced Shang Jinxiu. "This is my brother, also the captain of Yongsheng. You can call him Captain Fong. There are others, you can get to know them gradually. Now that you've joined Yongsheng, we're all family. Don't feel awkward, just adapt." Shang Jinxiu nodded hurriedly, then looked at Fang Yuxiang and respectfully said, "Hello, Captain Fong." Her attitude was so respectful, it was like a student greeting a teacher. Fang Yuxiang probably sensed her sincerity, and the coldness on his face softened, his attitude becoming much gentler. He said, "You heard what Xin said earlier. I won't say anything more, but I hope you remember one thing. Since you're a member of Yongsheng, you can never betray Yongsheng or your teammates, understand?" His voice became more stern at the end. Shang Jinxiu nodded hurriedly, then met Fang Yuxiang's gaze without flinching, and said sincerely and firmly, "Captain Fong, don't worry, since I swore a blood oath, I will never betray Yongsheng. Sister Yuxin is my savior, and I will never forget that even if I die." Fang Yuxiang stared at her for a while, and seeing her unwavering sincerity, he finally nodded approvingly. He felt that this person was different from Lin Fein, so he would definitely give her a chance. Fang Yuxin whispered to Fang Yuxiang, "Brother Jinxiu is a spatial ability user. Her space is 100 square meters, and although some of it is currently used, there is still a lot of space available. Now that we have her, we can save a lot of trouble in the future. Fang Yuxiang immediately understood. Ever since he learned of the existence of the Azurewood Spirit Mansion, he had been worried that if this matter got out, Fang Yuxin would be in danger. Now that they had Shang Jinxiu, a spatial ability user, they could conveniently conceal the existence of the Azurewood Spirit Mansion, and they could act with greater peace of mind in the future. For this reason, he felt a growing fondness for Shang Jinxiu, and his gaze towards her softened. Without further delay, he began searching for yuan stones under Fang Yuxin's direction. Shang Jinxiu was surprised, assuming they were looking for supplies below. However, she quickly realized she was wrong. Fang Yuxiang had dug out a dusty stone from the rubble, wiped it clean, and then stuffed it into his backpack. He continued searching. Shang Jinxiu instantly understood. That stone was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang wouldn't have wasted time searching for such a stone. Ignoring the supplies below, she hesitated, unsure whether to ask. Then she heard Fang Yuxin whisper, "That's a yuan stone. It might contain yuan crystals. Since you've joined us, let's look for it together." Shang Jinxiu nodded. Although she was very curious about what yuan crystals were and what their purpose was, she wasn't stupid. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. The other survivors didn't know about yuan stones and yuan crystals. Clearly, they weren't ordinary things. This was a big secret, and she felt she shouldn't ask. If Fang Yuxin was willing to tell her, he certainly wouldn't hide it. Although the brother and sister were busy mining yuan stones, they also spent some time observing Shang Jinxiu. Seeing that her eyes remained clear after hearing about yuan crystals, and she didn't harbor any sinister thoughts, they looked at her with higher regard. Then, Fang Yuxin whispered to her about the effects of yuan crystals. Even though Shang Jinxiu was already prepared and guessed that the effects of yuan crystals would be extraordinary, she still couldn't help but gasp softly after hearing Fang Yuxin's words. She hadn't expected that the effects of yuan crystals were even more powerful than she imagined. It could actually give ordinary people the chance to awaken supernatural abilities and even improve the aptitude of those with supernatural abilities. This was simply too incredible. Shang Jinxiu was shocked. After the initial shock, she couldn't help but look at Fang Yuxin and say, "Sister Yuxin, why did you tell me such important news?" Fang Yuxin smiled and said matter-of-factly, as the old saying goes, "If you give me a peach, I will repay you with a precious jade. It's not just a repayment but a token of lasting friendship. Since you openly told me about your space ability, and now you're with Yongsheng, it's only natural for me to tell you about Yuanjing. There's nothing wrong with that." Shang Jinxiu felt a warmth in her heart. Since the apocalypse, she had witnessed the coldness of human nature, hiding and barely surviving. Fang Yuxin was the first person to treat her so kindly, which deeply moved her. She had been in a vulnerable position from the beginning, so when she revealed her space ability, she didn't expect anything in return. She was already grateful if Fang Yuxin would let her follow her and ensure her safety. However, Fang Yuxin didn't treat her arrogantly just because she was in a vulnerable position, nor did she consider herself her savior just because she had saved her life. On the contrary, she truly treated her as one of her own, even telling her such important news as Yuanjing. How could she not be moved? She felt her eyes stinging and quickly blinked to prevent herself from crying. Then looking at Fang Yuxin, she solemnly declared, "Sister Yuxin, don't worry. I will never betray your trust." Fang Yuxin hadn't expected Shang Jinxiu to be so emotional. In her view, Shang Jinxiu had already sworn a blood oath and become one of her own, so telling her about Yuanjing was only right. She really didn't need to be so emotional. She reached out and patted Shang Jinxiu's shoulder, saying, "Since you say that, I hope you remember your words. Okay, don't waste any more time. I'll tell you the location, you dig." Things went smoothly afterward. Although Shang Jinxiu didn't have much strength, once Fang Yuxin pointed out a location, she would grip the dagger and dig down without hesitation. Because she worked so hard, blisters formed on her palms. Fang Yuxin had healing abilities. All she needed to do was tell her. However, she remained silent and continued digging. Although zombies were occasionally attracted, they didn't cause them much trouble, and they easily dealt with each one. Shang Jinxiu knew she wasn't strong enough, so she volunteered to dig out the crystal cores. The crystal cores were inside the zombies' brains. To get them out, You had to cut open the zombie's brain first. This work wasn't tiring, but it was far more disgusting than killing zombies. Moreover, to dig out the crystal cores you had to get close to the zombies, and the pungent stench of rotting flesh assaulted your senses when you cut open their brains. It was truly torture. But Shang Jinxiu didn't complain. She remembered Fang Yuxin saying that the team wouldn't keep useless people, so she had to prove herself useful. With her current strength, killing zombies wasn't her job, so the only thing she could do was dig out the crystal cores. Everything was going well until something unexpected happened in an instant. Some zombies were killed by the wind blades released by Fang Yuxin before they even got close, keeping them a distance from the Fong siblings. As Shang Jinxiu was diligently digging for the crystal core, a sudden alarm bell rang in her mind. She instinctively gripped her dagger and warily looked at the zombies. The zombies on the ground showed no abnormalities. They were undeniably dead. Shang Jinxiu was filled with suspicion when just then, a gust of evil wind rushed towards her, carrying a distinctive plant fragrance. Shang Jinxiu's heart nearly stopped. She jerked backward, but her heel accidentally struck a protruding rock, causing her to fall backward in a disheveled state. In the instant she fell, she saw something white wrap around a zombie's head. Then a crack sounded, the zombie's head shattered, and the white thing coiled up the brain and the crystal core inside, quickly retracting and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shang Jinxiu stared intently in the direction it had vanished, then quickly scrambled to her feet. At this moment Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang, who had noticed something was wrong, also rushed over. Fang Yuxiang asked, "What happened?" Shang Jinxiu immediately pointed to a small hole and recounted what she had just witnessed. "I was just about to dig for the crystal core when that thing suddenly appeared. I fell to the ground as I backed away, and all I could see was it coiling around the zombie's head like a snake. The head quickly shattered under its coils, and then it snatched away the crystal core. It was so fast that I couldn't even see what it was. It looked like a snake, but it also had a fresh plant fragrance. Finally, it retreated back into that hole." After listening to her description, Fang Yuxiang looked at Fang Yuxin and said uncertainly, "Xin, could that be a mutated plant?" Fang Yuxin nodded. She had actually guessed it already. Moreover, based on Shang Jinxiu's description, she felt that the thing was likely the mutated crystal orchid that had appeared in her dream. A normal crystal orchid is a saprophytic plant, entirely white and crystalline, without any green leaves. In dark places it emits an alluring white glow, with a dreamlike quality, making it very beautiful. Because it is a saprophytic plant, it is also known as the flower of death. In her dream a mutated crystal orchid had appeared, a true flower of death. She hadn't seen it with her own eyes, but had heard many terrifying legends about it. Back then the mutated crystal orchid was already incredibly powerful. Zombies, humans, and mutated creatures. Anyone weaker than it would become its food. Even more terrifying was that this mutated crystal orchid wasn't confined to one place. It could even migrate. No one knew how it did it. It had appeared in many places, leaving behind only terrifying death legends. Fang Yuxin didn't know if Shang Jinxiu had encountered that mutated crystal orchid, but judging from Shang Jinxiu's description, it was very likely. Her heart pounded. The intense fear from the dream enveloped her, preventing her from thinking any further. Almost instinctively she said, "Let's get out of here." Chapter 127 Subdued. Thinking of the terrifying mutated crystal orchid in her dream, Fang Yuxin didn't have time to think further and pulled Shang Jinxiu and Fang Yuxiang away. Fang Yuxiang had originally intended to find and eliminate that thing, but seeing her pale face he asked worriedly, Xin, what's wrong? Is that thing very powerful?" Hearing his voice, Fang Yuxin instantly snapped out of her daze. She sorted through her confused memories and suddenly realized that she was no longer in that bizarre dream. The apocalypse had only just begun, and even if it really was that thing, its strength was definitely far inferior to that in her dream. What did she have to be afraid of? With this thought, her mind became clearer and clearer, and she quickly thought of more things. Since that thing chose to ambush Shang Jinxiu while she was digging for crystal cores, and even escape so quickly without attacking Shang Jinxiu, its current strength must be insufficient. Otherwise, why would it hide? Thinking of this, Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling ashamed of her earlier actions. Her reaction had been far too extreme. After reflecting for a moment, Fang Yuxin said, That should be some kind of mutated plant. I'm not entirely sure if it's the one I know, but we'd better be careful. She paused, then said to Shang Jinxiu, Jinxiu, you're the weakest right now, so you need to be extra careful. According to what you just said, that thing can easily crush a zombie's head, and it's incredibly fast, which means it's very dangerous. Be careful of it ambushing you. Shang Jinxiu nodded, her lips tightly pressed together, looking both nervous and frightened. However, she didn't ask Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang to protect her. Instead, she gripped the dagger in her hand and said, Don't worry, Sister Yuxian, I'll be careful. Fang Yuxin felt it wasn't safe for her to be alone, so she said to Fang Yuxiang, Brother, you take her. I'll handle the rest of the zombies. Because it was Fang Yuxin who said it, Fang Yuxiang agreed without hesitation. Don't worry, no problem. Be careful yourself too. Fang Yuxin nodded, signaling Fang Yuxiang to take Shang Jinxiu away, then plunged the blade into the zombie's head. This time she didn't rush to dig out the crystal core. Instead, she quickly sliced open the heads of the other zombies. A thick putrid stench filled the air. Fang Yuxin sealed her sense of smell and simultaneously released her spiritual sense, searching bit by bit. Strangely, although her spiritual sense could now extend 1,000 meters, she couldn't find the location of the mutated crystal orchid. It was as if it had vanished into thin air, or had never existed at all. Fang Yuxin searched even more meticulously, but still found nothing. However, at this moment, she suddenly noticed a strange energy fluctuation in the air. Immediately afterward, a slender white snake-like thing quickly emerged from the ground and shot towards a zombie. Fang Yuxin focused her spiritual energy on her eyes, and as her eyes turned a beautiful green, she clearly saw the creature's appearance. It was slender like a snake, pure white, and crystal clear like jade. Its leaves resembled scales, or spinning blades with extremely sharp edges. Its head had a huge flower bud. The flower bud was incredibly beautiful. Its scale-like petals slightly open, revealing spiraling, equally sharp serrations inside. It was the mutated crystal orchid Fang Yuxin had suspected. Its body coiled around the zombie's head like a snake, tightening as it did so. Then with a crack, the zombie's skull shattered, and the enormous bud, with its rotating serrations, swallowed the entire brain. Strangely, its crystal white body was completely untouched, instead emitting a faint white fluorescence, while a delicate fragrance filled the air, making it even more beautiful and dreamlike. Even more strangely, although it was clearly right in front of Fang Yuxin, his spiritual sense still couldn't detect it. Its location seemed to be empty, visible only to the naked eye. The entire process actually took only a few seconds because its speed was so fast that Fang Yuxin had no time to react. After successfully swallowing a brain, it raised its head and warily looked at Fang Yuxin. Then, unable to resist the temptation of its meal, it shot towards another zombie. Just as it was about to reach the zombie, a wind blade appeared instantly, striking it with a crisp sound. The sound was like jade clashing, clear and melodious. Fang Yuxin watched the whole process and was surprised to find that the wind blade hadn't harmed it at all. Instead, it had been easily blocked by its scale-like leaves. However, although it wasn't injured, Fang Yuxiang's attack enraged it. Its body suddenly rose up like a snake, raising its flower bud high, the spiraling teeth inside pointing towards Fang Yuxiang. The teeth spun incessantly, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Fang Yuxin thought for a moment and flicked a ball of wood-type spiritual energy, about the size of a soybean, towards it. The mutated crystal orchid initially turned its flower bud around warily, but as the ball of wood energy approached, it seemed to sense something. Instead of dodging, it actively shot out its flower bud, swallowing the ball of wood energy. Its actions even carried a hint of impatience. As it swallowed the wood energy, it aimed its flower bud at Fang Yuxin. Immediately, Fang Yuxin sensed a faint, indistinct thought. Want more. Although the mutated crystal orchid was still a saprophytic plant, its growth still required wood elemental spiritual energy. Having just swallowed that ball of wood energy, it had discovered the benefits it brought and greedily wanted more. After sensing that faint thought, Fang Yuxin's spiritual sense was finally able to perceive it. She flicked out another ball of wood energy the size of a soybean, simultaneously sending a wisp of spiritual sense to the mutated crystal orchid, conveying her own thought. Recognize me as your master, and I will give you more wood energy. However, although the mutated crystal orchid had managed to develop a sliver of thought, it was extremely weak, weaker than even a 1-year-old infant. It couldn't understand Fang Yuxin's words at all. Fang Yuxin communicated with it for a while, flicking out several more balls of wood energy, before finally successfully subduing the mutated crystal orchid and signing a contract with it. She pricked her fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood, and then used her mind to draw a blood talisman. As the talisman entered the crystal orchid's body, the contract was complete. The mutated crystal orchid then rapidly shrank, finally transforming into a beam of white light that shot towards Fang Yuxin, intertwining its head and tail around her wrist. After shrinking, the mutated crystal orchid, because of its translucent jade-white body, resembled a mutton-fat jade bracelet. Its scaly leaves also became more compliant, like delicate carvings on the bracelet. The bracelet felt cool and emitted a faint plant fragrance, fitting Fang Yuxin perfectly. Looking at it like this, no one would guess that it was a ferocious mutated plant. Even Fang Yuxiang and Shang Jinxiu, who witnessed the entire process, found it utterly unbelievable. She pricked her fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood, and then used her mind to draw a blood talisman. As the talisman entered the crystal orchid's body, the contract was complete. The mutated crystal orchid then rapidly shrank, finally transforming into a beam of white light that shot towards Fang Yuxin, intertwining its head and tail around her wrist. After shrinking, the mutated crystal orchid, because of its translucent jade-white body, resembled a mutton-fat jade bracelet. Its scaly leaves also became more compliant, like delicate carvings on the bracelet. The bracelet felt cool and emitted a faint plant fragrance, fitting Fang Yuxin perfectly. Looking at it like this, no one would guess that it was a ferocious mutated plant. Even Fang Yuxiang and Shang Jinxiu, who witnessed the entire process, found it utterly unbelievable. The two walked quickly towards Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxiang walked in front, and before even reaching her he anxiously asked, "Xin, will it be okay for you to wear it like that?" Having witnessed the mutated crystal orchid devouring zombie brains, Fang Yuxiang was wary of it, and worried it might harm Fang Yuxin. Whether it was Fang Yuxiang's obvious hostility or the mutated crystal orchid's exceptional sensitivity, it seemed to sense Fang Yuxiang's displeasure, and conveyed a sense of dissatisfaction and grievance to her. Fang Yuxin herself was quite surprised. She hadn't expected that the death flower from her dreams, which terrified survivors, would now become her spirit pet. The thoughts emanating from the mutated crystal orchid gave her a sense of unreality. This terrifying flower of death possessed a mind as innocent as a child's. She thought for a moment, then conveyed a thought to the mutated crystal orchid. "From now on you'll be called Lanrua, okay?" Influenced by the contract, it quickly understood Fang Yuxin's meaning this time, sending back a happy thought. I want to be called Lanrua. I like it." Fang Yuxin gently stroked its body with her fingers, wood energy overflowing from her fingertips and entering Lanrua's body. This time, Fang Yuxin generously gave it a lot of wood energy, almost reaching its absorption limit before stopping. As this wood energy entered its body, Lanrua underwent a tremendous change. Scale-like leaves unfurled, flower buds lifted and petals slightly opened. At the same time, its aura continued to rise. After a while, the energy fluctuations on Lanrua's body stabilized again, the opened leaves and flower buds closed again, and it transformed back into the shape of a bracelet. This time, however, it seemed reborn. Its body was even whiter and more translucent, and its fragrant aroma had become even stronger, vibrant, and refreshing. It conveyed its joy to Fang Yuxin, who stroked it again but didn't give it any more wood energy. The wood energy from before hadn't been fully refined, and giving it more would be detrimental. Lanrua didn't ask for anything. Instead, it told Fang Yuxin that it was going to fight the zombies. Fang Yuxin's mind raced. He first soothed it with his fingers, then conveyed his thoughts. "Are those zombies your food?" Lanrua's thoughts were still intermittent. "Eat. You can eat food," Fang Yuxin said. "You can eat the zombies, but you have to keep the crystal core. Okay?" Lanrua was clearly reluctant. Lanrua? Want? Fang Yuxin thought for a moment and simply offered to exchange wood energy for the crystal core, finally getting it to agree to the deal. To it, the wood energy Fang Yuxin gave it was far better than the crystal core. Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief, followed by overwhelming joy. With Lanrua's help, her strength would increase significantly. Chapter 128. You're asking for it. With Lanrua by her side, finding the Yuan stones became incredibly easy. Fang Yuxin transmitted her thoughts to Lanrua and then released her. Lanrua's body could move nimbly through the ruins. Once Fang Yuxin located a Yuan stone, she would transmit the location to Lanrua, who would then directly reach its location and easily find it. This greatly increased her efficiency in finding Yuan stones, and she found most of them. The only problem was that Lanrua would stop hunting zombies whenever they appeared. After a busy afternoon around 5 o'clock, all the Yuan stones in the ruins had been found. Along with the Yuan stones, some usable supplies were also found. Aside from the occasional zombie, the other survivors didn't cause any trouble. They weren't even seen, perhaps afraid of the place. In any case, the day's harvest was quite good. Fang Yuxin had tamed a mutated crystal orchid with explosive combat power as a spirit pet, found many Yuan stones, and hunted quite a few zombies. While the others' gains couldn't compare to hers, they were still quite good. The Yongsheng team had gained another member with spatial abilities, further strengthening their ranks. After regrouping, Fang Yuxin introduced the new member, Shang Jinxiu, to the others and then planned to return to the safe zone. Bai Yi approached at this moment. He subconsciously glanced at the orchid on Fang Yuxin's wrist, finding it quite unusual, and became more wary. Noticing his gaze, Fang Yuxin gave him a cold look. Bai Yi sensed Fang Yuxin's undisguised wariness and hostility, and suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that no matter what, Fang Yuxin was Qianqian's biological mother, and he was Qianqian's biological father. Even if Fang Yuxin didn't want to be friends with him, there was no need for her to be so hostile. He wouldn't do anything to her. He thought about it and decided that Fang Yuxin was, after all, Qianqian's biological mother, and as a man, he should be more magnanimous. So he forced a smile, what he thought was a friendly one. His intention was to express goodwill to Fang Yuxin, but the sight of this perpetually cold-faced man suddenly smiling was truly terrifying. His smile perfectly exemplified the meaning of a forced smile, the stiffness in his facial muscles adding a twisted and ferocious quality. It looked more like a provocation. Fang Yuxin raised an eyebrow, watching him warily, wondering if he wanted to back out and take Bai Qianqian back. She was contemplating whether to refuse him outright or to call Bai Yi aside and give him a good beating when she heard Bai Yi say, "I'm going to the safe zone outside the city with you." His voice was stiff, sounding very nervous. Fang Yuxin found it strange. This man, who clearly seemed very powerful, was actually nervous. She didn't know what to say to him. But then she thought about it. This man seemed to have a grudge against Qiu Yiming, and judging from Qiu Yiming's expression, he seemed to care a lot about him. If that was the case, Bai Yi's nervousness wasn't surprising. After all, the Qiu family had considerable influence in the military. If Qiu Yiming was deliberately making trouble for Bai Yi would definitely face a lot of trouble in the safe zone. Thinking about it this way, she felt that Bai Yi's decision to enter the safe zone was unwise. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with her. Whether Bai Yi lived or died was his own business, and she really didn't need to care. But thinking that Bai Yi was, after all, Qianqian's blood father, and had personally raised Qianqian, their father-son bond must be very deep. If something happened to him, Qianqian would definitely be heartbroken. So she hesitated for a moment, feeling that she couldn't just stand by and watch Bai Yi take the risk. She advised, "You have a grudge against Qiu Yiming, right? If so, I advise you not to go to the safe zone. He won't let you off the hook." Meng Qingluo had been trying to persuade Bai Yi, and upon hearing this she echoed, "Yes, brother, Miss Fong is right. You should reconsider. It's too dangerous to confront Qiu Yiming now." Unfortunately, Bai Yi's mind was made up, and she couldn't persuade him otherwise. Bai Yi gave Meng Qingluo a reassuring look, then said to Fang Yuxin, "I've already thought this through, you don't need to worry about me." Fang Yuxin was speechless. She hadn't expected this seemingly aloof man to have such a narcissistic streak. She was clearly worried about Qianqian being sad. When had she ever worried about Bai Yi? She was too lazy to persuade him any further. Anyway, with Bai Yi's strength, he shouldn't have any problem protecting himself after entering the safe zone. Regardless of what grudges Qiu Yiming had against him, The entire safe zone wasn't solely controlled by the Cho family. Even if Cho Yiming wanted to deal with Bai Yi, he certainly wouldn't do it openly within the safe zone, so there was really nothing to worry about. The matter was settled. This was the old city area, quite far from the safe zone outside the city. On the way back, they encountered many more zombies, most of them ordinary low-level zombies with the occasional level 1 zombie. They also encountered 4 mutated zombies, all of which were easily dealt with. Besides zombies, they occasionally encountered survivors who were out hunting. However, compared to them, the survivors mostly looked rather disheveled, except for the military personnel who were in slightly better condition. Clearly, the increased strength of the zombies had brought considerable trouble to the survivors. The Yongsheng team and Baiye's group formed a convoy, looking quite impressive. Their vehicles were almost intact, unlike the others which were riddled with damage. The survivors weren't fools. Although they could tell the vehicles were in good condition, no one dared to rob them. They quickly reached the safe zone. Because of a past conflict between Bai Yi and Cho Yiming, the Yongsheng team deliberately separated from Baiye's group as they approached the safe zone. Fang Yuxin and the others had no wounds, and most had identification cards, so they encountered no problems. Shang Jinxiu registered her identity, and then entered the safe zone with them. Bai Yi and his group faced slightly more difficulties. Everyone had to register their identity. Shortly after they entered the safe zone, Cho Yiming received a message. Because of his unpleasant encounter with Fang Yuxin, he had been in a terrible mood all day, almost constantly wearing a dark expression, even while on missions. Upon learning of Baiye's appearance, his face instantly turned ferocious, and he immediately led a group to find Bai Yi. Cho Yiming arrived quickly but unfortunately too quickly. He found Bai Yi in the ID card processing hall, where Fang Yuxin happened to be present. Fang Yuxin had brought Shang Jinxiu to apply for ID cards, and because of the long queue they had to wait in line. Bai Yi and the others weren't far behind them, and it looked like it was almost Shang Jinxiu's turn when Cho Yiming arrived. He immediately spotted Bai Yi standing in the crowd and was about to speak when he heard someone beside him say, "Sister Exun, what are you doing here? Did you come with a friend?" The speaker was none other than Fang Mengyao, who had come with Cho Yiming. She wasn't being kind because having been by Cho Yiming's side for the past few days, although she hadn't won his heart yet, she had already learned quite a bit. This included the fact that Bai Qianqian's father was Cho Yiming's sworn enemy. Fang Mengyao was overjoyed to know this. She was worried about how to make Cho Yiming give up on Fang Yuxin, and with this she didn't believe Cho Yiming would still be sincere towards Fang Yuxin. She happened to be nearby when Cho Yiming received the news, so she followed without hesitation. She was genuinely curious about what kind of person Cho Yiming's nemesis was. However, upon arriving, she discovered that Bai Yi was incredibly handsome. This man was so beautiful that he seemed like a god from mythology. His cold and aloof face gave him an ethereal quality, while also exuding an aura of asceticism. Almost instantly upon seeing him, Fang Mengyao was irresistibly captivated. But after that initial attraction, she immediately remembered Bai Ye's identity. He was Bai Qianqian's father, Fang Yuxin's lover. This infuriated her. How could Fang Yuxin have gotten such an outstanding man? Just then she saw Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin and Bai Yi were some distance apart, not appearing to be together. But Fang Mengyao felt that Fang Yuxin was deliberately avoiding her. She suddenly remembered that Cho Yiming had been in a bad mood all day, seemingly because of Fang Yuxin. So, she deliberately repeated what she had just said. Sure enough, Cho Yiming saw Fang Yuxin as soon as he heard her words, and his expression darkened even further. Ignoring Bai Yi, Cho Yiming glared angrily at Fang Yuxin, striding towards her and demanding, "Xin, what are you doing here?" He practically roared these words, his anger laced with bitterness, like an enraged husband catching his wife cheating. At that moment, he forgot he came to cause trouble for Bai Yi. He only wanted to walk up to Fang Yuxin and ask her what was going on. However, while he forgot Bai Yi hadn't forgotten him. Bai Yi knew very well why he had come to the safe zone. He hadn't expected to have such an opportunity to prove himself so soon after entering. Seeing Cho Yiming angrily walking towards Fang Yuxin, he flashed forward, blocking Cho Yiming's path. Cho Yiming had no time to pay attention to him and shouted without thinking, "Get out of my way!" Bai Yi ignored his anger and instead said provocatively, I thought you came for me. Qiu Yiming then turned his gaze away from Fang Yuxin, glaring viciously at Bai Yi, and said in a low voice, Bai Yi, you're asking for death. But Bai Yi just smiled nonchalantly and asked in a low voice, Since I dared to come, I'm not afraid of you. Qiu Yiming, are you sure you want to fight me here? Qiu Yiming subconsciously looked around and noticed many survivors nearby, all staring at them in surprise. Chapter 129 Green Hat. Qiu Yiming realized this was no place to talk. If he continued, he'd only become a laughingstock. Thinking of those in the army who were unhappy with him, he had to suppress his surging anger and force himself to patiently say to Bai Yi, If you're not a coward, come with me now. Bai Yi glanced at him disdainfully and laughed mockingly. Qiu Yiming, do you think I look like an idiot? You! Qiu Yiming was speechless with rage, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of everyone. His chest heaved violently, clearly furious. Bai Yi, what exactly do you want? You didn't come here just to say these things to me on purpose. Before he could finish the last word, Qiu Yiming's eyes narrowed sharply, and he instinctively raised his hand to block Bai Yi's sudden punch. Their fists collided with a dull thud. Qiu Yiming felt an extremely powerful force emanating from Bai Yi's fist, making him lose his balance. He stumbled back several steps before finally regaining his footing, but just then Bai Yi closed in again, throwing a punch aimed squarely at his cheek. The ruthlessness Bai Yi displayed at this moment was something Qiu Yiming had never witnessed before. Even when he had laid traps to assassinate Bai Yi, it had almost always been a weapon-based contest, and he had remained hidden behind the scenes, never facing Bai Yi directly. Therefore, he had no idea that Bai Yi was so formidable. Bai Yi's face was cold, his handsome, almost otherworldly features showing no sign of ferocity, but the killing intent and ruthlessness in his eyes chilled even Qiu Yiming, a man accustomed to bloodshed. At this moment he finally understood why his cousin Bai Yi considered Bai Yi his lifelong rival, wishing he could eliminate him as quickly as possible, and had repeatedly warned him to be careful on the phone. At the time he had been dismissive, thinking Bai Yi was nothing special. Now he understood that it wasn't that Bai Yi hadn't been strong before, but rather that he had simply never shown his true strength. Because of Fong Mingyao's malicious words, Qiu Yiming instinctively assumed that Bai Yi's actions were due to Fang Yuxin. This infuriated him, and he couldn't help but wonder, was Bai Qianqian really not Fang Yuxin's biological son? Were these two already together? Had he been foolish enough not to notice? This suspicion made Qiu Yiming's face grow increasingly grim. He felt utterly betrayed. And the people around him were clearly mocking him. He suddenly remembered many things. After graduation, Fang Yuxin refused to marry him, only agreeing to an engagement. After Bai Qianqian appeared, Fang Yuxin's attitude towards him became cold. Later she even rejected his advances. Zhou Fenghua's request was ruthlessly rejected. This morning she proposed breaking off the engagement, and this afternoon, Bai Yi came to the safe zone with her. He absolutely refused to believe that Fang Yuxin hadn't been secretly seeing Bai Yi all along. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was of his suspicions, and the angrier he became. The raging fire within him could no longer be suppressed. He glared fiercely at Bai Yi. The killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. He clenched his fist, crackling with electricity and carrying terrifying destructive power. This time before Bai Yi's fist could strike again, he had already launched an angry attack. His fist, wrapped in lightning, was more than twice as powerful. The onlookers felt the terrifying pressure and killing intent emanating from him, and dared not linger. They all fled. If they were already like this, imagine how much more powerful Bai Yi, who was enduring Qiu Yiming's wrath, was now. Seeing that things were going badly and everyone was fleeing, Fang Yuxin looked at Fong Mengyao, who was smiling smugly, and said loudly, Fong Mengyao, did you instigate Lin Fein to cause trouble at my house? Fong Mengyao did not expect her to ask this suddenly. Although her face remained calm, a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. Sensing a gaze directed at her, she knew Fang Yuxin had ill intentions and quickly forced herself to calm down, looking innocently at Fang Yuxin and saying, Sister Yuxin, I don't know what you're talking about. Believe it or not, this has nothing to do with me. Fang Yuxin was actually just guessing. She wasn't certain Fong Mengyao was responsible. She had deliberately asked to test her. But unexpectedly, Fong Mingyao had actually slipped up. She felt disappointed and angry. She believed the Fong family had treated Fong Mingyao well over the years, never mistreating her. Yet, Fong Mingyao seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Fong family. She didn't intend to suspect Fong Mingyao, but thinking of how Fong Mingyao still wouldn't let her go at the end of the dream, she guessed that Lin Fei's trouble might be related to Fong Mingyao. Unexpectedly, she was right. Judging from the sudden change in Fong Mingyao's eyes, she had clearly done something. Qiu Yiming, who was angrily fighting with Bai Yi, couldn't help but glance at Fong Mingyao upon hearing Fang Yuxin's words. His glance sent a shiver down Fong Mingyao's spine. She instinctively cried out, "Brother Yiming, don't listen to her slander. Lin Fei's matter has nothing to do with me, I didn't do it." Unfortunately, Qiu Yiming completely ignored her. His only thought was killing Bai Yi. He had no time to care about Fong Mingyao's innocence. Fang Yuxin, on the other hand, said, "Fong Mingyao, you know what you've done. Don't try to deny it." She then shut her mouth, too lazy to bother with Fong Mingyao anymore. As for the fight between Qiu Yiming and Bai Yi, she wasn't worried. She had no feelings for Qiu Yiming and didn't care about Bai Yi, so she naturally wouldn't care if they got hurt. Besides, although Qiu Yiming used lightning-based abilities, Bai Yi was clearly superior. Furthermore, their fight here would inevitably attract the attention of the military. Someone would surely arrive soon to maintain order, so she had nothing to worry about. Just as Fang Yuxin had guessed, someone arrived quickly. This time it was none other than Zhou Yan, someone she had some connection with. He immediately shouted, "You two stop right there. This is an office, not a place for you to fight." Bai Yi, upon hearing this, immediately stopped and distanced himself from Qiu Yiming. He had just arrived in the safe zone and had no connections. Offending the higher-ups was unwise. However, even though he stopped, Qiu Yiming wouldn't let him off so easily. Qiu Yiming was truly enraged this time, and fueled by his raging anger, he wanted nothing more than to kill Bai Yi. He wouldn't stop obediently. If he had any sense, he wouldn't have done this, but the moment he realized he'd been cuckolded, the string of reason snapped. Although Zhou Yan disliked Qiu Yiming, they were all working for the military, and Qiu Yiming was, to some extent, one of his own. Therefore, secretly, he actually disliked the stranger Bai Yi more. But he hadn't expected that Bai Yi would stop immediately after hearing his words, while Qiu Yiming ignored him, relentlessly attacking Bai Yi, completely disregarding him. Zhou Yan was furious and shouted again, "Major Qiu, didn't you hear me? Stop right now." His voice was loud this time, like a heavy drumbeat reverberating in Qiu Yiming's ears, instantly bringing him to his senses. After regaining his composure, Qiu Yiming finally stopped, but his eyes remained fixed on Bai Yi, as if he wanted to kill him with his own hands. Zhou Yan, still mindful of the military's reputation, didn't reprimand him directly, but instead looked at the enraged Qiu Yiming and asked, "Major Qiu, what exactly happened?" Qiu Yiming knew the situation was very unfavorable, but he knew Zhou Yan would try to protect him even for the sake of the military's reputation. So, upon hearing Zhou Yan's question, he pointed at Bai Yi and said, "This man suddenly attacked me, and I had to fight back to protect myself. But this man seems to be able to manipulate people. I couldn't control myself at all. If you hadn't arrived just in time, things would have been terrible." Zhou Yan didn't believe Qiu Yiming's words. His behavior just now clearly indicated he had lost his mind, not that he was being controlled. That frantic desire to kill. Even if he were being controlled, it couldn't be Bai Yi. Bai Yi wasn't stupid. How could he control his opponent to kill him? Unless he was insane. Qiu Yiming knew this explanation was far-fetched, so he added, "This person is very strong. I'm no match for him. He did that just now to embarrass me." This was telling Zhou Yan that Bai Yi had controlled him out of fear, and his purpose was to humiliate him. Zhou Yan was currently looking at Bai Yi. He wouldn't easily believe Qiu Yiming's words, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Bai Yi's strength was indeed formidable. He thought for a moment, then looked at Bai Yi and asked, "Did you strike first?" Bai Yi, having heard Qiu Yiming's slander, readily nodded upon hearing Zhou Yan's question. His nod immediately changed Zhou Yan's expression. He disliked Qiu Yiming, and seeing Bai Yi's impressive skills, he wanted to recruit him. So when Bai Yi admitted it, Zhou Yan became worried. Bai Yi had attacked Zhou Yiming, which was no small crime. Just as Zhou Yan was about to ask more questions, Bai Yi said, "Zhou Yiming kidnapped my son. If it weren't for his good fortune, he would have been killed long ago. I don't think there's anything wrong with beating him up." Because of Zhou Yan's arrival, many survivors who had already left also quietly followed to join the fun. They had previously seen Bai Yi attack Zhou Yiming, and initially thought he was a dangerous element who had infiltrated the safe zone, so they were very wary and disgusted with him. Now, after hearing his explanation, their gazes towards Zhou Yiming became complicated. Kidnapping someone's son was truly a heinous crime. No wonder he was beaten up. Of course, Zhou Yiming wouldn't admit it and directly denied it, saying, "I didn't do it, Bai Yi, don't make false accusations." Zhou Yan felt something was amiss and asked Bai Yi, "Where is your son now?" Chapter 130. A lot of information. Bai Qianqian, thinking Zhou Yan didn't believe Bai Yi, immediately stepped forward angrily and threw himself into Bai Yi's arms, crying, "Dad!" Zhou Yan recognized him. He knew he was Fang Yuxin's son. So upon seeing Bai Qianqian call Bai Yi dad, he froze, his gaze instinctively shifting to Zhou Yiming. Sure enough, he saw Zhou Yiming's face turn ashen, like a volcano about to erupt. It wasn't surprising he was so alarmed. The amount of information in this matter was overwhelming. He remembered that Fang Yuxin was clearly Zhou Yiming's fiancé, yet now she had such a grown son with Bai Yi. Zhou Yiming had even tried to kidnap Bai Qianqian and nearly killed him. This whole thing was, he felt like he was watching a melodramatic soap opera. He suddenly felt sorry for Zhou Yiming. This man clearly loved Fang Yuxin, but before they even got married, the beauty had already given birth to a son with another man. No man could tolerate such a thing. He didn't know the full story, so after learning about this, his feelings towards Fang Yuxin became complicated. He was, after all, a man, so he deeply empathized with Zhou Yiming's situation. He had initially admired Fang Yuxin, finding her both capable and kind-hearted. However, after learning about this, he felt Fang Yuxin had gone too far. No matter what, she was Zhou Yiming's fiancé. What kind of woman had a son with another man? Thinking this, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Judging from Bai Qianqian's age, he was at least 5 years old, meaning Fang Yuxin had been pregnant with him 6 years ago. She was only a freshman in college then, and not engaged to Zhou Yiming. Even so, after such an incident, she shouldn't have kept her engagement from him. From Zhou Yan's perspective, Fang Yuxin's actions were somewhat deceptive. However, it was ultimately her private matter, and even if Fang Yuxin had failed in this area, she was still the benefactor who had saved his comrade. Zhou Yan understood this clearly, so he quickly suppressed his slight dissatisfaction with Fang Yuxin and said to Bai Yi, "Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, it's a fact that you attacked Major Qiu in front of everyone, and you should be punished by the safe zone." Bai Yi didn't argue with him. Instead, he asked directly, "What punishment?" Zhou Yan said, "Clear 10,000 low-level zombies. 1 high-level zombie is equivalent to 2 low-level zombies, and 1 mutated zombie is equivalent to 5 low-level zombies. The punishment ends when you complete the task. Before the task is completed, you cannot obtain credit points or contribution points." Bai Yi didn't care about such a punishment at all. Dealing with 10,000 low-level zombies was not difficult for him. It was just a matter of time. He asked, "How will the number of zombies killed be calculated?" Zhou Yan was slightly surprised that he didn't refute him. At the same time, he was even more certain that this person's strength was not bad. He couldn't help but admire Bai Yi even more and quickly answered him, "Use zombie crystal cores as the calculation basis. But don't worry, the crystal cores are only used as the calculation basis and will not be confiscated." Bai Yi nodded. This approach was fair enough. Although not every zombie has a crystal core in its brain, calculating it using crystal cores would be somewhat unfair. However, most low-level zombies now already have crystal cores in their brains, so even if he were at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be by much. Crystal cores are easy to carry, much better than having to bring back zombie remains as evidence. So he had no objections and readily agreed. "Then let's do it this way. But I have a question. What if Major Qiu seeks revenge afterward?" Zhou Yan admired Bai Yi, so he wasn't impatient and patiently explained, "Don't worry, Major Qiu will receive the punishment he deserves for what happened today. However, since he was only acting defensively, the punishment won't be as severe as yours. If Major Cho seeks revenge in the future, once discovered, the safe zone will absolutely not protect him. Bai Yi understood his meaning. In other words, if Cho Yiming retaliated against him and was discovered, he would be punished, but if he wasn't discovered, naturally no one would care. As for this so-called discovery, there were naturally some methods involved. Just like what happened because it occurred in full view of everyone, Zhou Yan couldn't possibly protect Cho Yiming. But if Cho Yiming were to retaliate against him privately later, and no one saw it, even if the high-ranking military officials knew, they would probably pretend they knew nothing. That's how things are in this world, and Bai Yi understood that. So, although he understood Zhou Yan's subtext, he didn't feel any resentment. In fact, if Cho Yiming really wanted to kill him in private, he certainly wouldn't hold back. Once Cho Yiming was dead, the Cho family's power would inevitably be greatly affected. He didn't believe anyone would seek revenge for a dead Cho Yiming, so things were actually quite fair. His team members weren't stupid. They understood the ins and outs, so although they were dissatisfied with Bai Yi's punishment, they didn't directly object. With that, the earlier dispute was over. Zhou Yan walked to Cho Yiming's side and said in a low voice, "Major Cho, let's go." He was worried that Cho Yiming might lose control if he stayed, so he wanted to take him away. Given Cho Yiming's temperament, things would be easier to handle if he could just calm down. However, Cho Yiming didn't accept his offer of help, instead coldly saying, "Go away. Don't worry, I won't cause any more trouble. Don't think I'm stupid." He then ignored Zhou Yan's reaction and strode towards Fang Yuxin. Seeing this, Bai Yi instinctively wanted to stop him, but Meng Qingluo grabbed him first. He frowned slightly, looking at Meng Qingluo with displeasure, and said in a low voice, "Qingluo, let go." Meng Qingluo gripped his arm even tighter, shaking her head and saying, "Brother, this is between Cho Yiming and Fang Yuxin. You shouldn't interfere anymore. Cho Yiming is a member of the military. Even if he causes trouble, the military will try to protect him for the sake of their reputation. It's unwise for you to go against him in front of everyone." Bai Yi knew she was right. Otherwise, Zhou Yan wouldn't have accepted Cho Yiming's explanation, or even his slander, without a single doubt. But Fang Yuxin was Bai Qianqian's mother. He was a man. Could he just stand by and watch her be bullied by Cho Yiming? So his face darkened and he said in a stern tone, "Qingluo, let go." Meng Qingluo was resolute. "Unless my brother kills me, I won't let go." Bai Yi narrowed his eyes dangerously. He was truly angry this time. In all his life, his biggest resentment was anyone interfering in his affairs. So he released a wisp of lightning, striking Meng Qingluo's hand. This wisp of lightning wasn't very powerful. It would sting and numb, but wouldn't harm her. Meng Qingluo hadn't expected him to attack her, and was directly hit. Her hands were uncontrollably thrown back, trembling uncontrollably. The skin on her palms was red, but clearly she wasn't injured. At the same time, Bai Yi had already walked over. Because of Meng Qingluo's obstruction, Cho Yiming had rushed to Fang Yuxin, his face extremely ugly, and grabbed Fang Yuxin's wrist, seemingly trying to pull her away. However, just as he reached out, Fang Yuxiang pulled Fang Yuxin aside and stood in front of Cho Yiming, his face grim as he asked, "Cho Yiming, what do you want to do to my sister? You still have the nerve to ask me?" Cho Yiming gritted his teeth, his voice low. Because there were no other survivors around, no one except Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang heard him. After saying this, he ignored Fang Yuxiang and looked past him at Fang Yuxin, saying, "Xin, don't you think you should give me an explanation? You probably don't want to say those things here, right? Come with me." Fang Yuxin didn't agree to his request. With outsiders present, Cho Yiming had to restrain himself. If they were alone, who knew what crazy things he might do? So she said, "Cho Yiming, there's nothing I'm afraid to let others know. I've already explained Qianqian's situation to you. I told the truth back then. If you don't want to believe me, there's nothing I can do. As for Bai Yi, I've only known him for a short time, and I probably don't know him as well as you do. That's also true. Believe it or not." Zhou Yan hadn't left yet. Hearing this, he felt very embarrassed and also extremely curious. Fang Yuxin didn't seem to be lying, but if that were the case, how did Bai Qianqian come to be here? Was it a one-night stand? Accidentally getting pregnant? But if that were the case, How did Bai Qianqian suddenly appear at the Fong family's house? He had investigated Fang Yuxin. Although investigations were difficult after the apocalypse, and many things couldn't be found, from the information he had gathered, Bai Qianqian had suddenly appeared at the Fong family's house. No one had known of his existence before. What was going on? However, although he was very curious, he still felt that he didn't need to know this kind of thing. Staying would be too awkward. So he simply took his men and left, to avoid Qiu Yiming getting angry and coming after him. This should have been shameful for Qiu Yiming, and Zhou Yin figured Qiu Yiming definitely didn't want anyone to know. His guess was right. Qiu Yiming's expression softened slightly after seeing him leave. Then he glanced at the survivors who refused to leave, memorizing their faces, and sneered inwardly. He didn't want to believe Fang Yuxin was deceiving him. More precisely, he didn't want to accept the fact that Fang Yuxin had slept with Bai Yi, so he preferred to believe what Fang Yuxin said. His gaze was fixed on Fang Yuxin, trying to confirm if she was lying. Xin, is what you said true? If you have nothing to do with him, why would he come to the safe zone at this time? Don't you think it's all too coincidental? Chapter 131, Encountering an Eccentric. Qiu Yiming deliberately omitted mentioning Fang Yuxin's suggestion to dissolve the engagement, not wanting others to know. However, Fang Yuxin understood his meaning. She also felt that it was all too coincidental. But she truly had no relationship with Bai Yi. Therefore, Fang Yuxin showed no guilt in deceiving Qiu Yiming. She met his gaze without flinching and said confidently, "So what if it's a coincidence? I said I have no relationship with him, and that's final. If you don't want to believe me, there's nothing I can do." Qiu Yiming was seething inside. Fang Yuxin's words made him particularly uncomfortable. He was conflicted, unsure whether to believe Fang Yuxin. Secretly, he leaned towards believing her. It would make him feel better. But his suspicious nature made him think Fang Yuxin was lying. What a coincidence. However, because it was in public, he didn't want to reveal everything in front of everyone. It would make him feel incredibly humiliated. He looked at Fang Yuxin and asked sadly, "Xin, are you really going to do this to me? Can't we talk about this somewhere else?" Fang Yuxin felt bad seeing him like this. After all, they had grown up together, and Qiu Yiming had always taken great care of her, often treating her no worse than Fang Yuyang. Even if she couldn't be with Qiu Yiming anymore, his kindness towards her couldn't be erased. Possible she didn't want to hurt him. Fang Yuyang seemed to sense her hesitation and worried she might change her mind, couldn't help but say, "Xin, don't be foolish. Have you forgotten what you said back then?" He didn't spell it out clearly either, but Fang Yuxin understood his meaning. She knew he was worried. So she hardened her heart. She shook her head at Qiu Yiming. "No need, Qiu Yiming. These are extraordinary times. I think we should spend more time improving our strength, instead of thinking about personal matters all day. I don't care what grudges you have with Bai Yi, nor do I care how you plan to handle things between you and him. I only have one request. Don't hurt Qianqian." Her request was actually somewhat excessive. If Qiu Yiming killed Bai Yi, Bai Qianqian would definitely be harmed. In other words, if Bai Qianqian couldn't be harmed, Qiu Yiming couldn't kill Bai Yi. She knew her request was a bit unreasonable, but this was her bottom line. She deliberately avoided interfering in Qiu Yiming and Bai Ye's entanglement, but if Qiu Yiming wanted to kill Bai Yi, she would definitely intervene. However, similarly, if Bai Yi wanted to kill Qiu Yiming, she would stop him. Consider it repayment for Qiu Yiming's care over the years. There were still many survivors watching nearby, so she didn't make her point too clearly, as this matter involved Qiu Yiming's reputation. Making things too explicit wouldn't be good. Qiu Yiming gave Fang Yuxin a cold smile. Although her words hadn't explicitly defended Bai Yi, they clearly indicated her stance. He said, "Xin, you've disappointed me greatly. You'd better not get involved in this matter. I know what to do." He then leaned closer and lowered his voice, continuing, "Xin, you wouldn't want to drag the Fong family into this for Bai Yi, would you?" This was a clear warning. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang's faces instantly darkened. Fang Yuyang said, "Qiu Yiming, if you dare to lay a hand on the Fong family, I will never let you off." Fang Yuxin added, "Qiu Yiming, did you hear what my brother said? His meaning is my meaning. I don't want to be your enemy, but you'd better not force me." This time Qiu Yiming didn't reply. Instead, he smiled disdainfully, turned, gave Bai Yi a sinister look and strode away. Shang Jinqiu's ID card was ready, so after Qiu Yiming left, the Yongsheng team went to collect their rewards and left the hall. They ignored Bai Yi, as if they didn't know each other at all. Bai Qianqian hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow Fang Yuxin. Anyway, Bai Yi was already in the safe zone. There would be plenty of opportunities to meet him. After Fang Yuxin and the others left, Bai Yi also got his ID card processed. Meng Qingluo couldn't help but complain softly. "Brother, that woman surnamed Fong is so heartless. We risked our lives to come here for her. But look at her, she completely ignores us." Bai Yi gave her a warning look and said in a low voice, "Qingluo, I remember saying not to get involved in my business with her. I hope you remember that. She's right. We have no relationship whatsoever. And besides, I didn't come here entirely for her. What reason does she have to pay attention to us?" He said this with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Although he said this deep down, he felt annoyed at the thought that Fang Yuxin and he actually had no connection. However, recalling Qiu Yiming's persistent harassment of Fang Yuxin earlier, he suddenly felt that his decision was right. Qiu Yiming was clearly no good. If he hadn't come, Fang Yuxin would have suffered even more from this bastard. As a man, he should be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against a woman. Thinking this, he suddenly remembered Fang Mengyao, who had come with Qiu Yiming earlier, and her malicious words. He made a mental note of her, marking her as to be dealt with. After leaving the hall, Fang Yuxin said to her teammates, "Let's go to my house first." She was the vice captain and also the younger sister of Captain Fang Yuyang. Since she had spoken, the others naturally had no objections. However, there are always some people in this world who don't see the way. They had only gone halfway when someone blocked their path. It was a young man who suddenly rushed from the side of the road into the middle shouting, "Stop!" If the driver hadn't braked in time, there would have been an accident. This place happened to be an activity square with quite a few people coming and going. This man's choice of this spot to stop our car was clearly intentional. Fang Yuxin glared at him angrily. He was quite handsome, around 25 or 26 years old, and judging from his demeanor, his background and education seemed quite good. He wasn't an unlikable man, but his righteous indignation and lack of remorse for his earlier mishap, acting as if it were all perfectly justified, made her dislike him. She said unhappily, "Who are you? Why are you stopping our car?" The young man looked at her with obvious displeasure but said, "I'm sorry about what happened earlier, but I had no choice. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but because of you my friend was misunderstood and suffered severe punishment and unfair treatment. So I've come to you hoping you can stand up and prove her innocence so she can be spared punishment." Hearing this, Fang Yuxin immediately suspected something. She glanced around and saw that many people seemed moved by the young man's words, looking at them as if they were some kind of evil force. She sneered disdainfully and said loudly, "Your friend is Lin Fein, right? This morning she brought a large group of people to my house to cause trouble, smashed the lock on my front door, and attacked me and my brother. Later, Major Zhou took her away and punished her according to the regulations of the safe zone. What do you mean by saying she was treated unfairly? Are you dissatisfied with the regulations of the safe zone? Or are you dissatisfied with Major Zhou's decision? If you are dissatisfied, you can go find Major Zhou. What are you doing here blocking us? Do you think we are easy to bully?" Because of that dream, she had never liked Lin Fein, and could even say she hated her. This person's personality was simply incomprehensible, but now it seemed that not only was Lin Fein herself an oddball, but the people around her were equally oddballs. This is probably what they mean by birds of a feather flock together. Lin Fein's punishment was clearly a decision made by the higher-ups in the safe zone. This person didn't dare to argue with them, instead stopping their car. Didn't they think they were easy to bully? Fang Yuxin was fed up with these people's arrogance. She was already in a bad mood today. Lin Fein brought people to her house to cause trouble. Qiu Yiming openly plotted against her. She was robbed outside, and now back in the safe zone she'd encountered this kind of oddball. She cracked her knuckles, deciding this time she wouldn't hold back, and would teach this person a lesson they wouldn't forget. She wanted these people to know that even in the apocalypse, the Fong family wasn't someone anyone could bully. As she spoke, the surrounding people's gazes changed again. Initially, they saw Fang Yuxin and her group as a bullying thug or privileged individuals, but after hearing Fang Yuxin's words, they felt things weren't quite like that. Putting everything else aside, bringing people to someone's house to cause trouble and even breaking their door locks, anyone would be angry if that happened to them. The young man noticed the change in the gazes of those around him, and instantly realized that all his previous calculations had been in vain. He also understood why Lin Fein had said that Fang Yuxin was difficult to deal with, and warned him to be careful. He was unwilling to admit his defeat, and even less willing to disappoint Lin Fein. The thought of Lin Fein's suffering tormented him. And all of this was caused by Fang Yuxin. He only learned later that Lin Fein had gone to the Fong family with her people to seek Fang Yuxin's help, only to be framed and arrested by Zhou Yan. At that time he was filled with regret and wished he could take her place. He went to Zhou Yan and some leaders of the safe zone, but unfortunately, they wouldn't listen to his explanations. He had no other choice but to come to Fang Yuxin. As the saying goes, the one who tied the knot must untie it. If Fang Yuxin doesn't pursue the matter, Lin Fein's punishment can be waived, right? Chapter 132, Turning the Tide. Although Lin Fein had given many instructions, the young man was still full of confidence before he arrived, believing that if he intervened and reasoned with Fang Yuxin, she would definitely agree. However, he never expected Fang Yuxin to have such an attitude. He looked at Fang Yuxin angrily and disappointedly, and said in a sorrowful voice, "Miss Fong, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Now I finally understand why Fein was slandered. It's because of you. You've disappointed me so much." Upon hearing this, everyone in the Yongxing team thought they had encountered a lunatic. Chen Xiao picked at his ear and asked Liu sitting next to him, "Did I hear that right? What did he just say?" He said that Deputy Captain Fong disappointed him. Liu nodded speechlessly. "I heard it too. By the way, what happened to Lin Fein? Did someone cause trouble at Captain Fong's house?" They didn't know about Lin Fein causing trouble at the Fong family's house, but judging from Fang Yuxin's words, it was clearly Lin Fein's own fault. What did it have to do with their Deputy Captain Fong? He's simply insane. Fang Yuxin didn't argue with him anymore but said directly, "Get out of my way. Or don't blame me for being impolite." To her surprise, the young man's expression became even more disappointed. He said, "Miss Fong, I'm here to resolve a problem, not to fight. I want to tell you brute force won't solve anything. I hope you'll step forward and prove Fein's innocence, and stop being so stubborn." After he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted to the others, "Do you know why Fein was arrested? Because she heard that Miss Fong could help ordinary people awaken their superpowers. So she went to the Fong family to beg Miss Fong to help those ordinary people who longed to awaken. Unexpectedly, Miss Fong not only refused, but also brought in Major Zhou. She falsely accused Fein of inciting a disturbance, and Major Zhou arrested Fein. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people's gazes towards Fang Yuxin changed again. Many of these people were ordinary people who had heard the rumor, were skeptical, and dared not directly go to the Fong family to cause trouble. Now, hearing the young man's words, they felt a surge of resentment towards Fang Yuxin. These people all felt Fang Yuxin was incredibly selfish. If she had such an ability, why wouldn't she help them? People are always selfish. These people didn't care about the truth of the matter. Their only concern was that Fang Yuxin possessed the ability to awaken ordinary people into superhumans, yet refused to help them. This infuriated them. But these people weren't fools. While they were angry, they didn't dare to stand up and cause trouble like the young man. Instead, they stood around watching, hoping things would develop in their favor. Because of their own selfish motives, they all hoped the young man would win this battle. That way, Fang Yuxin would have no choice but to use her ability to help them awaken into superhumans. Fang Yuxin smiled coldly. She saw all their expressions. How could she not understand what they were thinking? She then raised her voice and said, "So you've all heard that rumor? Do you know that those two awakened people were infected with the zombie virus? The zombie virus modified their bodies. I merely used my wood-based abilities to help them heal their wounds. Their awakening was entirely due to their luck. If you also want to awaken, you can try getting infected with the zombie virus. If you're lucky, you might become ability users too." Upon hearing this, the people who were initially interested instantly changed their expressions. Infected with the zombie virus? They weren't crazy. Most people infected with the zombie virus turned into zombies. Only a very few lucky ones had the chance to awaken. They weren't going to take that risk. Seeing their fear, the young man immediately pointed at Fang Yuxin and said, "You're talking nonsense. It's definitely not like that. You're lying." Fang Yuxin snorted coldly, braced her hand on the motorcycle, and leaped into the air. She flipped in midair and was in front of the young man in the blink of an eye, kicking him hard in the chest. The young man clearly hadn't expected her sudden attack. Before he could even react, Fang Yuxin kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground a short distance away. Fang Yuxin didn't press her advantage. After all, they were inside the safe zone, and the man's strength was far inferior to hers. If she were to go too far, it would be seen as bullying the weak. The young man, full of righteous rhetoric, was actually utterly defenseless. He coughed up blood as he hit the ground, looking at Fang Yuxin as if she were a supervillain. Even those around them were surprised by Fang Yuxin's sudden attack, and even more surprised by her formidable skills. They had initially harbored selfish motives, but upon hearing that awakening required first being infected with the zombie virus, they hesitated. Of course, they didn't completely believe Fang Yuxin's words. People always subconsciously harbor a bit of wishful thinking, and these people were no exception. They were skeptical of Fang Yuxin's words, believing that the requirement of first being infected with the zombie virus was a lie. However, Fang Yuxin's move instantly silenced those who had initially wanted to confront her. They all realized Fang Yuxin was powerful and not to be trifled with, so no one dared to step forward. Fang Yuxin understood these people's intentions perfectly. Greedy yet cowardly and bullying, hoping others would take the lead so she could reap the benefits. However, her purpose today was merely to make an example of them, not to antagonize ordinary people. So seeing their apprehension, she spoke again, raising her voice. "I think you all know I am a wood-type ability user, and wood-type ability users possess healing abilities. If you are injured, you can come to me for treatment. As long as you can afford the consultation fee, I'm very easy to talk to." No one wanted to offend a healer, especially in the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. Because of the zombie virus's modification of the human body, many drugs were no longer effective. At this time, if someone was injured, they either had to endure it or seek help from a wood-type ability user. Among the onlookers were ordinary people, and those with supernatural abilities. While these supernatural beings had heard of Fang Yuxin's ability to awaken the powers of ordinary people, they were reluctant to believe it. The fewer supernatural beings there were, the greater their advantage. If most people became supernatural beings, their advantage would be less pronounced. Therefore, upon hearing Fang Yuxin deny her abilities, they instinctively believed her. And after Fang Yuxin said she would treat people for a fee, these supernatural beings instantly decided to befriend her. In this apocalyptic world, befriending a healer was definitely more beneficial than harmful. Then one of the superhumans loudly proclaimed, "Miss Fong, I've heard that rumor too, but I knew it was false the moment I heard it. I can't believe so many people actually believed it, and some even stormed the Fong family home because of it. It's utterly foolish. Everyone knows that aside from the lucky few who awakened their powers at the very beginning of the disaster, everyone else who awakened their powers was infected with the zombie virus, and only then managed to awaken them by chance. Even if the two people Miss Fong treated happened to awaken their powers, it doesn't mean it's because of Miss Fong, does it? How can anyone believe such baseless accusations?" Immediately someone echoed, "Exactly. This is clearly a malicious attempt by someone to spread false rumors to harm Miss Fong. If everyone believes them, they'll fall into the trap set by the mastermind." They didn't care whether someone was actually framing her or not. They were just saying this to curry favor with Fang Yuxin. Besides, the fact that Fang Yuxin didn't possess that special ability was even better for them, the superhumans. However, the rumor was indeed very strange. Some smart people felt that there was something fishy about the matter. So even though many people longed to awaken their superpowers, no one went to cause trouble for Fang Yuxin. Instead, they chose to wait and see. It was Lin Fei's foolishness that led her, swayed by Fang Mingyao, to gather a group of ordinary people and cause trouble for Fang Yuxin. Little did she know how many eyes were watching, waiting for the outcome. She was like a pebble thrown to test the waters, betrayed and still clinging to the illusion that her actions were right. With these ability users echoing her sentiments, the ordinary people who were still wavering felt even more resentful. These ability users were clearly implying their stupidity. Otherwise, why would they have believed the rumor? While some thought they were talking nonsense and doubted Fang Yuxin's mysterious abilities, many more became suspicious, finding the situation indeed strange. Oddballs like Lin Fein and the young man were a minority. Most people, though driven by self-interest, weren't stupid. They suddenly realized that even if Fang Yuxin truly possessed such abilities, they would still need her to awaken their own. If she didn't have those abilities, forcing her would be futile. This realization dawned on them. Offending Fang Yuxin would bring them no benefit whatsoever. So, whether they were suspicious or firmly believed Fang Yuxin had special abilities, they all changed their attitudes and echoed the words of the other ability users, saying that someone was definitely spreading rumors behind the scenes to harm Fang Yuxin. The injured young man, on the other hand, received no sympathy. Most people looked at him as if he were an idiot. He watched all this with disappointment and anger, and then his blood rushed to his head, and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, looking truly pitiful. Some of the onlookers did sympathize with him, but none of them stood up to criticize Fang Yuxin. Instead, they guiltily looked away after meeting the young man's disappointed and angry gaze. Seeing this, Fang Yuxin slowly smiled. Chapter 133 A new idea arises. Fang Yuxin raised her voice and said, "This matter was indeed orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. As for who that person is, I already know. Thank you all for stepping forward and speaking up for me. It's a fact that Lin Fein came to my house to cause trouble. Moreover, this wasn't my judgment. Her crime was determined by the law enforcement officers of the safe zone, and it has nothing to do with me." As she spoke, she secretly released a wisp of spiritual consciousness, piercing into the young man's sea of consciousness. Immediately afterward, the young man's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared as he charged towards Fang Yuxin. "I'll kill you!" As he charged, his fists clenched, and a layer of earth-yellow energy enveloped them. Everyone could then see that this young man was actually an Earth-type ability user. His Earth-type ability was quite good among ordinary people, but unfortunately, it was still no match for Fang Yuxin. Fang Jintang was an Earth-type ability user, and his control and comprehension of his ability were far superior to this young man's. With him as an unreliable reference point, how could Fang Yuxin possibly value the young man's meager strength? In her eyes, this young man was utterly vulnerable. The others, unaware of Fang Yuxin's intervention, tensed instinctively upon seeing the young man rushing towards them, followed by intense anger. In their eyes, Fang Yuxin's strength made killing the young man effortless, yet she hadn't, letting him go and only giving him a simple lesson. But what did the young man do? He became enraged, harboring murderous intent towards Fang Yuxin. Unacceptable. Fang Yuyang was about to act, but Fang Yuxin, prepared, immediately said upon seeing his expression, "Brother, don't do it. Leave it to me." She knew Fang Yuyang's strength. He was currently furious, and if he acted, the young man would either die or be crippled, which would be difficult to explain. Although the current situation favored them, causing a death in the safe zone would surely make those present think they were too cruel, and those hidden behind the scenes would definitely take advantage of the situation. She couldn't give them that opportunity. Fang Yuyang, who had initially wanted to act, was forced to restrain himself after being glared at by Fang Yuxin. Meanwhile, the young man had already charged towards Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin could tell that his power was now far greater than before, so she didn't confront him head-on, but instead dodged his punch. Then she kicked him in the chest again, sending him staggering back several steps. This time the young man was clearly smarter, using earth elemental energy to envelop his body, creating a rudimentary defensive shield. So he wasn't injured by Fang Yuxin's kick. However, his combat experience was far inferior to Fang Yuxin's, and the hastily created shield was extremely crude. Even though Fang Yuxin only used half her strength, the rudimentary shield couldn't hold up, flickering a few times before disappearing. Influenced by Fang Yuxin, the young man had lost his rationality. His only thought was to kill her. So, after the shield disappeared, his body swayed a few times, and then he charged at Fang Yuxin again. His combat experience was simply too lacking. Fang Yuxin never engaged him in a direct confrontation. Instead, she skillfully evaded his attacks using her agile movements, delivering a powerful blow in the process. This repeated several times. The young man's supernatural abilities were depleting rapidly, and seeing that he was about to collapse, Fang Yuxin stopped toying with him and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying again. The young man landed awkwardly on the ground, spitting out blood, and tried several times to get up but failed. Soon the enforcement team arrived, having received the news. The leader was neither Zhou Yan nor Qiu Yiming, but a young officer whom Fang Yuxin didn't recognize. As soon as the man arrived, he ordered his men to check the young man's injuries, while simultaneously asking Fang Yuxin, "Miss Fong, could you explain what happened?" Fang Yuxin raised an eyebrow, and then everyone saw the young man punch the soldier checking his injuries, shouting, "I'm going to kill her! I'm going to kill her!" Fang Yuxin shrugged, saying helplessly, "This officer saw it. This man tried to kill me, so I had no choice but to fight back." The young officer frowned, glancing displeasedly at the young man lying on the ground, and then sent men to inquire about the situation from those around him. Soon he learned the whole story. He nodded to Fang Yuxin and said, "Since that's the case, this matter is indeed not Miss Fong's fault. I'll take this man with me." Fang Yuxin politely thanked him, then thanked those around her before returning to her car and continuing their journey. This time they encountered no further trouble and arrived home directly. The lock on the front door had been newly replaced and appeared untouched. Fang Yuxin nodded in satisfaction and gestured for them to go inside. The Fong family's living room was large. After everyone was seated, she went to the kitchen and washed a bowl of fresh fruit, including strawberries, apples, grapes, and cherries. The fruit was incredibly fresh. Having just been washed, its skin glistened with a layer of dew, making it look even more tempting. In the apocalypse, fresh fruit and vegetables were extremely rare, something people seldom ate. Seeing the fruit, they instinctively swallowed, their eyes brightening. Fang Yuxin invited them to eat, and they readily accepted, each taking their favorite fruit. While they ate, Fang Yuxin said, "After you finish the fruit, take out all the yuan stones you found. These require mental power to cut, and the matter of yuan crystals must be kept secret, so it's best if you absorb them here." No one objected to this request. They all understood that if the news of yuan crystals leaked, they would lose their advantage, so secrecy was paramount. The villa had many rooms, and after they finished the fruit, Fang Yuxin had them try cutting the yuan stones. Cutting elemental stones is an excellent way to cultivate spiritual power, so Fang Yuxin didn't plan to do it herself. While the others were cutting, she went to the kitchen to prepare meals. Not only dinner but also breakfast and lunch for the next day had to be prepared. By the time she was almost finished, Chan Xiao and the others had already cut open an elemental stone. Some stones contained elemental crystals, while others were unlucky and contained nothing. Fang Yuxin had already accumulated quite a few elemental crystals, so she traded them for what they could use. Even those who were unlucky enough to find empty stones were given to them in advance. Unfortunately, spatial elemental crystals were very rare, and Fang Yuxin only had one. She didn't keep it and traded it to Shang Jinxiu. Afterward, Chan Xiao and the others decided to absorb the elemental crystals first. The rooms had been prepared in advance, and Fang Yuxin led them to their respective rooms, explained the precautions, and then infused each of them with a wisp of wood energy to stimulate their vitality. After that, she let them absorb the energy on their own. These people were determined, and with her explanation and the help of the wood energy, they felt confident, making the absorption process very smooth. Fang Yuxin had specially left water for them to wash up in the room, but she wasn't extravagant, just enough for them to clean themselves. When they came out, they were refreshed. After dinner, Chan Xiao and the others took Shang Jinxiu away. They would arrange accommodation for her and be responsible for her safety. After they left, the Fong family entered the Greenwood Spiritual Mansion. Fang Yuyang and Bai Qianqian had obtained cultivation techniques suitable for them and were about to begin cultivating. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe, because their spiritual roots hadn't yet reached equilibrium, still needed to continue absorbing spiritual roots. Fang Yuyang, being an adult and mature, quickly grasped the first level of the chaotic wind origin technique after reading it, successfully refining his internal energy and reaching the peak of the early qi refining stage, though still a little short of a breakthrough. However, once the time was right, he could break through to the mid-qi refining stage. Bai Qianqian, being younger, found it more difficult to comprehend the technique. Fortunately, he was intelligent and possessed a rare 5-element spiritual root, and finally, just before dawn, he successfully guided qi into his body, entering the early qi refining stage. He awakened a spiritual energy ability, which didn't need further refinement and couldn't be converted into 5 elements energy, so he couldn't directly enter the peak of the early qi refining stage like Fang Yuxin. Instead, he had to start from scratch and slowly accumulate cultivation. However, his soul power was much stronger than Fang Yuxin's, and as long as his soul power was strong enough, his comprehension ability would far surpass that of ordinary people, making his cultivation twice as effective with half the effort and less prone to bottlenecks, a truly unique advantage. To balance their spiritual roots, Fong Jintang and Chu Qianhe had to painstakingly absorb yuan crystals. Although the process was extremely painful, they persevered. With Fang Yuxin's assistance, they successfully narrowed the gap between their 2 spiritual roots again that night. With some more time, they would be able to achieve balance. Overall, things were moving in a positive direction. Compared to their good fortune, Fang Mingyao's life wasn't so comfortable. She always claimed to have spatial abilities, but in reality, she only faked it using a game system. This game system she obtained was incredibly powerful. As long as she kept leveling up and earning enough points, she could become someone comparable to an all-elemental ability user. However, this powerful game system had a major drawback that she greatly disliked. Each slot in the system's inventory could only hold the same item, causing her considerable trouble. She had to pack everything before taking anything in. Otherwise, she couldn't fit it. Therefore, to avoid being exposed, she had recently used most of her earned points to exchange for inventory slots. And recently, she even spent a large number of points to successfully upgrade one slot. After the upgrade, the storage space could now hold supplies without being restricted by type, but with only 99 cubic meters of space, it was far too small. Fang Mingyao was extremely frustrated. Then she thought again of Fang Yuxin's jade jewelry set. What kind of treasures could be inside? This thought reminded her of the storage spaces in novels. Chapter 134, Unreasonable Demands. To be fair, Fang Mingyao's game upgrade system was absolutely overpowered. Her game inventory was far superior to that of a real space-age ability user. Unfortunately, greed knows no bounds. Ever since the system alerted her to a valuable item within the jade jewelry set Fang Jintang gave Fang Yuxin, she had been obsessed with acquiring it. Unfortunately, Fang Yuxin thwarted her plans several times, leaving her resentful. This time, to avoid suspicion, she used almost all her points to upgrade her inventory, not even having time to exchange for skills. Without powerful skills, her strength couldn't improve, and with the zombies growing stronger, how could she feel at ease? Fang Mingyao didn't sleep well all night. Qiu Yiming was still persistent in his pursuit of Fang Yuxin, and now there was the mysterious and powerful Bai Yi. The thought that Bai Yi had a son with Fang Yuxin made Fang Mingyao feel particularly bitter. She believed she wasn't inferior to Fang Yuxin in any way. Why did Fang Yuxin get so many things she coveted? And that jade set. If it really is a storage space like in the novels, she absolutely must get her hands on it. Qiu Yiming also didn't sleep well that night. He tried his best to convince himself to believe Fang Yuxin's words, but after returning home, Zhou Fanghua, having received the news, flew into a rage, demanding that he break off his engagement with Fang Yuxin and sever all ties. Zhou Fanghua's words infuriated him, and he felt utterly humiliated. The truth he had been unwilling to face was so bluntly stated by Zhou Fanghua, making him feel green with envy once again. He had had enough of this feeling. What made it even more unbearable was that Bai Ye's strength was actually superior to his. Although neither side had gone all out in that fight, he could see that Bai Ye's current strength was significantly greater than his. This made him feel incompetent and even more eager to improve his strength. He was extremely agitated, feeling that ever since he and Bai Yu made the pact to set a death trap for Bai Yi, his life had become increasingly unlucky. First, his attempt to capture Bai Qianqian failed, and Bai Qianqian ended up encountering Fang Yuxin. Not only could he no longer harm Bai Qianqian, but Fang Yuxin also gained an unexplained son. Then he sent men to hunt down Bai Yi. Without Bai Qianqian as a hostage, he had no leverage to blackmail Bai Yi. As a result, he lost many men, while Bai Yi remained alive and well. And that wasn't all. Fang Yuxin became increasingly cold towards him, and now she even wanted to break off their engagement. She wouldn't have it. He would absolutely not agree to this. Qiu Yiming then thought of Fang Mengyao. He wasn't stupid. He saw through Fang Mengyao at a glance. He also discovered she had a secret trump card. He had kept this woman by his side only to obtain her secret, but things hadn't gone smoothly at all. Fang Yuxin had become even more distant from him, and Fang Mengyao seemed to have sensed something, hiding her secret even more carefully. Qiu Yiming lay in bed, feeling extremely distressed. Zhou Fenghua was his mother. Even if she had her faults as her son, he couldn't completely disregard her feelings. Now news of Bai Yi and Fang Yuxin's affair had reached Zhou Fenghua's ears. Zhou Fenghua's hysterical reaction made Qiu Yiming realize that he had reached a point where he had to make a choice. Fang Mengyao was smarter than he had imagined. To gain her trust, he couldn't continue being cold to her. And then there was Zhou Fenghua. She was currently furious. To calm her down, he would probably have to temporarily distance himself from Fang Yuxin. In the past, Qiu Yiming wouldn't have felt this way. Because they were both busy, they rarely saw each other, even seldom having time to eat together. So, a temporary separation wouldn't have been so difficult for him. But Bai Yi was now in the safe zone. Qiu Yiming's manly intuition told him that Bai Yi definitely had ill intentions towards Fang Yuxin. How could he be at ease? If Bai Yi took advantage of the situation while he and Fang Yuxin were apart, he would definitely regret it terribly. Because of this concern, he couldn't sleep almost all night. He simply got up to cultivate, but his mind was a mess, and he couldn't calm down at all. How could he cultivate like this? Qiu Yiming felt extremely distressed. After hesitating for a long time, he finally chose the path that was most beneficial to him. So that morning, just after the Fong family had finished breakfast, Qiu Yiming came again. Although he had made a special effort to groom himself, it wasn't hard to see upon closer inspection that his eyes were slightly dark and his eyes revealed his exhaustion. It was clear he hadn't slept well. Fang Yuxiang was very resistant to his arrival, frowning as soon as he saw him. Seeing Fang Yuxiang's attitude, Qiu Yiming felt equally angry, but remembering the purpose of his visit, he suppressed his anger and said to Fang Yuxin, "Xin, I have something to say to you." Fang Yuxiang felt that Qiu Yiming was like a persistent ghost, and his hesitant speech made her wonder what he was up to. He didn't want Fang Yuxin to continue entangled with Qiu Yiming, so he tried to stop her from going out with him. He had just raised his arm before he could even speak, when Fang Yuxin saw Qiu Yiming's brows furrow slightly, his bloodshot eyes flashing with irritation. She sighed inwardly, grabbed Fang Yuxiang's hand, shook her head slightly and said, "Brother, you get ready first. I want to hear what he has to say." Seeing Fang Yuxiang's concern, she added, "Don't worry, he'll just be near the house, he won't go far." Qiu Yiming disdained Fang Yuxiang's attitude, feeling he was being too nosy, but in front of Fang Yuxin he couldn't say anything, only giving Fang Yuxiang a cold look to express his displeasure. Fang Yuxiang also didn't give him a pleasant look. He knew in his heart that Qiu Yiming was too arrogant, habitually self-righteous, and had a strong desire for control. No matter what he said, Qiu Yiming definitely wouldn't listen. He ignored Qiu Yiming and instead told Fang Yuxin, "Then stay at the door and don't go far." His tone was like a worried parent instructing a young child. Fang Yuxin obediently nodded and walked to the door with Qiu Yiming, asking first, "There's no one else here, so just say what you want to say." Qiu Yiming had already made up his mind, but looking at Fang Yuxin, he suddenly didn't know how to begin. He hesitated and said, "Yuxin, can we not break off the engagement?" Qiu Yiming was stunned after saying this. He hadn't come to Fang Yuxin to say this, but unexpectedly, he had blurted out his truest feelings. Fang Yuxin was silent for a moment. She had actually been prepared that breaking off the engagement with Qiu Yiming wouldn't go smoothly, but she felt that with Fang Mengyao involved, it would succeed sooner or later. Yesterday she was angry and spoke without restraint, but now she was confident and didn't intend to make things too ugly with Qiu Yiming. Since breaking off the engagement was inevitable anyway, there was no need to waste time arguing with Qiu Yiming. So she asked, "Did you come here just to say this to me?" She looked at Qiu Yiming, instinctively knowing this wasn't what he originally intended to say. She knew him quite well. Qiu Yiming was a very rational person, Unlike those clueless young masters in dramas who would abandon their careers for romance and end up in such a sorry state. Qiu Yiming felt uneasy under her gaze, but he quickly regained his composure and said what he had prepared beforehand. Xin, I know a lot has happened recently, and I understand how you feel. I hope we can both calm down and give ourselves a chance. We can talk about breaking off the engagement later. During this time I can keep my distance from you. But you must promise me one thing. Stay away from Bai Yi. Fang Yuxin's gaze gradually turned cold. She roughly understood Qiu Yiming's intentions. Perhaps it was for Fang Mingyao's sake, or perhaps Zhou Fenghua had put pressure on him, which was why he was preparing to keep his distance from her. But what kind of request was this? What right did Qiu Yiming have to make such a demand of her? She said rudely. Qiu Yiming, I don't understand what you mean. What right do you have to interfere in my affairs? These words clearly provoked Qiu Yiming. A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he said resentfully. What right? Because I'm your fiancé. Yuxin, have you forgotten? As long as I don't agree to break off the engagement, I will always be your fiancé. I know you've been in a bad mood lately, so I promise you I'll keep my distance for now, but you must also promise me you'll stay away from Bai Yi. If you don't agree, we'll get married right now. Qiu Yiming said this angrily, trying to force Fang Yuxin to compromise. However, after saying the word marriage, a strong impulse suddenly arose within him. He looked at Fang Yuxin, and suddenly realized that if she agreed to marry him, he would marry her even if he didn't get the secret trump card Fang Mengyao held. Fang Yuxin naturally couldn't agree to the marriage. She glared at Qiu Yiming with anger and disappointment, gritting her teeth and saying, Qiu Yiming, you're utterly unreasonable. After saying this, she ignored Qiu Yiming and turned to walk home. Qiu Yiming clenched his fists and said behind her, Xin, you have to promise me. If you're with that man surnamed Bai, I really don't know what I'll do. Fang Yuxin stopped, but she didn't turn around, only saying, Qiu Yiming, go away. I don't want to see you right now. Qiu Yiming felt uneasy not getting an answer from Fang Yuxin, but after hesitating he didn't continue. He knew Fang Yuxin's temper. Continuing to argue would only be detrimental to him. He turned and walked back, thinking as he went, Bai Yi must be eliminated. Chapter 135 More and More. After Qiu Yiming left, Fang Yuxin returned to the house and saw Fang Yuyang slamming his fist on the coffee table. Outrageous. Qiu Yiming is simply going too far. She was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized that Qiu Yiming had spoken quite loudly, and Fang Yuyang must have heard him. She then looked at Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe and noticed that their expressions were also unpleasant. Bai Qianqian snorted softly, his face sour, determined to tell Bai Yi about this after they met. That Uncle Qiu was so annoying. Why couldn't his mom be with his stupid dad? Seeing her family's grim expressions, Fang Yuxin said, Forget it. You all know he's a domineering person, so why get angry over him? So many people saw what happened yesterday. Uncle Qiu and Aunt Zhou must know. Knowing their personalities, how could they possibly want me as their daughter-in-law? Although Qiu Yiming says he won't break off the engagement, it's impossible between us now. He's just deceiving himself. Because her family was so angry, she didn't dare voice her suspicions. Otherwise, given Fang Yuyang's temper, he might have gone to fight Qiu Yiming to the death. After all, the Qiu family had considerable influence in the military. It wasn't worth risking their own lives for a momentary argument. Fang Yuyang was furious. He clenched and unclenched his fists several times before suddenly saying, Is Qiu Yiming sick? You have no relation to that Bai guy, so what did he mean by saying that? Fang Yuxin was speechless. She hadn't expected Fang Yuyang's anger to have such a reason behind it. She subconsciously glanced at Bai Qianqian, only to see him pouting in displeasure, his large eyes gazing resentfully at Fang Yuyang, as if accusing him of his earlier words. Fang Yuyang noticed his gaze and felt instantly awkward. He disliked any man who approached his sister, and Bai Yi, being Bai Qianqian's father, made him even more wary, fearing that this scoundrel would abduct his sister. But Bai Qianqian was still a child, and he couldn't bring himself to voice his thoughts in front of him. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Fang Yuxin quickly said, All right, let's hurry up and go out. Didn't we agree to go to the food trade market today? Soon the family left. However, Bai Qianqian had quite a temper. His face remained sour, and he even deliberately ignored Fang Yuxiang to express his dissatisfaction. Fang Yuxin noticed that since Bai Ye's appearance, Bai Qianqian's temper seemed to have worsened. He used to always appear very sensible, but this sensibility was mixed with too much cautiousness, which inevitably evoked pity. However, since meeting up with Bai Yi, Bai Qianqian has shown more of the traits typical of a child his age. His temper has grown increasingly volatile, and he seems a bit unruly. But deep down, Bai Qianqian is still a well-behaved and sensible child. Even when he throws a tantrum, he just gives the silent treatment and doesn't cry or scream like other children, or even resort to rude insults. Therefore, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe not only didn't dislike his tantrums, but they also glared at Fang Yuxiang several times, scolding him for not knowing how to speak properly. They left quite early, but when they arrived at the entrance to the safe zone, they found Bai Yi and Chan Xiao already waiting. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Bai Qianqian's expression instantly softened, and he even asked to ride in Bai Ye's car. The others naturally couldn't refuse, so they let him change cars and then invited Shang Jinxiu to get in. Chan Xiao and the others only had one car, and with Shang Jinxiu it was a bit crowded. After changing cars, everyone set off. The moment they set off, news reached Qiu Yiming's ears, infuriating him. Fang Mingyao beside him listened to the news with mixed feelings. Initially, she admired Qiu Yiming, even developing feelings for him. But after Bai Yi appeared, she felt Bai Yi was quite good, comparable to Qiu Yiming in his own way, which she liked immensely. If Bai Yi were a terrible man, she would be overjoyed to hear that Fang Yuxin was hooking up with him. But Bai Yi was exceptionally talented, even comparable to Qiu Yiming, leaving her with no sense of accomplishment, only a strong sense of bitterness. The only thing that comforted her was that Qiu Yiming was very angry about it, seemingly very dissatisfied with Fang Yuxin. She deliberately said, "Brother Yiming, don't be angry. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Sister Xian and that Mr. Bai must be old acquaintances. It's only natural for them to do missions together." Hearing this, Qiu Yiming's anger was reignited, burning even brighter. He glanced at Fang Mingyao, knowing she was saying it on purpose, but remembering his plan, he had to suppress the urge to yell at her and tell her to get out. He said with a grim face, "You don't need to persuade me, I know what happened. She dared to lie to me and get entangled with Bai Yi. I won't let this go." Although he said this intentionally for Fang Mengyao's ears, it also reflected his true feelings. He was genuinely angry, feeling deceived by Fang Yuxin. This gave him that feeling of being cuckolded again. Fang Mengyao's heart stirred, and she couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yiming, what are you planning to do?" She was both excited and apprehensive, eager to see Qiu Yiming deal with Fang Yuxin, yet worried about him dealing with Bai Yi. She was so conflicted. Qiu Yiming didn't answer her question but instead said, "It's getting late, we should set off." He then looked at Fang Mingyao. "Remember our mission today? Are you ready?" Fang Mingyao knew he was referring to the space, so she nodded and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yiming, I'm all ready. I won't let you down." Qiu Yiming quickly set off with his men. His Thunder team had been expanding rapidly in recent days, boasting over 100 ability users alone, not including 200 ordinary soldiers. When the disaster struck, a large portion of the soldiers turned into zombies, drastically reducing their numbers. Although he was a major, he didn't have many men under his command. If it weren't for his father, Qiu Hongsheng, helping him transfer soldiers to his ranks, he wouldn't have been able to gather so many people in just a few days. Zhou Yan, like him, was a major, but didn't have as many men. This time he not only brought all his men with him on this mission but also drove 10 trucks, all for the supplies in that area. This time he was determined to succeed. After Fang Yuxin and the others set off, they gradually realized that the situation was getting worse and worse. Fang Yuxin keenly noticed changes in the green belts along the roadside. Trees were either withered and dead or growing taller and straighter, and the weeds on the ground were sprouting up to waist height. And that wasn't all. The number of zombies on the road was also increasing. The disaster occurred in the middle of the night, when most people were asleep at home. After the disaster, some survivors escaped from their houses, while others were directly transformed into zombies and trapped inside, unable to escape. Many more were buried underground, becoming cold, lifeless corpses. Therefore, initially there weren't many zombies outside. However, as time went on, Large numbers of zombies emerged from the houses, and even those buried underground seemed to have turned into zombies, crawling out of the rubble. This led to a surge in the number of zombies outside, and the danger to the survivors increased dramatically. The market city was an extremely densely populated city. Before the apocalypse, the market city suffered from severe traffic congestion every day, with streets teeming with people. After the apocalypse, the large number of people turning into zombies brought even greater disaster to the survivors. Fang Yuxin knew even better that the real disaster was yet to come. Because of the increased number of zombies, they had to stop and clear them out frequently. By the time they reached the agreed-upon food trading city, they were a full hour and a half late, all due to the time spent clearing zombies on the way. When they arrived, the other 3 teams were already there. This time they had more people, with about 100 in each team. However, this number was still far too small compared to the number of zombies in the food trading city. These people didn't dare to get too close, fearing they would attract the attention of the zombie hordes and be surrounded, so they deliberately chose a relatively far spot to wait. When they saw Fang Yuxin and his group, their expressions clearly showed impatience. Although they valued Fang Yuxiang and Bai Ye's strength, Fang Yuxin's group was simply too small. Less than 20 in total, hardly enough to fill the zombies' teeth. Many of these people had never witnessed Fang Yuxiang and Bai Ye's strength firsthand, and seeing their pitifully small numbers, their faces immediately turned very ugly, feeling that they had been tricked. However, the 3 leaders also had their own difficulties. They all noticed the increasing number of zombies in the city, and if they missed this opportunity, they might miss the chance to obtain the supplies inside. They planned to finish this job and then take their men to the safe zone outside the city. The sheer number of zombies in the city made them very uneasy. So the eldest leader said, "Now that everyone is here, let's discuss it and act as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, the other 2 leaders had no objections. They really didn't want to wait any longer. So he took out a simple hand-drawn map and said, "This is a map of the food trade city, drawn by my men from memory. You see, there are 4 entrances. There are too many zombies inside, and we don't have enough manpower, so my suggestion is that we shouldn't split up, but instead choose one entrance and charge in together." Chapter 136, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. His suggestion was actually quite good. The number of people was already small, and splitting them up would be too dangerous. So a plan was quickly devised. However, while the plan was in place, deciding on a route was difficult. Bai Yi pushed Shunshi forward, saying, "He's a psychic, he can scout out the zombie distribution. We can find a route with fewer zombies to attack." The others naturally agreed. Besides Shunshi, the psychic, the other 3 teams also had speed-enhanced, hearing-enhanced and psychic-enhanced individuals, all capable of scouting. Thus, a rough plan quickly emerged. Essentially, everyone should try to stay together, scout out a relatively safe route, and once inside, the amount of supplies they could collect would depend on their own abilities. To avoid being surrounded by zombies, everyone should try not to get separated. The last point was practically nonsense. In a real situation, how could they not scatter? Moreover, with 4 teams or even 5 if subdivided, and no one trusting anyone else, how could they possibly cooperate wholeheartedly? Furthermore, with so many people gathered together, how would supplies be distributed? Since it was agreed that everyone would rely on their own abilities, disputes were inevitable when collecting supplies. However, the most important thing right now was to rush into the food trade city. Thinking about supplies was too early. Although Fang Yuxin's group was the smallest, they were all armed with submachine guns. Initially, they hadn't shown their guns, which led to them being looked down upon. But once they did, many people became envious. They didn't say anything, but their eyes didn't lie. Fang Yuxin saw this and immediately told those around her, "Be careful when you go in. Don't get separated. This place isn't safe. It'll be dangerous if you're alone." The others nodded in agreement. They had also seen the burning glares in those eyes. They understood perfectly well. Bai Yi gave Fang Yuxin a special look, finding this woman increasingly admirable. With a plan in mind, they didn't delay any longer and quickly approached the food trade city. There were many zombies inside the food trade city, and even more roaming outside. As they got closer, the stench of decay in the air became extremely strong. At this point, everyone needed to use their unique abilities. Psychic ability users released their mental perception, while those with enhanced hearing and vision also used their abilities. There weren't many psychic ability users here, only 2 or 3. Their strength was also average, far inferior to Bai Qianqian and Shan Shi. Fang Yuxin also released her spiritual sense. Her perception range was wider, but this perception made her mood somewhat heavy. Those people were right, there were at least tens of thousands of zombies here. And that wasn't all. There were at least 100 level 1 zombies, and among the level 1 zombies there were 17 mutated zombies. However, the food here was quite abundant. Although some of it was spoiled and some had been destroyed by the zombies, most of it was intact, and in considerable quantities. Soon the rout was determined. The eldest leader said, "We have to be quick. With so many of us here, the zombies from other areas will soon be attracted. We must rush in before they arrive. Once inside, we'll see who has the best skills." Fang Yuxin glanced at the other 3 groups. Although they outnumbered them, their strength wasn't great, and many would likely perish inside. As they approached, the zombies in front instantly became agitated. These zombies knew no fear. In their eyes, the newcomers were nothing more than food. The zombies charged towards the group with almost greedy abandon, and a fierce battle ensued. For the supplies inside, almost everyone fought with all their might, holding nothing back. Soon they tore a gap in the zombie encirclement and rushed in. As Fang Yuxin entered, he released Lanrua, instructing it to collect crystal cores. Lanrua was a plant. Although its main body was only 1, it could create clones. Currently, it was in a first-level mutation state, capable of creating 8 clones. These clones were all the same thickness as the original body, and their strength was almost the same, only they consumed more energy. After Fang Yuxin released Lanrua followed her instructions and burrowed underground. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, she secretly dug out the crystal cores from the brains of the zombies that had been killed, but hadn't been dealt with yet. Because there were too many zombies, although these people killed quite a few, they didn't have time to dig out the crystal cores in order to save time. Instead, they took the opportunity to rush into the food trade city. The food trade city covered a large area, and all the zombies were not concentrated in one place. These zombies were scattered, so the number in each place was not too terrifying. Perhaps the previous victory gave these people confidence, because after hesitating, the 3 leaders who led the team actually decided to split up. However, they didn't dare to split too far apart, but agreed that everyone would search in large areas together, with short intervals between them. There were many shops in this food trade city, both wholesale and retail. Although the shops looked messy, the shop signs were very clear, and everyone could directly choose the shops they wanted to go to. Although they were supposed to be working together, the distance between them, intentionally or unintentionally, grew somewhat wider due to the need for supplies. Almost everyone was prepared. Each of the 3 teams arrived in a large truck, or at least a trailer and trailer. Unlike Fang Yuxin's group who only came in an SUV, how much could they possibly carry? Their large numbers attracted a steady stream of zombies from afar. However, the vanguard consisted entirely of low-level zombies. The level 1 and mutated zombies stayed in the back, clearly demonstrating their higher intelligence and understanding of basic strategy. Fang Yuxin's group had guns, and with the sound of gunfire, many low-level zombies quickly fell. Fang Yuxin didn't choose to go with Bai Yi. Although they were supposed to be partners, she didn't trust him, and her secrets weren't something she could share with him. The Yongsheng team headed straight for the warehouse, ignoring the numerous shops. However, halfway there, Fang Yuxin suddenly gestured for the others to stop. The turn of events was sudden, as there weren't many zombies ahead, and they had no reason to stop. Fang Yuxiang sensed something was wrong and asked worriedly, "Xin, did you discover something?" Fang Yuxin was very upset. Just now, she discovered that the warehouse had been cleared out first. And to make matters worse, it was someone she knew, Qiu Yiming and Fang Mengyao. Qiu Yiming's convoy consisted of 10 trucks, and his men were even more heavily armed. They wouldn't stand a chance. She said grimly, "Qiu Yiming is over at the warehouse. Let's not go there. Let's check the shops instead." There were quite a few shops there. They could find a good amount of supplies. Qiu Yiming and his men were busy emptying the warehouse and probably wouldn't have time to deal with the shops anytime soon. She turned back with her men, and Bai Yi, who wasn't far away, also turned around. Although Fang Yuxin clearly didn't want to travel with Bai Yi, Bai Yi was worried about their safety due to their small numbers and stayed a safe distance from them. When Bai Yi had the people turn around, he specifically asked Shun Shi, "Mr. Shun, have you noticed anything?" Shun Shi smiled meaningfully. "I've noticed that Miss Fong's senses are incredibly sharp, to the point that I can't help but suspect she's awakened some kind of psychic ability." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's face darkened and he warned, "Mr. Shun, that Miss Fong is my son's mother. You'd better stay away from her, and don't even think about making a move on her." Shun Shi's face stiffened for a moment, then he smiled again. "Captain Bai, don't be impulsive. I didn't mean anything by it. It was just a simple compliment." Miss Fong probably noticed Major Cho had gone to the warehouse, which is why she decided to turn around. "It's him!" Bai Yi exclaimed, a thought flashing through his mind. He couldn't help but ask, how many men did he bring? Shun Shi saw through his plan and smiled dangerously. "I advise you not to try and confront him head-on." Major Cho brought 300 men, including 100 ability users and 200 ordinary soldiers, and all of them are armed. As far as I know, Major Cho seems to be very dissatisfied with Mr. Bai. If you go, you'll be walking into the lion's den. Bai Ye's face instantly turned ugly. He wasn't afraid of Cho Yiming, but the fact that Cho Yiming had brought so many men made him difficult to deal with. He glanced at Shun Shi and didn't mention turning back to the warehouse again. However, while they deliberately avoided Cho Yiming didn't intend to avoid them. The other three teams were also headed for the warehouses. Although some of them had psychic abilities, their strength wasn't very high. They headed directly towards the warehouses, and when they spotted Cho Yiming, his men spotted them as well. The three leaders hesitated for a moment, but still headed towards the warehouses. They had no prior conflict with Cho Yiming, and upon discovering he was a member of the military, they figured he wouldn't go too far, so they went directly to the warehouse. Outside, Cho Yiming received his subordinate's report, and his already gloomy expression darkened further. He was still angry about Fang Yuxin and Bai Ye's affair. Who knew that coming to the warehouse to retrieve supplies would lead to someone trying to take a share of his spoils? He gave a cold laugh, then, using the ground as leverage, nimbly leaped onto the truck's trailer, coldly looking in the direction the group had come from. Soon the three groups appeared. Cho Yiming, hands behind his back, looked down at them and coldly asked, "Are you survivors here to collect supplies?" These survivors were all ordinary citizens before the apocalypse. Seeing the heavily armed men, many of them immediately paled. Chapter 137, Concealing Breath Talisman. Cho Yiming's men were clearing away the zombies rushing out of the warehouse. He stood atop the truck bed, hands behind his back, looking down at the three mercenary teams who had also come to search for supplies. Seeing their timid expressions, he felt disdain. When no one answered, his voice turned dangerous. "Didn't you hear me ask you a question?" His words instantly created a tense atmosphere. The three leaders exchanged glances. They all knew they couldn't afford to offend Cho Yiming, so they behaved obediently, readily revealing their purpose for being there. Cho Yiming looked at the three teams and smiled. "We're all survivors. Since you're also here to search for supplies, let's all come at once." As soon as he finished speaking, someone understood and made way, releasing the zombies. Cho Yiming's men were all armed, their firepower formidable, making it impossible for the low-level zombies to get close. However, the other three teams only had a handful of guns, obtained by sheer luck. Unable to deal with Cho Yiming's men, the zombies charged straight at the three mercenary teams. Cho Yiming watched this scene with a satisfied smile. Seeing more and more zombies drawn to the other three groups, he nimbly jumped down from the top of the carriage, walked to Fong Mingyao's side, grabbed her arm and headed into the warehouse. Realizing his intentions, the three groups were filled with regret. If they had known Cho Yiming was this kind of person, they definitely wouldn't have come. Just as they were feeling indignant, they suddenly realized that Bai Yi, Fang Yuxiang, and the others hadn't come. They were puzzled for a moment, then quickly understood that they were likely to lose everything this time. They could only blame themselves for being too greedy, having initially set their sights on the warehouse, complaining that the goods in the shops were too few, too scattered, and too troublesome to search. Otherwise, how could they have ended up trapped here in such an awkward and dangerous situation? When Cho Yiming entered the warehouse, he also took all his superhumans with him. leaving only 100 ordinary soldiers with guns on guard outside. He pulled Fong Mingyao along the fastest, seeing some decent supplies such as canned meat. Fong Mingyao was allowed to put the supplies into her spatial storage. Besides Fong Mingyao, everyone else also quickly and efficiently packed the supplies, their movements practiced and coordinated. Clearly, they were used to this kind of work. Qiu Yiming stood beside Fong Mingyao, protecting her. Every time a zombie rushed in, he wiped it out before it even got close. Fong Mingyao was incredibly fast. Anything her hands touched, she could store in her game inventory with a mere thought. Because it was something she was familiar with, she also kept an eye on Qiu Yiming while packing the supplies. Looking at his resolute and cold face and his handsome movements, her heart pounded fiercely and passionately. Her affection for Qiu Yiming grew even stronger, and her determination to have him only intensified. Thinking of Zhou Fenghua's attitude towards Fang Yuxin, a slight smile appeared on her lips, her heart filled with joy. She had heard it with her own ears. Zhou Fenghua deeply hated Fang Yuxin, and had clearly stated that she would never allow Fang Yuxin to marry into the Qiu family. And Qiu Yiming had personally agreed. She had waited so long. This day had finally come. This time she clearly noticed that Qiu Yiming's attitude towards her had become much warmer. Fong Mingyao felt that he must have realized her good qualities, and she was even happier. But that wasn't enough. She told herself in her heart that she not only had to win Qiu Yiming's heart, but also snatch Bai Yi away, leaving Fang Yuxin with nothing. Thinking of this, she moved even faster. Qiu Yiming followed beside her, and the two walked quickly. As they walked, Fong Mingyao had already packed all the supplies she liked into her bag. The place was piled with boxes of canned meat, which was very easy to collect. Wherever she passed, the boxes disappeared at a visible speed. Soon the entire warehouse was empty. They emptied one warehouse and then moved on to the next. However, the constant influx of zombies caused them considerable trouble. After Fang Yuxin and her people arrived at the commercial street, she took out 10 leaf talismans. These 10 leaf talismans were made by her last night using the leaves of spiritual plants from the Greenwood Spirit Mansion, making the leaf talismans much more powerful. This time she created a concealment talisman. Wearing it and activating the talisman would allow her to suppress her aura, making it extremely weak and effectively evading zombies. Zombies now primarily rely on aura to sense prey. The stronger the blood and energy fluctuations, the greater the attraction. With the concealment talisman, her aura was suppressed, and her blood and energy fluctuations became very weak, thus reducing her attraction to zombies. She distributed the talismans, specifically instructing Shang Jinxiu and Chan Xiao. Jinxiu, you're a spatial ability user, so try to collect as many usable supplies as possible later. Chan Xiao, you stay with her and protect her carefully. Don't let anything happen to her. Shang Jinxiu and Chan Xiao naturally had no objections. Fang Yuxin thought about it. Her Azure Wood spiritual mansion couldn't be exposed, so she would definitely have to act alone. However, there were still many zombies in this food trading city, so it wasn't safe. Encountering ordinary zombies would be manageable, but if they encountered mutated zombies, Chan Xiao and the others would probably only be able to protect themselves, let alone Shang Jinxiu. So after hesitating, she simply said to her family, "Dad, Mom, Brother, you go with Chan Xiao and the others. I'm going to find Lanru. It's time to retrieve it." The three of them understood that she was deliberately using this as an excuse to act alone. After all, the Greenwood Spirit Mansion couldn't be exposed. If outsiders were present, she wouldn't be able to store the supplies in her space. The three were worried about her, and Fang Yuxiang said, "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll go with you." Afraid that Fang Yuxin wouldn't agree, he added before she could speak, "There's no room for discussion. I have to go with you." Seeing his resolute attitude, Fang Yuxin didn't insist further, only reminding the others to be careful, and then rode her motorcycle in another direction with Fang Yuxiang. She arrived at another deserted commercial street and began to communicate with Lanruo telepathically. "Lanruo, where are you? Can you come back now?" After a short while, Lanruo's thoughts returned. Eat. Come back." Although Lanruo's expression was vague, Fang Yuxin understood. It was currently eating and preparing to return to her side. So she waited a while, and soon Lanruo's main body and clone emerged from the ground one after another. The closed flower buds and leaves opened one after another, and with a crisp rustling sound, beautiful zombie crystal cores fell to the ground like rain, piling up in a small heap, shining brightly in the sunlight. Fang Yuxin reached out and sucked all the crystal cores into her greenwood spiritual mansion. At the same time, Lan Rua had already withdrawn her clone, and her main body also quickly shrank, turning into a stream of light and returning to Fang Yuxin's wrist. Fang Yuxin nodded to Fang Yuyang, put the motorcycle into her space, and then rushed into the nearby shops with him, starting a rapid sweep. She was even faster than Fang Mengyao. With just a wave of her hand, countless well-packaged food items were all put into her space. Fang Yuyang held a meow knife and kept watch beside her, but the aura emanating from the two of them was very weak, and few zombies were attracted to them. They swept through the area, leaving some shops severely damaged, with only a few food items intact. The brother and sister looked at the destroyed food, their hearts heavy. The situation was worsening, and humanity was facing an even more severe survival challenge. At this time, every piece of food was extremely precious. Although they weren't lacking in food, seeing so much food destroyed still filled them with deep regret. However, the brother and sister didn't have time for sentimentality, so after their initial reflection, they moved even faster. Occasionally, zombies would rush out of the shops, but their numbers were limited, and Fang Yuxin didn't even need to lift a finger. Fang Yuyang dealt with them all. Because they used concealment talismans, more zombies headed towards the warehouse. There were over 600 people there, their vitality incredibly strong. An irresistible temptation for zombies craving flesh and blood. While collecting supplies, Fang Yuxin didn't forget to release her spiritual sense for vigilance. When she discovered a large number of zombies heading towards the warehouse, she laughed gleefully. Although she didn't intend to make things too ugly with Qiu Yiming, his persistent pestering and domineering scheming were truly annoying. Now, without her having to lift a finger, these zombies would cause Qiu Yiming considerable trouble. Seeing her smirking, Fang Yuyang's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask, Xin, what's wrong? What's making you so happy? Remembering Fang Yuyang's dissatisfaction with Qiu Yiming, Fang Yuxin smiled and told him, almost all the zombies in this food trading city have gone to the warehouse. They're definitely going to cause Qiu Yiming a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuyang's face lit up with a smug smile, and he asked, Xin, I remember you said before that there were still quite a few mutated zombies here. Did they go? Fang Yuxin nodded. This food trading city is quite large. My spiritual sense can't completely cover it. I can't be sure if all the mutated zombies went, but 15 of them did. Fang Yuyang's eyes lit up immediately, and his smugness became even more pronounced. Even one mutated zombie is difficult to deal with, let alone 15. Qiu Yiming is definitely going to be overwhelmed. Fang Yuxin thought of the 3 groups of people heading towards the warehouse, and after a moment's thought, she told Fang Yuyang, Brother, the 3 groups that contacted us for cooperation before have also gone to the warehouse. They're probably in danger this time. Fang Yuyang thought of those people, sighed silently and said, Let's hurry, there are quite a few shops here. Chapter 138 Danger. Fang Yuxin realized Fang Yuyang was deliberately changing the subject, so she didn't bring up those people again, and instead focused on collecting supplies even faster. Because they were so fast, they had visited every shop on the entire commercial street in less than half an hour, storing all the supplies in their spatial storage. After clearing the commercial street, Fang Yuxin said to Fang Yuyang, Brother, we've collected almost everything. Let's go meet up with Mom and Dad. There were 3 commercial streets. Bai Yi and his group had gone to one, Shang Jinxiu and her group to another, and Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang had cleared the last one. They couldn't compete with Bai Yi for supplies, and there was no need to go to the warehouse. Naturally, it was time to meet up with Shang Jinxiu and her group. As Fang Yuxin spoke, she took out her motorcycle, and the 2 siblings each rode one towards Shang Jinxiu's location. On another commercial street, Bai Yi and his group, almost everyone carrying a large backpack, were loading supplies into it. Lacking spatial storage, they were much slower than Fang Yuxin. The entire commercial street had numerous shops, and even with much of the food damaged, the remaining amount was still considerable. They couldn't possibly carry it all, so they could only pick up the more practical items. Lacking concealment talismans and knowledge of spells to hide their aura, their vigorous blood energy constantly attracted zombies. Hunting zombies while gathering supplies further slowed their progress. Bai Qianqian watched Bai Yi deftly pack food into his bag, and thinking of Fang Yuxin's Greenwood spiritual mansion, his lips curled into a sneer. His gaze towards Bai Yi was filled with disdain, practically screaming, "Dad, you're useless." Bai Yi was furious under his gaze, wanting nothing more than to grab the brat and give him a good beating. He glared at Bai Qianqian unhappily. "What kind of look is that?" "Nothing, Dad, keep it up," Bai Qianqian said insincerely. He knew very well that the Greenwood spiritual mansion and cultivation were things he couldn't tell anyone. Fang Yuxin had even specifically instructed him that he couldn't even tell Bai Yi about it. He watched Bai Yi painstakingly collecting food, feeling quite frustrated. He thought it would be so much better if Fang Yuxin were here. She could have easily finished it with a wave of her hand. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell Bai Yi about this. It was incredibly painful. Bai Yi felt his son was becoming increasingly inconsiderate. He angrily turned away and continued collecting food. Bai Qianqian thought for a moment, then grabbed his bag and started packing. He had taken the bag from Bai Yi's car. It was very large and could hold a lot of things. However, he was too short to carry it and could only drag it along the ground. Bai Yi saw Bai Qianqian's actions. A slight smile appeared on his lips, a smile of satisfaction on his face. His son was so sensible. His mother was truly good at raising him. This thought led him to a wide-ranging thought. Suddenly coming to him, the ideas of a child really can't be without a mother, and it seems I should discuss the child's future upbringing with Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin was unaware that Bai Yi had his eye on her. She and Fang Yuyang rode their motorcycle and quickly found Shang Jinxiu and the others. On the way, she deliberately used her spiritual sense to check on Bai Qianqian's situation. Seeing that he was safe, she felt relieved. Shang Jinxiu and her group were making good progress, much better than Bai Yi's group. This was the difference between having a spatial dimension and not having one. With a spatial dimension, collecting supplies was much more efficient. Without it, they would have to struggle like Bai Yi and his group, stuffing large bags into their storage. Although zombies occasionally came by, they were mostly low-level zombies, with only occasional ordinary level 1 zombies, posing no real danger to Shang Jinxiu and her group. The mutated zombies hadn't appeared yet. She didn't know if they had all gone to the warehouse or were hiding somewhere. However, the absence of mutated zombies was a good thing. While Shang Jinxiu and her group were clearing the shops on the left side of the commercial street, she and Fang Yuyang went to the shops on the right. They deliberately took 2 extra-large hiking backpacks from the car and carried them on their backs as a disguise. Their supply collection was going smoothly, but the situation at the warehouse was fraught with danger. This food trading city has many warehouses, all concentrated in one area. Qiu Yiming led Feng Mingyao to clear each warehouse one by one. However, each warehouse was relatively independent, and they had to walk a distance to enter another warehouse after leaving one. Unfortunately, there were quite a few zombies here, and their numbers seemed to be increasing, making it extremely troublesome. Although Qiu Yiming's men were all armed with submachine guns, ammunition was a consumable resource, and even he had to use it sparingly. Therefore, he deliberately let the 3 teams of mercenaries from outside clear the zombies, so that his own men could conserve ammunition. At first, the situation was manageable, but once the mutated zombies appeared, things began to spiral out of control. The first to appear were the speed-mutated zombies. These speed-mutated zombies were even faster than speed ability users, and their nails and teeth were extremely sharp. Once they charged into the mercenary group, they could easily tear open a person's neck. Screams echoed everywhere, and the splattering blood could sting the eyes. Since it was a warehouse, the space wasn't large, and everyone was crammed together, leaving even less room to maneuver. This gave the speed-mutating zombies an opportunity. These speed-mutating zombies swiftly weaved through the crowd, their sharp claws tearing flesh with each strike. Watching the zombies rampage, despair began to spread through the hearts of the people. After the speed-mutating zombies, there were strength-mutating zombies, defense-mutating zombies, and even special-type zombies. Even more bizarrely, these zombies didn't rush to devour human flesh. Instead, they moved cunningly among the humans like killing machines, constantly injuring and killing. Not everyone who came here was a superhuman. Many were ordinary people, and among these superhumans there wasn't a single level 1 superhuman, They were all still beginner-level superhumans. Even Qiu Yiming was only at the peak of the beginner-level superhuman, still some distance from advancing. However, although Qiu Yiming hadn't advanced with his strength, he could still deal with these mutated zombies, but his subordinates didn't have that ability. Seeing more and more people injured, and even infected with the zombie virus, Qiu Yiming's expression grew increasingly grim. He glared angrily at the mutated zombies rampaging through the crowd, and suddenly thought of Fang Yuxin. He suddenly wished Fang Yuxin were here. He remembered that when Fang Yuxin went with Zhou Yan to rescue people, they encountered mutated zombies, and some people were even infected with the zombie virus. Later, she saved them all. He didn't know that Fang Yuxin was on the commercial street not far from the warehouse, so he quickly suppressed the thought and shouted, "Listen up, everyone! From now on, form groups of 10 and fight the zombies together. Keep your distance and leave space to deal with the zombies. Humans are different from zombies. Zombies can only be killed by cutting off their heads, but humans are different. A scratch from a zombie's claws will injure them, make them bleed, and they will be infected with the zombie virus. Compared to zombies, humans have far too many weaknesses. If this continues, the situation will only get worse." As soon as Qiu Yiming finished speaking, his men immediately sprang into action, forming groups of 10 according to his instructions. After all, they had been following Qiu Yiming for some time, and most of them were originally soldiers who had undergone rigorous training, so their teamwork was naturally very smooth. The other 3 teams fared much worse. Compared to Qiu Yiming's men, they were a complete rabble. They hadn't undergone rigorous training, and after Qiu Yiming gave the order, they were stunned for a while before reacting, further delaying their team formation. This delay resulted in many more dying under the claws of zombies or being scratched. These 3 teams suffered the heaviest casualties. However, human potential is limitless. After the initial chaos, they quickly divided into teams and, like Qiu Yiming's men, positioned themselves with their backs to the inside and facing outwards, maintaining vigilance. The teams quickly spread out, and at the same time the mutated zombies that had been rampaging were now exposed. Qiu Yiming could no longer concern himself with his previous calculations. He now faced only 2 paths. Either fight his way out or kill the mutated zombies and continue retrieving supplies from the warehouse. Because of the earlier chaos, many of his men were injured and some had even died. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to try and eliminate the mutated zombies. So he gave the order again. Each squad of ability users, engage 1 mutated zombie and try to wear them down. The rest of you clear out the ordinary zombies. As he spoke, he charged out. He didn't use a gun. He directly used his proud lightning-based ability. With a pull of his hands, a purple whip crackling with electricity appeared in his hands. This whip was condensed using his lightning-based ability, and its power was immense. 1 lash could easily shatter the head of a low-level zombie. But mutated zombies were clearly not so easy to deal with. Qiu Yiming directly confronted a speed-type mutated zombie. He was fast but much slower than the speed-type mutated zombie. If he had a choice, he would never have faced a speed-type mutated zombie. But because of their speed advantage, these zombies were incredibly lethal. If he didn't kill the speed-type mutated zombie, they would cause even greater casualties. Crack! Qiu Yiming swung his whip, aiming for the head of a speed-type mutated zombie. But unfortunately, it was too fast, and the whip missed its mark. Qiu Yiming's expression changed, and his speed increased even more. His whip lashed out repeatedly, making a series of sharp cracking sounds. The purple whip shadows intertwined, creating a dazzling spectacle, and lashed fiercely at the mutated zombie. The lightning-based superpower was immense. The mutated zombie, struck by the lightning, immediately let out a piercingly mournful howl. Chapter 139 Mental Attack. The lightning whip struck the speed-mutated zombie, leaving deep wounds where it hit. Its right arm exploded and its chest caved in. Unfortunately, the whip missed its head or legs. The speed-mutated zombie retreated rapidly, unwilling to continue fighting Qiu Yiming, and turned to flee. Qiu Yiming's eyes turned cold. He gripped the whip tightly in his right hand and hurled it in the direction the speed-mutated zombie had fled. The whip straightened instantly in midair, like a sharp spike, shooting swiftly towards the speed-mutated zombie and piercing its skull in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the speed-mutated zombie's head exploded. Qiu Yiming summoned the spike back into his hand with a flick of his wrist. He stroked the spike, his hands trembling with excitement. He had recently hit a bottleneck. He sensed that with just one more step, he could enter a new realm. But he couldn't seem to find the right path. Just moments ago, as he watched the mutated zombie turn and flee, a surge of intense anger welled up within him. Then, he suddenly noticed the barrier blocking his path shatter. His luck was excellent. This advancement was almost effortless, taking only a fleeting instant. In that instant he could feel the surrounding energy continuously flowing into his body, and his aura surged, quickly reaching a new height. Due to his lightning-based abilities, his aura was already terrifying. A destructive force capable of annihilating everything. After the advancement, his aura became even more terrifying. Those near him instantly noticed this change. Their expressions changed drastically, and they instinctively distanced themselves from him. Qiu Yiming noticed their subtle movements but wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled smugly. Then he gripped the spike in his hand tightly, and quickly, the spike melted away, reabsorbed by him. The spike returned along with the crystal core. Qiu Yiming looked at the crystal core, which was clearly different from ordinary ones, and put it into his pocket with satisfaction. Then he flashed and quickly locked onto his next target. His target this time was also a speed-mutating zombie. This speed-mutating zombie was surrounded by 10 ability users. Although its movements were barely restricted, their situation was very bad and dangerous. These ability users were none other than Qiu Yiming's subordinates, and of course he wouldn't leave them to die. In fact, after he gave the order, almost everyone followed his instructions and trapped the mutated zombies. Not only his subordinates did this, but the other 3 teams did as well. Qiu Yiming saw all of this and quickly made a choice. Although his own ability users were in slightly better condition, compared to them the other 3 teams were in much greater danger. But Qiu Yiming still chose to save his own people first. These were his soldiers and he would feel the pain of losing even one. As for the lives of the other 3 teams, he didn't care at all. Get out of the way. After saying this, Qiu Yiming swiftly extended his right hand, fingers spread, and a bolt of lightning shot from his palm, quickly piercing the head of the speed-mutated zombie. This battle was much simpler. The speed-mutated zombie couldn't dodge at all and was struck by the lightning. Its head exploded, and a white crystal core ejected, which Qiu Yiming caught in his hand. He put the crystal core in his pocket, while quickly glancing at the 10 ability users. All 10 were injured, though to varying degrees. Their conditions were far from optimistic. Qiu Yiming discovered that all of them were infected with the zombie virus. He clenched his fist tightly, his mind once again turning to Fang Yuxin. Because of Zhou Fenghua's dislike of Fang Yuxin, and his desire to quickly obtain Fang Mengyau's secret, he had planned to temporarily refrain from contacting Fang Yuxin. But now that all these people were infected with the zombie virus, he had no choice but to seek out Fang Yuxin. Although Josh was also a wood-type ability user, his strength was inferior to Fang Yuxin's. Thinking of this, Qiu Yiming's mood surprisingly wasn't heavy. Instead, he felt a hidden joy. He suddenly thought that perhaps he could use this incident to ease his relationship with Fang Yuxin. Besides, he went to Fang Yuxin to ask her to treat his wounded men. And even if Zhou Fenghua disliked Fang Yuxin, she couldn't stop him anymore. He could even use this incident to change Zhou Fenghua's attitude towards Fang Yuxin. Once Fang Yuxin healed his men, his mother probably wouldn't dislike her anymore, right? Qiu Yiming felt he was right, and his mood suddenly improved, his face becoming even brighter. He even spoke gently to the 10 ability users. Go and deal with those ordinary zombies. If you really can't hold on, go rest in the car and let Chen Xiao try to treat your injuries. The 10 ability users were flattered. Qiu Yiming hadn't been giving them a good look lately, and they had been living in fear for a long time, afraid of angering him. Hearing his gentle tone, these people felt utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. They secretly glanced at Qiu Yiming, wondering if his brain had been damaged by the zombies. Seeing their lack of reaction, Qiu Yiming's face instantly darkened. He glared at them fiercely and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and go." "Yes." The 10 ability users shouted in unison. Seeing Qiu Yiming's ugly face, they felt a sense of relief despite their fear. Qiu Yiming ignored them and continued to deal with the other mutated zombies. This time it was a speed-mutated zombie. He used the same trick, raising his hand and releasing lightning, easily piercing through the speed-mutated zombie's head and obtaining another mutated crystal core. He instructed the ability users again and went to kill the next mutated zombie. However, just as he raised his hand to release lightning, a sharp, piercing scream suddenly came from somewhere. The sound was extremely sharp and ear-piercing. At the same time, a powerful mental attack rapidly spread out, shaking everyone's consciousness. The attack came so suddenly that no one was prepared. Even Qiu Yiming felt a jolt in his mind, his head spinning. The others reacted similarly, their eyes glazed over, and their attacks ceased. Conversely, the zombies' attacks intensified. Soon many fell to the zombies' claws and fangs. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in Qiu Yiming's mind, instantly waking him. The moment he regained consciousness, he saw a dark shadow hurtling towards him. A putrid stench assaulted his nostrils. He knew exactly what the shadow was. Qiu Yiming's eyes narrowed, and an electric net instantly appeared before him. The shadow crashed into the net, accompanied by a piercing scream and crackling lightning, quickly turning into charred remains. Qiu Yiming retrieved the crystal core and saw that the others were still dazed. The ability users fared better, less affected, and although not fully conscious, they instinctively avoided the zombie attacks. The situation was even worse for ordinary people. They seemed to have lost their minds, standing there with blank stares like wooden stakes, completely at the mercy of the zombies, and they didn't know how to resist at all. No, this can't go on. Qiu Yiming's heart tightened. He recalled the mental attack from before, and realized it was likely a psychic zombie. His mood instantly turned heavy. He shouted, "Everyone wake up! Wake up if you don't want to die!" His voice was loud, but he wasn't using his mental power, so the effect was minimal. A few stronger ability users woke up, but most remained unresponsive. Their eyes glazed over, allowing the zombie to slaughter them. Qiu Yiming thought of Fang Yuxin again. He clearly remembered that not long ago, Fang Yuxin had killed a psychic zombie. He had been incredibly worried then, and many thought she was in grave danger. But when he led a rescue team, they found Fang Yuxin returned unharmed. Having never witnessed the power of a psychic zombie, he had subconsciously assumed they weren't difficult to deal with. But now he suddenly realized he might be wrong. He couldn't help but wonder, did she really kill that psychic zombie? Then he thought of Bai Yi. If it were Bai Yi, perhaps he really could kill that psychic zombie. But if that were the case, wouldn't it mean that Fang Yuxin had already been involved with Bai Yi? Had she really been lying all along? Qiu Yiming's face turned extremely ugly as he thought of this. He couldn't and didn't want to think about it anymore. So he forced himself to face the predicament before him and find a solution. He quickly discovered that several of the awakened ability users were psychic. So he immediately said, "All psychic ability users, try to use your mental power to awaken the others." After he finished speaking, he was stunned. When facing Zhang Tianhe used a mental attack on them, but Fang Yuxin not only saw through it, but also easily broke through his mental attack. Could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could Fang Yuxin not only be a wood-type ability user, but also a psychic ability user? If that were the case, it would explain how she was able to kill that psychic zombie. Thinking of this possibility, his mood suddenly improved. Several psychic ability users worked together and soon many more people woke up. But that's far from enough. Chapter 140 What to Do? Qiu Yiming watched helplessly as the casualties mounted, yelling at the psychic ability users, "Wake everyone up! This won't do." The psychic ability users were bitter. They knew this couldn't go on, but what could they do? The psychic zombie behind them was clearly stronger than them. They had used all their strength, but they couldn't break through its mental attacks. What could they do? It wasn't that they refused to do as Qiu Yiming said. They simply lacked the ability, they were powerless. Qiu Yiming's expression grew increasingly grim. He felt these people were utterly useless. So many of them combined couldn't do anything to the psychic zombie. Back then, Fang Yuxin and his group with only a few people had killed that psychic zombie. What about these people? Why were they completely useless? But no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. He tried shouting, and with the combined efforts of the psychic ability users, they successfully woke up about a third of the people. Then Qiu Yiming shouted, "Listen up everyone. I don't care what methods you You must wake the people around you up. The zombies were still attacking frantically, and those who had regained consciousness understood that the most urgent task was to wake those around them. It wasn't that they were particularly selfless, but they were simply too few in number. If those people didn't wake up in time, the casualties would increase, and their own situation would become extremely dangerous. So in an instant, everyone who had regained consciousness sprang into action, using every method they could think of, just to awaken those around them. The mutated zombies were still rampaging, and Qiu Yiming, in order to minimize casualties, couldn't spare any attention for anything else. He kept chasing after the mutated zombies, killing them one by one. But these mutated zombies were clearly much more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. They had all witnessed Qiu Yiming's prowess and didn't engage him head-on, instead all keeping their distance to kill those who hadn't yet regained consciousness. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Qiu Yiming had no choice but to shout, "Everyone get in the vehicles! Retreat first!" The casualties were already mounting. With a quarter of his men already dead at the hands of the zombies and half-wounded, Qiu Yiming dared not delay any longer. He had been overjoyed at this breakthrough, even relieved he hadn't left. But when the psychic zombie appeared, a single mental attack rendered almost everyone incapable of fighting. The greatest casualties began from that moment. Qiu Yiming was filled with regret. If he had known there was such a formidable psychic zombie here, he would never have chosen to stay. But now it was too late. He dared not harbor any more illusions. These men were his soldiers. Every death was a loss. Moreover, heavy casualties would make it difficult for him to explain back to the safe zone. So he shouted again, "Get in the truck! Get in the truck now! Retreat immediately!" At this moment, those who had been in a daze snapped back to reality. Hearing his words, they grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the truck. The zombies, however, clearly weren't willing to let them go so easily. The horde surged towards them like a tidal wave. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. People were frequently scratched or killed by zombies, screams echoing throughout the air. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, and bloodstains were everywhere. The scene was terrifying and filled with despair. Qiu Yiming watched as the zombies relentlessly advanced, showing no sign of retreat. His face darkened and he thrust his hands forward. A massive electric net instantly opened and expanded, forming a huge barrier that blocked the zombies. This was the first time he had unleashed such a powerful attack, draining nearly half of his energy. He dared not let go, instead continuously releasing his powers to maintain the net's strength. Behind the net, zombies relentlessly charged, seemingly oblivious to the charred remains of their bodies. Qiu Yiming felt like he was about to vomit blood. He felt his energy constantly draining from his body, an unbearable agony, but he had no choice. If he let go, the zombie onslaught would cause even greater casualties. Because the group was scattered, he didn't have time to distinguish who was on his side and who was on the other side. He could only save everyone first. Fortunately, the others were smart enough that no one was the oddball who ran out crying and refusing to leave. They all cherished the chance he had bought them to escape and desperately rushed onto the truck. Qiu Yiming could hold off the zombies from one direction, but he couldn't hold off all of them. As the mercenaries rushed onto the truck, many more were scratched or killed by zombies rushing out from other directions. Dense gunfire erupted. At this point, no one cared about conserving bullets. Everyone fired wildly at the zombies, trying to kill as many as possible. After another period of chaos, everyone except the dead was on the truck. Qiu Yiming breathed a sigh of relief, clenched his fists tightly, and the electric net instantly rushed towards the zombies, enveloping them inside. The crackling sounds were incessant, and large numbers of zombies turned into charred remains at a visible speed. Qiu Yiming dared not linger, not even having a chance to collect the crystal cores. He leaped onto the top of the truck bed and shouted, "Stop dawdling! Get out of here!" The psychic zombie was still lurking in the shadows. Although it had only launched one psychic attack and hadn't attacked again, Qiu Yiming was deeply uneasy. He instinctively felt that the zombie was still there, and staying would be even more dangerous. He had to take the people with him first. These people were too weak. Staying would only be a burden. But he himself wasn't confident he could handle thousands of zombies alone, so he had to retreat first. The retreat route was blocked by many zombies. Gunfire never stopped and they had to clear a path entirely with firepower. After several close calls, they finally escaped. They didn't dare linger in the food trade city, driving the truck 7 or 8 miles before stopping. At this moment, Qiu Yiming had less than a quarter of his supernatural power remaining. Exhausted, he jumped off the train. He then saw Fong Mingyao get out of the passenger seat and walk towards him with a worried expression. Her voice was gentle and concerned as she asked, "Brother Yiming, are you all right? You look terrible." Thinking of Fang Yuxin, Qiu Yiming couldn't help but push away her outstretched hand. While he was busy killing zombies, Fong Mingyao hadn't been seen at all. She must have disappeared somewhere. What was the point of her showing concern now? If it were Fang Yuxin, she would definitely have chosen to fight alongside him, and might even have helped him kill that troublesome psychic zombie. If that were the case, why would he have escaped from that food trading city in such a sorry state? Fong Mingyao's expression darkened when Qiu Yiming pushed her away, but remembering the perilous scene just now, she suppressed her anger. She felt a little guilty. While Qiu Yiming was dealing with the zombies, she had hidden herself, intending to take the opportunity to run to the warehouse to get supplies. However, those zombies were too powerful, especially the psychic zombie hiding in the shadows. She was almost affected. If it weren't for the protection of the game system, she probably would have been bewitched. She didn't dare to be too obvious, afraid that people would discover that she could use other types of skills. She could only retreat back to the truck when the others weren't paying attention, waiting for Qiu Yiming to deal with the zombies. She had initially thought Qiu Yiming could handle the troublesome psychic zombie, but it turned out he was no match for it either. However, remembering the game system's notification, she couldn't blame Qiu Yiming for being useless. The psychic zombie was a level 2 zombie, while Qiu Yiming had only reached level 1. Furthermore, the zombie was elusive, always hiding in the shadows and attacking without ever coming out. Killing it wouldn't be easy. Looking at Qiu Yiming's pale face, she thought for a moment and comforted him. "Brother Yiming, don't be discouraged. That psychic zombie today was too powerful, and it kept hiding, which is why you couldn't defeat it. It's not your fault." Qiu Yiming, of course, knew it wasn't his fault. He just couldn't accept his defeat. He had been utterly humiliated today, and everyone had witnessed this embarrassing scene. Thinking about the punishment he would face upon returning, his mood became heavy. This made him think of Fang Yuxin again, and he even regretted his decision. He thought he shouldn't have distanced himself from Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin's strength was definitely greater than she had shown. If she had been there to assist him, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Fong Mingyao was unaware that Qiu Yiming had thought of Fang Yuxin. She already knew this man somewhat and guessed he couldn't accept this defeat. However, seeing Qiu Yiming's miserable state, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. In her opinion, a man as outstanding as Qiu Yiming, even if he encountered a level 2 psychic zombie, shouldn't he have been able to kill it despite being much stronger? Isn't that how it always is in novels and TV shows? But Qiu Yiming not only failed to kill the psychic zombie, but also escaped in a sorry state. Fong Mingyao felt this plot was too abnormal. She couldn't help but think of Bai Yi, and even wondered what would happen if Bai Yi encountered that psychic zombie. Could he handle it? Lost in their own thoughts, Josh suddenly burst out of the carriage in a panic, running to Qiu Yiming and exclaiming, "Major Qiu, something terrible has happened. All the injured have been infected with the zombie virus. What do we do?" Chapter 141. Let's go take a look. Qiu Yiming's gaze towards Qiao was cold. Although he had long suspected that people scratched by mutated zombies would be infected with the zombie virus, when it actually happened, he still felt an indescribable sense of frustration and distress. When Qiao asked him in a panic, "What should we do?" he felt an urge to slap her across the face. Qiao was a wood-type ability user and a healer. What use was it to come to him for help instead of trying to find a solution? He couldn't help but think of Fang Yuxin again. If Fang Yuxin were here, she would definitely have a solution. Qiu Yiming scratched his hair in frustration, thought for a moment and asked, "How many people have been infected with the zombie virus?" Qiao was taken aback by the question. A look of panic flashed across his face before he said, "The exact number of infected people hasn't been tallied yet. I came to notify you immediately after I discovered someone was infected." Hearing this, Qiu Yiming felt even more furious. That's how people are. When you like someone, you'll be tolerant and forgiving no matter what mistakes that person makes. But when you dislike someone, no matter what they do, they seem utterly wicked in your eyes. Qiu Yiming, of course, was just an ordinary person. He was filled with regret, his mind consumed by thoughts of Fang Yuxin. He felt that Xiaoxi was nowhere near as good as Fang Yuxin, so naturally he found Xiaoxi extremely displeasing. Xiaoxi wasn't entirely at fault in this matter. He was simply too panicked, and given the seriousness of the situation, he rushed to Qiu Yiming for advice after discovering someone was infected. The matter was of paramount importance. How could a mere doctor like him possibly make the decision? Unfortunately, Qiu Yiming was in a bad mood and deeply disliked him, so the blame ultimately fell on Xiaoxi. Qiu Yiming glared at Xiaoxi, then, remembering what Fang Yuxin had said to Xiaoxi, "First, gather all the infected wounded together. Then find one of them, cut away the asterisk around their wound, and use your wood-based ability to heal them. See if that works." That's what Fang Yuxin had done before, and Qiu Yiming couldn't think of any other way, so he had Xiaoxi try Fang Yuxin's method. Although these wounded were infected, they hadn't completely turned into zombies. He couldn't just kill them directly. Xiaoxi and Fang Mengyao both recognized that this was a method Fang Yuxin had used before, and they felt uneasy. Since that encounter, Xiaoxi had realized that Fang Yuxin's wood-based ability was far superior to his own. This filled him with both jealousy and fear. He had finally gotten such a well-paid and respected job, and he didn't want to lose it so easily. Because Fang Yuxin was Qiu Yiming's fiancé, he had initially thought that Fang Yuxin would be doing missions with them in the future, which filled him with dread. Fang Yuxin was more capable than him, and she was Qiu Yiming's fiancé. If she arrived, where would he find a place in the Thunder team? However, for some reason, Fang Yuxin didn't join their missions. He remained the Thunder team's medic, which greatly relieved him. But not long after, news spread that Fang Yuxin had cured people infected with the zombie virus, and 2 ordinary people had even awakened superpowers as a result. Listening to the discussions around him, he felt an uncontrollable surge of jealousy and panic. He was terrified that his teammates would despise him for being useless, and even more afraid that Qiu Yiming would replace him with Fang Yuxin. Later, when he discovered the rumors were rampant and many ordinary people were eyeing Fang Yuxin, yearning to awaken superpowers, a twisted sense of satisfaction arose within him. He felt Fang Yuxin deserved it. Therefore, when he heard Qiu Yiming ask him to use Fang Yuxin's method to save people, he instantly felt resistance and immense fear. He knew his own limitations. If he failed to save the person this time, it would be tantamount to telling everyone that he was inferior to Fang Yuxin. Could he not do what Fang Yuxin could do? So he couldn't help but say, "Major Qiu, isn't this too risky? What if this method doesn't work?" Qiu Yiming was already seething with anger, a fire burning so intensely it almost consumed his reason. He used immense willpower to stay calm. But upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, his anger seemed to surge skyward, relentlessly scorching his remaining rationality. He couldn't bear it any longer and interrupted Xiaoxi, roaring, "What do you mean by that? You're a doctor and you can't do it? Xin used this method to save someone. She could do it, why can't you?" Xiaoxi was speechless. Was he supposed to admit he was inferior to Fang Yuxin? Where would his pride be? What would others think of him? What status would he have in the Thunder team afterward? He dared not say he couldn't do it, nor dared he say he wasn't confident, so he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll try right now." Qiu Yiming then let him go, his face dark as he watched him turn and leave, thinking that he had to find Fang Yuxin as soon as possible. Fang Mengyao looked at his gloomy face and felt a little uncertain, so she hesitated and asked, "Brother Yiming, what do we do now?" Qiu Yiming was in a bad mood and didn't bother to brush her off, coldly saying, "Let's wait." There were too many wounded, and some were even infected with the zombie virus. If they were brought back to the safe zone like this, he would definitely be severely punished. Fang Mengyao pursed her lips, guessing his concerns, and said, "Then let's find a safe place first. It's too dangerous here." Her suggestion was good, and Qiu Yiming didn't object. He even smiled at her. "Yes, you're right. We should find a safe place." The other 3 teams also escaped, but they suffered heavy casualties, with most of their men killed or wounded. They didn't dare go back just yet, so they deliberately stayed, thinking that if Josh could heal them, they would pay any price to have her treat their injuries. Fang Yuxin and the others quickly swept the entire commercial street clean, and then she deliberately used her spiritual sense to observe Bai Ye's situation, only to see that they were still stuffing supplies into their vehicle. Unfortunately, their vehicle wasn't big, and the amount of supplies it could hold was very limited. Fang Yuxiang asked, Xin, have we taken everything? Let's go. Fang Yuxin, worried about the situation at the warehouse, said, Wait a minute. Let me go check on things there. Fang Yuxiang's expression instantly changed. He thought of Qiu Yiming at the warehouse and assumed Fang Yuxin was worried about him, fearing she hadn't forgotten him. His face darkened and he lowered his voice, saying, Xin, Qiu Yiming is a jerk. Don't think about him anymore. Fang Yuxin glanced at him silently and, seeing his worry, smiled helplessly. Brother, what are you thinking? I don't like him anymore. There's no way I'd go back to him. Fang Yuxiang wanted to believe her, but he was still uneasy. He looked at Fang Yuxin suspiciously. Are you serious? Fang Yuxin rolled her eyes. Why would I lie to you? Do you think your sister is that stupid? So desperate to be with him? Fang Yuxiang carefully examined her face. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, he felt relieved and asked, Then why did you still go to check the situation at the warehouse? Since Qiu Yiming is here, he must have come prepared. We don't lack supplies, so don't fight with him and get entangled with him again. Fang Yuxin shook her head. Brother, did you hear that sound just now? I suspect there are psychic zombies there, and I want to go see if it's true. Fang Yuxiang's expression changed upon hearing this. Psychic zombies again? He and Fang Yuxin had a hard time killing that psychic zombie last time, and because of that, he had a bit of a psychological aversion to psychic zombies. Hearing that there were psychic zombies at the warehouse made him feel uneasy. However, he still said, Don't even think about going alone, I'll go with you. Fang Yuxin hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. The mental attacks of mental zombies were extremely terrifying, and the others were still a step too far behind in strength. Going would only be a burden and extremely dangerous. So she simply said to Shang Jinxiu, Jinxiu, can you still fit supplies in your storage space? Shang Jinxiu frowned in distress. There's not much space left, I can't fit much stuff. Fang Yuxin waved her hand. It's okay, didn't we prepare a big bag? Just put it in there and we'll put it in the car later. You guys go check out the commercial street on the east side. Bai Yi and the others can't take all the stuff there, you can go and get some. Shang Jinxiu thought of what Fang Yuxin had just said and was a little worried. Sister Xian, isn't the warehouse too dangerous? Are you really going? Fang Yuxin could see that she was genuinely worried, and Chan Xiao and the others also looked worried. Feeling a warmth in her heart, she comforted them. My brother and I are just going to check things out. We'll be careful. You all should be careful too, and it's best if you go with Bai Yi and the others. Although those people aren't familiar with us, they should be reliable. However, there's a man surnamed Chan among them, who looks rather weak, but he's a psychic. You must be wary of him. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe, seeing her resolute attitude, didn't try to persuade her further, only reminding her to be extremely careful. Watching Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang ride away on their motorcycle, the two men's faces darkened. They resolved to improve their strength as quickly as possible, so they wouldn't have to watch helplessly as Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang took risks every time, unable to do anything about it. Then Fang Jintang glanced at the others and said, All right, since Xin has said so, let's go check out that commercial street on the east side. The others naturally had no objections and got into the car quite quickly. When they arrived at the commercial street to the east, Bai Yi and his group were loading supplies onto the vehicle. Large packages were secured to the roof, and the back seat was piled high, indicating they had found quite a bit of supplies. However, compared to theirs, it all seemed rather meager. Upon seeing them, Bai Yi instinctively looked for Fang Yuxin. However, he quickly realized she wasn't there. A hint of worry crept into his eyes, and he frowned slightly, asking, Where's Miss Fong? Chapter 142, Mind Your Own Business. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe's feelings towards Bai Yi were rather complex. Because Bai Qianqian's appearance was so sudden and his background so mysterious, they were initially wary of Bai Qianqian's father. Later, as their feelings for Bai Qianqian changed, Their feelings towards his father also gradually changed. While they wouldn't consider him a son-in-law, they began to admire him more. Because Bai Qianqian was so sensible and well-behaved, they felt that the person who raised him must be a good person. Later, when Fang Yuxin proposed breaking off her engagement with Qiu Yiming, Bai Yi appeared. When the two saw Bai Yi, they began to scrutinize him as a potential son-in-law. This didn't mean they considered Bai Yi their future son-in-law. They simply began to evaluate him with the standards of choosing a future son-in-law. And upon closer inspection, they found Bai Yi to be quite good. He was handsome, had a good demeanor, and at first glance, his personality and abilities seemed promising. Fong Jintang and Chu Qianhe suddenly felt that this person could be their son-in-law. This was their first impression of Bai Yi. However, since they had only just met and didn't know each other well, they couldn't immediately be satisfied with him or truly consider him a son-in-law. They had simply placed him in their observation range. So, as soon as Bai Yi spoke, they could tell he was worried about Fang Yuxin. While they were even more satisfied with him, Fong Jintang didn't hide Fang Yuxin's whereabouts, stating quite frankly. Xinxin and Yuyang went to the warehouse, saying they were worried about the situation there. Bai Yi instantly misunderstood, and his thoughts immediately aligned with Fong Yuyang's. Fang Yuxin actually went to the warehouse. Could it be that she still harbored feelings for Qiu Yiming? This was too dangerous. He didn't like Qiu Yiming, and after developing some appreciation for Fang Yuxin, he didn't want her to be hung up on that rotten, crooked tree of Qiu Yiming. He disregarded his fear of Qiu Yiming and directly said, "Then I'll go check it out too." Meng Qingluo was helping the others secure packages to the roof of the car when she heard Bai Yi say this. She was completely terrified. Qiu Yiming was just looking for an opportunity to kill them. What was Bai Yi doing? Are you deliberately going to your death if you don't want to die fast enough? She quickly tried to stop him. Big brother. Don't forget, Qiu Yiming is in the warehouse right now. It's too dangerous for you to go there. Bai Yi waved his hand. He didn't take Qiu Yiming seriously at all, and even if Qiu Yiming dared to kill him, he was confident he could escape unscathed. He hadn't gone before because it wasn't necessary, and also because he was worried about his teammates, fearing they would be implicated. He didn't give Meng Qingluo a chance to speak again, only saying, "I'm going to check out the warehouse. You guys stay here. Don't follow me." After glaring at the others and making them promise not to follow, he didn't drive and ran directly towards the warehouse. He was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already run a considerable distance. Meng Qingluo was extremely worried. She said to the others, "No. We can't just sit here and wait to die, we have to go with them. We can't let our brother suffer at the hands of that Qiu fellow." But as soon as she finished speaking, Chan Si said in a deep voice, "No one is allowed to go." He deliberately glanced at Meng Qingluo. "Didn't you hear what the boss just said? He said none of us are allowed to go with them. Don't you understand the boss's good intentions? He's worried about us being in danger. You all know the boss's strength without me having to tell you. If we go with them, what help can we be? We'll only become a burden to the boss." Meng Qingluo realized that her decision was rash after hearing what he said. But she was very unhappy. If it weren't for Fang Yuxin, why would her brother have gone to the warehouse? What's so good about that woman that her brother has risked his life for her time and time again? Thinking of this, her face turned extremely ugly. The others looked at her face, and although they didn't say anything, they were somewhat disappointed. They all knew Meng Qingluo's feelings for Bai Yi, and they knew that she liked Bai Yi. Previously, Bai Yi had no other women around him, and they didn't trust women with ulterior motives to deceive him, so they generally approved of Meng Qingluo's feelings. Later, after Bai Yi clearly stated he had no romantic feelings for Meng Qingluo, they gave up on trying to match them up. Now Bai Yi clearly cares about Fang Yuxin, who is Bai Qianqian's biological mother, and has a good personality and abilities, so naturally they have no intention of interfering. But Meng Qingluo can't see reality and keeps trying to interfere with Bai Ye's decisions, which is incredibly tactless. What right does she have to interfere with Bai Ye's decisions? Even if Bai Yi only cares about Fang Yuxin and hasn't fallen in love with her, even if he truly loves Fang Yuxin and wants to marry her, what right do they have to interfere? If Fang Yuxin had ulterior motives or wasn't good enough for Bai Yi, that would be one thing, but no matter how you look at it, she and Bai Yi are a perfect match. What reason do they have to prevent them from being together? Chun-Si thought for a moment and decided he couldn't let Meng Qingluo continue like this, so he said, Qingluo, don't interfere in the matter between the boss and Miss Fong. You know his temper, I don't need to tell you. You know the consequences of angering him. Don't do anything foolish. Meng Qingluo's face flushed instantly with shame and indignation. But soon all the color drained from her face, and she grew increasingly pale. Although they spoke in hushed tones, Fong Jintang and Chu Qianhe still heard them. The two exchanged a glance, and their gazes towards Meng Qingluo held a subtle but palpable hostility. If Bai Yi liked this woman, they naturally wouldn't have any designs on Bai Yi and Meng Qingluo anymore. But judging from Bai Yi's attitude, he clearly didn't like this woman. On the contrary, this woman was interested in Bai Yi and didn't want him to be with their daughter. Naturally, they saw Meng Qingluo as an enemy who would ruin their daughter's happiness. However, given their age and experience, although they harbored hostility towards Meng Qingluo, they didn't show it directly. Instead, they kept their thoughts hidden in their hearts, remaining secretly on guard. They explained their purpose for coming, and Chun-Si and the others naturally had no objections. There were still many supplies they couldn't take with them, so it was better to let Fong Jintang and the others take them than waste them. What they were thinking about most was Bai Yi's safety. They didn't go with him because they didn't want to be a burden to Bai Yi and increase his danger, not because they weren't worried about him. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang stopped about 500 meters away from the warehouse. From there, Fang Yuxin could use her spiritual sense to see the entire warehouse clearly, so there was no need to continue approaching. As a result, she saw Qiu Yiming and his men fleeing in a disheveled state from another direction. There were many zombies in the warehouse, but Qiu Yiming and his group had already killed quite a few, leaving only a few thousand. The only troublesome ones were the mutated zombies, and the psychic zombie hiding in the shadows. This psychic zombie was extremely cunning. It hid very well. Fang Yuxin couldn't even pinpoint its location, only sensing the energy fluctuations left by the warehouse to discover its presence. She told Fang Yuxiang what she had discovered. Brother, there's at least one psychic zombie here. Qiu Yiming and the others have already retreated, and they retreated in a very chaotic manner. There are still a lot of supplies in the warehouse, and they didn't take them. Fang Yuxiang frowned upon hearing this. Hearing the last part, he understood Fang Yuxin's meaning, his face darkened, and he directly refused. No, I don't agree to you taking the risk. Xin, we don't lack supplies. There's no need to risk our lives for these supplies. Fang Yuxin knew, of course, that they didn't lack supplies. All the supplies were stored in her greenwood spiritual abode. However, because of that dream, she had had enough of the days of lacking supplies and Fang Yuxiang struggling everywhere. So seeing the large amount of supplies still in the warehouse, she simply couldn't bear to leave. It would be too wasteful. She tried to persuade Fang Yuxiang. Brother, the most troublesome thing here is that psychic zombie, but we can give it a try. Once we kill it, the rest of the zombies will be easy to deal with. Fang Yuxiang was about to refuse when he saw Fang Yuxin suddenly turn her head and look in the direction they had come from. He turned his head warily and saw a gray-green figure approaching. Bai Yi was wearing a gray-green camouflage combat uniform. This color wasn't usually flattering, but whether it was the well-tailored cut or Bai Yi's perfect physique, the uniform made him look tall and dashing, full of energy. Fang Yuxiang was annoyed by any man trying to abduct his sister, and naturally didn't have a good impression of Bai Yi either. Watching Bai Yi's figure getting closer, he curled his lip, thinking to himself, he's really ugly. Soon Bai Yi arrived in front of them. He glanced in the direction of the warehouse and looked at Fang Yuxin, saying, I heard you were going to the warehouse, so I followed you. What's wrong? Did you find something? Bai Yi was naturally intelligent, and as a mercenary, his observation skills were exceptionally sharp. Seeing that Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang had stopped there, he guessed that they must have discovered something. He wasn't sure about Fang Yuxiang, but he knew Fang Yuxin definitely had such abilities. Back then, when Shun-Shi tried to spy on him with her mental power, she blocked it. This meant that Fang Yuxin also possessed mental power, perhaps even stronger than Shun-Shi's. Shun-Shi was a mental ability user, so why did she have such mental power? Was she also a mental ability user? Bai Yi shook his head inwardly, intuitively sensing that Fang Yuxin was hiding a bigger secret. However, he knew very well what he could and couldn't do. Even just because Fang Yuxin was Bai Qianqian's biological mother, he wouldn't pry into Fang Yuxin's secret. Fang Yuxin glanced at him, surprised that Bai Yi had come. She deliberately said, "Don't you know Qiu Yiming is over at the warehouse? Aren't you afraid of running into him?" Bai Yi gave her a deep look and smiled. "So what? Am I supposed to keep hiding from him? Since you don't like him, I won't let him bother you anymore." Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang both frowned, thinking Bai Yi was being incredibly nosy. Chapter 143 One-Sided Slaughter. Although Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang both felt that Bai Yi was meddling too much, they genuinely disliked Qiu Yiming's persistent pestering. Having Bai Yi's help seemed like a good thing. Their only fear was that Bai Yi would make things worse. Thinking of the animosity between Bai Yi and Qiu Yiming, Fang Yuxin said, "Mr. Bai, you shouldn't get involved in my affairs with Qiu Yiming, lest it be bad for everyone." Qiu Yiming already disliked Bai Yi, even suspecting an ambiguous relationship between them. If Bai Yi intervened, wouldn't Qiu Yiming become even more difficult to deal with? Fang Yuyang had the same thought, and given his existing wariness of Bai Yi, he echoed, Xin is right, you shouldn't interfere." Bai Yi was helpless. He simply couldn't stand Qiu Yiming's harassment of Fang Yuxin. A real man should pursue someone properly and know when to let go. If someone doesn't like you, and you still cling to them relentlessly, that's just awful. However, seeing Fang Yuyang and Fang Yuxin's insistence, he felt there was no need to continue the discussion, so he said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." He secretly thought to himself, "I must find an opportunity to get rid of Qiu Yiming. That guy is a scoundrel." After he finished speaking, remembering that Fang Yuxin hadn't answered his earlier question, he asked again, "By the way, Miss Fong, have you discovered something while you've been here?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw dozens of zombies rushing towards them from the warehouse. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang noticed them too. She didn't bother answering Bai Yi's question, but instead used her spiritual sense to check the zombies' strength levels, saying to Fang Yuyang, "Brother, they're all low-level zombies." Fang Yuyang understood. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, only 50 meters away, he raised his right hand, and a wind blade whistled out, directly slicing off the heads of the low-level zombies. Then the wind blade swirled back, bringing back dozens of crystal cores. Immediately afterward, more zombies came from the direction of the warehouse. Fang Yuxin noticed this and said, "Brother, it must be that psychic zombie in command. We'd better kill it as soon as possible, or the others will be in danger." Fang Yuyang nodded and was about to speak when he heard Bai Yi say, "I'll go with you." As he spoke, he was already in front of Fang Yuxin. He smiled and suggested, "Miss Fong, could you give me a ride?" Fang Yuyang's eyes nearly widened when he heard this, and he looked at Bai Yi as if he were a lecherous man taking advantage of his sister. Fang Yuxin had already started her motorcycle, and seeing that Bai Yi was about to follow, she said impatiently, "Get on." Fang Yuyang tried to stop him, but it was too late. Bai Yi quickly got on Fang Yuxin's motorcycle and quite familiarly placed his hands on her waist. Seeing this, Fang Yuyang instantly turned ashen with anger. Fang Yuxin was also very uncomfortable, but Bai Yi was quite capable. She felt that having him around would be an extra helper, so she didn't stop him. Fortunately, Bai Yi remained relatively well behaved. Although he placed his hand on her waist, he didn't make any frivolous moves. Fang Yuxin frowned slightly, barely suppressing her discomfort. The motorcycle roared off and Fang Yuyang, not knowing what to say, rode after Fang Yuxin, glaring fiercely at Bai Yi as if he wanted to tear him to pieces with his eyes. Zombies continued to approach from the direction of the warehouse. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang rode their motorcycles, dodging the zombies, and soon arrived at the warehouse. A brutal battle had just taken place there. Bloodstains were everywhere, and upon closer inspection, one could find some corpses reduced to skeletons. These corpses were clearly left behind by those who had left earlier. After Qiu Yiming and the others left, the corpses were devoured by the zombies, leaving only gruesome skeletons. Scattered bits of flesh and blood clung to the skeletons, emitting a strange, chilling odor. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang parked their motorcycles a little further away, and the three of them rushed towards the warehouse together. Fang Yuxin released Lanru, and Bai Yi only saw a flash of white light on her wrist before the light shot directly towards the horde of zombies and disappeared. He was wondering what it was when he saw the direction the white light had vanished, and a commotion arose from the zombie horde. Upon closer inspection, he saw a white, snake-like thing writhing. Its body was covered in scales or leaves the size of an adult's palm, and these scale-like leaves were extremely sharp, easily slicing open a zombie's head. Bai Yi witnessed this scene, once again reshaping his understanding of Fang Yuxin. He had noticed the white bracelet on Fang Yuxin's wrist long ago, but at that time he only thought it looked pretty on her wrist, and vaguely sensed that it wasn't an ordinary bracelet. But he never expected that this bracelet would be such a powerful weapon. Moreover, judging from its appearance, it resembled a plant he had seen before. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Fong, is that thing a mutated crystal orchid?" Fang Yuxin was surprised that Bai Yi recognized it, glanced at him in astonishment and nodded. Then she said, "There's a psychic zombie lurking nearby. Be careful of its mental attacks." Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi nodded instinctively, then became alert. A small whirlwind appeared in Fang Yuxiang's mind, while a bolt of lightning appeared in Bai Yi's. If the psychic zombie launched a mental attack on them, it would be instantly shredded by the whirlwind and lightning. Just as Fang Yuxin finished speaking, the zombies began to surround them, quickly encircling them. Fang Yuxin immediately targeted the unopened warehouses. Taking advantage of the zombies tightening their encirclement, she stomped her right foot on the ground, using the rebound force to propel herself into the air, like a martial arts performance on TV or in movies, stepping on the zombies' heads and running towards the warehouses. Zombies kept stretching out their sharp claws trying to grab her, but she was too fast. The skulls of the zombies she stepped on shattered, and she used the momentum to leap steadily onto the roof of a warehouse. The warehouse roof was constructed of curved planks, not very strong. She gripped her Miao sword with both hands, forcefully thrusting the tip downwards, easily carving a circular hole just wide enough for one person to pass through. Below the hole were steel shelves, the top of which was less than a meter from the roof, which she easily jumped down from. The warehouse door was closed, and she had checked it with her spiritual sense. There were no zombies inside. So without hesitation, she decisively stored all the goods in the warehouse, along with the shelves, into her greenwood spiritual abode. Outside the warehouse, Bai Yi and Fang Yuxiang were each hunting zombies. Bai Yi possessed dual elemental abilities of metal and lightning. Each time he raised his hand, a bolt of lightning struck the zombies' heads, charring them to a crisp. Bai Yi was surrounded by wind blades like a walking meat grinder. Any zombie that got close was sliced to pieces. Simultaneously, wind blades shot from his hands, slicing through zombie heads and bringing back countless crystal cores. Because no one else was present, the two had no burdens, and coupled with a subtle desire to test their skills, they fought without mercy, making the entire battle a one-sided slaughter. Unlike Qiu Yiming, who, although he brought many people, became a burden, hindering his movements. While Bai Yi and Fang Yuxiang were hunting zombies, they didn't forget to keep an eye on Fang Yuxin's movements. When they saw her enter the warehouse from the rooftop, Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Fang Yuxin's methods were far more sophisticated than other ability users. Considering that she might have awakened a mental ability, he suddenly felt that he wouldn't be surprised if she had also awakened a spatial ability. As the number of zombies killed by the two increased, the mental zombie hiding in the shadows began to become agitated. Suddenly, an extremely sharp scream rang out. The sound seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its origin. With the sound, all the zombies became enraged. The mutated zombies that had been secretly lurking in the shadows instantly rushed out, attacking Bai Yi, Fang Yuxiang, and Fang Yuxin respectively. Fang Yuxin was currently standing on the roof of the third warehouse, preparing to enter. Two speed-type mutated zombies pounced on her, both incredibly fast, striking her with lightning speed. The two speed-mutated zombies chose a very tricky direction. Anyone else would have had no chance to dodge them. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Fang Yuxin. She didn't even dodge. She simply coated her blade with a layer of wood energy and, following the direction the zombies were charging, slashed with force, easily cutting through the bodies of both speed-mutated zombies. However, zombies don't die unless their heads are severed or their brains are destroyed. Although Fang Yuxin had split these two speed-mutated zombies in two, they weren't completely dead and continued to lunge at her with their mangled remains. She cleaved the head of one speed-mutated zombie in two, then quickly turned and struck the head of the other. After extracting two mutated crystal cores, she kicked the zombie's remains to the ground. Then instead of rushing into the warehouse, she checked on Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi. They were being attacked by even more mutated zombies. Each of them was entangled by 6 mutated zombies. These two were on the ground, making them easier to attack, unlike Fang Yuxin, who was standing on the high roof of the warehouse. To attack her, one would have to climb onto the roof first. Therefore, only 2 speed-mutated zombies were attacking her. Fang Yuxin looked closely and found that the two were somewhat entangled and unable to break free. This couldn't go on. Chapter 144. You guessed it, did you? Fang Yuxin hesitated for a moment, then contacted Lanruo telepathically. Lanruo, release your clone and go help my brother and Bai Yi. Although Lanruo wasn't very intelligent, it was Fang Yuxin's spirit pet, so understanding her meaning was relatively easy. Plus, since following Fang Yuxin, it had memorized the sense of Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi, so it immediately agreed to Fang Yuxin's command. Its main body first burrowed back underground, then directly burrowed to Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi's location, releasing its clones which emerged from the ground and coiled around the mutated zombies like snakes. Coiled around 8 mutated zombies. Mutated zombies were much more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. Lanruo's strength wasn't enough to easily kill them, but trapping them for a period of time was possible. Bai Yi and Fang Yuxiang were already quite strong, but they were initially hampered by the mutated zombies. With Lanruo's help, the two immediately dealt with the remaining mutated zombies and began to deal with the 8 entangled ones. Just as they started, the shrill scream rang out again. This time the sound seemed to come from all directions. The sound was extremely unpleasant, and its appearance made all the zombies even more agitated. The 8 mutated zombies originally entangled by Lanruo instantly flinched and stiffened upon hearing the sound. At the same time, the 8 mutated zombies struggled violently, and 4 of them quickly broke free. Fortunately, Lanruo quickly regained her senses, and seeing that the remaining 4 were about to break free, she quickly tightened her grip on them. Bai Yi and Fang Yuxiang were also not unscathed. They too had been attacked by the mental zombie. They had been attacked when the scream first appeared. However, that mental attack wasn't particularly powerful. It was shattered by the whirlwind and lightning in their minds, and the two were unaffected. This time was different. The mental attack pierced their consciousness like a sharp awl. Although the whirlwind and lightning quickly wrapped around it, it wasn't something that could be worn away in a short time. They were shocked, and their heads throbbed with excruciating pain, as if they were about to explode. As a result, their strength was affected, and their movements slowed down. Fang Yuxin, standing on the rooftop, was also affected by the mental attack. However, her soul power was stronger than Fang Yuxiang's and Bai Yi's, so the mental attack had no effect on her at all. She simply trapped it with her spiritual sense. After noticing Bai Yi and Fang Yuxiang's situation, she jumped down from the rooftop and cast the cleansing heart mantra into their consciousness. As soon as the cleansing heart mantra entered their consciousness, the excruciating pain in their heads lessened. They both glanced at Fang Yuxin. Almost simultaneously they said, "I'm fine, just be careful." Seeing that they were much better, Fang Yuxin said, "I'll go deal with that psychic zombie, I'll be right back. Be careful." With that, she leaped up again, quickly heading towards the psychic zombie's location. Although the psychic zombie was well hidden, after being attacked, Fang Yuxin's spiritual sense had entangled itself with its mental tentacles. Following these tentacles, she located its position. This psychic zombie was the most dangerous. Only by killing it first could the remaining zombies be dealt with. Otherwise, if it remained hidden and ambushed, they would be constantly in danger. Fang Yuxin was even more worried that if this psychic zombie left the warehouse and led a horde to attack Fang Jintang and the others, they would be in grave danger. She quickly found the psychic zombie's hiding place. It was an open warehouse, but the supplies inside had already been taken. However, when she arrived, the warehouse was empty except for the shelves. The psychic zombie was gone. Fang Yuxin frowned slightly. She released her spiritual sense to search carefully, but to no avail. She searched other places as well, but couldn't find the psychic zombie either. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. Fang Yuxin refused to believe it and searched again. This time she finally found a clue. She sneered. Come out. As this voice rang out, her released spiritual sense suddenly vibrated. With the vibration of her spiritual sense, the scene around her suddenly melted away like snow, revealing the true appearance of the place. The huge warehouse was densely packed with zombies, completely surrounding Fang Yuxin. Most of these zombies were low-level zombies, with some level 1 zombies and mutated zombies mixed in. Fang Yuxin was certain that the psychic zombie was inside. She glanced around, then stared intently in one direction. It was a small female zombie. It wasn't rotting. Its skin was a bluish-white, and its eyes lacked both black and white, displaying an eerie blood-red color. Fang Yuxin's expression changed slightly. This was a level 2 psychic zombie. Psychic zombies were inherently more intelligent than other zombies, let alone a level 2 psychic zombie. It wore a clean black dress, a formal gown style, which looked quite beautiful. However, on it the dress only appeared bizarre. It seemed to know it had been discovered, and was now staring at Fang Yuxin. Then it grinned, a sinister smile spreading across its face. Then all the zombies moved. Fang Yuxin knew it must have given the zombies a command, but she wasn't afraid. She grabbed a handful of grass seeds, scattered them, and the seeds instantly filled the entire warehouse, growing rapidly and quickly forming a cage. Seeing the zombies trapped, the psychic zombie screamed angrily. Its scream enraged all the zombies, who frantically destroyed the grass seeds. However, the destroyed seeds continued to grow and produce new ones. Soon the seeds multiplied, and the cage became increasingly sturdy. The seeds even used the zombies' bodies as seedbeds, desperately taking root, absorbing nutrients, and growing even more wildly. This was a saprophytic plant. Fang Yuxin, inspired by Lanrua, had specifically sought out its seeds, and indeed, they were perfect for dealing with these zombies. However, finding more mutated plants would be even better. Fang Yuxin sighed and stopped thinking about it. She jumped to the top of the cage and quickly reached the psychic zombie. Grass seeds continued to take root on the psychic zombie's body, only to be destroyed by its mental power. It was currently using all its energy to deal with the seeds, and had no energy left to control the other zombies. However, Fang Yuxin's approach clearly instilled a strong sense of crisis in it. It even neglected to use its mental power to destroy the grass seeds, instead launching a frenzied mental attack on Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin was quickly affected, her mind reeling. Her gaze turned cold. She knew this couldn't continue. She gripped the hilt of her knife tightly and forcefully chopped down at the mental zombie's head. The mental zombie let out a terrified scream, trying to dodge, but its body was firmly bound by the grass leaves, making escape impossible. It could only desperately unleash its mental attacks, and the tremors in Fang Yuxin's mind grew increasingly violent, a dull ache beginning to ache. But just then the blade, imbued with wood energy, cleaved open the mental zombie's head. All the mental attacks vanished instantly. Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief, used the tip of her knife to pick out the crystal cores, and stored them in her spatial storage. Then, she noticed some mutated zombies breaking through the cage, trying to escape. She immediately gave chase, wielding her knife to eliminate the mutated zombies. Then, she released a stream of wood elemental spiritual energy towards the cage made of interwoven grass leaves. Nourished by this spiritual energy, the grass grew even more wildly and produced more seeds. Before long, almost all the zombies were absorbed, leaving only black bones. She cast a hand seal, and the grass leaves that had almost filled the entire warehouse instantly withered and disappeared, transforming back into grass seeds. Fang Yuxin harvested a considerable amount of grass seeds, then stored away the crystal cores again, and without lingering, turned and left the warehouse. Without the control of the mentally based zombie, all the zombies became less agitated and easier to deal with. Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi no longer needed to worry about mental attacks, and transformed into two human-shaped killing machines, frantically harvesting the zombie crystal cores. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Fang Yuxin went directly to the other warehouses storing supplies, and stored everything into her spatial dimension. Just as she had completely emptied the warehouses, Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi finished off the remaining zombies. Lanrua had also dealt with a considerable number of zombies this time. She devoured all the level 1 zombies, then proudly handed over the obtained crystal cores, which returned to Fang Yuxin's wrist, transforming back into a bracelet, and began digesting the energy from the food. Bai Yi glanced in the direction of the warehouses, completely confirming his previous guess. Fang Yuxin definitely had a spatial dimension. However, he knew very well that whether Fang Yuxin had awakened her spatial dimension or obtained a spatial treasure like in novels, it was a secret she was trying her best to hide. This topic was too sensitive, so he cleverly pretended to know nothing and asked nothing. Fang Yuxiang looked at him warily, then at Fang Yuxin, hesitant to speak. He was worried that Bai Yi knew Fang Yuxin's secret, but Bai Yi hadn't posed a threat to them. He had just cooperated with them in hunting zombies. He couldn't immediately kill Bai Yi. Fang Yuxin noticed Fang Yuxiang's hesitation, thought for a moment and said to Bai Yi, "You guessed it all, didn't you?" Bai Yi looked at her, his eyes filled with anticipation. "What do you want to say?" Chapter 145. Why didn't you say so sooner? Both Fang Yuxiang and Bai Yi realized what Fang Yuxin was about to say, so they both became wary. Fang Yuxiang gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, secretly channeling his inner power. Bai Yi did the same. He knew that what Fang Yuxin was about to say was extremely important, and if they couldn't reach an agreement, they might have no choice but to fight. He didn't want things to escalate to that point, so he was curious and eager to know what Fang Yuxin would choose. Fang Yuxin hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to kill Bai Yi or use another method. Thinking of Bai Qianqian, she couldn't bring herself to kill Bai Yi. From the time they met until now, Bai Yi hadn't done anything to harm her. Like Fang Yuxiang, she couldn't bring herself to kill Bai Yi. But her secret absolutely couldn't be revealed, so she couldn't do nothing. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "I know with your intelligence you must have already guessed that I have a spatial ability. As long as you swear a blood oath, promising never to be my enemy in this life and never to reveal my secret, I will let you go." Bai Yi sighed silently in his heart. Although this outcome was not what he had hoped for, at least the situation wasn't too bad. At least Fang Yuxin had given him a choice instead of directly trying to kill him. But what was a blood oath? He had a feeling that this blood oath was unusual and wouldn't be sworn lightly, so he asked, "What is this blood oath? Are there any restrictions after swearing it?" Fang Yuxin silently breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yi asking meant that he already had the intention to agree, rather than directly refusing. She knew that ordinary people wouldn't easily swear a blood oath. But her secret was too extraordinary. She couldn't trust Bai Yi without swearing a blood oath. She explained, "As long as you don't become my enemy and don't tell anyone my secret, this blood oath won't affect you. But if you break the oath, you'll suffer the consequences." Bai Yi glanced at Fang Yuxiang, who was poised to attack, and laughed self-deprecatingly. "So I have no other choice?" Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang instantly became wary, just as they thought Bai Yi would refuse. But he said, "I won't become your enemy. I won't tell anyone your secret either. If you only believe me if I make a blood oath, I will." Hearing him say this, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang's feelings became complicated. If it were them, they would definitely be very unwilling. Bai Yi seemed like a very proud person, but he actually agreed. The brother and sister didn't know if Bai Yi was sincere or not, and they didn't dare to completely relax. They remained wary. Fang Yuxin first pricked her finger, forcing out a drop of blood. She chanted an obscure oath and drew a blood talisman. Then she had Bai Yi prick his finger, taking a drop of his blood and dissolving it into the blood talisman. Throughout the entire process, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang were on edge, wary of Bai Yi, fearing he might suddenly attack. Bai Yi, on the other hand, seemed remarkably relaxed, seemingly unconcerned. Only after Bai Yi recited the oath as Fang Yuxin requested, and the blood talisman entered his consciousness, did the siblings finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then Fang Yuxin looked at Bai Yi and reassured him. "Don't worry, as long as you don't break the oath, this blood oath will have absolutely no effect on you. I promise you." Bai Yi noticed her tension and shook his head dismissively. "You don't need to explain. Since I made the blood oath, it means I'm willing to believe you." Fang Yuxin frowned. Bai Yi's attitude made her very uncomfortable. However, the fact that things had gone smoothly was a relief. Seeing that Bai Yi didn't press her for her secret, she held him in higher regard. Taking advantage of the situation, Fang Yuxiang said, "We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's leave quickly." He was worried that Qiu Yiming would come back. Fang Yuxin and Bai Yi had no objections. They walked to where the motorcycles were parked, got on, and returned to the commercial street. By this time, Fong Jintang and the others had almost finished picking through the remaining supplies. Shang Jinxiu's space was almost completely filled, leaving no room for anything else. The roof and back seat of Fong Jintang's motorcycle were also piled with supplies. There were still some supplies left, which Fang Yuxin didn't plan to take. They didn't linger and quickly left the place, heading to the nearby ruins, intending to take the opportunity to dig out all the yuan stones. Qiu Yiming glared at Xiao Shi with a grim expression and roared, "You say you can't do it? Aren't you a wood-type ability user? How can you not do it?" Xiao Shi's expression was equally grim. He had just tried the method Fang Yuxin had mentioned, cutting away the area near the wound, and then using his wood-type ability to heal it. However, the effect was not good. He had expended a lot of his ability to finally clear the zombie virus near the wound and heal it, but the efficiency was far too slow. Fearing failure, he deliberately chose a very small wound, one that wasn't severely infected. Yet, even this small wound consumed nearly a third of his abilities. Each wounded soldier had numerous wounds, large and small. At this rate, all his abilities wouldn't even be enough to heal a single soldier. Before his abilities could recover, these wounded soldiers would likely all mutate into zombies. He had no choice but to secretly find Qiu Yiming and tell him the news. Looking at Qiu Yiming's grim face, he licked his lips and said with difficulty, "Major Qiu, I really can't save them. You should make a decision quickly. These people will turn into zombies soon, and they must be executed as soon as possible." How could Qiu Yiming bring himself to do it? Outsiders were one thing, but 70 or 80 of his men were infected with the zombie virus. If he executed them all, he would only have about 100 men left. Useless. Useless. He cursed loudly. If it weren't for Josh's wood-type ability still being useful, he would have already killed someone in a fit of rage. Fong Mengyao was standing nearby, and her expression shifted upon hearing this. Her game system contained a disinfectant, which, according to the instructions, was effective against the zombie virus. However, she dared not use it, as she couldn't explain where it came from. Qiu Yiming noticed her change in expression, and suddenly remembered what Fang Yuxin had said. She had mentioned that Fong Mengyao possessed an inhibitor that suppressed cell activity. Could she have something else? He was desperate and had no other choice. He told Xiao Shi to get lost, then pulled Fong Mengyao to a secluded corner and asked, "Xiaoyao, tell me, do you have a way?" Fong Mengyao instinctively replied, "No, I only have spatial abilities, not wood-based abilities. How could I have a way?" Qiu Yiming didn't believe her at all. Fong Mengyao's expression earlier didn't suggest that. He cupped Fong Mengyao's face in his hands, gazing at her with deep affection, almost pleading, "Xiaoyao, please don't lie to me, okay? If you have a way, please tell me, I'm begging you." He was usually a very proud person, and never showed any kindness to Fong Mengyao. Now his humble attitude touched Fong Mengyao deeply. She struggled internally for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the pleading in Qiu Yiming's eyes and confessed, "I once obtained an antidote, but I don't know if it will work." Qiu Yiming's eyes lit up immediately, and his voice became lighter. "It's all right. Let's try it as a last resort." Fong Mengyao nodded, secretly exchanging her crystal cores for 10 doses of the antidote and handing them to Qiu Yiming, saying with difficulty, "I only have this much, you can try it." The antidote was packaged in capsules. 10 doses meant 10 capsules. Although he felt it wasn't enough, he still thanked Fong Mengyao, then selected the strongest and most promising among the wounded and gave him a capsule. After he swallowed the antidote capsule, everyone watched his reaction. The man trembled at first, then the blackness around his wound gradually disappeared, and the blood returned to its normal color. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The medicine worked. Qiu Yiming immediately said to Xiao Shi, "Go and stop the bleeding, heal the wound." Xiao Shi didn't dare object and obediently went to treat him. Fortunately, the man didn't have many wounds, and they were healed quickly. Then Qiu Yiming selected 5 wounded soldiers with potential and distributed the capsules to them. He deliberately kept the remaining 4 capsules, intending to have someone study them after returning to the safe zone. The losses this time were too heavy, but with these 4 capsules, the higher-ups certainly wouldn't hold him accountable. As for the remaining wounded soldiers, Fang Yuxin wasn't here, so he had to abandon them. Fong Mingyao saw his dilemma, but she didn't exchange for more antidote capsules. She wasn't stupid. Scarcity increases value. If she gave out too many antidote capsules, not only would she be suspected, but what if others were infected with the virus later? She didn't want to keep providing antidote capsules. Seeing the ashen faces of the wounded, clearly realizing they'd been abandoned, she deliberately said, "It's a pity Sister Yuxin isn't here. If she were, maybe these people could be saved." Hearing this, many of their expressions changed. Fong Mingyao, seeing this, felt smug and added, "Brother Yiming, didn't you go to see Sister Yuxin today? Why didn't she come with you?" These words brought resentment to the faces of many wounded. Yes, if Fang Yuxin had come, they could have been saved. But she wouldn't come. Qiu Yiming's face was extremely ugly. He gave Fong Mingyao a deep look, knowing she was doing it on purpose, but said nothing. He also harbored resentment. If Fang Yuxin hadn't refused to help him, hadn't refused to be with him, how could his wounded men have been left without hope? Just then someone hesitated and spoke up. Excuse me, is the person you're talking about surnamed Fong?" Qiu Yiming's expression instantly changed, his sharp gaze piercing the speaker. He recognized him as one of the leaders of the 3 groups who had escaped with them and said, "Have you seen her?" The man wasn't entirely sure, but he nodded anyway. "I've seen a beautiful woman surnamed Fong. I heard some people call her Sister Yuxin, and others call her Yuxin. I don't know if she's the one you're talking about." Qiu Yiming's face darkened further. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Where did you see her?" Chapter 146, Surrounded again. Qiu Yiming glared fiercely at the person who had spoken, but the man was intimidated by his attitude and remained silent. He had no choice but to repeat his question. "Tell me, where did you see her?" He was worried about where to find Fang Yuxin, but unexpectedly received this news. However, this news came too late. If that person had spoken earlier, he might have already found Fang Yuxin. The man was quite frightened by him, his body shrinking back, and he quickly said, "She originally went into that food trading city with us, but later we went to the warehouse and she didn't seem to go, so we separated. I don't know where she is now. But, can she really cure the infected?" Hearing this, Qiu Yiming wished he hadn't heard anything at all. Fang Yuxin was actually in that food trading city, but he hadn't known. Why didn't she go to the warehouse? Thinking that Fang Yuxin might have awakened a psychic ability, Qiu Yiming's mood worsened. He realized that Fang Yuxin's avoidance of the warehouse was likely an intentional attempt to avoid him. Otherwise, why wouldn't she go to the warehouse after all the trouble she went through to enter the food trading city? Qiu Yiming was also confused. The warehouse was certainly good with plenty of supplies, but there were also many people vying for it. Besides, if Fang Yuxin didn't have a spatial ability, what use would going to the warehouse be for her? She could only take so many supplies anyway, so what difference did it make where she took them? The warehouse was teeming with zombies. Compared to that, the commercial street was infinitely safer. He was so focused on the idea that Fang Yuxin was deliberately avoiding him that his mood worsened, leaving him no energy to think about anything else. Fong Mingyao overheard the man's words and seeing Qiu Yiming's expression, guessed what he was thinking. She thought for a moment and said, "Brother Yiming, since Sister Yuxin is in the food trading city, let's go back and find her now? That food trading city is so dangerous. I don't know if she'll encounter that psychic zombie." She was actually extremely anxious and desperately wanted to go back to the warehouse. There were still a lot of supplies there, and she was very worried about whether they were still there. This time, Qiu Yiming didn't detect her ulterior motives. Instead, he felt Fong Mingyao was right. He really needed to go back to find Fang Yuxin, not only to save the wounded infected with the virus but also to save her. That psychic zombie was too difficult to deal with. If Fang Yuxin encountered it, she would be in real danger. So he immediately ordered, "Everyone prepare, return to the food trade city now." The others had no objections. Especially the wounded infected with the virus, their condition was getting worse and worse. They had already given up hope, but after hearing about Fang Yuxin, a glimmer of hope arose in their hearts. No one wants to die if they can live. These people were no exception. They immediately turned their vehicles around and drove towards the food trade city. They drove very fast, arriving in about 20 minutes. It shouldn't have taken so long. but zombies kept running out along the way, which wasted time. When they returned to the food trade city, they immediately found that things had changed. The horde of zombies that had surrounded them was almost gone. Only a few scattered ones could be seen wandering around nearby. The zombies, who had been wandering aimlessly, were instantly aroused by the approaching people, roaring as they charged. Before they could get close, gunshots rang out. Qiu Yiming drove first into the food trade city, which was deserted, with zombie limbs scattered everywhere, indicating a fierce battle had just taken place. This time they entered through a different entrance, passing through the commercial street. Qiu Yiming drove at the forefront, passing through the commercial street without glancing at it, completely ignoring it. However, the commercial street was deserted, with only zombie limbs on the ground and open shop doors, indicating that someone had been there. Behind him, some people stopped their car and ran into the shops to search. They found that most of the supplies had been taken, leaving only the spoiled items scattered haphazardly on the ground. They immediately reported this to Qiu Yiming. "Major Qiu, the supplies in the shops have been taken." Qiu Yiming remained silent, his face grim. Looking at his expression, Fong Mangyao said, "Brother Yiming, it seems Sister Xen really has been here and taken all the supplies. I just don't know how many cars she drove to take so many supplies." She said this with a bitter taste, becoming increasingly certain that the jade jewelry set she had missed contained a spatial treasure. Every time she thought of this possibility, she felt her heart bleeding. That thing should have been hers, but it was stolen by that bitch Fang Yuxin. If she had been more assertive back then, without so much hesitation, and had simply taken it, that spatial treasure would have been hers. How could it have gotten so easily for Fang Yuxin? Qiu Yiming ignored her and said in a deep voice, "Go to the warehouse." Fong Mingyao was also thinking about the remaining supplies in the warehouse. There were 30 warehouses in total, but she had only entered 2 before being forced to leave before she could even enter the rest. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel that Qiu Yiming was utterly useless. The others, however, resisted the order. They had suffered heavy losses at the warehouse. The place had left a deep psychological scar. Being sent there now felt like a tragic farewell. But Qiu Yiming had given the order, and they dared not disobey. Driving, they quickly arrived at the warehouse. Then they discovered that the situation was completely different. The previously rampaging horde of zombies was now reduced to mangled corpses, scattered haphazardly everywhere. Fong Mingyao's face turned extremely grim. Someone had actually visited this place. She said with a dark expression, "Brother Yiming, it seems Sister Xen has already been here." Qiu Yiming shook his head. "It's not necessarily her." He was reluctant to believe that Fang Yuxin was responsible. He had been helpless against the zombies here, and most of his men had been killed or wounded. If Fang Yuxin had killed all these troublesome zombies, where would he put his face? Fong Mingyao, however, was convinced that Fang Yuxin was responsible. She was extremely dissatisfied with Qiu Yiming's attitude. She gave him a cold look and sneered. "Brother Yiming, don't forget, Sister Xen isn't alone. Brother Yang's strength is quite impressive, not to mention there's that Bai Yi." Mentioning Bai Yi made her feel a surge of jealousy, almost driving her mad. She didn't actually believe Fang Yuxin killed the zombies, but she had a gut feeling that Fang Yuxin had been here. Upon hearing the name Bai Yi, Qiu Yiming completely lost his temper. He angrily interrupted Fong Mangyao, roaring, "Don't mention him to me." He then pushed open the car door and jumped out, striding towards the warehouse. Except for the warehouse that had been opened earlier, the other warehouse doors were still locked, and all were securely locked. Fang Yuxin had entered through the roof. Standing on the ground, they couldn't see the roof from their height, and therefore didn't know that Fang Yuxin had dug a large hole in it. Seeing the intact lock, Qiu Yiming and Fong Mingyao's expressions instantly improved. Although Fang Yuxin hadn't been found yet, if they could get the supplies inside, their trip would have been worthwhile. Fong Mingyao was the happiest. She had been constantly thinking about the supplies inside. She had been extremely frustrated when they were forced to evacuate earlier, and on the way here, she had been worried that Fang Yuxin had already taken them. Now, seeing the lock still intact, she assumed the supplies hadn't been taken, and was naturally overjoyed. Qiu Yiming glanced at her and ordered someone to break the lock. But just then a whooshing sound suddenly came from all around. The moment the sound appeared, Everyone's expression changed instantly. This sound was different from the previous ones. It wasn't sharp at all, but the moment it sounded, everyone was subjected to a mental attack. Mental zombies. Qiu Yiming was the first to regain consciousness, and then he realized they were surrounded again. A dense swarm of zombies had suddenly appeared around them, completely surrounding them. Fortunately, most of them remained inside the truck and hadn't come out, so the situation wasn't as dire as it had been initially. Qiu Yiming couldn't understand what was happening, and he didn't have time to think about it. The most crucial thing right now was to wake the others up. Otherwise, they would be truly in danger. Then, his gaze swept around and he suddenly noticed that Fong Mingyao's condition was strange. She had actually regained consciousness. You. Qiu Yiming wanted to ask what was wrong, but Fong Mingyao realized she was being suspected first. Knowing she couldn't let Qiu Yiming continue, she interrupted him anxiously, saying, "Brother Yiming, now is not the time to talk. We need to wake up the others quickly." Qiu Yiming knew she was right, so he suppressed his suspicion and said to Fong Mingyao, "Stay in the car and don't get out. Close the windows. I'll go wake up the others." Fong Mingyao nodded, her face pale. She knew what to do without Qiu Yiming saying it. She had already exposed too much. She couldn't expose anything more. Besides, she didn't want to be Qiu Yiming's henchman, getting all dirty and smelly. After speaking, Qiu Yiming quickly opened the door and jumped out of the car, then rushed towards the back to wake up the others. At the same time, the surrounding zombies were already surging wildly towards the truck. Qiu Yiming didn't wake up the people in the truck bed, but went directly to wake up the driver and the passenger in the front seat. The most urgent thing now is to leave this place as soon as possible. Not a single second can be wasted. Chapter 147, Mutant Water System. Unbeknownst to Fang Yuxin and her companions after they left, another psychic zombie arrived at the warehouse, using it as a base and even gathering a horde of tens of thousands of zombies. This psychic zombie had originally lost a territory battle to the female psychic zombie she had killed, but it was cunning and knew the warehouse was excellent bait, so it had always coveted the place. As soon as Fang Yuxin killed the female psychic zombie and left, this psychic zombie immediately found out, and without hesitation, led its zombie minions to seize the warehouse. To lure survivors, it deliberately positioned its zombie horde along both sides of the road, then created an illusion to hide the zombies, waiting for the survivors to take the bait. However, just as it finished setting everything up, Qiu Yiming arrived with his men. It can only be said that Qiu Yiming and his group were incredibly unlucky. Fang Yuxin remained completely unaware of all this. After leaving the warehouse, she led her people to the nearby ruins to continue searching for elemental stones. The situation in the city is getting worse and worse. More and more zombies are emerging from the buildings, and the number of zombies roaming outside is increasing. Coupled with the mutation of plants and animals, the city is becoming increasingly dangerous, and the space for survivors to move around is shrinking. They must take advantage of this time to find as many elemental stones as possible. The ruins they arrived at this time were a residential area, already riddled with holes. After Fang Yuxin released his spiritual sense, he found that apart from skeletons, there were very few corpses in the ruins. Everything was in disarray, as if many things had crawled out of the ground and then left. What those things were was self-evident. While they were searching for elemental stones, they were constantly harassed by hordes of zombies, with very short intervals between each attack. Fortunately, most of the zombies were low-level zombies. There were very few level 1 zombies or mutated zombies, so they didn't cause too much trouble. They were more like easy prey. Although there was constant harassment from zombies, the elemental stones in this ruin were relatively easy to dig out. Fang Yuxin and his team dug for an entire afternoon and found all the elemental stones in the ruins. On their way back to the safe zone, they encountered several hordes of zombies, ranging in size from hundreds to thousands. The closer they got to the safe zone and the city, the larger the hordes became. This meant that many zombies had migrated from the city and were constantly moving closer to the safe zone. Most of their team members were skilled enough to handle even hordes of thousands. The others, however, lacked that ability. Along the way, they frequently encountered survivors or mercenaries surrounded by hordes of zombies. These people had either moved from the city or were returning from missions. It was clear that many were injured, and their condition was far from optimistic. Sometimes they would help rescue others in danger, of course, without giving up the zombie cores they had hunted. As a result, they ended up rescuing several groups of people. Upon reaching the entrance to the safe zone, the injured could not enter and were registered, forced to stay in the observation room. Some of them, having heard rumors about Fang Yuxin, pushed away the escorting soldiers as they were about to be taken away. A man rushed to Fang Yuxin and knelt down, pleading with a mournful face. "You're Miss Fong, right? Aren't you supposed to be able to treat the infected? Please save me." The number of zombies had increased that day, especially the appearance of level 1 zombies and mutated zombies, which had infected many people with superpowers. When Fang Yuxin and her group arrived at the entrance to the safe zone, a considerable number of infected people had already gathered there. According to the rules, these people were to be sent to the observation room, but everyone knew that once inside, very few would come out alive. No one wanted to die, so someone mustered their courage. As soon as that person spoke, other infected people rushed over, kneeling before Fang Yuxin and begging her to save them. Some even said they wouldn't get up if Fang Yuxin refused. Fang Yuxin hated being forced. These people weren't begging. They were clearly pressuring her. And yet she couldn't refuse. Helping ordinary people awaken their superpowers sounded absurd. Even if she firmly refused, people would at most say she was selfish and incapable of helping. But if these infected people didn't receive treatment, they were basically doomed. If she didn't intervene, how could she stay in this safe zone after they all died? However, just as she was about to agree, someone suddenly said, "You don't need to beg her anymore, she won't save you." The voice was familiar and quite annoying. Fang Yuxin knew who it was as soon as she heard the voice. She was curious. Shouldn't Lin Fein be voluntarily providing aid? Why was she here? She looked in the direction the voice came from, and immediately noticed that Lin Fein's aura was different. The energy fluctuations around her had changed. What was going on? Had her ability mutated? This had never happened in her dreams. Fang Yuxiang also saw Lin Fein. He now felt utterly disgusted with this persistent woman, and even regretted saving her in the first place. If he had known this woman was so annoying and always opposed them, he would never have saved her. He glared angrily at Lin Fein and said in a deep voice, "Lin Fein, what do you mean by that?" Lin Fein's gaze didn't waver as she looked directly at him. "Did I say something wrong? Does Miss Fong really want to save people?" Fang Yuxiang's brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't answer Lin Fein's question. He didn't want his precious younger sister to exhaust herself saving unrelated people, but he knew very well that if he admitted Lin Fein's words, these people would definitely resent them. That damned woman. Fang Yuxin, however, said at this moment, "Lin Fein, if I'm not mistaken, your water-based ability has mutated, hasn't it? And it's in the direction of purification? You have time to argue with me. Why don't you help them purify the zombie virus first?" As soon as she said this, everyone's expression changed. Lin Fein was very surprised, but judging from her expression, Fang Yuxin knew that she had guessed correctly. She had heard in her dream that if a water-based ability user was lucky, they might mutate into a very powerful ability, namely purification. However, in the dream, Lin Fein did not have such an ability, so what she just said was just a guess. Lin Fein's behavior seemed too brazen, making Fang Yuxin wonder if this woman had some hidden trump card. Coupled with the change in her energy fluctuations, Fang Yuxin boldly guessed that Lin Fein's water-based ability had mutated. Unexpectedly, she was right. As soon as Fang Yuxin spoke, all the gazes that had been focused on her turned to Lin Fein. For these infected individuals, time was life. Lin Fein had the ability to save lives, yet chose to waste time talking. How could they not feel resentment? Of course, even if they resented Lin Fein for deliberately wasting time, they didn't have any goodwill towards Fang Yuxin either. Fang Yuxin knew exactly what these people were thinking, so she said, "It seems I guessed right. Congratulations, Miss Lin. This means these infected people can be saved. However, I still have to say I was just thinking about how to save these people. You know nothing, yet you came out and confidently said I couldn't save them. Isn't that a bit too presumptuous?" "You?" Lin Fein was speechless with anger, glaring at Fang Yuxin. "Did I say something wrong? You really know how to save these people." Fang Yuxin had been observing the infected people's expressions. Seeing the anxiety and impatience on their faces, she said, Miss Lin, saving lives is the priority now. Don't forget, your purification ability can purify the zombie virus, while my wood-based ability can only heal wounds. This isn't the place to save lives. Let's go directly to the observation room. Having already said all the right things, Lin Feiyin, though unwilling, could only agree. Okay. We'll go to the observation room to save lives now. Upon hearing this, the infected people all breathed a sigh of relief. They had previously avoided the observation room like the plague, but now they couldn't wait to rush inside. Fang Yuxin looked at Fang Yuxin with some worry, but this place was too crowded and noisy to talk. He said, "I'll go with you." Bai Yi also said, "I'll go too." He was worried that someone might harm Fang Yuxin or force her to save lives, so he planned to go with her to protect her. Fang Yuxin glanced at him but didn't refuse. Bai Yi's strength was indeed quite impressive. With him present, others would have to think twice before doing anything. Moreover, she had a little scheme. With Bai Yi around, she could push anyone who might offend someone out of the way, preventing Fang Yuxin from doing so for her sake. The others wanted to follow, but the observation room wasn't a good place, so Fang Yuxin sent everyone else back, including Bai Yi. Meng Qinglua was somewhat reluctant, but before she could speak, Su Wu pulled her away. They arrived at the observation room in a large procession. The so-called observation room was actually several large shops. Located on the first floor, it was spacious, with single mattresses laid out for the wounded. The windows and doors had been replaced with iron bars, and soldiers with guns guarded the outside. Anyone who turned into a zombie would be shot. When they arrived, several observation rooms were almost entirely filled with wounded. Including those who had come with them, there were over 200 people. These were the ones who had returned alive. Many more had died on the way. Fang Yuxin glanced around and selected a severely infected wounded soldier, saying, "Let's start with him." This man's condition was dire. Without treatment, he would completely turn into a zombie, while the others could hold on for a while longer. Therefore, Fang Yuxin chose him, and although the others were anxious, they dared not object. Even Lin Feiyin nodded and said, "Okay, let's go with him." Chapter 148. Where did you go? This severely infected person was an ordinary person. He had been scratched by a low-level zombie and infected with a low-level virus. So, shortly after Lin Feiyin enveloped his wound with water, the dark color on the wound gradually disappeared. Fang Yuxin raised an eyebrow as she watched Lin Feiyin's movements. She found that Lin Feiyin was quite skilled at it, and her control over water-based abilities was becoming more effortless. She didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Lin Feiyin had to have such good fortune, but she had to admit that Lin Feiyin had turned misfortune into blessing this time. She wasn't jealous. After Lin Feiyin had completely purified the virus, she channeled wood energy into the wound to promote healing. She was already in the mid-stage of qi refining, and being a pure wood spirit body, the vitality in her wood energy was exceptionally rich. So, although she only channeled a small amount of wood energy, the person's hideous wound healed at a visible speed. Compared to her, Lin Feiyin's speed seemed very slow. Fang Yuxin glanced at the other infected, seeing their eager eyes, impatient for treatment. She said, "There are too many infected here. Miss Lin probably can't purify them all. I have another method. Cut away the area near the wound and then use wood-type abilities to promote healing. If you're willing, you can try it." If no one was willing, she couldn't be blamed for not saving them. After all, she needed to wait for Lin Feiyin to purify the wound before she could treat them. Upon hearing this, some hesitated. Lin Feiyin also hesitated for a moment, then said, "She's right. If you can't wait, then try it." Although her water-type ability had mutated and could purify the zombie virus, how could she possibly purify them one by one? So despite disliking Fang Yuxin, she chose to agree. Hearing her say this, a tall, burly man stepped forward. This man was very tall and strong, but his wound wasn't serious. It was just a scratch on his arm, not difficult to treat. That was why he was the first to step forward. He patted his chest and said, "Since you both say so, I'll believe you. Thank you, Miss Fong." With that, he took out a sharp dagger and forcefully plunged it into the wound, slicing off the entire affected area. The affected area wouldn't feel pain, but he had cut around it, leaving only fresh, uncut flesh. The pain was unbearable for most. This man, however, was resilient. He didn't utter a sound, only his face turned slightly pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing his resilience, Fang Yuxin flicked her finger and injected wood energy into the wound just after he finished cutting. This man had been scratched by a level 1 zombie. Hers was a higher level. Wood energy itself had a restraining effect on the zombie virus. So shortly after the wood energy was injected, the originally bloody wound healed at a visible speed. Soon the wound disappeared completely. If it weren't for the bloodstains on his hands, it would be impossible to tell that he had ever been injured. He clenched his fist. After testing the strength of his arm and finding it had no effect whatsoever, he immediately smiled gratefully. It really worked. Thank you so much, Miss Fong, for saving my life. However, I don't have any crystal cores on me right now, so I can't pay you for the treatment. But don't worry, Miss Fong. I'll definitely pay you when I get back. He spoke so readily that Fang Yuxin didn't refuse, simply nodding and saying, Your wound isn't big and I didn't use much of my special ability. 5 crystal cores will suffice. Hearing this, he smiled gratefully again and then went to ask the person in charge if he could leave. The person simply announced loudly, All the healed wounded, go get your blood checked. As long as there are no problems, you can leave. This ensured that all the infected heard it. The burly man happily went to get his blood checked, and soon after, someone came to inform him that he was fine, and the remaining infected, if they wished, could be treated using the same method. Many people were still hesitant, but seeing the method was effective, they began to step forward. They all realized that Lin Fein could indeed purify the zombie virus, but the process was too slow. They dared not and were unwilling to wait any longer, so they simply chose Fang Yuxin's treatment plan. Although this method was bloody and painful, once the pain was felt, they would recover immediately and no longer have to suffer. Lin Fein watched as more and more people chose Fang Yuxin's treatment plan, and she grew anxious. Originally, she had come to save people to prove herself, so when she saw someone pleading with Fang Yuxin, she remembered being rejected by him and couldn't help but say a few words. Who knew that Fang Yuxin, for some unknown reason, would change his mind and agree to save people? That wouldn't have been bad, but Fang Yuxin's actions completely stole her thunder. Although Lin Fein often did foolish things, she wasn't stupid. After discovering that her water-based ability had mutated and could purify the zombie virus, she was overjoyed. Now that zombies were rampant, all the survivors were afraid of being infected and turning into those terrifying and disgusting monsters. Her purification ability was enough to make the survivors fawn over her and elevate her to a higher position. However, with Fang Yuxin's intervention, her purification ability became useless, almost dispensable. She frowned and couldn't help but raise her voice. Fang Yuxin's treatment method is far too bloody. If you're not in a hurry, let me help you purify. She had previously agreed to Fang Yuxin's approach to avoid overexertion, but now she didn't want Fang Yuxin to continue this reckless behavior. She had to make these infected people realize her abilities and make them need her. She thought that if she said this, many people would agree. After all, Fang Yuxin's treatment method was too bloody and violent, and many infected people were clearly hesitant. But she quickly realized she was wrong. She hadn't considered that initially. Everyone hesitated simply because they didn't know if Fang Yuxin's method would work, hence their worry. If the method didn't work, wouldn't they have suffered for nothing? But now that someone had personally tested it and proven it worked with such a quick solution, who would want to continue suffering? Lin Fein's purification ability was good, but it was too slow. By the time she finished purifying them one by one, the people had already turned into zombies. Fang Yuxin was incredibly fast. She had a clearing made of space, with 5 people standing in a row at a time, simultaneously cleaning away the rotten flesh around the wounds. Once a wound was cleaned, she would flick her finger and inject wood energy, without any pause, minimizing the pain of the wounded. At the same time, she would also attend to the wounded under Lin Fein's command. After Lin Fein purified the virus from the wounded, she would promptly inject wood energy to help them recover. The choice of treatment method for the wounded was also selective. Those with severe infections naturally had to have the virus purified, otherwise most of the rotten flesh would have to be cut off, and they would probably die before treatment could be completed. Therefore, those who had their rotten flesh cut off were generally those with smaller wounds or less severe infections. This made Lin Fei's burden even heavier. The wounded she was responsible for purifying were severely infected, which meant that it took her a lot of time to purify the virus from each wounded person. By the time she evolved, Fang Yuxin had already healed 7 or 8, or even a dozen people. In such a stark contrast, Lin Fei's purification ability naturally became useless, appearing rather insignificant. Just as Fang Yuxin and Lin Fei were treating the infected, Qiu Yiming received the news and rushed over with a grim expression. He had returned long ago, looking particularly disheveled. After being surrounded, they had barely managed to break free, and in doing so, he had deliberately left 3 other groups behind to hold off the zombies. He deliberately sabotaged their tires, but these people went berserk and even threw a grenade at the last moment. They actually had grenades. Although it was only one, it caused them significant losses. The grenade landed in a vehicle carrying the wounded, instantly killing everyone inside. Wounded, they attracted wave after wave of zombies on their way back to the safe zone, further reducing their numbers. By the time they returned to the safe zone, Qiu Yiming had less than 100 men left. He had led a team of 300, and he had lost over 200. How could he accept such a loss? Upon his return, he received severe criticism from his superiors, and even his father was furious, slapping him. So, upon hearing news of Fang Yuxin, he couldn't sit still and rushed to the observation room. Fang Mingyao accompanied him. When Qiu Yiming arrived, Fang Yuxin had just finished absorbing the crystal core, and was skillfully treating the wounded. Although soldiers guarded the observation room, they all recognized Qiu Yiming and naturally dared not stop him. Thus Qiu Yiming stormed in, his face contorted with rage. His anger burned within him, trying to maintain his composure, but he didn't allow himself to lose his temper, clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity. However, when he saw Bai Yi, his last shred of reason crumbled. "What are you doing here?" he roared, glaring fiercely at Bai Yi before quickly averting his gaze and rushing to Fang Yuxin, angrily accusing her. Xin, where have you been today? Do you know how many people I've lost because you weren't here?" Bai Yi had long disliked Qiu Yiming, and upon hearing this he sneered. "Why should Miss Fong report to you where she went? Besides, your loss of people is your business, what does it have to do with her?" "Qiu Yiming, even if you're going to be unreasonable, at least stop. Don't let people look down on you." Chapter 149 Leaks. Qiu Yiming initially didn't want to pay attention to Bai Yi, but after hearing his words he couldn't hold back any longer and glared at Bai Yi, on the verge of exploding in anger. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Fang Mingyao, worried they might fight, quickly tugged at Qiu Yiming's arm and whispered, "Brother Yiming, there are too many people here. This isn't the place to talk." Her reminder made Qiu Yiming realize the inappropriate location. He couldn't help but press his temples with his fingers, his eyes lowered as his mind raced. He had actually noticed long ago that his temper had become increasingly volatile and uncontrollable lately. In the past, he would never have acted so impulsively. But recently he didn't know why, he was finding it increasingly difficult to control his temper, even easily losing his temper. He clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palms. The stinging pain in his palms made him more clear-headed. He felt a little scared. If this continued, would he one day completely lose control of his temper? Just as Qiu Yiming was filled with anxiety, Bai Yi said in a deep voice, "Qiu Yiming, what are you doing here? If you're here to interrogate me, you've come to the wrong place and the wrong person." Hearing this, Qiu Yiming's anger flared up again. He clenched his fist, using the stinging pain to maintain his composure. He forced himself not to look at Bai Yi, fearing that seeing him would only make his temper spiral out of control and lead him to do something irreversible. He had been severely warned upon his return. If he caused trouble again, both his position and reputation would be severely affected. He glanced at Fang Yuxin, noticing her slightly somber expression, her face unreadable, and felt a pang of unease. He regretted his decision. Not only did he regret his previous choice, but he also regretted approaching Fang Yuxin with an accusatory attitude. Although he had harbored resentment, he was mostly worried. He had returned to the warehouse with his men, only to suffer heavy losses, and Fang Yuxin was nowhere to be found. These repeated setbacks had made his feelings for Fang Yuxin extremely complex. Normally, he could still sort out his emotions, But this time his time was too short, and his temper flared up again. So, impulsively, he came to confront Fang Yuxin. He knew in his heart that his actions were wrong, but seeing Fang Yuxin's indifferent attitude, he felt indescribably sad. When did things turn out like this? He had clearly looked forward to marrying Fang Yuxin and having children of their own. But ever since Bai Qianqian appeared, everything had fallen apart. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart surged uncontrollably again, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Fang Yuxin felt a pang of unease as she looked at him with his complex eyes, a mixture of sadness, disappointment, frustration, and regret. She said, "Qiu Yiming, I don't know what you've been through, but you should remember what you said to me this morning, right? Was it my fault that you lost manpower? Do you think it's right for you to come to me to confront me?" As she said this, she noticed that Qiu Yiming's face was growing paler and paler, showing an unusual vulnerability. She couldn't help but recall all the care Qiu Yiming had shown her in the past. Her heart softened and she continued, "If you need my help with anything, just say so. I certainly won't refuse if I can do it. You shouldn't be like this." She rarely softened her tone, and upon hearing her voice, Qiu Yiming's dim eyes gradually brightened. He looked up at her in surprise. Fong Mengyao immediately saw that he still harbored feelings for Fang Yuxin, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. She had finally waited until Qiu Yiming was already dissatisfied with Fang Yuxin. She couldn't let Fang Yuxin ruin this excellent situation with just a few words. She said, "Sister Exine, today Brother Yiming thought you were in danger, so he specially led us to rescue you. Unexpectedly, not only did we not find you, but we were also surrounded by a horde of zombies. Many people were injured and infected with the zombie virus. They shouldn't have died, but Brother Yiming couldn't find you, and without effective treatment they all died. Brother Yiming was so worried about you that he rushed over after hearing you were back safely." Today's events were a huge scar on Qiu Yiming's heart. Originally, after Fang Yuxin finished speaking, the matter could have been over, and Qiu Yiming could have used it to ease his relationship with Fang Yuxin. However, Fong Mengyao's words not only shifted the blame onto Fang Yuxin and smeared her in front of everyone, but also reopened this wound, making Qiu Yiming resent Fang Yuxin again. While speaking, Fong Mengyao carefully observed the reactions of those around her. Seeing someone frown and look at Fang Yuxin with displeasure, she secretly felt smug. Qiu Yiming had stormed in with a large entourage, immediately launching into an accusation, which had already generated considerable resentment among the people present. However, after hearing Fong Mengyao's words, some couldn't help but feel that Fang Yuxin bore a significant responsibility for the incident. After all, Qiu Yiming had been surrounded by a horde of zombies while attempting a rescue, resulting in heavy casualties. Furthermore, if Fang Yuxin hadn't been absent at the time, those people might not have died. Hearing this, Lin Feiyin felt she understood the truth and looked at Fang Yuxin, saying, "Miss Fong, this is indeed your fault. Major Qiu suffered heavy losses trying to save you. How could you treat him like this?" Fang Yuxin gave her a look as if she were crazy, suddenly realizing that even though Lin Feiyin had miraculously mutated and gained purification abilities, her mind was still as bizarre as in her dream. She believed whatever she wanted to believe, but if she didn't want to believe something, no matter how others explained it, she wouldn't believe it, never thinking it through. Fang Yuyang and Bai Yi both realized that things had developed to this point, and the situation was very unfavorable for Fang Yuxin. They glanced at Fong Mengyao and Lin Feiyin, making a mental note of the two women. Just as they were about to speak, Fang Yuxin looked at Fong Mengyao and laughed. "Xiaoyao, what evidence do you have that Qiu Yiming got into trouble saving me? How did you know I was in the warehouse? Also, don't you have a lot of antidotes? They seem quite effective against the zombie virus. Why don't you use them to save people?" Her words instantly changed the situation. Regardless of the expressions on the other people's faces, Fong Mengyao stared at Fang Yuxin with terror, as if she were looking at a monster. She swallowed the question. "How did you know?" Although she tried her best to control herself, her face still showed panic and fear, making it clear to everyone that something was wrong. Fong Mengyao glared at Fang Yuxin and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Where would I get an antidote?" Fang Yuxin continued with a smile. "I understand. After all, possessing a treasure is a crime. so it's understandable that you're unwilling to give it up. But Qiu Yiming has been taking such good care of you these past few days, and his men have suffered heavy casualties. You happen to be by his side and you have the antidote. Why won't you give it to save people? Aren't those lives important? Besides, a research group has been established in the safe zone, and experts are working hard to develop a vaccine or antidote to combat the zombie virus. You happen to have it on hand. If you give it to them, they can develop the vaccine and antidote sooner, and then everyone will be saved. As she said this, seeing Fong Mingyao's increasingly grim expression, she felt a surge of satisfaction. Back in that terrifying yet realistic dream, Fong Mingyao had used righteous indignation to criticize her, even blaming her deceased parents. Now she could finally let Fong Mingyao experience the taste of wanting to find fault. One can always find a reason. Lin Fei's expression also changed, and her gaze towards Fong Mingyao became exceptionally complicated. You have an antidote? Is that true? Why don't you take it out? No. I didn't do anything. Fang Yuxin is lying. Fong Mingyao shouted hysterically, then quickly calmed down, looked at Fang Yuxin with a heartbroken expression, and said in a choked voice, Sister Xian, ever since I came to the Fong family, I've always known that you don't like me, but I never expected that you would make up such a lie to get revenge on me. Do you hate me that much? She acted so pitifully. Her beautiful face and tearful expression were so endearing that many people immediately began to doubt Fang Yuxin's words. Fang Yuyang could no longer hold back. He glared at Fong Mingyao and said, Fong Mingyao, stop pretending. Why don't you tell me why Xinxin doesn't like you? Why don't you tell me about the shameful things your mother did back then? Your mother back then? Fong Mingyao was afraid he would mention Zhu Wanxia, so she quickly interrupted. Enough, Brother Yuyang, no matter what, I'm still your sister. My mother is dead, so please let her go and let her rest in peace. She just couldn't help falling in love with someone she shouldn't have. What's wrong with that? Seeing that she was still pretending and even trying to gloss over the matter with vague words, how could Fong Yuyang let her succeed? He sneered. Your mother must have fallen in love with a lot of people. As long as they were rich, powerful, and had families, she could fall in love with them. Fong Mingyao had deliberately been vague before, and with her pitiful appearance, it was indeed easy to arouse people's sympathy and make them think that she was right. On the contrary, Fong Yuyang and Fang Yuxin were too aggressive and intolerant. But upon hearing Fong Yuyang's words, their gaze towards Fong Mingyao changed. A woman falling in love with a married man could be somewhat excused as youthful ignorance, even considered understandable by some. But to fall for multiple married men, especially powerful ones, was utterly despicable. Wasn't it just vanity, a desire to be a gold digger? What a load of rubbish about true love. Chapter 150. I'm just bullying you. The identity of being an illegitimate child and her past with Zhu Wanxia were humiliations Fong Mingyao had always refused to acknowledge. Now Fong Yuyang had revealed them in front of everyone, and the various gazes from those around her made her feel utterly ashamed, as if she had been publicly stripped naked. Tears welled in her eyes, her gaze becoming flustered and helpless. Deep down, she harbored a deep hatred for Fong Yuxin and Fong Yuyang. These two were simply going too far. How dare they treat her like this? She realized the situation was extremely unfavorable, especially the gazes from those around her, which felt like thorns in her back. She thought for a moment and said, Is this my fault? I can't choose my birth. Did I want to be an illegitimate child? Her tearful plea regained some people's favor and sympathy. Yes, she couldn't choose her birth, and Fong Yuyang and Fong Yuxin were really going too far. Fong Yuxin knew that Fong Mingyao wouldn't give up easily. Her ability to manipulate people was not to be underestimated. So she said, You're right, you can't choose your birth. But my brother and I didn't pin your mother's mistakes on you. Your mother used despicable means to steal my father's sperm to get pregnant with you through IVF. Fong Mingyao shouted, interrupting her. Stop talking. Fong Yuyang said. Your mother deliberately went to my mother's place while heavily pregnant, declaring that my father loved her, and even forced my mother to step down. Later, her lies were exposed, and my mother felt you were innocent, so she didn't force her to have an abortion and gave her a sum of money as child support. But she shamelessly pocketed most of it, abandoned you to go and beg a rich man, and later got seriously ill, then shamelessly begged us to take you in. Fong Mingyao's face grew paler and paler, and her body swayed as if she were about to collapse. I don't know. I don't know anything. My mother is dead. No matter what you say, she can't refute it. Isn't that what you're all convinced of? The people around were watching the drama with great interest. Hearing Fong Mingyao's words, they became uncertain. Were the Fong siblings telling the truth? Fang Yuxin noticed their gazes. He sneered. The evidence is in my hands. If you don't believe me, I can produce it all and let everyone judge. Fong Mingyao hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. Her eyes flickered and she panicked. Although subconsciously she didn't want to accept it all and believed it was all fake, she knew deep down that what she had seen wasn't forged. So when she heard Fang Yuxin say he could produce evidence for everyone to judge, she completely panicked. No, absolutely not. Once the evidence was presented, she would have no standing in the safe zone. Unless she could produce the antidote. With the antidote, she would hold the survivors' lives in her hands, and she wouldn't be afraid. These people wouldn't dare oppose her. At that moment, she suddenly felt an impulse to reveal the antidote and tell these people that only she could create it. But the gloating looks from those around her quickly brought her back to her senses. The antidote had to be revealed, or those lunatics at the research institute would never let her go. She absolutely didn't want to be dissected and studied. So she hesitated for a moment, then, pale-faced and heartbroken, said, Brother Yuxin, my mother is dead. Can't you let her rest in peace? I'm begging you, please let her go. Fang Yuxin didn't want to let it go so easily. Fong Mingyao had always maliciously slandered them. How could he possibly let it go so readily? He was about to speak when Fang Yuxin stopped him, looking at Fong Mingyao and saying, Fong Mingyao, you need to speak with conscience. When have we ever refused to let your mother go? Have we mistreated you in the Fong family all these years? Have we publicized your mother's affairs to the world? You keep saying I hate you, so why don't you tell me when I've ever done anything to wrong you? When have I ever bullied you? Fong Mingyao choked. She thought it over carefully and realized that apart from being indifferent to her, the Fong family hadn't done anything else. But, doesn't emotional abuse count as harm? So she said, After I came to the Fong family, have you ever treated me kindly? You've never treated me like a member of the Fong family, let alone like a sister. Fang Yuxin laughed. Fong Mingyao, don't try to confuse the issue. You say we haven't treated you like a member of the Fong family, but whose money have you spent all these years? Who bought you that 400 square meter apartment in the AA community on XX Road? Has Dad ever shortchanged you on allowance? Or have we ever skimped on your allowance? Fang Yuxin specifically pointed out the name of Fong Mingyao's community and the size of her apartment. It was a well-known upscale community, and many people knew about the property prices there. Her words caused the surrounding people's gazes towards Fong Mingyao to change again. This time, Fang Yuxin didn't give Fong Mingyao a chance to defend herself. She continued, The Fong family has never mistreated you, but how have you treated us? You actually poisoned us. Do you have any conscience? She didn't mention the inhibitor. The apocalypse hadn't happened yet, and if she revealed the name of the inhibitor, it would only make people think more. The word poisoned was enough to make people imagine. Fong Mingyao instinctively blurted out, Fang Yuxin, you really say anything? To ruin my reputation, you'd even say something like poisoning me. Fang Yuxin knew she wouldn't admit it, so she said, I have a test report. Do you want to see it? She had obtained this report from Li Qingyun, who had conducted a detailed examination and given her a very thorough report, which she had kept. Hearing this, Fong Mingyao, feeling guilty, turned even paler than before. She stared intently at Fang Yuxin, unable to understand how she knew about inhibitors and antidotes. Then suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. She had read many online novels, both time travel and reincarnation stories. Two of her favorite themes were ordinary women who transmigrated to another world and became powerful, and down on their luck women who were reborn and returned to the past to seek revenge or become rich. Fang Yuxin seemed to know many things. Could it be that she was reincarnated? Fong Mingyao thought about it more and more, and it seemed increasingly plausible. She realized that Fang Yuxin hadn't tried to take the jade set from her back then, and had even deliberately spilled the food, ruining her plans. Now she understood. Fang Yuxin must have been reborn from the future, which was why she knew everything. And why was she constantly stealing what rightfully belonged to her? Her breathing became increasingly rapid. This insane speculation terrified her. She couldn't help but say, "You're not Sister Yuxin, you're not her. Tell me, who are you? What kind of monster are you?" Possessing Sister Yuxin's body. As she spoke, she observed the reactions of the others, especially Fang Yuxian, Qiu Yiming and Bai Yi. Unfortunately, these three not only didn't suspect anything, but looked at her as if she were a madwoman. She couldn't help but grab Qiu Yiming's hand urgently saying, "Brother Yiming, this woman really isn't Sister Yuxin, you have to believe me. You might not know, but souls actually exist in this world, and if a soul is strong enough, it can forcibly possess another's body." Bai Yi, who hadn't had a chance to speak until now, couldn't help but sneer as she spoke more and more outrageously. "Miss Fong Mengyao, do you think you're writing a novel?" Fang Yuxin, however, was startled, because Fong Mengyao's words made her think of a possibility. She had always felt that the current Fong Mengyao was strange, very different from the old her. The old Fong Mengyao was both insecure and arrogant, but not as crazy as this. If what she said was true, then had the real Fong Mengyao been possessed? Qiu Yiming couldn't bear it any longer. He said, "Enough. Xiaoyao, stop talking. Even if you misunderstand Xinxin, she's still your older sister. Stop making a scene." "Brother Yiming." Fong Mengyao looked at Qiu Yiming in disbelief. How could this man treat her like this? How dare he? Qiu Yiming released her hand and continued, "You're not in a good mood right now. Go back and rest." Fong Mengyao glanced down at her hand, then looked at the others around her. She saw that they were all looking at her with mocking eyes. Only Lin Fein looked at her differently, full of pity. She sneered inwardly, then gave Qiu Yiming, Bai Yi, Fang Yuxian and Fang Yuxin a deep look. Without saying a word, she walked out, her face pale. She felt like a clown. No one was on her side, no one understood her. But she didn't care. One day, she would make these people know the consequences of offending her. The only thing she wanted to know was what Fang Yuxin knew before her rebirth. What kind of future should have been hers? She was so curious. She had just reached the door when she heard Lin Fein say, "Miss Fong, Mr. Fong, your attitude just now was really too much. No matter what, Fong Mengyao is your own sister. She shares your blood. You really shouldn't treat her like this. Besides, the dead should be respected. Even if her mother had some flaws in life, all of that should disappear with her death. How could you say such things about her?" Fang Yuxian was utterly disgusted by this unreasonable woman. He angrily retorted, "Shut up. This is my family matter. It's none of your business." Fang Yuxin, however, smiled and patted Fang Yuxian's arm, giving Lin Fein a half-smile. "I wonder what gives Miss Lin the right to say this?" Chapter 151, A Poisonous Scheme. Lin Fein frowned slightly, looking at Fang Yuxin with displeasure. "I just can't stand how you bully Fong Mengyao. I think since we're all family, we should get along well. Is that wrong?" Fang Yuxin didn't respond, instead saying, "Lin Fein, saving lives is the priority right now. I don't want to waste time arguing with you. As for what I should do, that's my business, none of yours." She then ignored Lin Fein and said to the wounded, "Sorry for making this a spectacle. Continue your treatment." Hearing this, all the wounded breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously glancing at Lin Fein discreetly. They were all human, not fools. If what Fang Yuxin said was true, then she hadn't done anything wrong. Even if Fong Mengyao's status as an illegitimate child wasn't a good thing, the fact that she poisoned her own family was despicable. What was even more despicable was that after Fong Mengyao was speechless, she actually accused Fang Yuxin of being a monster. It was utterly ridiculous. Don't laugh at how ridiculous that is. Even if it were true, the fact that she can heal people makes her a good person. Fong Mengyao's departure should have put the matter behind them, and they could have continued their treatment. But Lin Fein, that woman, is so incompetent, insisting on blaming the Fong siblings. This is their family matter. What right does she have to interfere? Besides, how much time have Fong Mengyao and Qiu Yiming already wasted? They're still waiting for treatment. If Lin Fein continues arguing, will they have to wait indefinitely? These people may not necessarily have much affection for Fang Yuxin, but everyone has their own selfish motives. They're waiting for Fang Yuxin's treatment, so they'll naturally lean towards her. If Lin Fein offends Fang Yuxin, she might just quit. What will they do then? Wait here to die. Lin Fein's purification ability is good, but it can only purify viruses. It can't treat wounds or atrophied muscles. Qiu Yiming didn't leave but waited patiently nearby. Judging from his expression, it seemed he had something to say to Fang Yuxin. While Fang Yuxin was treating the remaining infected, as they recovered and left, news of what happened in the observation room quickly spread throughout the safe zone. The Fong family's affairs were a huge, sensational piece of gossip. Although the survivors enjoyed hearing gossip, what they cared about more was what Fang Yuxin had mentioned. That Fong Mingyao possessed an antidote. Whether this was true or not was impossible to verify, but everyone has their own selfish desires, and many upon hearing this news hoped it was true. With an antidote, the survivors wouldn't have to worry about being scratched by zombies. Unfortunately, the truth remained unclear, and Fong Mingyao was staying at the Qiu family's house. Even the most curious survivors didn't dare go to the Qiu family to ask her about the situation, and could only silently hope for the best. Zhang Tianhe, upon hearing this news, suddenly wanted to see Fong Mingyao. When Qiu Yiming returned with his men, he deliberately handed over an antidote to atone for his past mistakes. He said he had obtained it by chance, and there were only 2 in total. One of the pills was used on an infected person who found it effective. The remaining pill was brought back as a trophy. The higher-ups were shocked upon hearing this news. Soon the antidote was delivered to Zhang Tianhe. Zhang Tianhe had been researching a vaccine for the zombie virus, but unfortunately he hadn't made much progress. He was incredibly excited to receive the antidote, and immediately gathered his elite team to study it. However, there was only one antidote, and the amount inside the capsule was extremely small, making it impossible to fully understand. Zhang Tianhe wasn't very confident and desperately wanted to obtain more antidote. He hadn't really believed Qiu Yiming's story. He felt Qiu Yiming was definitely withholding the antidote, but he lacked evidence, and the Qiu family wasn't someone he could easily manipulate. This troubled him greatly. Therefore, after hearing that Fong Mingyao might have the antidote, he wanted to meet this woman. He personally sent someone to invite Fong Mingyao. Upon receiving the news, Fong Mingyao hesitated for a moment before agreeing to meet, and then followed the person to the research institute. The meeting place was the same cramped reception room as before. Not long after Fong Mingyao sat down, Zhang Tianhe arrived. He wore a neat white lab coat, looking spotless, and he also wore glasses. A slight smile graced his face, giving him the air of a scientist. However, the moment he entered the room, he launched a mental attack on Fong Mingyao, intending to subdue her and extract the information he wanted. He hadn't initially taken Fong Mingyao seriously, thinking such a young girl would be easy to manipulate. However, he miscalculated once again. His mental attack was directly reflected back by a mysterious and powerful force, and then he heard a disdainful sneer. He looked at Fong Mingyao with displeasure, then his brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, he clearly realized that this was yet another woman who was not easy to deal with. At this moment, Fong Mingyao had shed the pitiful facade she deliberately cultivated in public. She had put on makeup beforehand, making her features appear more refined, and her fiery red lips exuded sexiness and allure. Her disdainful expression added a touch of arrogance and wildness, making her resemble a queen, unrestrained and arrogant. Leaning back on the sofa, her long legs crossed, she looked disdainfully at Zhang Tianhe and said, "Don't try to use your mental attacks on me, they won't work on me. And you'd better not try any tricks on me. I know what you want. Just do as I say, and I'll give you what you want." Fong Mingyao's attitude infuriated Zhang Tianhe. Having lived for so many years, he wasn't about to be easily fooled by Fong Mingyao. He calmly asked, "Then why don't you tell me what I want?" Fong Mingyao felt Zhang Tianhe was talking nonsense, and her expression grew even more unpleasant. She hadn't come here to waste time talking nonsense with Zhang Tianhe. She said impatiently, "Didn't you want the antidote? I have it. Only I can get my hands on it, and only I can give it to you. Just do as I say, and you'll not only get the antidote, you'll get even more." Zhang Tianhe suddenly became interested. He looked deeply at Fong Mingyao, suddenly wanting to know what this woman could offer him. He asked with amusement, "What are these more things? And what do you want me to do?" Fong Mingyao smiled dangerously. "You're very interested in Fang Yuxin, aren't you? I can tell you, she has the ability to awaken ordinary people into superhumans." Furthermore, her wood-type superpower is likely mutated. Just like Lin Fei's water-type superpower mutated into a purification ability, her superpower has also mutated. Although she felt that Fang Yuxin definitely had a spatial treasure, she didn't intend to reveal this. She wouldn't let someone else have such a good thing as a spatial treasure. She wasn't just making this up. She genuinely suspected that Fang Yuxin's wood-type superpower had mutated. She had noticed before that Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability was stronger than other wood-type ability users, but she hadn't thought much of it at the time. Only after learning that Lin Fei's familiar ability had mutated into a purification ability, did she realize that Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability was also mutated. Otherwise, how could she be stronger than other wood-type ability users? Even more so, able to heal people with such ease. Thinking that Fang Yuxin was a reincarnated person who had stolen what should have been hers, Fang Mengyao was filled with intense hatred. She remembered all the humiliation the Fong family had inflicted on her. Since she couldn't rely on others, she would take revenge for herself. Zheng Tianhe was tempted. The bait Fang Mengyao had offered was too alluring. He simply couldn't resist. In fact, after learning of Lin Fei's mutated water-based ability, he had considered capturing her for research. But just as this idea formed in his mind, his superiors warned him against acting on his own, allowing him only to draw a vial of Lin Fei's blood for study. What good was a vial of blood? Those ignorant fools who only knew how to give orders. He had also obtained Fang Yuxin's blood, intending to study it thoroughly, but that woman had tampered with it. The blood samples lost their activity in less than a day, making them impossible to analyze. Unfortunately, his superiors had given a firm order, leaving him no choice but to obey. Despite his burning desire to capture Lin Fei for research, he could only watch helplessly. However, compared to Lin Fei, he was even more interested in Fang Yuxin. He had a gut feeling that this woman was extraordinary. If he could understand her wood-based ability, it would be a truly groundbreaking discovery. He couldn't help but look at Fang Mengyao and say, so what if her abilities have mutated? The higher-ups won't agree to use living people for research. Fang Mengyao knew immediately that he was tempted. She smiled, alluring yet dangerous. The higher-ups won't agree to use living people for research, but what if she's not living but a monster? Zhang Tianhe's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but lean forward asking urgently, what do you mean by that? Fang Mengyao continued, she's not the real Fang Yuxin at all. She's a monster who has possessed a body. Someone else's soul resides in her body now. If you capture her and study her, you might discover even more secrets. Zhang Tianhe opened his mouth, staring at Fang Mengyao in shock, inwardly wishing he could call this woman a lunatic. Possession? Ha! Even if he did believe it, how was he going to convince the higher-ups? With this reason, he didn't want to be seen as crazy, but secretly he genuinely hoped to capture Fang Yuxin for research. So he said, this is too unbelievable. The higher-ups won't believe it. Fang Mengyao, however, confidently replied, what does it matter if the higher-ups don't believe it? As long as everyone believes it, that's enough. Just spread the word that she's a monster who devours people's souls. People will be terrified, and then you can propose arresting her. The higher-ups will definitely agree. Even if they don't agree, it doesn't matter. If enough people spread this kind of news, eventually some will believe it. Chapter 152, Chief Physician. After treating the infected, Fang Yuxin returned home with Fang Yuyang. Bai Yi followed closely behind, saying he wanted to visit Bai Qianqian. Fang Yuxin, considering Bai Ye's previous help in his blood oath, deemed him a reliable partner, and invited him to dinner to thank him and discuss future collaborations. Upon returning to the Fong family home, they unexpectedly encountered Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, sitting in the living room, stood up and greeted them with a smile. Captain Fong, Miss Fong, and Mr. Bai. He nodded and continued, I came today specifically to thank Miss Fong. Your treatment of the infected has been a huge help to the safe zone. Fang Yuxin smiled politely, invited Bai Yi to sit down, and then she and Fang Yuyang also found seats. Shang Jinxiu and the others weren't in the living room. They had likely gone to the restroom. Bai Qianqian was also unusually absent. Only Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe were there to greet them. A cup of hot tea sat before Zhou Yan, steam rising and filling the air with its pleasant aroma. This was a common offering before the apocalypse, but now it was a rare treat. Natural water resources were polluted. The drinking water in the safe zone consisted of bottled and barreled water sourced from various places, or provided by water elemental ability users. Water was scarce and expensive, and ordinary survivors dared not waste it, even sparingly cutting corners on daily cleaning. Drinking tea had become an extreme luxury for most. The Fong family had no shortage of water, but Fong Jintang and Chu Qianhe had specially brewed this cup of hot tea, clearly not only to entertain Zhou Yan, but also to demonstrate their strength. Zhou Yan's waiting here was likely not solely out of gratitude. He had other motives. Fang Yuxin greeted them and then smiled silently, waiting for Zhou Yan to speak. Zhou Yan hadn't been there long, and because Fang Yuxin wasn't present, he hadn't revealed his true purpose for coming. Fong Jintang and Chu Qianhe were both shrewd individuals. They appeared extremely polite, but their words were watertight, leaving him no room to maneuver. Although he wasn't stupid, he was an upright soldier. He preferred to speak directly, disliking beating around the bush, and was no match for those shrewd individuals who relied on guessing games. He had originally intended to wait for Fang Yuxin to speak, so he could smoothly express his thoughts, but unexpectedly, Fang Yuxin only smiled and remained silent, completely unmoved. He gave a bitter laugh to himself, then cursed himself inwardly. He had already encountered Fang Yuxin several times. He should have known that this woman was not easy to deal with. Even Zhang Qianhe hadn't gained the upper hand against her. His little schemes were utterly futile. He said, "Captain Fong and Miss Fong entered the city today, right? You should have noticed that the situation is getting worse and worse. There are more and more zombies in the city, and they are getting stronger and stronger. Not only are there more and more injured people, but the number of infected people is also constantly increasing. What's worse is that zombie hordes are constantly appearing near the safe zone, and they are getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, we survivors will be in danger." Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang didn't speak. They seemed to be saying, "Please continue." Zhou Yan sighed. He knew that these people were not easy to deal with, so he put aside his calculations and continued. "Miss Fong's healing ability is really amazing. To be honest, in the entire safe zone, I have never seen a wood-type ability user with better healing abilities than Miss Fong. The higher-ups want Miss Fong to become the doctor of the safe zone, responsible for treating the wounded, especially those infected." After he finished speaking, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but soon his heart jumped again. He looked at Fang Yuxin with apparent composure but actually nervousness, waiting for her answer. Fang Yuxin had long anticipated this turn of events. In her dream, almost all the wood-type ability users became doctors. Initially, these doctors served ordinary people, but later, as the ability users grew stronger and their status rose, these doctors only served high-ranking officials and powerful figures. In the early stages, the military held a favorable position and was the strongest among the survivors. However, as the zombies and ability users grew stronger, ordinary firearms became less effective, and the military status declined. The high command in the safe zone was replaced by powerful ability users. Now that she had told Zhou Yan the secret of the Yuan stones, the military would definitely collect Yuan stones as soon as possible to awaken their abilities. Once there were more and more ability users in the military, their advantage wouldn't be taken away by other ability users later on. Soldiers undergo rigorous training, and once they awaken their abilities, unless their aptitude is extremely poor, their strength will be greater and more advantageous than ordinary people who awaken their abilities. Moreover, these people's character is much better than ordinary people. There might be some bad apples among them, but in Fang Yuxin's view, their character is definitely much more resilient than ordinary people. However, that's all for the future. As things stand, cultivating good relations with the military's high command is definitely beneficial for her, since the entire safe zone is still under military control. However, becoming a doctor would mean facing more restrictions. Although she thought a lot, her face remained impassive, and only a fleeting moment passed. She looked at Zhou Yan and asked, "What restrictions does a doctor face?" At this point, concealment or deception was unnecessary. To Zhou Yan and those behind him, Fang Yuxin was a powerful wood-type ability user, who could not only treat infected individuals, but also had a chance to awaken as an ability user. They were unwilling to antagonize her. So Zhou Yan spoke frankly. Doctors can receive high contribution points and enjoy more preferential treatment within the safe zone. Miss Fong, your strength is considerable. If you agree, you can become the chief physician, enjoying more benefits than ordinary physicians. However, with the increasing number of wounded, you will need to stay in the safe hospital. Fang Yuxin refused without hesitation. No, I have other things to do and don't have much time to stay in the safe hospital. Actually, my treatment method is very simple. Other wood-type ability users can do it too, with just more practice. Zhou Yan had anticipated that Fang Yuxin might not agree, but he wouldn't back down easily, so he added, if Miss Fong finds it difficult, it's okay if you don't have to stay in the safe hospital all the time. Fang Yuxin thought for a moment and said, I know the situation is critical, but with so many wounded I can't treat them all, can I? I prefer hunting zombies to treating the wounded. I can only promise you that I can dedicate 2 hours each day after returning to the safe zone to treating the wounded. And it's only 2 hours. If anyone disturbs me, the time won't be extended. This was something she suddenly thought of. Feng Mengyao and Lin Fein were two big troubles, but now one of them was a space-type ability user, and the other a mutated water-type ability user, which was too conspicuous. In addition, everyone knew that they had a grudge against each other. If she killed them, it would definitely attract attention. Moreover, it was difficult to act within the safe zone, and it would be even more difficult to act outside the safe zone if she couldn't find their location. Besides, she preferred to watch them suffer and slowly torture them rather than kill them. So she suddenly had an idea. Limit the treatment time to 2 hours, and make sure she wasn't disturbed. Otherwise, she wouldn't automatically extend the treatment time. With this requirement, Zhou Yan and his backers would definitely be willing to help her avoid some trouble. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to make such a request. But now her strength had increased and the threat of zombies was growing. Level 1 zombies and mutated zombies were no longer manageable with ordinary bullets, which limited the military's advantage. Before the military's strength had improved, Zhou Yan and his backers certainly wouldn't want to be her enemy, and might even use their authority to force her. Sure enough, she guessed right. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yan agreed to her request and even presented her with a medal for chief physician. The medal was white with a red cross in the center and 5 small stars above it, representing her status as chief physician. He took out the medal and said, Miss Fong, you should wear this medal in the safe zone from now on so everyone will know your identity. Also, remember to update your information on your identity card and claim your reward. After he finished speaking, seeing Fang Yuxin accept the medal, he added, By the way, Miss Fong, there's something else I need to tell you. Miss Feng Mengyao was invited by team leader Zheng today. Although I don't know what they discussed, General Song asked me to tell Miss Fong that he will absolutely not allow those with ulterior motives to harm you. However, it's easier to dodge a spear than a hidden arrow, so Miss Fong should be careful these days. The others present were unaware of this, and their expressions changed upon hearing this. Fang Jintang didn't want to believe that Feng Mengyao would scheme against Fang Yuxin, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Chu Qianhe, Fang Yuyang, and Bai Yi had grim expressions, their lowered eyes concealing the murderous intent surging within. Fang Yuxin, on the other hand, was the calmest, showing no sign of anger. She smiled and thanked Zhou Yan, then offered to give him some fresh vegetables and fruits. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan's eyes lit up instantly. He rubbed his hands nervously, hesitated for a moment and then said, Actually, I came today with another matter I'd like to ask Miss Fong, and I hope you can agree. Chapter 153 Weapons Deal. Zhou Yan didn't keep them in suspense and quickly revealed his plan. Miss Fong should know that fresh vegetables and fruits are now a rarity. Although the safe zone has established agricultural bases, the vegetables and fruits grown there can't compare to those from Miss Fong's farm. So I'm here today to discuss a deal with Miss Fong, to buy your fresh vegetables and fruits. He wasn't lying. One of the reasons the military initially designated this area as a safe zone was because of its favorable environment and large planting areas suitable for growing vegetables and grains. Therefore, after arriving here, they specifically hired earth elemental ability users to improve the soil, wood elemental ability users to accelerate seed growth, and water elemental ability users to irrigate. Furthermore, they recruited agricultural experts and experienced planting workers. Initially, the vegetables and grains grew very well, But such a large planting area couldn't rely entirely on wood elemental ability users for growth. So they set aside a small plot of land for wood elemental ability users to accelerate growth, all to produce edible fresh vegetables as quickly as possible. However, at the beginning the wood-type ability users weren't very strong, so the effects weren't great. Later, although the vegetables matured, the cost was frighteningly high, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford them. Of course, the supply was also scarce, making it impossible for ordinary people to eat them. It was all supplied to high-ranking military officials. Even so, there were far more monks than meat, and it wasn't enough to go around. Everyone only received a very small amount. Someone of Zhou Yan's level wouldn't get any at all. Yesterday, when he came to help Fang Yuxin solve her problem, he almost greened with envy seeing the Fong family's vibrant vegetable garden. After returning home, he thought it over and realized that the Fong family couldn't possibly eat that much from such a large garden. So he decided to buy some from Fang Yuxin. However, he really didn't have anything good to offer Fang Yuxin in exchange. He intuitively felt that Fang Yuxin probably didn't care for credit points, and he needed the crystal cores for cultivation, which he was reluctant to part with. So, he later specifically discussed it with General Song. General Song was a cunning old fox. He had seen Fang Yuxin's potential early on and decided to befriend her. And at his level, although he could get a share of fresh vegetables, the quantity was limited. After all, he had to set an example. He couldn't keep all the benefits for himself. He had to share with his subordinates and family. When Zhou Yan mentioned it to him, he immediately agreed and quickly figured out what to exchange it for. He was cunning. He settled the matter first, bought the fresh vegetables, and then used them to do business with other high-ranking officials or to win people's hearts. Why not? They got the lion's share. And if others wanted more, they would have to beg them. Fang Yuxin hadn't guessed all of Zhou Yan and General Song's ideas, but she had guessed some of them. She hadn't expected the vegetables and fruits in the garden to grow so well. She had stored up a large amount of fresh vegetables and fruits before the apocalypse, and now she was only using those. The ones in the yard were being wasted because no one was eating them. When Lin Fein came to cause trouble yesterday, after seeing their reaction, she thought of selling the produce to Zhou Yan or the people behind him. After all, possessing such a treasure is a crime. Other survivors couldn't even see a glimpse of fresh vegetables, so having so many in their garden would surely attract envy. She hadn't brought it up then because the timing wasn't right. Now that Zhou Yan had specifically come to her door about it, she readily agreed. Although she had already made her decision, she deliberately feigned difficulty. Major Zhou, you're joking. This vegetable garden of ours is just for our own family's consumption. We don't have any extra to supply you, let alone a fixed supply. This Major Zhou, you must know the cost involved, right? These vegetables were all grown using wood-type abilities. Zhou Yan nodded hastily. Miss Fong, you see, your family isn't large. You definitely can't eat all these vegetables. We can't let them go to waste, can we? I know the cost is high, so I've decided to exchange them for bullets or guns. What do you think, Miss Fong? Fang Yuxin deliberately feigned difficulty, her brows furrowed tightly. At this moment Bai Yi, who had been silent all along, raised an eyebrow, wanting to persuade Fang Yuxin to agree. He had already been to the security store and knew that the bullets there were ridiculously expensive, and there was a purchase limit. If Fang Yuxin agreed to the deal, he was willing to exchange crystal cores for those bullets. However, with Zhou Yan present, he couldn't say these things. He didn't know what Fang Yuxin's plans were, so he naturally couldn't say anything at this moment, lest he ruin her plans. Seeing Fang Yuxin hesitate, Zhou Yan persuaded her again. Miss Fong, don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. After he finished speaking, he took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and placed it in front of Fang Yuxin. It was a price list which included not only bullets but also guns. Zhou Yan was clearly very sincere this time. He even listed grenades and heavy machine guns on it, of course, at ridiculously high prices. The security store didn't sell machine guns, let alone high-powered weapons like heavy machine guns. Before, when the zombies weren't very strong, the military personnel mainly used portable submachine guns when going out on missions. Currently, most of the zombies are still low-level, and submachine guns are sufficient to deal with them. However, the mutated zombies are much more difficult to handle, requiring more powerful weapons. At first glance, General Song seems very sincere. However, Fang Yuxin laughed. This heavy machine gun could be exchanged for a considerable amount of vegetables. Even all the vegetables in their garden combined probably wouldn't be enough. Qingmu Lingfu's warehouse does have a lot of fresh vegetables stored, all purchased before the apocalypse, but she doesn't intend to buy this heavy machine gun now. It's completely unnecessary for her. After reading what was written on the paper, she raised her eyes, looking at Zhou Yan with a half-smile. Zhou Yan felt extremely uncomfortable under her gaze, his heart pounding wildly, panicked, only managing to maintain a semblance of composure. He was actually also feeling guilty. The price list was rather extravagant. Fang Yuxin didn't make things difficult for him. She placed the paper in front of Zhou Yan, her slender fingers pointing to the grenade on it. I don't want bullets, I'll trade this for them. She could easily buy bullets at the security shop. She couldn't let the rewarded credits sit idle on her card. She had to use them. Grenades were powerful, and since they weren't available at the security shop, they were perfect for her. She thought for a moment. The vegetables in her garden were all grown with spiritual energy, much better than ordinary vegetables. She didn't want to let Zhou Yan and General Song behind him benefit from them, so she decided to take this opportunity to sell the fresh vegetables stored in the warehouse. She took out a pen, rewrote the price after the grenade's price, and pushed it towards Zhou Yan, saying, "Go with this price. If you agree, go back and prepare your things. Bring them here in half an hour to exchange." Zhou Yan glanced at the price. Fang Yuxin's price was significantly lower than what they were asking for, almost within his budget. This made his heart skip a beat. Looking at Fang Yuxin's ambiguous smile, he suddenly felt she was even more unfathomable. He nodded, agreed to the price, and then quickly left the Fong family to go back and prepare. Bai Yi hadn't seen the price list before. Seeing Zhou Yan leave, he couldn't help but ask Fang Yuxin, "What did you choose?" Fang Yuxin glanced at him but didn't answer. Instead, she said, "Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush." "I don't like that." Bai Yi was taken aback, his face stiffened, and then he said, "I want to exchange some things, the kind that can't be bought in the security store. If you're willing to help, I can trade you some crystal cores." He had explosives experts under his command. If they could obtain the materials to manufacture explosives, their strength would be greatly enhanced. However, those materials were not easy to obtain. Before the apocalypse he had a way, but now that it was the apocalypse, gathering those materials was difficult. Fang Yuxin thought for a moment, then gave him paper and a pen, saying, "Write down what you need first, and I'll see if I can help you get it." Bai Yi didn't refuse, taking the paper and quickly writing it down. Because he needed Fang Yuxin's help, he didn't hide anything, writing down everything he wanted, and then handed the completed paper to Fang Yuxin. "If you can get it, I'll trouble you." Fang Yuxin took the paper and glanced at it, her expression changing. It was all about making explosives. Moreover, she happened to have quite a few of the materials listed. When she prepared supplies, she not only prepared living necessities, but also purchased some other things through special channels. Fang Yuxiang was in charge of these matters because they were just materials, which weren't strictly controlled and were easy to obtain. She had prepared all this just in case, but neither she nor Fang Yuxiang knew how to make explosives. Her initial plan was to keep an eye out for talent in this field after the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse her family members all awakened superpowers, and she was busy helping them improve their strength, so she forgot about it. Now, it just so happened that Bai Yi benefited from it. The list Bai Yi provided even included prices which seemed quite sincere. Fang Yuxin didn't try to bargain but said, "I can give you some of these things now, and I won't take your crystal cores, but you have to give me half of the finished product." Crystal cores were good, but with powerful explosives, how many crystal cores couldn't they have? Bai Yi hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to have these materials, and he certainly hadn't expected her to choose the finished product. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Chapter 154 Mutation. Although Fang Yuxin's request surprised Bai Yi, he agreed after a brief hesitation. Fang Yuxin was also straightforward, telling him to wait while she went to the basement with Fang Yuxiang. She took out some materials from her spatial storage, packed them into boxes, and Fang Yuxiang carried the boxes to the living room. Bai Yi checked the contents, nodded to Fang Yuxin, and thinking that Zhou Yan would be coming later to complete the transaction with Fang Yuxin, felt it wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay, so he took his leave. Fang Yuxin didn't try to stop him. After watching him leave, she used her spiritual sense to harvest all the ripe vegetables and fruits. However, she didn't intend to give these vegetables and fruits to Zhou Yan. Instead, she packed them all into her spatial storage and took out fresh vegetables and fruits of the same variety and weight from the warehouse. These vegetables and fruits were all purchased directly from the planting base before the apocalypse. At the time of the purchase, these things were freshly picked and looked particularly fresh and vibrant. However, Fang Yuxin frowned slightly after just one glance. While these vegetables and fruits looked fresh, they lacked the lushness and vibrancy of those grown in his garden. It was immediately obvious. Fang Yuxin noticed this as well. He thought for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. With a flick of his right hand, all the vegetables and fruits were enveloped in moisture. Since absorbing the water elemental crystal, Fang Yuxin had awakened a water-based ability. He had practiced it several times, and with the aid of his water-based ability, the swamps he created were larger and deeper. Now he enveloped all the vegetables and fruits in water mist, and with the moisture they looked much more vibrant. Fang Yuxin thought for a moment, then infused a weak wisp of wood energy into them, stimulating their vitality and making them appear even more life-giving. With the stimulation of the water mist and wood energy, these vegetables and fruits seemed to have been reborn, completely transformed, and indistinguishable from those harvested from the garden. However, Fang Yuxin knew that this was only on the surface. The vegetables and fruits in her garden, nourished by her wood energy, were far more nutritious than ordinary vegetables and fruits. However, she didn't think she was passing off inferior goods. The things she brought out were very fresh. Moreover, she wasn't a wood-type ability user, but a pure wood spirit, and she followed the path of cultivation. The wood-type spiritual energy within her was far superior to wood-type abilities. If the vegetables and fruits in her garden were eaten, the difference would be too obvious, and the higher-ups would definitely notice her difference. Not long after they finished processing the goods, Zhou Yan arrived in his car. He had specially brought plastic baskets for the vegetables. The items didn't need to be weighed. They were counted according to the basket size. He didn't come alone. He brought 4 tall, burly soldiers with him. The soldiers' eyes practically gleamed with greed when they saw the vibrant, fresh vegetables. This transaction was conducted in General Song's personal capacity, so after the transaction was successful, these vegetables and fruits belonged to General Song and didn't need to be shared with other high-ranking officials. Zhou Yan brought only General Song's confidants, his elite subordinates. Therefore, they would all receive some vegetables. Knowing this, they looked at the vegetables with a particularly different gaze. They were extremely careful when packing them into baskets, handling them with utmost gentleness, afraid of accidentally damaging them. After packing, Zhou Yan took out a small box and handed it to Fang Yuxin. Inside were 100 hand grenades. This number was even more than the price Fang Yuxin had previously agreed upon. Zhou Yan smiled and said, "The goods are excellent, the rest is the general's thoughtfulness. Also, I wonder how often Miss Fong can provide vegetables." Fang Yuxin didn't answer but instead asked, "Major Zhou, how often would you like to exchange them?" Zhou Yan and General Song had already discussed this question, so he readily replied, "If possible, both the general and I would like to trade daily, though not in such large quantities as this time. Also, the general doesn't have many grenades. Could we perhaps exchange them for something else?" The two discussed it back and forth. Zhou Yan's suggestion was to offer other weapons, but Fang Yuxin didn't need them, and even General Song didn't have that many weapons. So, in the end, the exchange was for crystal cores. After agreeing on the price and future trading times, Zhou Yan left the Fong family with his men. After they left, Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe prepared a meal, and the others came out of the lounge. They had been cutting spirit stones in the lounge and were becoming increasingly skilled. After dinner, Chen Xiao and the others absorbed spirit crystals at the Fong family's house as usual before leaving together. After they left, the Fong family entered the Azurewood spiritual mansion to cultivate, everything proceeding as usual. However, as soon as they entered, a lightning-fast white shadow pounced into Fang Yuxin's arms. Fang Yuxin was stunned. The creature in her arms was supposed to be Angela, but its body had shrunk. Angela had always grown very well, previously 30 centimeters long, looking strong and beautiful, but now it was only the size of a palm, chubby and round, looking especially adorable. As soon as it was in Fang Yuxin's arms, it rubbed its round head against her incessantly, its fluffy tail swaying proudly behind it, meowing meow meow, seemingly trying to please and show off. Unfortunately, Fang Yuxin hadn't formed a contract with it, so she couldn't understand its meaning. She thought for a moment, then conveyed a thought to Angela, trying to communicate with it. Angela, would you be willing to form a contract with me and acknowledge me as your master? Because of that dream, her feelings for Angela were exceptionally different. She could say she already considered it family. So initially she didn't sign a contract with Angela. But now she realized that perhaps she should agree to make a contract. This way she could clearly understand what Angela wanted to express, and Angela could assist her like Lanru. Soon she sensed Angela's thoughts. Master, sign a contract. Angela was a very intelligent ragdoll cat, and having been with Fang Yuxin for longer, its intelligence was much stronger than Lanrua's, roughly equivalent to a 3-year-old child. Fang Yuxin no longer hesitated and directly signed a contract with it. After the contract was established, a soul connection was instantly established between her and Angela's thoughts could be clearly conveyed to her. Angela seemed particularly lively. Master, I broke through. I'm even stronger than before. I can also grow bigger and smaller. After saying that, it jumped off Fang Yuxin and stood in front of her. Then a hazy white light shone from its body, and its body grew at a visible speed, quickly reaching about the same height as Fang Yuxin. Tall, strong and beautiful with an elegant and charming aura. It circled Fang Yuxin once before urging him to ride on its back. At its current height, it was indeed a suitable mount. Fang Yuxin nimbly jumped onto its back. Angela had long, fluffy and soft white cat fur, making it even more comfortable than riding a horse. The others stared in stunned silence at the scene. Angela was so beautiful, and Fang Yuxin looked exceptionally handsome riding on it, making them all wish they could immediately form a contract with a mutated animal. Bai Qianqian's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Fang Yuxin with envy, jumping up and down, saying, "Mommy, I want to get on too. Can I ride it too?" Fang Yuxin stroked Angela's even rounder head after it grew larger, asked for its opinion, then reached out and pulled Bai Qianqian up, letting him sit in front of her. Bai Qianqian excitedly stroked Angela's soft, long fur, clearly adoring her. "Mommy, Angela is so beautiful. She's absolutely gorgeous. If we rode her around like that, it would be so cool." Indeed, no other mutated animals have appeared in the safe zone yet, let alone one as large as Angela. If she rode Angela around the safe zone, the scene would be incredibly cool. Fang Yuxin quickly suppressed this crazy idea. Having a treasure invites trouble. She'd already attracted enough attention with Angela, who knew how many more people would covet her. So she patted Bai Qianqian's head and warned, "All right, stop thinking about being cool all the time. You can't tell anyone about Angela." Bai Qianqian obediently nodded, then looked at Fang Yuxin expectantly. "Mommy, I really want to contract a mutated animal too." Mutated animals are still rare now, but Fang Yuxin knew that it wouldn't be long before they became abundant. She glanced at her family, seeing the eagerness in their eyes, and said, "There will definitely be more and more mutated animals in the future. If you find a suitable one, you can contract your own spirit pet." Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but start thinking about which mutated animal they should contract. However, this thought only lasted a moment and was quickly forgotten. Fang Yuxin helped Bai Qianqian off Angela, thought for a moment, and decided to take Angela to find a suitable cultivation method. And Lanrua too. If they could find suitable cultivation methods for them, their strength would improve even faster. Fang Yuxin acted immediately. After telling her family, she took Lanrua and Angela to try their luck and choose a cultivation method. Outside the Qingmu Spirit Mansion, the night in the safe zone was quiet. To conserve energy, only a few places in the entire safe zone were lit, with most areas shrouded in darkness. Outside the safe zone, zombies roared and continuously gathered. Suddenly, the entire safe zone, and even large areas surrounding it, began to shake. Chapter 155 Earthquake. The shaking lasted for about a minute. Most of the people in the safe zone woke up in terror, screaming "earthquake!" and frantically rushing outside. Amidst these terrified cries, even more people awoke. However, after about a minute, the shaking stopped as if nothing had happened. Those who had been awakened were not reassured. They remained shaken, looking around and trying to stay in open areas, afraid to return home. Several more minutes passed before some hesitantly prepared to go home. The higher-ups in the safe zone were deeply worried, fearing a greater disaster might occur. That night, not only in this safe zone, but many who felt the earthquake couldn't sleep soundly. Everyone was afraid of the unknown future. Fortunately, although the shaking was violent, no buildings collapsed in the safe zone, indicating that the epicenter was still far away. Hundreds of kilometers away from the safe zone, deep in the mountains, a powerful earthquake caused severe landslides, leaving large cracks in the ground. Deep within these cracks, something dangerous was stirring. When the earthquake struck, Fang Yuxin was trying her luck in the scripture pavilion with Lanruo and Angela. She patiently retrieved jade slips from the light cluster and handed them to Lanruo and Angela. Just then she suddenly felt a strong pang of anxiety. This anxiety made her extremely uneasy, and she almost immediately left the Greenwood spiritual mansion, then felt the entire earth shaking. She instantly remembered that after the apocalypse, whether due to environmental destruction or other reasons, several natural disasters had occurred. The first was the earthquake, and after the earthquake, mutated plants and animals began to appear in large numbers. Massive numbers of zombie rats, zombie birds and mutated birds caused immense suffering to humanity. Especially the zombie birds and mutated birds flying in the sky, swarming down in overwhelming numbers, were a truly terrifying catastrophe. Back then, Fong Mengyao had stolen her villa from her and Fang Yuxin, and they were ostracized by most people in the safe zone, living in a terrible place. Several times they nearly died at the hands of those mutated and zombie birds. This was a nightmare she could never escape. However, this time, because everything went so smoothly, she actually forgot about something so important. No, she hadn't forgotten the disaster itself. She had only forgotten when it happened. She looked up at the sky. The entire sky was dark and gloomy, making her feel particularly uneasy. Then she saw people running out of the surrounding houses in fear, worried about the earthquake. She, however, wasn't worried at all. Instead, she re-entered the Azurewood spiritual abode. There was still a week between the earthquake and the large-scale appearance of zombie and mutated birds. This was her buffer period. She needed to use this time to further improve her strength and learn several powerful defensive formations to set up around her house. Then she wouldn't have to worry about the attacks from the zombie and mutated birds. Moreover, there are different levels among birds. If they could form a contract with a powerful mutated bird, they wouldn't have to worry about attacks from other birds. When Fang Yuxin returned to the Greenwood spiritual mansion, she already had an idea. She glanced around and saw that everyone else was cultivating or absorbing yuan crystals, so she didn't disturb them and continued to try her luck in the scripture pavilion. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't very good. She searched through all the jade slips but still couldn't find a suitable cultivation method for Lanruo and Angela. Then she suddenly remembered something. Lanruo and Angela were a mutated plant and a mutated animal, respectively. If they were to cultivate immortality, they would belong to the category of demon cultivators, which should require absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. However, they couldn't absorb the essence of the sun and moon in this Greenwood spiritual mansion. Unfortunately, there was no moon tonight, so even if she wanted to try, she could only think of a way later. Helpless, she could only prepare some purified crystal cores for Lanruo and Angela, let them cultivate properly, and then found a place to sit cross-legged, arranged the crystal cores around them, and calmed her mind to enter into cultivation. At this moment, several figures stood outside the Fong family's gate, silently watching the dark villa. The ground shook for a while and then stopped. A woman said, "Brother, the ground was shaking so violently, but there's no sound here at all? It's so strange." The tall man at the head of the group waited a while longer, and after confirming that the ground hadn't shaken again, he said, "It seems everything's all right here. Let's go back." He finished speaking, reluctantly turning away and leaving. The others followed behind him. The woman was somewhat unwilling. They had rushed out when the ground first started shaking, but Bai Yi, worried about the Fong family, had specifically come over, only to find the Fong family completely silent, and she had no idea what the people inside were doing. She felt she had made a wasted trip and wanted to say something more. But the person beside her pulled her back and shook their head. After this earthquake, Fang Yuxin realized that time was of the essence. She had to improve her strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, there was still a week before the large-scale appearance of mutated birds, so she still had time. So from that day on, she took her family out early in the morning to hunt zombies and search for as many elemental stones as possible. Angela shrank to the size of a palm and perched on her shoulder, looking like a harmless little kitten, incredibly cute. However, once this seemingly tiny kitten encountered a zombie, long sharp claws would spring out from its paw pads. A scratch from these claws would leave a low-level zombie's head defenseless, easily torn open. Lanroa was a saprophytic plant, and those disgusting zombie piles were the best food for it, especially mutated zombies. Besides the crystal cores in their brains, their bodies also contained energy. This energy was generally incapable of being absorbed by humans, but Lanroa could devour it. 3 days passed quickly. The Yongsheng team avoided others, entering the city to hunt zombies and search for elemental stones. Bai Yi accompanied them almost every day, and over time, the two teams became acquainted, and their relationship improved considerably. Mutated vegetation appeared one after another, growing at a frenzied rate. In contrast, the growth of ordinary plants seemed to be inhibited, not only growing extremely slowly but also drooping as if lifeless. The number of level 1 zombies gradually increased, and they appeared in groups. Ordinary mercenaries could no longer enter the city, and could only hunt near the safe zones. Even mercenaries with superpowers dared not be careless, and generally entered the city in large groups of dozens of people. No one was a fool. Everyone realized that the situation was getting worse. The safe zones, large and small, in the city were no longer safe. The people inside tried every means to migrate to the safe zones outside the city in groups. The lucky ones managed to enter the safe zones alive, while the unlucky ones had already become food for the zombies. In addition to Fang Yuxin and his group, General Song and others, who also knew about the Yuan stone, had been secretly sending people to search for it. Sometimes when Fang Yuxin went to look for the Yuan stone, he could sense the presence of these people from afar and had to avoid them and go elsewhere. In the past 3 days, new survivors have been entering the safe zones every day, and the number of people in the safe zones has been increasing, as have the conflicts and disputes. Newcomers don't receive good treatment. Some with means can rent decent housing, but those without are relegated to the worst shanty towns. These are the closest areas to the protective wall. Once it collapses, they'll be directly exposed to the zombies, offering virtually no safety. Fortunately, the situation isn't at its worst yet. Many mercenaries have formed teams to hunt zombies near the safe zone, giving them almost no chance to approach. However, many people knew that the number of zombies appearing near the safe zone was increasing daily. Before long, the mercenaries might not be able to stop the zombies' advance, and would be forced to retreat to the defensive walls. 3 days later, Fang Yuxin had a considerable number of spirit stones, and the city's spirit stones were almost completely exhausted, so she changed her plan. After breakfast that day, the Yongsheng team didn't go out on another mission but stayed at the Fong family villa. Everyone was in a spacious room decorated like a gym, bright and airy. Exercise equipment was placed around the perimeter, and a circular sofa sat in the center. Everyone was sitting on the sofa, with spirit stones of various sizes in storage boxes in front of them. Fang Yuxin said, "Now you know the situation outside. We've collected enough spirit stones, so there's no need for us to risk going into the city again. From today onwards, we need to improve our strength as quickly as possible." They had enough credit points on their identity cards, and each person had accumulated a considerable amount of supplies, so they didn't need to worry about food for the time being. Fang Yuxin didn't need to explain the situation outside. Everyone else was aware of it. In fact, even if she hadn't spoken, the others would have requested to temporarily stay away from the mission. They had all noticed the increasing number of level 1 zombies and mutated zombies. Almost every zombie horde was led by a level 1 or mutated zombie, and compared to these monsters, their strength seemed inadequate. Although the Fong family members had all successfully advanced, Chen Xiao and the others were still hovering at the peak of the initial stage. That bottleneck seemed weak, yet they couldn't seem to break through it, causing them considerable anxiety. So when Fang Yuxin mentioned it, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting zombies outside every day, their nerves constantly on edge, it was simply unbearable. Chapter 156, The Buffer Period. Fang Yuxin glanced at Chen Xiao and the others, then said, Chen Xiao, Liu Wangqi, the energy fluctuations around you three are a bit unstable. Are you about to advance? Upon hearing this, the three named were initially taken aback, then nodded in unison, looking at Fang Yuxin expectantly. Zhou Zheng and Huang Yu were two ordinary people who had luckily awakened their abilities later. Because their abilities awakened later, their strength was relatively weaker, still roughly at the late stage of the initial ability level, not yet touching the edge of advancement. Shang Jinxiu joined later. She possessed spatial abilities. Initial spatial abilities had no killing moves, only the function of a mobile warehouse. Before joining the team, she couldn't even kill zombies, had no crystal cores for cultivation, and her ability hadn't improved. After joining the team, her treatment improved considerably, and she was able to use crystal cores for cultivation. Therefore, her ability was still at the mid-initial level, far from advancing. The three of them were temporarily unable to advance, and upon hearing that Chen Xiao and the other two were about to advance, they couldn't help but feel envious and ashamed, feeling they were holding them back. Fang Yuxin observed their expressions, then took out a small box and placed it in front of the six. Inside the box were 6 marrow-cleansing fruits, which she had specially prepared for them. She hadn't taken them out when they first joined the team because she hadn't yet understood their character, but after several days of observation, she had gained a deeper understanding of them. So, seeing the situation worsening and their urgent need to improve their strength, she took out the prepared marrow-cleansing fruits, intending for them to consume them to expel impurities from their bodies. These 6 individuals actually had quite good aptitude, especially after absorbing the yuan crystal. Their aptitude was now considered top tier. As long as they consumed the marrow-cleansing fruits, their abilities would definitely improve. Chen Xiao and the other two had already touched the edge of advancement. Consuming the marrow-cleansing fruits should allow them to successfully advance. The marrow-cleansing fruits emitted wisps of spiritual energy, their appearance extremely tempting. Upon seeing them, the 6 people's expressions changed slightly, their eyes fixed intently on the 6 fruits. Their entire focus seemed to be occupied by them. It was clear that these 6 people had developed a strong desire for the marrow-cleansing fruits, but they quickly calmed themselves down, forcing themselves to look away. Seeing that their self-control was quite good, Fang Yuxin smiled slightly and said, These are marrow-cleansing fruits. They can expel impurities from your bodies. Take one for yourself. Go to the restroom to take it. Remember to circulate your special ability while absorbing it. It will speed up the absorption process. Hearing this, the 6 people didn't hesitate any longer. After thanking her solemnly, they reached for a marrow-cleansing fruit and went to the restroom next door. Clean water had already been prepared in the restroom. They could cleanse their bodies after absorbing the fruit. After they left, Bai Qianqian blinked his big eyes, looking at Fang Yuxin unhappily. Mommy, why did you give them fruits but not Daddy? Fang Yuxin was stunned. She and Bai Yi were at most business partners. Why was she giving him marrow-cleansing fruits? Bai Qianqian secretly observed her expression. Seeing her surprised look, clearly unaware of her mistake, he became even more unhappy, accusingly saying, Daddy is so good to you, yet you won't even give him fruit. Fang Yuxin was instantly internally wounded. Bai Yi was good to her? How come she hadn't noticed? Seeing her silence, Bai Qianqian said sullenly, Mommy, next time if you give me fruit, could you give my share to Daddy? I don't want any. Fang Yuxin was momentarily speechless. She didn't have many marrow-cleansing fruits, but sharing with Bai Yi wasn't impossible. Moreover, marrow-cleansing fruits couldn't be consumed indefinitely. Their effects diminished over time unless mixed with other spiritual herbs to refine a marrow-cleansing pill. However, with her current strength, refining a marrow-cleansing pill was practically impossible. Without a marrow-cleansing pill, the marrow-cleansing fruits would be useless to her family. She still had quite a few marrow-cleansing fruits left. Of course she could share some with Bai Yi. But why should she do that? She could tell that Bai Yi was a very loyal and compassionate person, and he took good care of his subordinates. If she were to offer him a marrow-cleansing fruit, Bai Yi might not keep it for himself. He would likely share it with his men. However, while the marrow-cleansing fruit might not mean much to her, it was an extremely rare item for others. Although Bai Yi had already guessed that she possessed a spatial ability, she could easily feign it. But if she were to offer the marrow-cleansing fruit, Bai Yi and the others would definitely become suspicious. Although Bai Yi had sworn a blood oath, she couldn't completely trust him, and neither could Chan Xiao and the others. Therefore, she never considered revealing the Azurewood spiritual mansion to them. It was far too coveted, so she never considered giving the marrow-cleansing fruit to Bai Yi. Bai Qianqian's request was putting her in a very difficult position. Bai Qianqian seemed to sense her dilemma. He hesitated for a moment, then took Fang Yuxin's hand and said, "Mommy, I was wrong. If you find it difficult, then forget it." Seeing his obedient appearance, Fang Yuxin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Qianqian, how about this? Mommy can't grant you this request right now, but Mommy promises you that I'll find a chance to give the fruit to your father later. But you also have to promise me you won't tell your father Mommy's secret. Okay?" Hearing this, Bai Qianqian's previously dim eyes instantly lit up, and he looked at Fang Yuxin expectantly. "Mommy, are you serious?" Fang Yuxin nodded. Since she had promised Bai Qianqian, she certainly wouldn't go back on her word. Although it wasn't possible now, there would be more and more mutated plants in the future, and she could easily claim it was a fruit she found outside. Anyway, the marrow-cleansing fruit wasn't that precious. She could give it to Bai Yi as a favor later. Bai Qianqian, having received her assurance and knowing she had agreed, was instantly relieved. He tilted his chubby face up and cheerfully said, "Mommy, let me help you cut the stones." His soul power was far stronger than that of ordinary ability users, almost on par with Fang Yuxin's. Moreover, he was now quite skilled at cutting spirit stones, able to cut one in just a few minutes. His speed was exceptionally fast. While the others were absorbing the marrow-cleansing fruit, he planned to use this time to cut as many spirit stones as possible, so that when Chan Xiao and the others came out, they could absorb the corresponding spirit crystals. They found a considerable number of spirit stones, including many spiritual spirit crystals. Not only Bai Qianqian absorbed these crystals, but Fang Yuxin and her family also tried to absorb them successfully. Therefore, their soul power was now much stronger than before, resulting in improved comprehension and easier cultivation. After continuously absorbing spirit crystals, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe finally balanced their two spiritual roots and could begin cultivating their techniques. After Fang Yuxin led them into the scripture pavilion, both of them selected cultivation techniques suitable for them. Although they had only just embarked on the path of cultivation, their strength had already increased significantly compared to before. While the others absorbed the marrow-cleansing fruit, the family continuously cut spirit stones to hone their soul power. At the same time, Bai Yi and his group were not idle either. They were not at the Fong family's house at the moment, but were staying in their rented 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house. These days, Bai Yi had been leading his men to team up with Fang Yuxin and his group, steadfastly following them. They had not only mined a lot of spirit crystals but also accumulated a considerable amount of supplies. After Fang Yuxin decided not to continue going out on missions, Bai Yi also decided to stay in the safe zone with his men to improve their strength. So at this moment, these people were doing nothing but using their mental power to cut spirit stones. Now, all of them have awakened their supernatural abilities. Among them, Bai Yi has the best aptitude, possessing not only dual elemental abilities but also reaching the peak of level 1, about to break through. Unfortunately, this time his luck isn't as good as before. He can't break through that bottleneck, leaving him extremely anxious. Shunxi is equally restless. A major reason they stayed in the market was that Shunxi wanted to find his sister. He was Bai Yi and his group's target in the market. After being found by Bai Yi and his group, he planned to take his sister to Bay City, but she insisted on celebrating a friend's birthday, thus delaying the trip. The day before the disaster, his sister went to celebrate her friend's birthday, and then couldn't be contacted anymore. Worried about his sister's safety, he refused to leave the market. Fortunately, Bai Qianqian was also in the market at the time, and Chan Si was seriously injured, so Bai Yi didn't force him to leave. Now, seeing the situation worsening, and still unable to find his sister, he is extremely uneasy. With a thud, Shenshi placed the spirit stones in his hand on the table, stood up and knocked on Bai Ye's door. After a long while he finally heard Bai Ye's cold voice from inside. "Come in." He quickly pushed open the door and saw a spirit stone beside Bai Yi, who was obviously also cutting something. He went straight to the point. "Captain Bai, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you?" Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged, completely unreadable. His gaze swept over Shenshi, making Shenshi involuntarily tense. Shenshi couldn't help but say, "This is what you promised me. Captain Bai, you haven't forgotten, have you?" Bai Yi then said, "There are zombies everywhere outside, and your sister doesn't have a tracking device. Where am I supposed to find her? If you're worried about her, you can go out now. I won't stop you." Shenshi's face paled. He was a psychic and confident he could handle ordinary people, but so many zombies. Not only did he have no idea where to find his sister, but even if he did find her, bringing her back safely was a problem. He suppressed his nervousness and spoke again. "Captain Bai, you haven't forgotten who I am, have you?" Chapter 157. What do you want to do? Bai Yi gave a cold laugh. "Mr. Shun, while you are indeed my mission target, don't forget, it's already the apocalypse. Your mission target is meaningless to me now." Shanshi's face paled, his eyes fixed on Bai Yi, trying to discern whether he was lying. But he only saw Bai Yi meet his gaze with a half-smile, his eyes too deep to reveal anything but an unknown danger. Shanshi's anxiety intensified. His biggest fear was being abandoned by Bai Yi. Bai Yi was from Bay City, and his purpose in coming to find him was to take him there. His mentor was there, and as long as his mentor was alright, or even if something happened to him with his abilities, he could easily infiltrate the research institute in Bay City. In fact, he was also very curious about this secret research institute in the safe zone. If he wanted, he could easily enter the institute and have the soldiers help him find his sister. However, he looked down on this rundown place, and Bai Yi would absolutely not allow him the chance to enter. This meant that now, if he wanted to find his sister, he could only rely on Bai Yi. But this bastard refused to help at all. Seeing Shanshi's ever-changing expression, Bai Yi thought for a moment and said, "Survivors are constantly entering the safe zone. Didn't you already issue a missing person mission at the mission center? If your sister is still alive and someone has news of her, they'll definitely come looking for you. What's the rush?" Shenshi was furious at his attitude and couldn't help but say, "Of course you're not in a rush if she's not your sister. Fine, since you won't help, I'll go find her myself." Bai Yi pointed to the door. "Go ahead, no one's stopping you." Shenshi snorted coldly and walked out with a gloomy face. Not long after he left, Chun-Si came in. He looked at Bai Yi and sighed, saying helplessly, "Why did you anger him?" Bai Yi glanced at him silently and casually said, "I don't like him." Chun-Si was even more helpless. "What did he do to offend you?" Bai Yi thought of how Shenshi always looked at Fang Yuxin with that kind of gaze one would use to examine an experiment, and his face darkened. However, he didn't intend to elaborate, only saying, "Anyway, I just don't like him." Chun-Si, however, cut to the chase, saying, "It's because of Miss Fong, right, boss? Give me the truth. What exactly do you think of Miss Fong?" Bai Yi looked at him inexplicably. "What else could I think? She's my son's biological mother. What's wrong?" Chun-Si looked at him suspiciously, clearly not believing him. "That's all." Bai Yi, feeling guilty under Chun-Si's suspicious gaze, suddenly felt guilty. He glared at Chun-Si with feigned bravado, saying unhappily, "If you have time, go and work on your rock cutting. Don't be a grown man gossiping like a woman all day. Get out of here. Don't bother me." Seeing his obvious reluctance to continue, Chun-Si's veins throbbed. He stood up helplessly and said, "Fine, think what you want. Whatever decision you make, your brothers will support you." Bai Yi listened to these words. Suddenly feeling incredibly relieved, he feigned impatience and said, all right, hurry up and get out of here. Remember to keep an eye on that guy surnamed Chun. Don't let him cause any trouble." Chun-Si sighed helplessly. Before leaving, he couldn't help but say, "Boss, we've already wasted enough time here. We still don't know what the situation is like in Bay City. We can't stay any longer." He didn't wait for Bai Ye's response before leaving, closing the door behind him. Because of his words, Bai Ye's good mood completely vanished. The smile on his lips froze on his face, then gradually, his lips drooped and his brows furrowed. He knew Chauncey was right. They had indeed wasted too much time here and should go back to Bay City. Although he had left people in Bay City and believed his parents would be all right, he wasn't without worry. But the situation outside was becoming increasingly dangerous, and their journey back to Bay City would be fraught with peril. Moreover, Fang Yuxin definitely wouldn't leave this safe zone. If he left, what would happen to Bai Qianqian? Bai Qianqian was still a child, and he wasn't entirely confident he could bring him back to Bay City safely. But leaving him in the marketplace would only make him more uneasy. If the Fong family were willing to go to Bay City with them, that would be ideal. The Fong family was quite powerful. With them, his chances of success would be much higher. But how could he let the Fong family risk their lives for his own selfish reasons? Thinking this, Bai Ye's heart sank. He didn't know what to do. After much deliberation, he finally sighed heavily, gripped the spirit stone in his hand, and continued cutting. Since his strength wasn't enough, he would strive to improve it. Chan Xiao and the others stayed in the restroom for a full 2 hours before emerging. When they came out, the energy fluctuations around them were much stronger, clearly indicating their increased strength. By this time, the Fong family had already cut many spirit stones, and their storage boxes were filled with densely packed spirit crystals, shining like jewels, exceptionally beautiful. Seeing them emerge, Fang Yuxin stopped what he was doing and said calmly, "You've just advanced, don't rush to absorb the yuan crystals, go practice first." When a superhuman awakens and advances, their physical attributes are enhanced in various ways. But apart from those with enhancement-type superhumans, the enhancements are not as noticeable for other types. The fitness equipment here was prepared before the apocalypse. Except for those with strength enhancement-type superhumans, other superhumans can use it to exercise and improve their physical fitness and muscles. Chan Xiao and the others have just advanced, and the impurities in their bodies have been expelled through the marrow-cleansing fruit. Practicing will not only help them become more familiar with their current physical strength, but also give them a workout. As the team leader, Chan Xiao and the others naturally dared not disobey, and obediently chose suitable fitness equipment to begin training. When they were all sweating profusely and exhausted, Fang Yuxin told them to stop, take the yuan crystals, and go to the restroom to cultivate. Just then, Fang Yuxin's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. "Miss Fang, are you there? Could you please come to the safe hospital immediately? The situation is extremely urgent. Please come as soon as possible." The person calling her was Zhou Yan, whose voice sounded very anxious. Besides his voice, there was a lot of background noise, indicating that there were many people on his side, including a woman's crying, which was particularly heart-wrenching. Fang Yuxin sighed helplessly, knowing that if she didn't go, things would likely get desperate. She told Zhou Yan, "I'll be right there," and got up to leave. Fang Yuxin was worried about her going alone. Although Fang Yuxin's abilities were quite good now, Fang Yuxin still couldn't rest easy. He hadn't forgotten how those strange people always liked to bully his precious little sister. When they arrived at the safe hospital, they saw Zhou Yan waiting at the entrance. Zhou Yan looked anxious, but upon seeing them, he visibly relaxed and said, "Miss Fong, you finally arrived. Please come in with me. The people inside are waiting for treatment." He led Fang Yuxin inside, and they quickly arrived at their destination. Before even entering the room, Fang Yuxin heard a woman crying inside. "Wah, please don't die. It's all my fault, I know I was wrong. Please wake up, please. I really know I was wrong." It was a young woman's voice, a very pleasant one, but Fang Yuxin frowned impatiently at the sound of crying. Having always been strong-willed, she disliked crying and listening to others cry. What was the point of crying about this? With that energy, she could be thinking of ways to save the person. Although she hadn't seen the crying woman yet, Fang Yuxin had already mentally crossed her off. She glanced at Fang Yuxin and Zhou Yan's expressions and saw that they also looked annoyed by the crying. When she went in, the impatience and annoyance on their faces had vanished, but the woman was still crying. Her energy was truly admirable. Then Fang Yuxin saw a pale-faced man lying on a simple single bed. His clothes and pants were cut open, tattered, and stained with large patches of blood. His arms, chest, and legs were covered in gruesome wounds. The wounds were long and deep, crooked and twisted, with the flesh torn up, revealing the white bone beneath. The wound was severely infected with the zombie virus, and Lin Fein was purifying it for him. Beside her was another woman with wood-based abilities, using her powers to heal him. A young woman was crouching beside his head, weeping uncontrollably. Zhou Yan said in a deep voice, "Enough! Stop crying. If you really know you were wrong, then don't disturb others' treatment." Upon hearing this, the young woman raised her head. Her long straight black hair cascaded down, revealing her beautiful and delicate face. Tears still clung to her face, and her delicate brows were slightly furrowed. She seemed startled by Zhou Yan's words, her gaze filled with sorrow and grievance as she looked at him. When she saw Fang Yuxian beside him, her beautiful eyes brightened slightly, a fleeting emotion flashing across them. This woman had fair skin and a beautiful face. Now, with tears streaming down her face, she looked fragile and easily evoked a man's protective instincts. However, Fang Yuxian frowned upon seeing her. She didn't recognize the woman, yet instinctively disliked her. How dare this woman covet her brother? Fang Yuxin stared at her coldly, instinctively asking, "Who are you?" The woman seemed startled, her eyes instantly filling with tears. She looked at Fang Yuxian with a wronged expression, shrinking back slightly and said in terror, What do you want?" Chapter 158 First slap in the face. Fang Yuxin completely ignored her and instead turned to Zhou Yan. "Major Zhou, could you please get these bystanders out? Her presence here will only interfere with the treatment and could worsen the patient's injuries." Zhou Yan was already fed up with the woman's crying. He was a hardened soldier, known for his principle of no tears, no blood. This was a woman, and while he couldn't apply the same military standards to her, comparisons were inevitable. What good was this woman's crying? Besides, his brother was so badly injured. What would his brother think if he heard her crying like this? However, upon hearing Fang Yuxin's words, her expression instantly became even more aggrieved, as if she had been greatly wronged. "No, I won't leave. I want to stay here with him. Please don't send me away." As she spoke, her pleading gaze remained fixed on Fang Yuxian, seemingly hoping he would speak up for her. Unfortunately, Fang Yuxian not only didn't step forward as she expected, but instead frowned in annoyance and ignored her completely. Just as Zhou Yan was about to speak, Lin Fein, who had been purifying the virus from the wounded, suddenly said, "Let her stay. She's just worried about the wounded and she's so pitiful. Why kick her out? Fang Yuxin, you're being too cruel. She's just a pitiful person. Why are you targeting her?" Zhou Yan's words caught in his throat, his face turning extremely ugly. He didn't like Lin Fein. This woman was quite pretty, but she was just too clueless. If Lin Fein hadn't been able to purify the virus, why would he have brought her here? He subconsciously looked at Fang Yuxin's reaction, worried she would become angry. Fang Yuxin completely ignored Lin Fein and directly said to Zhou Yan, "Major Zhou, what do you think?" Zhou Yan, of course, didn't want to go against Fang Yuxin's wishes. Besides, she was thinking the same thing as him. He waved his hand, ordering someone to drag the sobbing woman out. She struggled incessantly, pleading, "No, I don't want to go out. Let me stay. Please." However, the hand gripping her arm was like a steel clamp. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free and was helplessly pulled away. As she passed Fang Yuxian, she suddenly struggled even more fiercely, stretching out her arms to grab him. "Please help me. Please." Fang Yuxian's brows furrowed instantly. He retreated quickly, as if avoiding something filthy, leaving her grasping at empty air. She was dragged out like that, crying and screaming all the way. Zhou Yan quickly closed the security door, fearing the woman might return. Then, he saw Fang Yuxin walking towards the pitiful wounded man. Worried, he quickly followed. As he got closer, Fang Yuxin could see more clearly. The man's wounds were severely infected, and there were many wounds. Although Lin Fein and the wood elemental ability user had been using their abilities to heal him, the effects were minimal. Fang Yuxin could tell at a glance that the man's life force was already very weak. If it weren't for the wood elemental ability user constantly providing him with life force, he would probably be dead by now, or have completely turned into a zombie. Looking at Lin Fein, although she had been using her water elemental abilities to purify the virus, The effect was minimal, practically non-existent. Fang Yuxin was shocked. Lin Feiyin was currently at the initial stage of water elemental ability and hadn't yet successfully advanced. Her purification ability clearly had no effect on the zombie virus in this injured man. This meant this person had been scratched by a level 1 zombie or a mutated zombie. She extended her finger, touched the man's skin, and used her spiritual sense to examine his condition. Upon examination, she discovered that the man's condition was indeed extremely bad. This was a level 1 earth elemental ability user. With his strength, he should have been able to resist a level 1 zombie virus, but he hadn't. In other words, the one who scratched him was likely a level 2 zombie. This terrified Fang Yuxin. They hadn't encountered any level 2 zombies when they entered the city, but now level 2 zombies had appeared. This was absolutely terrible news. Lin Feiyin's face was grim. She had always thought Fang Yuxin was unreasonable. His agreement to treat the wounded had slightly changed her opinion of him, but now she suddenly felt that Fang Yuxin was still the same as before, relying on his strength to look down on others and bullying them. That woman was clearly so pitiful. She only wanted to stay with her. Why did he have to kick her out? Fang Yuxin had gone too far. What angered her even more was that Fang Yuxin completely disregarded her and pretended not to hear her. She quickly glanced at Fang Yuyang. This man was very outstanding, but unfortunately he spoiled his younger sister, Fang Yuxin, too much, always indulging her bullying, which greatly disappointed her. Seeing that Fang Yuxin had been there for so long without taking any action to rescue the person, Lin Feiyin couldn't help but say, "Fang Yuxin, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and save him." Fang Yuxin raised her head, glanced at her coldly and said disdainfully, "Lin Feiyin, I know what I should do. I don't need you to teach me, and you have no right to." Lin Feiyin was furious. "You Fang Yuxin, you've gone too far. You must apologize to me." She withdrew her hand and looked at Zhou Yan, saying, "Major Zhou, if Fang Yuxin doesn't apologize to me, then I can't do anything." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan was initially hesitant, but quickly calmed down. He completely ignored Lin Feiyin's veiled threat and looked at Fang Yuxin, asking, "Miss Fong, do you have a way?" Fang Yuxin nodded. "I can try, but I have to tell you he was scratched by a level 2 zombie and is infected with a level 2 zombie virus. Lin Feiyin is only a beginner-level water-based ability user, so even if she stays, it won't help." "What?" Lin Feiyin exclaimed in surprise. She had known for a long time that she was powerless against this infection, but she had refused to give up, much less show weakness in front of Fang Yuxin. Now this cruel truth had been stated directly by Fang Yuxin, and while she felt panicked, she also felt even more disgusted with Fang Yuxin. She instinctively said, "I can't do anything, do you?" Fang Yuxin smiled at her, making no attempt to hide her smugness. "My ability has just advanced to level 2, and it has a certain restraining effect on level 2 zombie viruses. Since the emergence of higher-level zombies and mutated zombies, the safe zone had begun to classify zombies and ability users into different levels based on their strength. Zhou Yan's ability was still at the mid-level of level 1, far from level 2. Upon hearing that Fang Yuxin had successfully advanced to level 2, he was completely astonished. He had always known that Fang Yuxin was very powerful and unfathomable, but he hadn't expected her to be this powerful. However, after the initial surprise came a surge of smugness. Since Fang Yuxin said she had a way, then she must have a way. Not only him, but the wood-type ability user who was transferring her powers to the wounded also looked at Fang Yuxin with an even more frighteningly bright gaze. Both being wood-type ability users, her ability had only just advanced to level 1, while Fang Yuxin was already a level 2 ability user. How could she not be surprised and envious? Besides surprise and envy, she also felt a pang of jealousy. However, being a former soldier, her resolve was stronger than most, and that jealousy came and went quickly. She glanced quickly at Lin Feiyin, a look of disgust flashing in her eyes, then said to Fang Yuxin, "Miss Fong, since you have a way, please hurry and save him. My wood-type ability has only just advanced to level 1. It can only sustain his life, not cure him. It's up to you." Fang Yuxin nodded, then glanced at Lin Feiyin and said rudely, "Please step aside, Miss Lin." Lin Feiyin was unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. Zhou Yan's gaze was like a sharp thorn piercing her, so she could only step back and give Fang Yuxin space. However, she didn't leave. She wanted to see what Fang Yuxin could do. This person was severely infected, with large patches of skin oozing. If Fang Yuxin used her usual methods, most of his flesh would have to be cut off. She refused to believe that Fang Yuxin could survive doing that. Her worries were also Zhou Yan's worries. Everyone in the room stared intently at Fang Yuxin, wanting to see how she planned to save the person. Then they saw Fang Yuxin flick her finger, sending several beams of green spiritual light into the wounded man on the bed. As the light entered, the man's already pale complexion instantly improved. Next, they saw Fang Yuxin reach into her waist pouch. Just as they thought she was going to take out a knife, she pulled out a clear glass bottle. The bottle was only about half a palm's length long and looked quite delicate, but that wasn't the point. The point was that it contained a clear liquid that looked like water. However, everyone watching instinctively felt that it wasn't water, but something else entirely. Then they saw Fang Yuxin open the cap, tilt the bottle, and point the opening at the wound, seemingly preparing to pour the liquid onto it. Watching this, everyone couldn't help but wonder. What was in the bottle? Was it some kind of medicine? Something that could be used to heal wounds? Lin Fein suddenly spoke up. Fang Yuxin, stop. What are you holding? As she spoke, she quickly walked towards Fang Yuxin, reaching out to stop her. If you can't tell me what it is and what its purpose is, you can't use it on the wounded. Chapter 159, Continuing to Slap Faces. Logically speaking, Lin Fein's words were not wrong. After all, doctors must be cautious when prescribing medicine, and should never use anything of unknown efficacy on patients. However, this is a special time, and any method is acceptable as long as it can save lives. Various strange things have appeared since the apocalypse, among which there might be something that can counteract the zombie virus. People here are waiting to be saved. Do we have to research that thing before we can use it? If we do that, people will die. Various drugs from before the apocalypse have become negligible due to the mutations in the human body. Therefore, after the apocalypse, all researchers are dedicated to finding new drugs to counteract the zombie virus and treat the sick. Now is a critical moment for saving lives, and Lin Fein's sudden interference has made Fang Yuxin extremely unhappy, and Zhou Yan's face darkened. Even the wood-type ability user looked displeased, his gaze towards Lin Fein filled with contempt. Lin Fein wanted to stop him, but Fang Yuxiang stepped in front of Fang Yuxin first. At the same time, Zhou Yan gave a signal to the wood-type ability user. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Lin Fein's hand, and pulled her to a corner. Fang Yuxin glanced at Zhou Yan, seeing his hesitation, and knew that although he had someone stop Lin Fein, he was definitely curious and worried. She explained, "This is sap I accidentally obtained from a mutated plant. Because I discovered it has a purifying effect on the zombie virus, I took some. If Major Zhou is worried, I can use it. However, in that case, I'm not very confident I can save her." Zhou Yan immediately understood and said without hesitation, "Then please, Miss Fong, hurry up and save her." Fang Yuxin nodded and poured out the liquid from the bottle. Then the others discovered that although the liquid looked like water, it was actually much more viscous than water. When the bottle was tilted, it didn't flow out continuously, but miraculously condensed into a water ball the size of a soybean. After landing on the wound, it quickly spread and seeped into the wound. Fang Yuxin poured several more drops, soaking all the wounds. After a while, everyone saw a thick black substance seeping from the wounds, and more of it. The substance emitted a strong, nauseating stench. The entire process lasted about 15 minutes, during which black substance continued to seep from the wounds and even the skin. At the same time, Fang Yuxin infused several streams of wood energy into the wounded soldier, stimulating his life force. Everyone could see that as the black substance seeped out and the wood energy was infused, the wounded soldier's complexion improved visibly. 15 minutes later, healthy blood began to seep from his wounds, and his gradually pale complexion regained a healthy rosy glow. At this point, everyone except Lin Fein, who had mixed feelings, breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Yuxin infused several more streams of wood energy. The wounds on the wounded soldier's body healed visibly, eventually completely healing, leaving no trace of the original wounds. Lin Fein did not look at the wounded soldier. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuxin and the fanny pack on her body. Fang Yuxin had already put the bottle away and put it back in her fanny pack. No matter how curious the others were, they couldn't take the magical liquid out of her fanny pack. Lin Feiyin was unwilling to give up. She licked her unusually dry lips and looked at Fang Yuxin, saying, "Fang Yuxin, did you really get the liquid in that bottle from the mutated plant?" This was actually the question the others wanted to know as well, but despite their curiosity, they dared not ask because of Fang Yuxin's strength. So when they heard Lin Feiyin ask this question, they secretly pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Fang Yuxin would say. Fang Yuxin looked at her with a half-smile. "Lin Feiyin, what are you doubting? If it wasn't taken from the mutated plant, do you think I'm like you, awakened a mutated water-based ability?" Of course Lin Feiyin didn't think that way. Nowadays, most awakened ability users are enhancement type ability users, then natural type, and then special type. Currently, while water type ability users are not uncommon in the entire safe zone, she is the only one with a mutated water type ability that possesses purification power. She believes she is exceptionally talented, and even if there is another lucky person like her, that person will definitely not be Fang Yuxin. Her wood type ability is even rarer than her water type ability, and her strength is the strongest among all wood type ability users. If she were to awaken a mutated water type ability, it would be an incredible stroke of luck. However, she really couldn't figure out what kind of mutated plant sap could possess purification power. So after Fang Yuxin answered, she spoke again. "No, of course I'm not doubting you. I'm just curious, what does that mutated plant you mentioned look like? Since its sap is so magical, you wouldn't mind telling us, would you?" Hearing this, Zhou Yan couldn't help but look at Fang Yuxin expectantly. He was also very eager to know the answer. The bottle Fang Yuxin took out was only the size of a palm. Although he didn't know how much of this sap she had collected, it was obvious that this sap, capable of purifying level 2 zombie viruses, was extremely rare. He didn't expect Fang Yuxin to give him any, but if she was willing to tell him what kind of plant it was, they could keep an eye out for it during future missions. Fang Yuxin noticed Zhou Yan's gaze, smiled slightly and said, "Of course I don't mind. I don't know what kind of plant it is either. It looks like a cactus, but when you cut it open it's hollow inside, almost entirely filled with this mysterious liquid. After collecting this liquid, I did several experiments and discovered it can purify the zombie virus." Of course, her words were fabricated, but she wasn't worried about being exposed. Various mutated plants had appeared after the apocalypse. Who could guarantee that the mutated plant she mentioned didn't exist? Fang Yuxin had prepared this explanation since mutated plants began to appear. Her previous treatment methods were too violent. It was a last resort. At that time, mutated plants hadn't appeared yet, and her strength was too low. If she were to produce this purifying liquid, it would be difficult to explain its origin, and she wouldn't be able to protect herself. The situation outside is becoming increasingly dangerous. The survivors are struggling to survive, and her strength is growing stronger. Who would target her over such a trivial matter? However, Lin Feiyin was clearly dissatisfied with Fang Yuxin's explanation. She frowned in displeasure and asked again, "Then where did you find this mutated plant?" Fang Yuxin ignored her completely this time and said to Zhou Yan, "Major Zhou, it's getting late. If you have nothing else, I'll head back first." Zhou Yan nodded. The wounded soldier from earlier was the most seriously injured. Although there were quite a few other wounded besides him, Fang Yuxin's identity was extraordinary, and he couldn't expect her to treat everyone. He secretly noted down the mutated plant Fang Yuxin had mentioned and then escorted Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang out. Lin Feiyin tried to stop them, but was firmly held back by the wood-type ability user beside her. She looked at the person beside her with displeasure. "Why are you holding my hand?" The wood-type ability user refused to let go of her hand, instead holding her wrist tightly and said rudely, "Miss Lin, I don't understand why you keep causing trouble for Miss Fong. If I were you, I would obediently improve my strength, instead of overestimating myself and going to cause trouble for others." Lin Feiyin looked at her coldly. "Of course I will improve my strength, you don't need to remind me of that. Fang Yuxin did something wrong, why can't I say something to her?" The wood-type ability user frowned, and the strength in her hand increased instantly. She said disdainfully, "Miss Fong did something wrong? How come I didn't know? What did she do wrong?" I think you're deliberately targeting Miss Fong, aren't you? Lin Fei's face darkened further after her secret was exposed. She struggled violently, her eyes flashing with fierceness. Let go. Don't forget who I am. Those infected still need me to purify them. Because she was the only mutated water-type ability user in the safe zone and also a doctor, she had been treating the wounded at the safe hospital. Most people there gave her face and treated her politely. However, after she said this, the wood-type ability user who was holding her laughed disdainfully. Yes, you are a rare mutated water-type ability user, capable of purifying the zombie virus. It's just a pity you haven't even advanced to level 1 yet, only able to purify the initial level of the zombie virus. Miss Fong, on the other hand, possesses a mysterious sap that can suppress level 2 zombie viruses. I wonder how much of this sap Miss Fong has. If she has a lot, do you think your existence is still valuable? This was precisely what Lin Fei was worried about. That's why she had been so eager to stop Fang Yuxin to find out about the mysterious mutated plant and how much of this sap she possessed. But Fang Yuxin completely ignored her and simply left. She glared angrily at the wood elemental ability user beside her and said furiously, I know you're just jealous of me, aren't you? Didn't Fang Yuxin say that the mutated plant looks like a cactus? How much sap do you think a cactus can have? What she has is probably all of it. She shook her hand forcefully, finally breaking free from the restraints. She glared at the wood elemental ability user again and strode towards the door, intending to find Fang Yuxin and get some answers. But just as she reached the door, the wood elemental ability user's annoying voice came from behind her again. Lin Fei, it's not even noon yet. Are you trying to skip work by leaving now? Chapter 160 Green Tea. Zhou Yan escorted Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang out of the safe hospital. However, as soon as they emerged, a long-haired woman quickly approached them asking, Major Zhou, how is Brother Chan? Is he all right? Although addressed to Zhou Yan, her gaze remained fixed on Fang Yuyang, trying to guess his identity. Zhou Yan wasn't stupid. He immediately noticed the woman's distraction and felt a surge of annoyance. Earlier, while her crying had irritated him, it was ultimately for his good brother, and she seemed to be crying out of worry. But now, with his brother's fate uncertain, this woman had already set her sights on Fang Yuyang. He had already confirmed that his brother wouldn't have been so badly injured if it weren't for saving this woman. He felt disdain and his tone was naturally rude. He's all right. Don't worry. Go do your own thing. You don't need to stay here. The woman was initially stunned. She hadn't expected the man surnamed Chan to survive. Her earlier tears were merely an act for these people. After all, that man had been so badly injured saving her. If she didn't put on a show, how could they possibly let her go so easily? Moreover, her earlier display of weakness was actually a calculated move, taking advantage of Zhou Yan's status and strength. She deliberately feigned vulnerability to evoke his protective instincts. Wasn't a burly man like him supposed to be the most protective of weak women? And yet it failed. This man was simply not a man. While Zhou Yan was out of the question, Fang Yuyang, who appeared later, caught her eye. Although she couldn't discern Fang Yuyang's strength, he was undeniably handsome. And judging by her judgment, he was definitely a pampered man. And his strength must be considerable. Otherwise, where would his composed demeanor come from? The only thing that bothered her was that this outstanding man already had a woman by his side. This woman was also very beautiful, and clearly not someone to be trifled with. Thinking that it was because of this woman that she had been kicked out, her disgust for Fang Yuxin grew even stronger. But she wasn't stupid. Judging from Zhou Yan's attitude, it was very likely that the man surnamed Chan had been cured by this woman. She looked at Fang Yuyang with a pitiful expression, tears welling in her eyes, hoping to move him with this tactic. Fang Yuyang, however, ignored her completely, as if he hadn't seen her at all. Instead, he spoke to Fang Yuxin beside him with unusual gentleness. Xin, it's getting late. Let's go back quickly. Going back now would be just in time for lunch. Fang Yuxin nodded, her gaze icy as she looked at the pretentious woman before her. She warned disdainfully, I don't care who you are, don't even think about messing with my brother. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, a dark glint flashed in the woman's eyes. They were siblings. That was wonderful. However, This woman was far too arrogant. Looking at Fang Yuxiang's exceptionally handsome face, a sense of certainty arose within her that she would have this man. She was determined to have Shen Yuxin. Once she became this woman's sister-in-law, she'd see how arrogant she could be then. A cold smile crept across her face. Shen Yuxin, however, feigned an even more pitiful expression, her gaze fixed on Fang Yuxiang. She mentally considered countless ways to strike up a conversation. Normally, if she simply adopted this pitiful look, the man would speak to her and even protect her without her saying a word. Having considered countless possibilities, she decided none were suitable for this situation, and could only hope that Fang Yuxiang would speak up and ease her embarrassment. Fang Yuxiang was a doting brother. In all his life besides his parents, his beloved younger sister, Fang Yuxin, was the one he loved most. Now that Fang Yuxin had clearly expressed her dislike for this woman, how could he possibly go against his precious sister's wishes and embarrass her? Besides, he wasn't stupid. With his status, countless women, even men, had tried to seduce him over the years. He could see through this woman's intentions at a glance. His gaze towards Shen Yuxin was even colder than Fang Yuxin's, and he said with disgust, "Get out." Shen Yuxin never expected Fang Yuxiang to have this attitude. Over the years, she had always been successful with any man, but now she had failed. What was going on? Had her charm diminished, or had all the men mutated after the apocalypse? Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered her special ability. The next moment, her body emitted a faint fragrance. The fragrance was like a high-end perfume, very light and not strong at all, yet extremely alluring. It was a very peculiar temptation. Once the scent was released, it strongly stimulated one's senses and even stimulated hormone secretion. Besides Zhou Yan, Fang Yuxiang, and Fang Yuxin, there were other people around, perhaps passing by or perhaps guards at the door. Upon smelling this fragrance, they gradually felt a dryness in their mouths, and their gazes towards Shen Yuxin gradually changed, revealing a strong desire in their eyes. They saw her as if she were their dream girl, and a certain part of their bodies gradually became uncontrollable. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan and Fang Yuxiang frowned, their faces turning ashen. Their eyes were fixed on Shen Yuxin, a storm brewing within them. Although Fang Yuxin also smelled the fragrance, she quickly calmed herself. Realizing what the fragrance was, her gaze towards Shen Yuxin grew increasingly cold. Then she quickly cast a calming spell behind her back. The spell spread rapidly outwards from Fang Yuxin, like a refreshing breeze caressing the faces of those around her. The coolness penetrated to the core, instantly snapping them out of their previous state of arousal. Shen Yuxin realized her mistake and quickly stopped releasing her power. The faint fragrance on her body vanished instantly. Once the others had regained their senses and were no longer affected by the fragrance, their gazes towards Shen Yuxin changed. Because of the effects of the heart-cleansing mantra, these people were psychologically traumatized by Shen Yuxin, and almost subconsciously became wary of her, completely losing their previous admiration, affection, and desire. Originally, Shen Yuxin was exceptionally pure and beautiful, a seemingly well-behaved and pretty girl at first glance, completely non-threatening, perfectly fitting the general aesthetic, making her easy to like regardless of gender. She had awakened a special type of ability, allowing her body to emit a unique fragrance that aroused desire in people's hearts. Previously, once she used this ability, she was practically invincible. But this time she met with a tough challenge. Fang Yuxin had ruined her plans, and she harbored immense resentment towards Fang Yuxin. However, she dared not show it on her face, instead deliberately putting on a pitiful appearance, blinking her large eyes as if saying, "I'm innocent, I don't know anything." Zhou Yan and Fang Yuxiang were far stronger than her, and their willpower was exceptionally strong, so they were completely unaffected by the fragrance. Instead, they sensed something was wrong and developed a strong aversion to Shen Yuxin. Fang Yuxiang raised his hand, and a slap landed on Shen Yuxin's face from a distance. Smack! The sound was exceptionally loud. Shen Yuxin was sent flying backward, spitting out blood, her face pale. Her right cheek instantly swelled up. Fang Yuxiang was truly enraged this time, so he didn't hold back at all. He looked at Shen Yuxin with disgust, his gaze as if she were a vermin. "This is a lesson for your overestimation of yourself. If you dare to use such despicable means to lure me again, I will definitely kill you." Zhou Yan was also furious, but as a soldier and Shen Xian a woman, he couldn't easily resort to violence. Seeing Fang Yuxiang make his move, he felt a surge of satisfaction and warned Shen Xian, "I don't want to see you again. Don't bother Chun Yao anymore." His good brother had been seriously injured because of this woman, which made it impossible for him not to feel resentment. However, even with this resentment, he wouldn't go so far as to attack Shen Xian. But after what had just happened, a suspicion arose in his mind. Could his good brother have been bewitched by that strange fragrance, risking his life to save this woman? Having this suspicion, he immediately went to Fang Yuxin's side and whispered to her, "Miss Fong, could you please check on my brother again? I suspect he's also been bewitched." Fang Yuxin raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment and then said, "He's still unconscious. Even if he's been bewitched, we wouldn't be able to tell. Let's wait until he wakes up. Observe him closely, and if he's definitely acting strangely, bring him to the Fong family." Zhou Yan immediately thanked her. Afterward, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang didn't linger and left the safe hospital directly. Shen Xian lay on the ground in a sorry state, looking extremely pitiful. She silently watched Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin walk away, pursed her lips tightly, her heart completely filled with insane resentment. She, Shen Xian, would remember this humiliation. Seeing that no one paid any attention to her, she had no choice but to struggle to her feet, take one last look at the entrance of the safe hospital, then turn around without looking back and slowly leave. Her clothes were covered in dust, and her cheeks were swollen. It was clear she had been bullied. People glanced at her from time to time, curious about what had happened, but no one came to ask. She walked slowly, feeling the gazes around her, as if she were being pricked by thorns, and her mood worsened. She didn't know how long she had walked when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Xan." The voice was surprised and joyful, and quite familiar. She instinctively looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a thin figure running quickly towards her. It was none other than her brother, whom she had been searching for so long. Chapter 161, The Frightened Little Rabbit. Seeing Shun Shi after so many days, Shen Xian's heart instantly overflowed with grievance. She choked back tears and threw herself into his arms, crying, "Brother, brother, I finally found you. I finally found you." Her slender fingers gripped Shun Shi's lapel tightly, and glistening tears fell onto his clothes, leaving mottled water stains. Shun Shi pulled Shen Xian into his arms tightly. Hearing her sobs, he felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart, causing him immense pain. Thinking of the anxiety he had endured these past few days, his eyes gradually welled up with tears as well. He blinked, forcing back his tears, and patted Shen Xian's back gently, softly comforting her. Xian, don't cry. Brother swears, I'll never let you leave my side again. From now on, brother will protect you." As he spoke, he reached out to cup Shen Xian's cheeks, intending to wipe away her tears, but suddenly noticed that Shen Xian's right cheek was swollen quite a bit. She had an oval face, particularly delicate and pretty, with fair and smooth skin, making her especially endearing. But now her right cheek was swollen high with clear finger marks on it. Shun Shi wasn't blind. How could he not see that his precious little sister, whom he had finally found, had clearly been beaten? This was outrageous. It was too much. His face instantly darkened, his handsome features turning ashen, his eyes flashing with a ferocity completely incongruous with his appearance. Carefully cupping Shen Xian's face, Shun Shi gritted his teeth and asked, Xian, tell me, who hurt you? Does it hurt a lot?" His fingers gently touched Shen Xian's swollen cheek. Shen Xian immediately screamed in pain. "Ah, brother, don't touch there, it hurts so much." As she spoke, her eyes instantly filled with tears, glistening teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes, making them even more beautiful. Shun Shi quickly withdrew his finger and asked again, "Then tell me, who hurt you?" Shen Xian didn't know Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang's names. She thought for a moment and told Shun Shi what had happened. "I was originally staying in a safe zone in the city, waiting for you to come find me, but there are more and more zombies in the city. They're getting stronger and stronger. The people in the safe zone are terrified and say they want to move to a safe zone outside the city, because this is the only safe place. So I came with them. On the way here, I encountered a very powerful zombie, and a soldier saved me. He was taken to a safe hospital, and I was worried about him, so I stayed there to watch over him. 2 superhumans treated him. And later a brother and sister surnamed Fong came. That sister was really fierce. She even had someone kick me out. The injury on my face was from her brother. Hearing her say this, Shanxi's expression grew increasingly grim. He smiled coldly. Surnamed Fong, is that it? Xian, don't worry. Your brother will definitely get justice for you. He had already guessed who it was. Xian was very clever. As soon as she heard this, she knew that Shanxi definitely knew the brother and sister. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother, do you know them? Who are they? I saw that Major Zhou was very polite to them. I wonder what their background is." Shanxi patted her shoulder but didn't answer. Instead he said, "You just arrived in the safe zone, right? Come on. I'll take you to register your identity, and then take you to where I live." In his eyes, his sister was innocent and kind, and he didn't want her to know about those insidious schemes. Xian could tell that she didn't want to talk about it, but she really wanted to know. So she lowered her eyes slightly, looking up at Shanxi with a sad yet obedient expression. She even said understandingly, "Brother, can't I tell you their identities? If you have reservations, then forget it. I won't ask you anymore." Shanxi's heart softened immediately. He took out a clean handkerchief from his inner pocket and gently wiped away the tears on Xian's face. Worried about hurting Xian, he moved extremely gently. After he finished, he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your brother. You don't need to worry about anything now, and you don't need to be afraid of anything." Hearing this, Xian smiled smugly to herself, but her face still had that obedient look. She smiled sweetly at Shanxi. "Brother, I knew it, you're the best to me." She paused here, then continued, "Since there's nothing to be afraid of, who exactly are they? That woman surnamed Fong is so arrogant. Are they very high-ranking?" Shanxi laughed disdainfully. "High-ranking? She's about to be in trouble herself." Xian became even more smug upon hearing this. She couldn't wait to ask Shanxi what was going on and what fate awaited that annoying woman. However, her eyes flickered, her face showing no sign of weakness. "Brother, what do you mean? What happened to her?" Shanxi didn't want her to know about the shady schemes and plots behind the scenes, so he refused to elaborate, only saying, "She brought it on herself, Xian, just leave it at that." To prevent Xian from asking further, he put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her into his embrace, and said as they walked, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Xian, tell me, how have you been these past few days? By the way, I noticed energy fluctuations on you. What kind of superpower have you awakened?" The two walked away, Shanxi first taking Xian to register her identity and get an identity card. After learning she had no luggage, he took her to buy clothes. Afterwards, he took Xian back to his residence. When he returned, Meng Qinglua was preparing food on a simple stove. Seeing Xian behind him, Meng Qinglua was startled. "Who is she?" As she spoke, Meng Qinglua's cold gaze scrutinized Xian from head to toe. That gaze seemed to carry a thorn, making Xian extremely uncomfortable. Xian subconsciously glanced at Meng Qinglua, noticing that Meng Qinglua was not only beautiful but also had a particularly hot figure, which made Xian as a woman extremely jealous, yet she dared not show it. She didn't know Meng Qinglua's identity, and although she was dissatisfied, she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she smiled gently at Meng Qinglua and said obediently, "My name is Xian, I'm his sister." "Who are you, sister? You're so beautiful." Meng Qinglua didn't take her compliment to heart. As a mercenary, she disliked weak and effeminate men and women the most. She had disliked Shanxi before, and she disliked Xian even more now. This wasn't just due to the repulsion between women, but also because if Shanxi hadn't insisted on finding his sister, they wouldn't have lingered in the market for so long and would have returned to Bay City long ago. Ignoring Xian's attempts to be friendly, she looked at Shanxi with a half-smile and asked rudely, "Is she the sister you've been searching for? You brought her back, where are you planning to put her? Let me make this clear, I absolutely will not live with her." The house had 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and there were 6 of them in total. Bai Yi and she each occupied a room, Chen Si and Shanxi shared one, and Ho San'er and Su Wu shared another. Now that Shen Xian was at it, the best solution would naturally be for Meng Qingluo to live with her. However, Meng Qingluo really disliked this delicate, dependent type and had no intention of living with her. But if Shen Xian didn't live with Meng Qingluo, was she supposed to squeeze into a room with Chanxi and Shanxi? It was fine that Shanxi was like siblings, but Chanxi was a grown man. Upon hearing this, Shanxi knew that Meng Qingluo was deliberately making things difficult for him. His face darkened and he said directly, Xian will live with me. As for Chanxi, he could just move out. However, as soon as he said this, Meng Qingluo said, okay, but you can only sleep in the living room. Shanxi didn't expect Meng Qingluo to be so unreasonable. He couldn't stand it anymore and said, Meng Qingluo, don't push your luck. Meng Qingluo ignored him and continued, Shanxi, don't forget, without us, you won't make it to Bay City alive. Don't try to act tough in front of me, you're not worthy. Also, now that your sister is here, from now on, you two are responsible for your own food. She was willing to cook for her companions, but that didn't mean she would serve Shanxi and Shen Xian, two grown men. Shanxi never expected her to do this. Because of his mission objective, he usually only put in effort when searching for spirit stones. Otherwise, he was too lazy to lift a finger. Although he had awakened a mental ability, he was very weak, even weaker than Meng Qingluo, let alone the men. Bai Yi and the others knew he was physically weak and never forced him, which meant that besides a small amount of credits on his identity card, he had no supplies at all. Meng Qingluo had never said anything like this before, so he had always taken the care of others for granted. He never expected Meng Qingluo to say such a thing. It was really too much. Before he could speak, Meng Qingluo sneered. Did you really think I would continue to serve you siblings? Don't daydream. Because in the safe zone, she didn't make the unpalatable instant noodles this time, but cooked fragrant white rice. In addition to rice, she also prepared sausages, cured meat, roast duck and other meats, all vacuum-packed. The only regret was that they didn't have any fresh vegetables. The Fong family did have a place, but Meng Qingluo disliked Fang Yuxin, and naturally didn't want to go there to humiliate herself. It was already noon lunchtime, and the aroma of cooked meat was incredibly enticing, constantly stimulating appetites. Both Shanxi and Shen Xian felt hungry from the smell. The problem was neither of them knew how to cook. Seeing that Meng Qingluo showed no sign of backing down, the two siblings were at a loss for words. Just then the door opened and the people inside came out. Shen Xian saw them, her eyes flashing slightly, and she immediately had an idea. Her gaze quickly swept over everyone, then fixed on Bai Yi. Then her eyes welled up with tears, her pink lips parted slightly, and she gently bit her lower lip, striking a seductive pose, but her expression was like that of a frightened rabbit. I'm sorry I've caused you trouble. Chapter 162, Asking for Trouble. Being stared at by a strange woman, Bai Ye's expression darkened slightly. Ignoring Shen Xian, he asked Meng Qingluo instead. Qingluo, what's going on? Meng Qingluo had been his partner for many years and knew Bai Ye's temperament. Seeing Shen Xian staring at Bai Yi so recklessly, she sneered inwardly, not worried at all that Bai Yi would be bewitched by Shen Xian. She said calmly, Brother, this woman is Mr. Shan's sister. I think since she's going to live here, she and her brother should prepare their own meals. I'm the cook, I can't keep cooking for them all the time, can I? Hearing this, Shen Xian and Shanxi tensed up. Shanxi couldn't help but say, Captain Bai, my sister, and I don't know how to cook at all. Shen Xian said aggrievedly, I can't cook, but I can make other things. Bai Yi didn't even look at her but nodded to Meng Qingluo. Do as Qingluo says. From now on, Mr. Shen and Miss Shen will take care of their own food. Also, has Miss Shen decided where she wants to live? Shen Xian stared at Bai Yi, hesitating to speak, but Shanxi quickly said, She'll live with me. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chanxi. But I'll have to trouble Mr. Chan to squeeze in with Mr. Ho and Mr. Su. Chanxi didn't say anything, but looked at Shanxi and Shen Xian with a half-smile. Ho Sanner said impatiently, Damn it! Why should we? Who do you think you are? You actually want fourth brother to make room for you? You really have a wild idea. Meng Qingluo also smiled disdainfully and repeated what she had just said. Big brother. I think we should let the siblings sleep in the living room. We can't let fourth brother suffer. Upon hearing this, Shunshi immediately looked at Bai Yi nervously, afraid that he would agree. He said fiercely but weakly, Captain Bai, you can't treat us like this. Bai Yi agreed without thinking. Let's do it this way. Then he glanced at Meng Qingluo. Qingluo, give them some food. You don't need to worry about their food from now on. Shunshi never expected things to turn out this way. His face was extremely ugly. This was not the result he wanted at all. How could Bai Yi treat them like this? How dare he? Shenxian also didn't expect it. Bai Yi was not moved by her beauty at all. He didn't even look at her. His eyes were only on that annoying woman, Meng Qingluo. She hesitated for a moment, broke free from Shanshi's hand, and strode to Bai Yi. Looking up at him, tears welled in her eyes. She deliberately feigned fear yet appeared strong, saying to Bai Yi, I'm sorry, Captain Bai. I didn't mean to bother you. I can leave, but please don't target my brother. It has nothing to do with him. As she spoke, she subtly released her supernatural abilities. The two were very close, almost an arm's length apart. At such close range, she was confident Bai Yi would fall for her. A peculiar fragrance emanated from her as she looked at Bai Yi expectantly, eager to see him become infatuated with her. However, nothing she expected happened. Bai Yi's gaze grew colder, as if he were looking at a lifeless object. Shenxian's alarm bells rang instantly. She knew something was wrong, but before she could dodge, she suddenly felt a tremendous force slam into her. She felt as if her internal organs had been shattered, and she was thrown backward uncontrollably, crashing into Shunshi. Shunshi was a psychic, but his body was extremely thin and weak. After the initial shock, he didn't even have time to be angry. He only instinctively tried to catch Shenxian. Then he felt Shenxian's body slam into him. The force from Shenxian's body gave him the illusion that his internal organs had shifted, and at the same time his body was uncontrollably thrown backward, while Shenxian was in his arms. Finally, the two of them crashed to the ground together. Shunshi became Shenxian's cushion, his back scraping against the cement floor, tearing large patches of skin and burning with pain. This pain, however, was nothing compared to the excruciating pain of his broken ribs. Shenxian, lying on top of Shunshi, was pressing down on his broken ribs, causing Shunshi to cry uncontrollably from the pain. This time, because of Shenxian's control apart from Bai Yi, no one else noticed anything amiss. They watched the sudden change happen, and after the initial surprise, intense anger followed. Although they didn't know the specifics, they all knew Bai Yi well, and knew he wasn't the kind of person to attack people casually. For him to attack, Shenxian must have done something. How could they not be furious? This woman had only just arrived, yet she dared to plot against Bai Yi right under their noses. Meng Qingluo was the first to ask, Big brother, what happened? What did this woman do to you? Bai Yi frowned slightly, glanced at Shenxian with disgust and said indifferently, She seems to have awakened a special ability. Just now she emitted a very peculiar fragrance that could arouse people's lust. What? Meng Qingluo exclaimed, then turned her head sharply, glaring fiercely at Shenxian. This woman is simply courting death. After saying that, she strode towards Shenxian. Although Shunshi was enduring excruciating pain, he was still conscious. Shenxian, however, was different. Her injuries were more severe, and she was no longer fully conscious, only spitting out blood continuously. So as soon as he saw Meng Qingluo approaching with an unfriendly expression, Shunshi's heart jumped, worried that she would harm Shenxian. He endured the excruciating pain in his chest and said sharply, Meng Qingluo, if you take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Meng Qingluo ignored him and continued walking forward. Shunshi's expression changed, and he could no longer care about anything else, launching a mental attack on Meng Qingluo. Shenxian's miserable state ignited a strong killing intent in him, making him want to kill all of these people. However, he still had his rationality, so he suppressed the killing intent in his heart and did not launch a devastating mental attack on Meng Qingluo, but instead used a mental shock. Meng Qingluo knew his ability, so she was prepared, but before Shanshi's mental shock could impact her sea of consciousness, a bolt of lightning instantly formed. With a crisp crack, The invisible mental attack was directly dispersed and completely disappeared. Then Shunxi heard Bai Ye's cold voice. There won't be a next time, otherwise I won't hold back. He ignored the injured Shunxi and Shenexen, and nodded to the others. Let's eat first. This time the food was plentiful because they were in the safe zone, so they didn't have to worry as much as they did outside. The meat was good, but there wasn't a single vegetable leaf in sight, which made Bai Yi subconsciously think of Fang Yuxin, and his heart felt heavy. He had only smelled Shen Xian's fragrance for a brief moment, but he had still been tempted. Then he watched helplessly as Shen Xian transformed into Fang Yuxin. Watching Fang Yuxin's eyes glisten with tears, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lower lip, deliberately seducing him. That peculiar fragrance made his body unbearably hot, but he knew very well that the strong-willed Fang Yuxin would never show such a side. This realization was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, instantly suppressing his heat. Immediately following was intense anger. This woman dared to plot against him, and with such despicable means. How could he tolerate this? So at that moment he went all out. If this woman hadn't been Shunxi's sister, he probably would have killed her already. The food actually tasted quite good, but Bai Yi couldn't eat it, his mind constantly filled with Fang Yuxin's image. He ate mechanically, his face growing increasingly pale. Shunxi had broken his ribs and was lying on the ground, unable to move. To make matters worse, Shen Xian was on top of him. Although she wasn't heavy, she still weighed around 90 pounds, and her weight was pressing on the broken ribs. Shunxi felt increasingly uncomfortable, and was even struggling to breathe. His face gradually turned pale, and cold sweat poured down his face. He struggled to say, "Help! Help me! Cough cough! Quick! Quick quick help me!" The others seemed not to hear him. Only after finishing their meal and quickly packing up did Meng Qingluo ask Bai Yi, "Big brother, what should we do with these two?" Bai Yi was preoccupied with his own thoughts and didn't bother with Shunxi and Shen Xian. He thought for a moment and said, "Just treat their injuries briefly and find them a place to lie down." He had initially brought Shunxi along because he was his mission target, and Shunxi had also awakened a psychic ability, making him a rare asset in the apocalypse. Of all these people, only Shunxi had awakened a psychic ability. The journey back to Bay City was long and fraught with danger, and Shunxi's psychic ability would undoubtedly be very useful, which was why he had planned to take Shunxi back to Bay City. But now he didn't want to take him anymore. At this moment Bai Yi thought of many things. Shunxi was a PhD, specializing in biological research and extremely talented. But the problem was he was a research fanatic. Bai Yi disliked the way Shunxi looked at Fang Yuxin every time. He hadn't decided whether to abandon this mission target before, but Shen Xian's appearance made him realize his feelings for Fang Yuxin, so he decided not to keep Shunxi around any longer. This person would be a menace. Bai Yi had a gut feeling. However, he hadn't figured out exactly how to deal with him. Therefore, he didn't have Meng Qingluo carefully treat their injuries, nor did he consider asking someone to treat them. He only had Meng Qingluo give them a simple treatment. It was almost as if he was leaving them to fend for themselves. Meng Qingluo had long disliked Shunxi, and now that Shen Xian had plotted against Bai Yi, she was practically ready to tear the siblings apart. Understanding Bai Ye's meaning, she couldn't help but laugh, saying meaningfully, "Don't worry, big brother, I know what to do." Chapter 163. My heart fluttered. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang were unaware that after they left, Shen Xian encountered her brother, Shunxi. Unfortunately, this woman courted death, resorting to her old tricks and attempting to control Bai Yi with her supernatural abilities. As a result, she was not only severely injured by Bai Yi, but also dragged the unfortunate Shunxi into the mess. They didn't take Shen Xian seriously and returned home after leaving the safe hospital. Chu Qianhe had prepared lunch, and everyone was waiting for them. Unlike Bai Yi and his group, the Fong family's lunch was quite lavish, comparable to what they had before the apocalypse. After everyone enjoyed a delicious lunch, they began their new training. However, not long after, the Fong family received an uninvited guest. This person was none other than Bai Yi, who had just realized his own feelings. Bai Qianqian saw Bai Yi arrive and immediately ran excitedly to open the door, looking up at Bai Yi with a beaming smile. "Dad, what brings you here? Did you come to see me?" Bai Yi reached out and ruffled his hair, instantly making a mess of it, which drew a protest from Bai Qianqian. "What are you doing?" Bai Qianqian took a step back, covering his head with his chubby paws, glaring angrily at Bai Yi. Bai Yi clicked his tongue and withdrew his hand. "I had something to discuss with your mom, and I just happened to come see you." Hearing Bai Yi say this, Bai Qianqian didn't feel like he had lost his place in Bai Ye's heart at all. Instead, his eyes lit up, and he instantly became excited, completely forgetting the mischief Bai Yi had done earlier. "You really came to see Mom? You're not lying to me." Bai Yi felt a little guilty under his suspicious gaze. He looked Bai Qianqian up and down, then suddenly exclaimed, "Bai Qianqian, have you gained weight recently? You seem a bit rounder." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Bai Qianqian by the collar, ignoring Bai Qianqian's angry expression. He continued, "You really have gained weight?" As soon as he said this, he subconsciously thought of his past shameless act of freeloading. He couldn't help but touch his chin with his finger. The Fong family's current food standards probably didn't even reach the level of the higher-ups in the safe zone. Bai Qianqian was furious. He refused to admit he had gained weight. He kicked his legs hard, angrily shouting, "Let go! Let go now! You bastard!" Bai Yi saw his face turn red and, worried that the collar was too tight, quickly put him down. He even guiltily straightened Bai Qianqian's clothes, trying to smooth out the wrinkled collar. Bai Qianqian arrogantly slapped his hand away. "Didn't you want to find Mommy? Come with me." Then he turned his head away. Like an old man, he walked inside with his hands behind his back. Bai Yi watched his son, who was becoming increasingly round like a meatball, and a sudden feeling of sorrow, a sense of father and son living different lives, washed over him. He closed the door behind him and strode after Bai Qianqian, following him inside. As he entered, he saw fresh, juicy cucumbers growing in the yard. Beside them were ripe, red tomatoes looking incredibly tempting. He suppressed the urge to pick one and eat it, forcing himself to look away and push open the door without glancing at anyone. Fang Yuxin was already waiting in the living room. Bai Qianqian, that mischievous boy, was sitting beside her, holding a bowl of washed strawberries, eating them with a smug look on his face. The strawberries were vibrant in color, with glistening water droplets clinging to their skins, looking exceptionally fresh, and emitting a rich, sweet aroma. Bai Yi didn't usually like strawberries, but after the apocalypse, fresh fruits and vegetables were scarce. Seeing Bai Qianqian enjoying them so much, he suddenly felt an urge to eat some. This situation was rather strange. He was, after all, a mature man, and a mercenary with an exceptionally strong will. He always knew how to control his desires, and normally, no matter what temptations he faced, he could control himself. But this time, he suddenly felt his usually proud self-control crumble, leaving him completely unable to control himself. His eyes were fixed on Bai Qianqian, who was engrossed in eating, and his heart was filled with a poignant sense of the tragic difference in fate between father and son. Fang Yuxin was sitting next to Bai Qianqian, and Bai Ye's gaze made her feel immense pressure, making it impossible for her to ignore him. She glanced at Bai Yi silently, thinking she must be mistaken. How could this man's gaze be so sorrowful? It was too much of a challenge to one's moral compass. She hesitated for a moment, her lips twitching slightly, and stood up from the sofa, saying to Bai Yi, "You sit down first, I'll be right back." Then she quickly went to the kitchen, washed a new plate of strawberries and brought it out, placing it in front of Bai Yi. "Eat if you want, don't keep staring at Qianqian, he'll feel pressured." Bai Yi instantly felt extremely embarrassed. He glanced at Bai Qianqian, who was eating like a little pig, and then silently looked away. This brat feels pressured? Ha! This was actually his son. A doting mother spoils her son. Unfortunately, he didn't dare say this to Fang Yuxin, only internally. Hesitating for a moment, Bai Yi picked up a strawberry and popped it into his mouth. With a gentle bite, the sweet flavor spread across his tongue, stimulating his poor taste buds. Bai Yi paused, silently swallowing the strawberry, feeling incredibly stupid. He didn't dare look at Fang Yuxin, afraid of seeing her disdainful gaze, so he turned his attention to Bai Qianqian, hesitating about how to begin. He had come to see Fang Yuxin for serious business. He wasn't here to freeload. Bai Qianqian felt immense pressure under his piercing gaze and had to stop his sinful hand reaching for the strawberry, asking discontentedly, "Dad, why are you staring at me? Didn't Mom prepare some for you? If you want some, just eat it. Why are you staring at me?" He finished speaking, reluctantly placing the small bowl he was carrying on the coffee table and pushing it in front of Bai Yi. "If you want some of mine, I'll give it to you." This was his son. Bai Yi watched helplessly as his foolish son ruined his image, and he dared not look at Fang Yuxin's face even more. Bai Qianqian, however, had no idea what he had done wrong. Seeing Bai Ye's increasingly grim expression, he shrank back nervously and mustered his courage to say, "Dad, didn't you say you came to see Mom? Why are you staring at me? You won't even look at Mom." Bai Yi was once again dealt a blow by his foolish son, and he almost wanted to grab Bai Qianqian and spank him. Seeing his dark face and eyes almost spitting fire, Fang Yuxin was worried that he would really hit Bai Qianqian, so she quickly said, "Since you came to see me, just say what you want." Only then did Bai Yi muster up the courage to turn his gaze to Fang Yuxin. Then he found that Fang Yuxin's expression was indifferent, revealing neither joy nor anger, nor whether she disliked him. His heart was in turmoil. He hadn't realized his own feelings before, only thinking that Fang Yuxin was a good woman, and also the biological mother of his foolish son, and that as a man, he should protect her. But now, after falling for Shen Xian's scheme, he suddenly realized he had developed romantic feelings for Fang Yuxin. Aside from gossiping about pretty girls in class with his friends during his school days, this was the first time he had truly fallen in love. This made him nervous and helpless, completely unsure how to face Fang Yuxin. He knew that at most he was just attracted to Fang Yuxin, not hopelessly in love, but it was the first time, and Fang Yuxin happened to be the biological mother of his son. This made him feel that Fang Yuxin was different, and he had the idea of spending his life with her. Unfortunately, he had absolutely no experience in pursuing women. Now, looking at Fang Yuxin, he felt completely out of sorts. Being looked at by her clear yet cold gaze, he didn't know what to say, and even the thoughts in his heart felt inexplicably sordid. Fang Yuxin had no idea what Bai Yi was thinking. Seeing him constantly avoiding her gaze, she couldn't help but become curious. Bai Yi had sworn a blood oath. Although she couldn't use the oath to check his thoughts at any time, if Bai Yi harbored ill intentions or did something to betray her, he would be punished by the oath, and she would receive immediate feedback. But now the blood oath was completely silent, which meant Bai Yi hadn't broken his oath. So what was he feeling guilty about? Seeing that he wouldn't speak, Fang Yuxin grew impatient, and her tone became cold and hard. "If you're not going to tell me, you can leave now. I have other things to do." "Wait." Seeing that Fang Yuxin was trying to shoo him away, Bai Yi immediately became anxious. He didn't care about his guilty conscience anymore and quickly said, "I came to see you this time because there's something I want to ask you. I'm currently stuck at the bottleneck between level 1 and level 2 of my superpower, and I can't break through. I don't know why. If you know, could you tell me?" Fang Yuxin was stunned. She hadn't expected Bai Yi to come to ask this. She hesitated for a moment, swallowing the question. "Why should I tell you?" she said. "Why do you think I would know?" Bai Yi, when he got down to business, became a completely different person. The slight unease from before vanished. He said, "Intuition. I felt you should know, so I came to ask you, hoping you could tell me." Fang Yuxin was about to say something more when her hand was grabbed by Qianqian's chubby little hand. His hand was soft and warm, and holding Fang Yuxin's hand made her feel a ticklish sensation. She turned her head and saw Bai Qianqian looking at her with pleading eyes. "Mommy, please help Daddy." Fang Yuxin's heart softened instantly. She said to Bai Yi, "Extend your right hand." Bai Yi immediately gave Bai Qianqian an approving look, then readily extended his right hand, carefully moving the plate of strawberries in front of him. Fang Yuxin watched his actions without saying anything, but leaned forward and gently placed her fingers on Bai Ye's wrist, saying, "I need to examine your body. Don't resist." Bai Yi nodded hastily, his eyes fixed on Fang Yuxin's slender, fair fingertips. The soft pads of her fingers against his skin made him feel a little restless. Chapter 164 Trust. Bai Ye's eyes were fixed on Fang Yuxin's fingers resting on his wrist. He felt completely out of control. His eyes were unfocused, and his mind was restless, filled with an unbearable itch. He frowned deeply, avoiding Fang Yuxin's gaze, feeling a pang of guilt as if he had done something to betray her. Fang Yuxin ignored him, instead releasing her spiritual sense to carefully examine his body. Her examination quickly revealed the problem. Bai Ye's aptitude was excellent, and he had awakened 2 supernatural abilities. Furthermore, he had absorbed a considerable amount of elemental crystals, making his aptitude top tier. Moreover, although he hadn't awakened mental power, his inherent mental strength was considerable. Fang Yuxin didn't know if he frequently honed his mental strength with elemental stones, but based on her examination, Bai Ye's aptitude was definitely outstanding. In addition, he possessed not only excellent aptitude, but also rich combat experience, making his martial prowess inherently high. All these factors combined made Bai Yi a top-tier supernatural being. It was truly remarkable that he had reached the edge of level 2 so quickly. Unfortunately, his body contained too many impurities, coupled with the hidden injuries from years of missions, making advancement far from easy. After examining him, Fang Yuxin subtly withdrew her fingers. She glanced at Bai Qianqian, who was looking at her eagerly, and said calmly, "Qianqian, you should go train." Bai Qianqian knew that Fang Yuxin wanted to talk to Bai Yi, which was why she was deliberately sending him away. He was eager to know what Fang Yuxin would say and worried about Bai Ye's condition, so he didn't want to leave. He clung to Fang Yuxin's hand, pleading, "Mommy, let me stay. I want to stay with you." Bai Yi also sensed that Fang Yuxin wanted to say something. He figured that Fang Yuxin was deliberately sending Bai Qianqian away because she didn't want him to hear what was coming, so he said, "Qianqian, be good. Go train, don't try to slack off." Bai Qianqian wrinkled his nose and glared at him fiercely. He snorted and said, "I'm not leaving." Bai Yi knew he was worried about him. He was actually quite touched, but he didn't want to put Fang Yuxin in a difficult position, so he deliberately put on a stern face. Pretending to be angry, he said, "Bai Qianqian, are you asking for a beating? You're getting cocky if I don't discipline you for 3 days." Bai Qianqian thought Bai Yi was really angry, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears of grievance. He had only stayed because of his stupid father, and this man was still yelling at him. Humph! His stupid father was so annoying. Fang Yuxin also misunderstood. She thought Bai Yi was deliberately taking his anger out on the child, and instantly became furious. "Mr. Bai, this is the Fong family home. Why are you taking your anger out on the child? I'm sorry I can't help you with your problem, and you're not welcome here. Please leave." She finished speaking and angrily pointed to the door, signaling Bai Yi to get out. Bai Yi was incredibly frustrated. He wasn't really angry. Besides, he wasn't really taking his anger out on the child. How unfair. Bai Qianqian sniffed and secretly tugged at Fang Yuxin's hand. He whispered, "Mommy, don't be angry with Daddy anymore. I'll go cultivate obediently now. Please help Daddy." His stupid dad is getting more and more useless. If he can't advance, how will he protect Mommy? How will he fight off the bad uncles and strange aunties? He's doing this for Mommy, not out of pity for his stupid dad. Seeing how sensible he was, Fang Yuxin's heart softened even more. She ruffled Bai Qianqian's hair, kissed his chubby cheeks twice, and gently patted his shoulder to let him go cultivate. Bai Yi sat opposite him, looking at his silly son's smugly curved eyes, and the little person inside him was instantly filled with jealousy. "Tsk, why is he so sour?" Fang Yuxin ignored him, watching Bai Qianqian's small figure disappear before turning her gaze to Bai Yi, saying with a forced smile, "Mr. Bai, why haven't you left yet?" Bai Yi knew she was angry, his heart trembled, and he cautiously said, "Miss Fong, I've truly come to ask for your help this time. Just name your price if you can help me." Fang Yuxin laughed. "I do have a way to help you, but are you sure you can afford the price? My reward is very high." Hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but think of the bag of spirit stones from before, his lips twitching involuntarily. At the time, he didn't know the value of spirit stones. Collecting them was purely based on a strange intuition. So when Fang Yuxin asked for them as payment, he agreed without hesitation. Later, he learned from Fang Yuxin about the uses and value of spirit stones, and his heart bled. However, while those stones were precious, they couldn't compare to his good brother's life, and the information Fang Yuxin told him was priceless. Otherwise, no matter how many spirit stones he had, if he didn't know their uses, they were just heavy but useless stones. It was only later, when Chan-si woke up and learned about this, that he was nearly scolded to death. This left him with a psychological shadow, always wondering if he was really such a spendthrift. So now when he heard Fang Yuxin mention the reward, his heart jumped, fearing that Fang Yuxin would ask for an exorbitant amount. He subconsciously straightened his back and looked at Fang Yuxin, saying, "Miss Fong, what are your requirements? Why don't you tell me?" His tone was calm and his face showed no sign of tension, more like he was confident of victory. But in reality his heart was already heavy. Fang Yuxin didn't actually want to make things difficult for him. She didn't want Bai Qianqian to be sad, and besides, she really didn't care about what Bai Yi had. But when she thought of how Bai Yi had made Bai Qianqian cry earlier, she didn't want to let Bai Yi off so easily. She curled her lips into a smirk, deliberately saying, "Since Mr. Bai has said so, I'll say it. I don't want anything else, just the spirit stones and spirit crystals you have. How many do you have? I'll take." Sure enough, Fang Yuxin was making an outrageous demand again. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Fang Yuxin's request put him in a difficult position. However, after a brief hesitation he said, "I can give you all the spirit stones and spirit crystals I have, but not the others." The others still needed to absorb spirit crystals to improve their aptitude. He could give up his share, but he couldn't let his brother suffer. Fang Yuxin hadn't expected Bai Yi to be so decisive. Last time he had offered so many spirit stones because he had no idea of their value, but now he clearly knew, and yet he still dared to agree. Fang Yuxin suspected Bai Yi was trying to play tricks on her, so she deliberately asked, "How many spirit stones and spirit crystals do you have?" Bai Yi made no attempt to hide anything, replying frankly, "Of the spirit stones I dug up, I distributed some to the other brothers, cut some open, and there are still 78 uncut spirit stones left. I absorbed some of the spirit crystals I obtained, and exchanged the rest with the other brothers. I have 15 spirit crystals left, which I'll bring to you later." Fang Yuxin was surprised. The number Bai Yi gave was much more than she had imagined. She thought that Bai Yi's quick agreement meant he would manipulate the number of spirit stones, deliberately lying and only giving her a small amount, but unexpectedly, Bai Yi was so honest. She knew that with Bai Yi's strength, he must have dug up more spirit stones than his teammates, and what he reported was definitely not all, but Fang Yuxin believed that he was telling the truth and wasn't lying at all. Originally, she wanted to tease Bai Yi a little more, but now she had no desire to. She said lazily, "Fine, I've changed my mind. I don't want the spirit stones and spirit crystals you have. I'll ask for something else." Bai Yi was surprised. His most precious possessions were probably the elemental stones and elemental crystals, but Fang Yuxin didn't want them. Instead, she wanted to make a different request. He couldn't think of anything he possessed that could compare to elemental stones. He felt a little nervous, worried that Fang Yuxin would make a demand he couldn't accept. However, his nervousness and worry didn't show on his face. Instead, he calmly asked, "What do you want to change your request to?" He appeared so calm that Fang Yuxin couldn't detect his nervousness at all. She had given up on teasing Bai Yi and said businesslike, "Don't your men know how to assemble explosives? I have some materials here. Take them back later, have him assemble the explosives and bring them to me. That will be your payment." This request was unexpected by Bai Yi, and it seemed far too simple, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Bai Yi asked incredulously, "Miss Fong, are you sure this is the request?" Fang Yuxin glanced at him coldly. "What, you can't do it?" Bai Yi sensed the impatience in her tone and quickly shook his head. "I just think this request is too simple." Fang Yuxin chuckled and led him directly to an empty restroom, saying, "You can advance here. I'll help you." Bai Yi hesitated only for a moment before nodding in agreement. Reason told him that this was very dangerous, but emotionally he wanted to believe that Fang Yuxin wouldn't hurt him. Fang Yuxin was also somewhat surprised to see him obediently sit cross-legged. After all, advancing was a dangerous thing and most people would be wary, but Bai Yi didn't have any doubts at all. His audacity was simply too great. This person actually dared to trust her. She really didn't know where he got the courage. She looked at Bai Yi, who had closed his eyes and was already focused on cultivating to advance, and her thoughts began to become complicated. Besides her family, Bai Yi was the second person who trusted her so much. The first person was Shang Jinxiu. However, Shang Jinxiu trusted her because she had saved her life, and Shang Jinxiu possessed an extremely rare spatial ability, relying on her to survive. Bai Yi, on the other hand, was different. Chapter 165, A Fresh Perspective. To help Bai Yi advance, giving him a marrow-cleansing fruit would have been sufficient. However, Fang Yuxin didn't want to do that. Although Bai Yi had surprisingly trusted her, she couldn't completely trust him without reservation. If she were alone, she might have chosen to try and believe Bai Yi, but she wasn't. She had family to protect and couldn't act as she pleased. Instead, she had to be even more cautious. The Azurewood Spirit Mansion, such a powerful and wondrous existence, would attract endless competition even in the cultivation world, let alone in this apocalyptic world where survival was difficult. Its allure was too great. Could Bai Yi resist? She didn't know, and she dared not gamble. Therefore, she chose a more conservative, temporary solution to help Bai Yi advance. By stimulating him with wood energy, she would enhance his vitality and energy levels, allowing him to break through his power bottleneck. Bai Yi first cultivated, constantly adjusting his physical state. As he cultivated, Fang Yuxin could keenly sense the changes in the energy fluctuations within him. She waited a while, watching the energy fluctuations around Bai Yi grow stronger and stronger. She then walked behind him, sat cross-legged, placed her palm against his back, and channeled wood energy into him to stimulate his heart. With the addition of wood energy, Bai Yi's vitality became even more vigorous, his cell activity continuously increased, and the energy fluctuations became increasingly intense. Fang Yuxin temporarily withdrew her hand, then hesitated for a moment, flipped her hand, and took out a transparent glass bottle from her spatial storage. She opened the lid, walked to Bai Yi's side, pinched his jaw, pried open his mouth, and poured the transparent liquid from the bottle into his mouth. This was spiritual spring water she had taken from the spiritual spring, which had a purifying effect. This purification could not only purify the zombie virus but also purify impurities in the body, although its effect was not as good as the marrow-cleansing fruit, nor was it as targeted. Logically, Bai Yi was currently advancing in his cultivation, and he should have been at his most vigilant. Therefore, initially, Fang Yuxin didn't think she could succeed. It was just a trial. Strangely, aside from an initial resistance, Bai Yi didn't resist again, obediently letting her do as she pleased. Fang Yuxin felt something was off, so on a whim, she poured the entire bottle of spiritual spring water into his mouth. This was a good deal for Bai Yi. Although the effects of the spiritual spring water weren't as good as the marrow-cleansing fruit, with so much, if Bai Yi absorbed it well and was lucky enough, he might be able to expel all the impurities from his body. After Fang Yuxin finished, she stared blankly at the empty glass bottle. Why had she used up the entire bottle of spiritual spring water for Bai Yi? That was too wasteful. It was such a bargain for this man. Fang Yuxin glared at Bai Yi. She carefully put the empty bottle away, then looked at her fingertips and gently rubbed them together. It felt as if the warmth of Bai Yi's jaw still lingered on her fingertips. This feeling was strange. She hesitated for a moment, seeing that Bai Yi was still advancing in his cultivation. She wiped her hand on his clothes, then quickly withdrew it, noticing the wrinkles in Bai Yi's clothes, and guiltily looked away. She sat idly beside him, waiting for a while. Seeing that Bai Yi was still advancing, she channeled some more wood energy into him. After a while, Bai Yi seemed to have absorbed the spiritual spring water. Dark brown impurities gradually seeped from his pores, emitting an unpleasant odor. Fang Yuxin subconsciously took a few steps back, distancing herself from Bai Yi, and then stared at his movements. Whether it was because Bai Yi's absorption was too good or not, impurities continued to be expelled from his pores. At first, there were few, then more and more, continuing for almost an hour before the impurities gradually decreased and eventually stopped. At this time, Bai Yi's appearance changed drastically. He looked as if he had been covered in a layer of dark brown mud, his whole body filthy and constantly emitting an unpleasant smell. Fang Yuxin looked at him, her feelings becoming complicated again. She suddenly regretted being so generous this time. She hadn't given Bai Yi the marrow-cleansing fruit, only a bottle of spiritual spring water. Yet the effect was almost the same. Clearly, this person's aptitude and luck were incredible. She wondered if Cho Yiming would have the same effect if he had used so much spiritual spring water, and had her help. But she dared not gamble. She was even less inclined to believe Cho Yiming than Bai Yi. Just as her emotions were becoming increasingly complicated, Bai Yi opened his eyes. Then his nose twitched and his brows furrowed tightly. What happened? Even before opening his eyes, Bai Yi smelled the stench. This smell was different from the one emanating from zombies. It was more like the unique smell of excrement, but much more foul. He opened his eyes, unable to bear it any longer, and instinctively wanted to ask Fang Yuxin what was going on. But before he could finish speaking, he found himself covered in filth, something clinging tightly to his body, making him feel sticky and uncomfortable. And that stench was emanating from him. Bai Yi lowered his eyes, silently looking at his current state, utterly bewildered. When he advanced from the beginner level to the first level, he also expelled some impurities, but the amount was very small, nothing compared to this situation. He never expected that advancing to the second level would require expelling so many impurities. This was terrifying. Seeing his near collapse, Fang Yuxin secretly guessed that he was probably a germaphobe, so she pointed to the bucket, basin, and towel in the corner of the room, next to a small stool with a set of clean clothes on it, something she had prepared before Bai Yi woke up. She said calmly, "Go wash up first. The clothes are new. I don't know your size, but you'll have to make do. I'm going out now." Her departure was almost a hasty escape. The smell in the room was simply unbearable. Bai Yi silently watched her figure disappear through the doorway until his view was completely blocked by the door. Only then did he turn his gaze back to the bucket in the corner. Although simple, the supplies were quite complete. The bucket was filled with clean water, and the basin beside it was also filled with water. A pure white towel, a simple design like the kind used in hotels, was draped over the rim, but it was of very good quality, looking fluffy, thick and soft. He first locked the door, then quickly took off his dirty clothes, went to the corner and began to clean himself. The water was cold, but he didn't care. It was summer, and the temperature was naturally high, so taking a cold shower was no problem at all. Besides, he was a grown man. He took cold showers not only in summer but also in winter. And now it was the apocalypse, so why bother with such formalities? The bucket was full, so he first used the water in the basin to simply wash his body, poured out the dirty water, and then poured the clean water from the bucket into the basin. He did this several times until all the water in the bucket was used up and his body was thoroughly clean. Then he looked at the small stool next to him. On top was a white short-sleeved t-shirt, below which were gray linen casual trousers, both neatly folded and still in their original packaging. At the bottom was a box of men's underwear, also unopened and looking brand new. Looking at the mannequin picture on the box, and remembering that Fang Yuxin had placed these things here, his nose suddenly felt itchy. He rubbed his nose and then touched it. No bleeding. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Then Bai Yi quickly unpacked the package and put on the underwear. The material was good, soft against his skin, but the size was a little small, making it a bit tight. However, he couldn't ask Fang Yuxin to give him a replacement right now, so he just made do. After putting on his clothes and pants, Bai Yi picked up a pair of canvas casual shoes that were next to the stool and put them on. Then he glanced at his dirty clothes and shoes and sighed silently. He didn't have many clothes right now, and these dirty clothes and shoes couldn't be thrown away. Although the outfit Fang Yuxin had prepared was nice, it wasn't suitable for hunting zombies. It was too thin. Fortunately, there was a stack of large bags nearby, which looked like supermarket shopping bags. He used the bags to pack all the dirty clothes and shoes, sealed them, and only after he felt that he couldn't smell anything anymore did he take his things and go outside. He went straight to the living room and found Fang Yuxin sitting on the sofa, seemingly waiting for him. Looking at Fang Yuxin's perfect profile, he suddenly felt a warmth in his heart, and the feeling of being moved intensified. Noticing his gaze, Fang Yuxin turned her head and smiled at him. Bai Yi, seeing her smile, was completely thrown into disarray. However, the next moment he suddenly heard Fang Yuxin say, "Now that you're all right, let's talk about compensation." The beautiful scene from before shattered instantly, and Bai Yi felt his heart break along with it. Yet, looking at Fang Yuxin's undisguised calculating eyes, he didn't know if he was going crazy, but he found her strangely endearing. He cracked his knuckles, feigning composure, and sat down opposite Fang Yuxin. He then silently placed the bag of dirty clothes beside his feet. "Thank you for helping me advance. If you have any requests, feel free to ask, and I'll try my best to fulfill them." Fang Yuxin gently shook her long, slender index finger. "The previous payment was agreed upon, but an unexpected incident occurred, so we need to renegotiate. To help you advance, I used the sap of a mutated plant. I encountered that plant by chance. Its sap has purifying properties and is extremely rare. I didn't have much of it, but I used it all on you. How do you think you should compensate me? Also, as you know, water resources are very scarce and precious now, and there's also the clothes you're wearing. All of that needs to be factored in." Bai Yi looked at the smiling Fang Yuxin. His perception of her completely renewed. Chapter 166. Someone's unlucky. When Bai Yi finally left, he took a large cardboard box filled with materials and parts for assembling explosives. He also gave all 15 level 1 crystal cores he had with him to Fang Yuxin as payment for the spiritual spring water, clean water, and clothes. When he left, Bai Qianshan made a point of meeting him, very reluctant to part, wishing Bai Yi could move in with her. However, Bai Qianshan knew Fang Yuxin wouldn't agree, so she didn't voice her desire. After Bai Yi left, Fang Yuxin helped him cut a lot of spirit stones. Seeing that it was almost time, she went to the safe hospital to treat the infected. As the chief physician, she treated only those with the most severe injuries, but whose inherent strength was considerable. This time she didn't encounter Lin Fein. Someone told her that Lin Fein had taken leave, apparently feeling her ability level was too low, so she went back to cultivate and tried to advance to level 1. Fang Yuxin had absolutely no interest in Lin Fein's news. However, without Lin Fein in her way, her mood improved significantly during the 2 hours she spent at the safe hospital. Others noticed this and began to dislike Lin Fein, who was always at odds with Fang Yuxin. The attitudes of the wounded, the doctors, and the hospital staff towards Fang Yuxin changed noticeably. They all knew that Fang Yuxin possessed a level 2 wood-type ability, and even had the juice of a mysterious mutated plant capable of purifying level 2 zombie viruses. Their attitude towards her was practically fawning. Since becoming the chief physician, Fang Yuxin had spent 2 hours every day at the safe hospital treating the wounded. After a few days, many people in the entire safe zone knew of her strength, and apart from a few individuals, no one had publicly provoked or coerced her anymore. The only oddity was probably Lin Fein, who always clashed with Fang Yuxin. How many people are fools these days? Especially those who had survived the apocalypse. Their mental fortitude was stronger than the average person. Otherwise, they would have been driven to the brink of collapse by those zombies long ago. These people understood the situation and were pragmatic. Even if they didn't side with Fang Yuxin, they could see that Lin Fein was an oddball. Leaving aside the wounded who left after recovering, the doctors and guards at the safe hospital saw Lin Fein every day. And almost daily, they saw her picking fights with Fang Yuxin, only to be humiliated by her. Before, Fang Yuxin was only at level 1 in terms of superpowers, and while these people admired her strength, they were still mostly resentful. Some of them were also at level 1, and at first glance the difference between them and Fang Yuxin wasn't significant, yet Fang Yuxin was the chief physician. What made her so special? However, although they were somewhat resentful, they didn't show it on their faces, much less act recklessly like Lin Fein. Instead, they happily watched the show. Now, however, things were different. Fang Yuxin was already at level 2. In the entire safe zone, no one else had ever heard of reaching level 2. If the difference wasn't significant before, now it was a complete power crushing. When the gap wasn't large, others might have been jealous. But once the gap widened, all they felt was awe. Furthermore, with the emergence of level 2 zombies and the increasing number of level 1 and mutated zombies, Fang Yuxin's existence was practically their last lifeline. Upon hearing the news, they immediately started thinking about how to curry favor with her. Since Lin Fein was away, some began speaking ill of Lin Fein to Fang Yuxin, expressing their dissatisfaction. Fang Yuxin listened to these gossips, but remained silent with a smile. However, one piece of news surprised her. She remembered that Lin Fein used to have a team, but now she had been abandoned by her teammates. The reason was simple. They couldn't stand Lin Fein's saintly behavior and her constant dragging down the team. Originally, Lin Fein had awakened water-based abilities, But now that the water source was polluted, her water-based abilities were quite valuable. Almost every team had a water-based ability user. However, low-level water-based ability users have limited offensive capabilities and are mostly used as mobile reservoirs by the team. Lin Feiying possesses water-based abilities and has even been fortunate enough to mutate, gaining the ability to purify the zombie virus. Someone like her shouldn't be abandoned by her teammates. The problem is, she's just too much trouble. It was one thing for her to constantly cause trouble for Fang Yuxin before. At most it would just result in Taichung being punished, but as more and more survivors entered the safe zone, her saintly side kicked in. First, she took it upon herself to give the team's food to those poor, fleeing survivors, and then she started taking people home. If she lived alone and was only giving away her own food, it wouldn't be so bad, but she wasn't. The team rented 2 suites together. There were 18 people in the team and everyone had to squeeze in. Most of the supplies were shared and managed by a designated person. Lin Feiying directly took the team's shared supplies to help people. Once or twice would be fine, but after a while, the amount of supplies she gave away accumulated to a large sum. Her unauthorized act of bringing the person home severely offended the rest of the team, leading to their disassociation and expulsion. Left with no other option, Lin Feiying had to rent a place. However, the safe zone was overcrowded, making housing extremely scarce, and finding a place to stay was no easy feat. Fortunately, she possessed the identity of a doctor and the ability to purify the zombie virus through her mutated water-based powers, finally managing to find a place to live. It was a small 2-bedroom apartment, and she didn't move in alone. The person she had taken in also moved in. Upon hearing this news, Fang Yuxin's mind started racing. Back home, she had Chen Xiao investigate Lin Feiying's current situation. After all, she was only human. Lin Feiying had repeatedly disregarded her and caused her trouble. Even a saint would be angry. She was happy whenever Lin Feiying suffered misfortune. Chen Xiao quickly found out and returned with a beaming smile. As soon as she entered the house, she said gleefully, "That woman surnamed Lin is in deep trouble this time. She took a mother and son home, but those 2 are no pushovers. They'll make her pay dearly this time. Let's see if she dares to be arrogant again." Fang Yuxian suddenly became interested and asked with a smile, "Tell me quickly what exactly happened." Chen Xiao immediately recounted everything she had learned about the mother and son. In short, the mother and son were quite eccentric. The mother was originally a college student who started being kept by a wealthy middle-aged businessman while still in school. She became his mistress, later giving birth to a son and successfully usurping his wife's position. The child was now 10 years old, tall and strong, but he hadn't been properly raised and had been a troublemaker since childhood. After the apocalypse, the wealthy businessman died, and neither his wife nor son awakened any supernatural abilities. However, she was only 30 in the prime of her life, and thanks to her excellent maintenance, she looked like she was in her early 20s. Beautiful and alluring, she quickly ingratiated herself with a powerful supernatural being. Using her bedroom skills and her ability to feign helplessness, she not only survived with her son but also made it to this safe zone. Unfortunately, the supernatural being she had ingratiated herself with died on the way. Afterwards, she luckily encountered Lin Feiying and became entangled with this unsuspecting woman. When Chen Xiao went to inquire about information, someone happened to know this woman before the apocalypse and therefore knew many things. After Chen Xiao gave him a bag of instant noodles, the person began to speak at length. After listening, Fang Yuxian shook his head with a smile, lowered his eyes and chuckled coldly, saying, "How is that enough?" He glanced at Chen Xiao and whispered, "Didn't you say she also gave alms to many people? In that case, go and find a way to tell those people where she lives now, and let them beg her to take them in. Isn't she very kind? Then help her." Chen Xiao smiled and nodded in agreement. If Lin Feiying had only given alms out of her own pocket at the beginning, even if they didn't like this woman, they would admire her courage. But using the team's shared resources to do good deeds? What is that? It's just being generous with other people's money. That's despicable. Afterwards, everyone tacitly stopped mentioning Lin Feiying's matter to avoid spoiling the mood, and instead happily enjoyed a big meal. Afterwards, the others left the Fong family together. Remembering Fang Yuxian's orders, Chen Xiao didn't return to his lodgings with the others. Instead, he went to the squalid shantytown to find the poor people Lin Fein had given alms to. Chan Xiao felt a deep contempt for these poor people. Now that it's the apocalypse, instead of striving to improve their strength, hunting zombies, or searching for supplies to survive, they cowardly wait for others' charity. What kind of behavior is that? If they were too old or too young it wouldn't matter, but these people weren't. When he inquired about Lin Fein earlier, he also learned about those she had given alms to. Rather than saying these people were pitiful, it would be more accurate to say they were hateful. Everyone wants to survive. Does that mean superhumans should go out hunting zombies? Isn't it dangerous for them when they go out hunting zombies? When they first went out on missions, who wasn't apprehensive? Back then, many of his companions were ordinary people. This is a disaster for all survivors. Zombies are the enemy of all survivors, not them superhumans. Besides, even if they don't have the ability, these people can find work. If they really have the will, they're sure they can find something to do. Chapter 167 The Zombie Horde. After Chan Xiao and the others left, the Fong family, as usual, prepared to enter the Greenwood spiritual mansion to cultivate. But just then, Fang Yuxin's walkie-talkie rang again. Miss Fong. Miss Fong. This is Zhou Yan. Please come to the observation room as soon as possible. It's urgent. Please come immediately. Zhou Yan's voice was urgent, tinged with panic. The surrounding noise made everyone instinctively tense. Fang Yuxin realized something was wrong and quickly replied, "Wait a moment. I'm coming right away." After saying that, she turned off the walkie-talkie and frowned, trying to recall. This time, could it be? She suddenly realized something and immediately said to her family, "Dad, Mom, brother, please change your clothes. Something's wrong. There might be a battle tonight." Fang Yuxiang, seeing her pale face, also guessed something was wrong. "Yuxin, what's wrong? Was it that dream? Did you dream about what happened today?" Fang Yuxin hadn't actually dreamed about what had happened in the safe zone that day. In her dream, after she and Fang Yuxiang were tricked and driven out of the villa by Fang Mengyao, they were ostracized by many people in the safe zone. They simply went into the city and hid there. Although it was dangerous for two people, their target was small, and they struggled to survive, searching for supplies to stay alive. Therefore, she had no idea what the safe zone would face that day. She only remembered that the safe zone, due to its large population, had frequently been impacted by zombie hordes since their formation. Recalling her previous observations of more and more zombies approaching the safe zone, she guessed that a zombie horde might have formed and was preparing to attack the safe base. However, this was just her guess. She wasn't entirely sure either. Having her family prepare was just a precaution, better than fighting an uncertain battle. If a zombie horde did indeed form and attack the safe zone, they, as members of the safe zone, would certainly have to contribute. Fang Yuxin briefly told her family her guess, then said, "I'm going to the observation room to find Zhou Yan now. Brother, you contact Chan Xiao and the others, and make preparations first." The others weren't comfortable with Fang Yuxin going alone, but Fang Yuxiang said, "I'll go with you. As for Chan Xiao and the others, just let them know on the way." Time was of the essence, and Fang Yuxin didn't have time to say more, so she nodded. After quickly changing into protective suits, she and Fang Yuxiang hurried out. To save time, the two didn't care about wasting any time and rode their motorcycles directly. When they arrived at the observation room, they found it already packed with people. Zhou Yan's face was very grim. As soon as he saw Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang, he strode over to greet them. Lowering his voice, he said, "There are too many wounded, and time is of the essence. We couldn't get them to a safe hospital in time, so we're leaving them here temporarily. The zombie horde outside has somehow all converged, and a team that went out on a mission was surrounded. They were barely rescued, and many were injured. They're all here. The zombies are approaching the safe zone. Tonight looks like a tough battle." The brother and sister nodded silently, their faces grim. Before it was just speculation, but now that it was reality, their hearts were heavy. Zhou Yan led Fang Yuxin into the observation room. Upon entering, a strong stench of blood mixed with the stench of decay assaulted their senses, making them want to vomit and creating a somber atmosphere. Besides the wounded, there were many doctors quickly treating their wounds. This wasn't a proper operating room. Ordinary fluorescent lights were used. The light was bright, but with people moving around, It cast mottled and distorted shadows on the floor and walls. Fang Yuxin noticed that Lin Feiying wasn't there. She couldn't help but look at Zhou Yan. Why didn't Lin Feiying come? Lin Feiying wasn't just a doctor. Her special ability also included the capacity to purify zombie viruses. This was an emergency call. Logically, she shouldn't have missed it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan's expression darkened further. He seemed to recall something infuriating and gritted his teeth, saying, "She can't come. She said she's in seclusion, cultivating." Seclusion. Fang Yuxin was even more astonished. Seclusion at this time? Besides, Lin Feiying didn't possess a treasure like the Azurewood spiritual mansion. Even if she were in seclusion, it would be within a safe zone. Finding her wouldn't be difficult. However, seeing Zhou Yan's grim expression, she didn't press the matter further. Whatever happened to Lin Feiying was none of her concern. Zhou Yan didn't mention Lin Feiying again but instead asked, "Miss Fong, could you tell me how much of that purifying liquid you still have?" Fang Yuxin frowned. This was a difficult question for her to answer, so she asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yan said anxiously, "Almost all the wounded here are infected, and they are all quite capable warriors. Their casualties are a huge loss to the entire safe zone. If possible, I hope you can try your best to save them." Fang Yuxin's brows furrowed even more. She gave Zhou Yan a deep look, roughly guessing what kind of mission these people had been on. After all, it involved so many lives, and with the zombie horde attacking the city, it was precisely when manpower was needed. It was truly a pity for these people to die. She said, "I'll try my best." She paused, then continued, "Are all the people here infected?" Zhou Yan sensed the lingering meaning in her words and his eyes lit up slightly. "Do you have a way?" Fang Yuxin didn't like making promises, so she said, "I'll try my best, but I don't know if I can save them all. After all, there are so many people here. Have the others leave first, then have these wounded stand up and take off their clothes. I'll handle the rest." Not receiving a definite answer from Fang Yuxin, Zhou Yan was filled with anxiety and couldn't shake his unease. But considering Fang Yuxin's abilities, he decided to trust her this once. He vigorously wiped his face and said in a deep voice to the people in the observation room, "Everyone stop. Don't rush to treat the wounds, help them take off their clothes and be quick." Although the doctors in the room found his order strange, after glancing at Fang Yuxin standing behind him, their eyes flickered slightly, and they obediently began helping the wounded undress. As they bent over, they all breathed a sigh of relief. There were too many wounded this time, and their injuries were severe. These doctors were used to seeing life and death, but the people in this case were different. Zhou Yan's level of tension revealed this. If they couldn't heal them and these people died, even if they weren't punished, their future would certainly be difficult. Now that Fang Yuxin had arrived and was clearly ready to take over, they were naturally eager to get rid of this hot potato. Then, whether these wounded lived or died would be none of their concern. At the same time, they also wanted to see if Fang Yuxin could really heal so many people. This room was built to the specifications of a shop, and it was very large. There were hundreds of wounded, all seriously injured. Even if Fang Yuxin was skilled, she was still just one person. Could she really heal so many? They knew Fang Yuxin was already at the second level of the wood element, but while they admired her, they weren't entirely happy. Coupled with the tension they felt from dealing with the wounded earlier, they now felt a bit of schadenfreude, wanting to see Fang Yuxin fail. Fang Yuxin had no time to care about what these people thought. After they helped the wounded take off their clothes and left, she said to Zhou Yan again, "Make them stand up." Zhou Yan was a little embarrassed. These people were so badly injured, how could they stand up? He hesitated and glanced at Fang Yuxin. Seeing that her attitude was firm and she didn't seem like she could change her mind, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and give the order to make the wounded stand up. Some of the wounded were too severely injured to stand, having fallen into a coma. Aside from these, the others endured their pain and struggled to their feet. Zhou Yan, seeing the unconscious wounded, was troubled again. But before he could speak, Fang Yuxin said, "Have someone help them up." Her face was grim, and she looked somewhat cold under the pale light. Zhou Yan looked at her, not daring to question her decision, and had the unconscious wounded helped up. Then, he looked expectantly at Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin walked quickly over, not directly channeling her wood energy into the wounded. There were too many wounded. Dealing with them one by one would be too troublesome. So her fingers moved rapidly, forming hand seals. Her movements were so fast that others could only see the afterimages of her fingers. Those afterimages appeared even more ethereal and elusive under the light, like blooming lotus flowers, like a kind of hand dance. However, with each hand seal, more and more wood energy surged from her fingers, eventually forming a green mist. Immediately afterward, green mist drifted towards the wounded, gently enveloping their wounds and slowly entering their bodies. Those still conscious in the room stared wide-eyed. This didn't seem like treatment at all, but rather a magnificent performance. While others merely watched with curiosity, the wounded were deeply moved. As the green mist entered their bodies, they instantly felt strength return. The despair of impending death that had gripped their hearts seemed to be gently brushed aside, rekindling their hope for survival. Seeing that the wounded's complexions had improved slightly, and they were standing with less difficulty, Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief. Then she took out the small glass bottle from her pouch, opened the cap, and poured out half of the spiritual spring water. The poured-out water formed a ball of water, about the size of a baby's fist, hovering quietly in front of Fang Yuxin. Then Fang Yuxin closed the cap, put the glass bottle back in her pouch, and continued to form hand seals. Her fingers moved rapidly again, and the ball of water floated quietly at her fingertips. And as her fingers danced, it gradually changed, beating like a heart. It beat for a while, then suddenly exploded. Chapter 168 Tension. As the water sphere pulsated, it gripped the attention of everyone else. They all watched it nervously, anticipating what would happen next. No one expected it to suddenly explode. When the water sphere burst, their hearts seemed to explode as well, their pupils contracting sharply. Then they instinctively looked at Fang Yuxin. They initially thought it was Fang Yuxin's mistake, but upon closer inspection, they saw that his expression was extremely cold yet remarkably calm, which inexplicably relieved them, subconsciously making them feel that the situation wasn't so bad. Sure enough, after the water sphere exploded, it didn't disappear or fall to the ground, but instead turned into a flowing cloud of water mist. The next moment, that cloud of mist flew towards the wounded, just like the green mist before, enveloping their wounds and seeping in. Gradually, a black substance began to seep from their wounds. Under the stark white light, this scene looked particularly eerie, like a scene from a biological or chemical reaction film, sending chills down their spines and making their hearts clench. Even though Zhou Yan had already witnessed the scene that morning, he still felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps rise all over his body. The scene was too shocking. Although he had witnessed it once that morning, there was only one person then. This time was different. Hundreds of people, wearing only underwear, stood completely naked, their bodies covered in gruesome wounds, black substances oozing from them, the stark white light shining on them. The scene was too horrifying to bear. Zhou Yan vigorously wiped his face, and although the visual impact was too terrifying, he forced himself to continue watching. As more and more black substances seeped from their wounds, panic screams suddenly came from outside. A tall soldier rushed in from outside. She hurried to Zhou Yan's side and said, "Major Zhou, it's bad. The zombies have started attacking the protective wall. The general wants you to get there as soon as possible. You must hold the wall." Since the military arrived at this safe zone, they had been building a protective wall outside it. The wall was 5 meters high and half a meter thick, and it took a lot of effort to build. The materials alone were countless. If it weren't for the superhumans reinforcing it with their abilities, this wall would never have been built in such a short time. The materials alone were a problem. Zhou Yan looked at Fang Yuxin worriedly and asked, "Miss Fong, are these people all right?" Fang Yuxin nodded silently. "They'll be fine. You should go quickly." Zhou Yan nodded. Then his gaze fell on Fang Yuxiang. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately didn't suggest that Fang Yuxiang go with him. His trip was likely fraught with danger. Although the protective wall was sturdy, if it encountered a powerful amplification attack, a few hits would probably cause it to collapse. If Fang Yuxiang went with him, his chances of survival would be slim. Fang Yuxin had helped them too much. He simply couldn't bear to let Fang Yuxiang go to his death with him. But just as he withdrew his gaze and turned to leave, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire safe zone. Immediately following was a broadcast. Attention all survivors. A large horde of zombies has appeared outside the safe zone. The entire safe zone is in grave danger. Once the zombies breach the protective wall, the safe zone will become a living hell. We must unite and overcome this crisis together. Now all ability users and mercenaries within the safe zone assemble in the plaza. All medics stand by in the observation room. Everyone must obey orders and fight the zombies together. The broadcast repeated several times, and the piercing alarm blared incessantly. Everyone in the safe zone heard this. Soon chaos erupted in the safe zone. Fang Yuxin glanced at Fang Yuxin, then took out his walkie-talkie and began calling the rest of the Yongshang team. Immediately afterward, Fang Yuxin's walkie-talkie rang. It was Bai Yi calling her. "Miss Fang, this is Bai Yi. Where are you now? I'll bring people over immediately." Fang Yuxin glanced at the wounded and replied, "I'm the chief physician, currently in the observation room. You don't need to come. Just follow orders." Bai Ye's voice rang out again. "Have Qianqian stay with you. You all stay in the observation room. Don't take any risks." Fang Yuxin responded, but in her heart, she thought that if the situation were truly urgent, she certainly couldn't stay in this observation room indefinitely. The observation room was very close to the gate of the safe zone, but it was actually not safe at all. If it weren't for the emergency, these people with special identities wouldn't have been sent here at all. And once the battle started, this place would become a temporary hospital, and countless wounded would be sent here. Fang Yuxin had already contacted his family, so soon Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe brought Bai Qianqian over to stay with Fang Yuxin. Shang Jinxiu also came. She was a space-type ability user, but her ability couldn't be used for combat yet. She was essentially a mobile warehouse. However, she had practiced her skills these past few days and could already kill lone ordinary zombies. With such strength, going out would be suicide. Coupled with her rare spatial ability, the Yongshang team didn't want her to be cannon fodder. Doctors arrived one after another. Some had awakened wood-type abilities, while others were just ordinary people, but they were doctors or nurses before the apocalypse and could treat wounds. After all, there were too few wood-type ability users and too many wounded. Too few doctors simply wouldn't be enough. There was more than one observation room here, and because of the subsequent battle, other rooms had been prepared as a temporary hospital to await the arrival of the wounded. The Yongshang team had already left, leaving only Bai Qianqian and Shang Jinxiu with Fang Yuxin. Bai Qianqian had also brought Angela, who was only the size of a palm, and was currently perched on Fang Yuxin's shoulder, looking like a harmless and beautiful pet. Apart from a few people who knew how powerful Angela was, most others were unaware. Even Bai Qianqian and Shang Jinxiu were unknown to many people as ability users. Seeing Bai Qianqian, a small child, run into the observation room, even bringing a plump kitten, many people's gazes gradually turned hostile, like starving refugees seeing a rich second-generation spoiled brat. Their hatred was almost at its peak, but Fang Yuxin's strength was undeniable. These people didn't dare offend her, so they could only stare at her with unfriendly eyes through the iron bars. Those gazes were so piercing that Fang Yuxin couldn't pretend to ignore them. She turned her head, glanced at them expressionlessly, a slight smile playing on her lips, and reached out to take Angela in her hand, gently stroking its soft, long fur. Angela didn't care what others thought. Fang Yuxin's affection made it extremely satisfied, and it meowed softly, constantly rubbing its round head against Fang Yuxin's palm. Seeing this heartwarming scene, the others' gazes instantly became more piercing, their faces turning extremely grim. Several of them even wished they could rush to Fang Yuxin and lecture her, telling her that instead of wasting food on useless pets, she should give the extra food to the poor survivors. Unfortunately, they only dared to say such things in their hearts. After all, Fang Yuxin was the chief physician and also possessed a level 2 wood-type ability. These people didn't dare to offend her. While exchanging affection with Angela, Fang Yuxin was also monitoring the changes in the wounded, waiting for the zombie virus to be completely expelled from their bodies. The wait was long, and in contrast to the relative calm here, chaos had broken out elsewhere in the safe zone. Many, after hesitating despite knowing the danger, resolutely obeyed orders and assembled in the square. Many more, however, dared not even leave their homes. These were people who had basically never hunted zombies before, or had only hunted them occasionally. They lacked both strength and courage. They simply didn't have the guts to face the zombies directly, and panicked at the sound of the broadcast and alarms. They dared not come out, locking themselves inside, their hands trembling as they anxiously awaited the latest news from outside. They hoped others would go out and fight to the death against the zombies outside the protective wall, giving them a chance to survive. Some families even argued incessantly about whether to go out and fight the zombies. Thus, the initial number of people gathered in the square was not large. These people were mostly soldiers, police officers, and those with superpowers. The 3 generals from the safe zone were also among them. Except for Qiu Hongsheng, the other 2 generals were already possessing superpowers. Looking at his 2 high-spirited colleagues, Qiu Hongsheng felt a pang of resentment. General Song and General Li exchanged a glance, a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes, as they watched his alternating pale and flushed face. Their awakening of their special abilities was ultimately thanks to Fang Yuxin, Qiu Hongsheng's former prospective daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, the Qiu family had gone too far, blatantly turning away a tremendous opportunity, ultimately benefiting the 2 of them. Seeing Qiu Hongsheng's barely concealed jealousy, they couldn't help but wonder what his expression would be when he learned the truth. However, this far-fetched thought was just that thought. They absolutely couldn't reveal the truth. Fang Yuxin had done them a huge favor. Betraying her would be incredibly unethical. The thought was fleeting. With danger looming, they had no time for such thoughts. They had already discussed their options before coming, so after a brief encouragement, the 3 of them explained their previous arrangements. Their arrangement was actually quite simple. Those who knew how to use guns would stand on the city wall and fire. Earth-type ability users were responsible for reinforcing the walls, while the others were responsible for guarding the walls. If any zombies breached the defenses, they were to rush in immediately and drive them away. Chapter 169 Prepare for Battle. Besides the superhumans, a group of ordinary soldiers were assigned a crucial task: transporting the wounded to the observation room for treatment. Soon, everyone who could handle a gun stood on the protective wall, forming a human wall. Although the wall was high, standing on it made them easy targets, not only unsafe but extremely dangerous. But now the zombies were at the city gates, and even though they were afraid, they had to grit their teeth and fight to the death to survive. As if sensing their resistance, the zombies outside roared angrily, followed by a barrage of bullets. Protecting the wall was a heavy responsibility. These soldiers had to prevent the zombies from getting close. Unfortunately, zombies weren't living beings. Most of these were still low-level zombies. They felt no fear, only a thirst for flesh and blood. The dense bullets couldn't deter them. They charged towards the wall relentlessly. Once a zombie in front fell, its head blown off, the zombies behind would instinctively use their claws to dig out the crystal core from its brain and swallow it to strengthen themselves. This scene instilled even greater fear in the soldiers on the wall. The zombies they killed only benefited the zombies that followed. After consuming the crystal cores, the zombies could increase their strength and evolve. The more evolved zombies there were, the more dangerous it would be for humanity. While the initial group fought desperately against the zombies, the alarms and broadcasts within the safe zone continued incessantly, constantly urging the remaining survivors to come out and join the battle. People gradually emerged, but others locked themselves firmly in their homes, unwilling to risk their lives. The low-level zombies couldn't penetrate the dense bullets and fell one after another. Unfortunately, most of the fallen zombies had their crystal cores dug out and devoured by the zombies behind them. The level 1 zombies and mutated zombies were much stronger. Their strength, speed, and defense were far superior to the low-level zombies. Seeing the low-level zombies falling one after another, the level 1 zombies and mutated zombies from the horde rushed out. The speed-adapting zombie, using its speed advantage, leaped over the wall like a whirlwind. With a single sharp claw, it easily pierced a soldier's neck. Without stopping, it bit into the soldier's neck, and then casually tossed him into the horde of zombies. Screams and the sounds of biting erupted almost simultaneously. He only managed one scream before falling silent. Then casualties began to mount. The speed-adapting zombie scratched several more people around it before leaping down the protective wall, preparing to rush into the safe zone. It smelled the blood and flesh there. This wasn't the only speed-adapting zombie to leap onto the wall. Even with the best efforts of the ability users below, Level 1 ability users were still a minority. There were always areas they couldn't cover. Thus, more casualties began to occur. Besides the speed-adapting zombies, strength-adapting zombies and defense-enhanced zombies also rushed out, pounding on the wall trying to break it down. Bang! Bang! Loud crashes echoed continuously as the mutated zombies pounded against the wall, which was half a meter thick. Someone shouted, "Earth-type users, quickly reinforce the protective wall." Immediately, a yellow light shone in the dim light, and Earth-type ability users began reinforcing the wall. Fong Yuxin was among them. However, as he felt the wall shaking violently, he gritted his teeth and stopped channeling his power. Those nearby, seeing this, assumed he had given up and glared at him, shouting with fury, "What are you doing? Why did you stop? Do you want the monsters outside to crash through the wall and break in?" Fong Yuxin didn't speak, but quickly climbed up the wall. Those above continued firing, and when they saw him, they were startled, but no one spoke. No one had time to speak at this moment. Fong Yuxin looked at the throng of zombies below, his eyes narrowing slightly, his gaze icy. Then, his hands began to form hand seals rapidly. Although the others couldn't understand what he was doing, seeing his serious expression, they didn't think he was going mad, so they tacitly refrained from asking questions or stopping him. Fong Yuxin's hand seals were very complex. This was the most powerful technique he could currently use. As his fingers moved continuously, his ruddy complexion gradually turned pale, and then he suddenly stopped. At the same time, a blinding beam of light shot out from his hand, heading towards the ground in front of the protective wall. At first, those watching this scene thought it was a control error, that the light had shot in the wrong direction. But then they saw the light penetrate the ground and instantly spread outwards. Immediately afterward, a large area of open space in front of the protective wall turned into a black swamp. The swamp was 100 meters long and 50 meters wide, only 1 meter away from the protective wall. As the swamp appeared, the first zombie fell directly into it. Then, everyone instantly understood Fong Yuxin's intention. This swamp was similar to an ancient moat, but even more terrifying. With it, unless the zombies could fill the swamp, there was no need to worry about them attacking the protective wall. After creating the swamp, Fong Yuxin condensed a soil spike, killing the mutated zombie that kept ramming into the protective wall. Unfortunately, his strength was insufficient. Creating such a large swamp had almost exhausted all his spiritual energy, leaving him unable to fight for the time being. Pale-faced, he nodded to the others and jumped off the protective wall. Chu Qianhe, who was nearby, quickly went to his side. Seeing his pale complexion, she knew he had exhausted himself, and her expression immediately darkened. "Quickly absorb the crystal core to recover. I'll protect you." Fong Yuxin nodded. He indeed needed to recover as soon as possible. Chu Qianhe pulled him to a relatively open spot and had him sit cross-legged. Then Fong Yuxin took out the crystal core and closed his eyes to cultivate. Some people, standing under the protective wall, didn't see the swamp he had created and assumed he was weak or trying to slack off, giving him unfriendly looks. However, Chu Qianhe wasn't easily fooled. If anyone looked at her unkindly, she would glare back fiercely. In the observation room, the wounds of the severely injured had already healed. Those still conscious knew the situation outside was dire and refused to rest. After dressing, they grabbed their weapons and left the observation room to shoot zombies at the protective walls. Besides them, 5 others, due to their severe injuries, still needed rest even with Fang Yuxin's wood energy, and remained unconscious. Soon, the door to the observation room opened, and new wounded were brought in. All of them were seriously wounded. However, Fang Yuxin, listening to the sounds of battle outside, had no intention of staying to treat these wounded. She glanced at the person in charge not far away, walked over, took a glass bottle containing spiritual spring water from her waist pouch, handed it to him and said, "Let the other doctors treat these wounded. The contents of this bottle can purify the zombie virus in their bodies. Use it sparingly. I'm going to hunt zombies." The person in charge was a middle-aged man, a military medic himself, who looked very serious. Upon hearing that Fang Yuxin wanted to leave, he frowned in disapproval. "Dr. Fong, you should know that this place needs you, and these wounded people need you even more. You can't leave." Fang Yuxin remained unmoved, insisting, "Compared to these people, the battlefield outside needs me more. Don't forget, I have a level 2 wood-type ability. I think it's better for me to go to the battlefield and hunt down more mutated zombies, reducing casualties, than to stay here and wait to treat the wounded." The person in charge initially didn't want to agree, but these words swayed him. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was quite intelligent. So he knew Fang Yuxin was right. All the wounded sent here were injured by mutated zombies. If Fang Yuxin went and could kill more mutated zombies, it would significantly reduce casualties and infection, making him far more valuable than staying here. But he was also worried that something might happen to Fang Yuxin. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded. "Go ahead, but be careful." Fang Yuxin nodded, then glanced at Bai Qianqian and Shang Jinxiu. The two instinctively reached out to ask if they could go with her, but Fang Yuxin spoke first. "You two stay here. Jinxiu, keep an eye on Qianqian and protect him." As she spoke, she gently patted Bai Qianqian's head and transmitted her thoughts to him. "Jinxiu, don't expose your spatial ability. It's safer here. Qianqian, protect Aunt Jinxiu. Don't let anyone hurt her." Bai Qianqian wanted to go with Fang Yuxin to kill zombies rather than stay. But after meeting Fang Yuxin's gaze, he hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief, then strode out with Angela. Currently, many people in the safe zone are still unaware of the existence of mutated animals and their formidable power. Fang Yuxin felt this was a perfect opportunity to show them Angela's strength. In 3 days, the mutated birds and zombie birds would gather. Rather than leaving everyone unprepared, it was better to use this opportunity to make them aware of the impending crisis. Although she wasn't a saint, her heart was warm, and she would try her best to help as many people as possible survive. However, if anyone dared to court death, then she wouldn't be blamed. Thinking this, Fang Yuxin smiled coldly, then touched Lanrua on her wrist and commanded it with her mind. "Lanrua, adjust your state and prepare for battle." Lanrua's mind quickly returned. "Fight! Fight! Eat! Eat! Eat!" Fang Yuxin couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the zombies, extremely dangerous to humans, were nothing more than food in Lanrua's eyes. Chapter 170. It's being affectionate. The observation room wasn't far from the protective wall, and Fang Yuxin arrived quickly. She immediately saw Fang Jintang meditating and recovering. Her heart skipped a beat, and she became worried. The battle hadn't been going on for long. With Fang Jintang's strength, he shouldn't have retreated so early. What had he done to exhaust himself like this? She quickly walked to Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe's side, first checking Fang Jintang's complexion. Seeing that he was only slightly pale and not injured, she whispered to Chu Qianhe, "Mom, what happened to Dad? How did he get so exhausted?" Chu Qianhe had also felt that Fang Jintang had acted recklessly. Even though he had contributed his strength, there was no reason for him to risk his life. Fang Jintang had exhausted his spiritual energy on the protective wall. If attacked by the mutated zombies, he probably wouldn't even have the ability to fight back. How could he act so recklessly? Even though she harbored resentment, seeing Fang Jintang's pale face only filled her with heartache. Besides, Fang Jintang was busy recovering, so she said nothing. Seeing Fang Yuxin now, she seemed to have regained her sense of security, grabbing Fang Yuxin's hand and complaining softly, "Yuxin, your dad was really reckless just now. He created a huge swamp, separating the protective wall from the zombie horde, and used up all his energy." Since there were many people around and worried about being overheard, Chu Qianhe didn't say spiritual energy, only energy. Hearing this, Fang Yuxin also felt that Fang Jintang had acted recklessly. But since she was his daughter, she couldn't really criticize her, so she gently patted Chu Qianhe as a form of comfort. Chu Qianhe's complaint was just that, a complaint. After saying it, the resentment in her heart completely disappeared. Only then did she realize something was wrong. Wasn't Fang Yuxin supposed to be in the observation room treating the wounded? How did she get here? Chu Qianhe, thinking something had happened, became worried about Fang Yuxin. "Xin, what are you doing here? Did something happen?" Fang Yuxin shook her head slightly and said, "Mom, you stay here and watch over Dad. I'm going to kill zombies." Hearing this, Chu Qianhe's heart jumped. She looked at Fang Yuxin wanting to say, Don't go, it's too dangerous. But her lips parted. She didn't say it. Now was the time for trouble, not for selfishness. Of course, more importantly, she trusted her daughter. So what came out was, Xin, take care of yourself, don't be reckless and come back safely. Fang Yuxin nodded. Seeing Chu Qianhe's tension, she smiled and reassured her. Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, I'll be fine. She hugged Chu Qianhe and turned to stride towards the protective wall. Because of the swamp outside, the zombies couldn't get through for the time being. However, the zombies weren't stupid. They bypassed the swamp area and attacked areas not covered by swamp. Fang Yuxin's spiritual sense had already clearly seen the situation outside, so she directly walked across the wall corresponding to the swamp, heading towards the area where the attack was most intense. Just as she reached it, a lightning-fast shadow suddenly appeared on the wall. With screams, 2 people standing there were thrown off, and then the speed-mutated zombie leaped down, beginning a new killing spree. Get out of the way. Ah! Don't kill me. Help! Help! Screams rang out one after another, the air filled with the thick stench of blood, mixed with the stench of decay and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Fang Yuxin drew her Miao sword with a whoosh, and seeing the speed-mutated zombie rampaging, her eyes turned cold as she strode forward. Get out of the way. A cold, sharp voice rang out, and those who heard it instinctively dodged, while some, unable to react in time, stood frozen in place. Fang Yuxin deftly dodged the others, instantly appearing before the speed-mutated zombie. Her black blade, imbued with wood elemental spiritual energy, gleamed with a ghostly green light under the blinding lamplight, looking utterly eerie. Her blade moved swiftly. The instant the speed-mutated zombie charged, the blade swiftly sliced it off its head, cleaving it in two. As the blade slid down, Fang Yuxin retreated rapidly, avoiding the zombie's outstretched sharp claws. And in the instant she pulled the blade out, she ripped the crystal core from the zombie's brain. Bang! The body, now devoid of its crystal core, crashed heavily to the ground. Fang Yuxin flicked her fingers at Lan Rua, who automatically detached from her grasp, her body instantly elongating to wrap around the speed-mutated zombie. As she wrapped, sharp blades spun rapidly, devouring the zombie's body in the blink of an eye, leaving only a clean black skeleton. The onlookers gasped at this gruesome scene, their eyes wide with horror. After a long while, someone asked in a trembling voice, What is this?" Then someone else said, A mutant plant." Seeing how frightened they were, Fang Yuxin smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, Lanrua is a mutated crystal orchid. A saprophytic plant, it's very obedient." A mutated crystal orchid. Hearing this, everyone gasped again, looking at Fang Yuxin in horror, and Lanrua beside her, who looked like she was defying them. Everyone. Fang Yuxin turned her head, glanced at Lanrua silently and said insincerely, "Lanrua is a bit shy, it's actually just being affectionate with you." Lanrua immediately cooperated by spinning its sharp leaves and twisting its slender body. Fang Yuxin. Everyone subconsciously took a step back, distancing themselves from the 2 ferocious plants. They really wanted to ask how blind Fang Yuxin was to think that this ferocious mutated crystal orchid was being affectionate. Don't think they didn't see it just now, those leaves were sharp enough to slice a mutated zombie to pieces. Seeing their reactions, Fang Yuxin knew they were afraid. However, she had no intention of getting along with them, so she didn't take it to heart and walked directly towards the protective wall. As soon as she left, the others quickly moved, hastily making way for her. Their eyes were filled with terror, as if she were a monstrous beast that would devour them alive at any moment. A ladder was specially built on the protective wall for climbing. Fang Yuxin found it troublesome, so she used her toes to push off the ground and jumped onto the top of the wall. She had just stood still when she felt a violent shaking beneath her feet. Upon closer inspection, she saw a power-enhanced zombie frantically ramming against the protective wall. "Lanru, eat it!" she shouted, and Lanru immediately transformed into a white light and rushed down the protective wall, binding the power-enhanced zombie. The zombie, which was ramming against the wall, was suddenly bound by Lanrua and immediately began to struggle violently. Unfortunately, Lanrua was faster. She used her body to bind the zombie, and her huge flower bud bit down on the zombie's head. Its petals were incredibly sharp, with rotating serrations inside. With one bite, it gnawed a hole in the zombie's head. Then its bud burrowed through the hole and devoured the brain and its crystal core. Simultaneously, its leaves were frantically slicing through the zombie's body. Before long, the mutated zombie was completely consumed. The people on the wall. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Then they saw 8 beams of white light suddenly shoot out from Lanrua's body, heading towards the zombie horde. Immediately afterwards, 8 identical mutated crystal orchids suddenly emerged from the zombie horde, powerfully and imposingly writhing their bodies as they attacked the zombies. Someone blinked involuntarily. Am I seeing things? Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. After the initial shock, the others gripped their guns tightly again and continued firing at the charging zombie horde. Under the lights, only a dense mass of zombies could be seen. Their exact number was impossible to count. Fang Yuxin released his spiritual sense and discovered that there were at least 100,000 zombies outside, but relatively speaking, less than 10,000 people were engaged in combat. There were too many zombies outside. They simply couldn't go out to fight. Once surrounded, breaking out would be virtually impossible. Most people stood on the walls, those with guns firing wildly, while those without weapons continuously unleashed their supernatural abilities. Everyone had only one goal: to prevent the zombies from breaching the protective wall. While the low-level zombies were relatively easy to deal with, the level 1 and mutated zombies were beyond the capabilities of ordinary people, often giving them opportunities to reach the base of the protective wall and breach it. Fang Yuxin took out the collected grass seeds and scattered them in large quantities. These grass seeds, when they land on zombies, will take root and sprout, quickly growing leaves and producing seeds, constantly consuming the zombies' bodies. With the dense sound of bullets and the glow of various skills unleashed by the superhumans, more and more zombies fell. But gradually, the sound of bullets became sparse and less frequent. I'm out of bullets. Me neither. Do you have any bullets? Only this one magazine left. Without bullets, the ordinary soldiers were practically useless, unless they jumped off the wall and fought the zombies hand to hand. Having lost the powerful firepower of bullets, more and more zombies came to the protective wall and quickly climbed up. The zombies' claws were extremely sharp, easily piercing the wall, helping them climb effortlessly. Those soldiers who had run out of bullets put their guns into their pouches, then drew their knives, and as soon as a zombie was about to climb over the wall, they forcefully plunged it into its head. At this point, it was all about agility and quick reflexes. If anyone reacted even a little slow, a zombie would grab them by the ankle and throw them down. An unlucky soul was thrown into the zombie horde and quickly devoured. Gradually, the casualties mounted. The area beneath the protective wall had become a complete carnage.